Hello friends, hope you all are doing good. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the lightning god of Overlord. Kitsune, the dominator of life. Kitsune being immortal, honestly wasn't all that fun as some people made it out to be. Naruto was used to seeing humanity rise and perish before his eyes. He had fulfilled his obligations. Every threat to the world had been taken care of and humanity lived in peace. Naruto for a long time believed he had actually made a difference, but turns out that when humanity doesn't have an enemy to group up and fight against, they were completely fine fighting amongst themselves instead. Naruto himself wasn't sure when he became immortal. It just happened one day, while his family and loved ones began growing old and died. Of course Naruto tried killing himself many times, without any luck though, and so Naruto kept walking the earth, always doing his best to keep out of any human conflicts. It was quite weird seeing the downfall of the shinobi era to a far more primitive time period and finally back to a vastly more civilized world. Naruto thought he was doomed to an eternal boring life, having tried everything this world had to offer. But then humanity invented something called video games, new worlds to explore and many thousand of hours to kill, which was just what Naruto needed. In the year 2126, a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, or just MMORPG for short, called Yggdrasil was released, and Naruto could safely say he had some of the most fun in over 1,000 years. But games kept changing and evolving, and in the year 2138 it was announced the servers would soon shut down for good. Nazar. Round table room. Naruto took a seat at the round table, slightly disappointed that none of the other members had chosen to show up on the final day the servers were still up. Then again, he couldn't blame them. They were human and had normal human stuff to do, like work, earn money and spend time with their families. Naruto didn't have to worry about any of these things anymore. Honestly, he felt a little guilty. One of the guild's rules to join was to be a functioning member of society, something Naruto wasn't. Naruto had amassed vast treasures across his unnatural long life and used it for temporary residence and forgery of documents, but something like sleep or food was no longer necessary for him. Naruto had picked the yokai class. His avatar was based mostly around what Naruto believed he would look like if he merged with Kurama, with long red hair, red slithered eyes and sharp nails. It was quite awkward, having made no attempt to find friendship in the real world for many thousands of years, and yet he remembered the names and appearances of the other 40 members of Ainz Oal Goan. Yggdrasil was all about exploration, dungeons, PvP, raids and treasure collecting, and he can honestly say, it's been a blast. After tonight he was most likely just going to find a new popular game, but still he felt weirdly sentimental about this place now. Hiro has logged on. Huh? Naruto let out a little surprised sound. Ah, Naruto, it's good to see you. The slime Hiro spoke, seeing Naruto sitting only a few chairs besides him. Hiro, it's been a while. How have you been holding up? Naruto asked, happily surprised by the unexpected visit. Terribly. I've just become a father for a second time, a week ago. The slime spoke with a clear sound of exhaustion. Well then, a congratulation is in order, boy or girl? Naruto asked, more than happy, striking up a conversation.
A second girl. I'm happy of course, but I had hoped for one of each, if you understand. Anyway, I'm quite surprised to see the place still standing. Is Momonga still guild master? Hiro questioned.
I didn't even know you had a daughter to begin with. Naruto thought to himself. Sadly no, that's on me now. Momonga got a promotion at his work and couldn't find the time anymore, so I've taken over the position. Naruto explained. I see. Well, from the look of things, you've done a great job. Sorry, but I'm exhausted. I just needed one last look before it all disappears. Hiro explained. I understand. Please take good care of yourself. Naruto said with a small wave of his hand. Hiro has logged off. Barely 2 minutes and he was the first player Naruto had seen in such a long time. Throwing his gaze back at the guild's greatest treasure, the staff of Ainz Oal Goan, Naruto remembered the height of the game and how much they all grinded together. Well, there is still an hour left. Might as well mess around a little. Naruto thought as he grabbed the staff and left the room. He doubted any of the other guild members would have any objection, with Naruto changing a few settings. When did I put you guys here? Naruto spoke to himself as he saw Sebastian and the Pleiades battle maids all bowing respectfully before him, sadly though they didn't respond to him. Well, anyway, head for the throne room. Naruto gave a quick command and with a quick bow they all turned around and left. Naruto spent a good portion of the time left to visit his own 3 NPCs he had created and made sure they were left in good shape, as well as visiting one NPC that had always bugged Naruto, simply because he thought its settings were too sad. Surely no one would mind at this point. Checking the in-game time, Naruto noticed only a few minutes were left before the game closed down forever. Using the ring of Ainz Oal Goan, Naruto appeared just outside the throne room and watched its massive door slowly opening in front of him. Walk up towards the throne. Naruto looked over the countless banners symbolizing all of the guild's members. They all had such strange names, yet it was Naruto they teased, since he was the only one who used his original name for his avatar. Albedo, the guardian overseer, was waiting patiently next to the throne. What about you, Albedo? Are you like your sisters? Naruto wondered to himself as he opened Albedo's settings. Let's see here. Beauty to enchant an entire nation. Views herself as a goddess. Smile like a poker face. A bitch. You're a bitch. Naruto stopped when he read the final line and looked at Albedo's unmoving face. Huh. Well, Naruto quickly changed the final line. She's madly in love with Naruto. You won't tell Tabula, will you? Naruto asked, but once more he got no respond. Time. Naruto commanded. 11 hours 59 minutes and 39 seconds, everyone bow. Naruto spoke and all the NPCs went down on one knee. I suppose this is fine. Well, it's been fun. I hope I can have as much fun in the next game. 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Naruto closed his eyes and waited to be logged off. 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, 12 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds, 12 hours 0 minutes and 1 second, 12 hours 0 minutes and 2 seconds. What's going on? Did they push the server shutdown back? Naruto thought. Moving his hand up, he attempted to bring up the menu, but with no such luck. What's going on? Naruto muttered out to himself. Is something wrong, my lord? Naruto almost jumped out of his throne by the sudden voice, his red eyes quickly turning to investigate Albedo's golden ones. Did you just speak? Naruto asked, confused, though Albedo looked even more confused than him, her head tilting slightly. My lord, are you all right? She asked once more, and Naruto blinked in shock. I can't bring up my menu. Naruto answered, still in somewhat disbelief of what he was seeing in front of him right now. Menu. If it's food you desire, the chefs will make whatever you desire, my lord. Albedo spoke happily. That's now what I meant. Turning his gaze away from Albedo, Naruto noticed Sebas and the battle maids still in their kneeling position. Sebas. Naruto simply spoke the name and he instantly saw the gleam in the butler's eyes. My lord. Take the battle maids and head outside. I wish to confirm our surroundings. Naruto ordered. At once, my lord. Sebas spoke quickly as he stood up and headed outside, the Pleiades quickly following behind. Do you have any orders for me, my love? Albedo spoke quickly, surprising Naruto as she was suddenly right next to him. Naruto hadn't even seen her move. Then something hit his nose, a sort of sweet floral scent. Must be Albedo's perfume, it smells good. Even her hands were smooth and soft, white hands. Naruto looked down and saw Albedo had placed both her hands on his open chest. Naruto was only wearing a simple loose blood red yukata that matched his eyes and hair. She's alive. Naruto had to come to terms with that fact. Still, there was something he liked to try. Albedo, is it fine if I touch your chest? Naruto asked bluntly, and despite the awkwardness of the question, Naruto felt surprisingly calm. Of course, my lord, touch me to your heart's desire. Albedo spoke eagerly with a large blush as she moved even closer, while pushing her large chest up towards Naruto.
Naruto moved his right hand up and squeezed one of her breasts. So soft. No, wait, this shouldn't be possible. Adult actions were strictly off limits, even when Naruto and the other guild members had stripped some of the NPCs naked to change their outfits. Their privates had been censored off.
On my love. Albedo moaned, and Naruto suddenly snapped out of his thoughts only to notice he was still groping her chest. He quickly moved his hand back. Sorry, Albedo, I didn't mean to. This where I will experience my first? Her face was red. Moving up on the throne, she mounted Naruto, while she placed her hands on his shoulders. What should I do about my clothing? Want me to remove them? Or perhaps you like to rip them off yourself? She asked, while Naruto felt a weird sense of excitement building. Something was definitely off about this entire situation. He had to come to terms with what's happening, but for some reason Albedo's proposal didn't sound that bad. Albedo, sorry, but we have more pressing matters to attend to. Naruto reminded her. while Albedo looked a bit surprised, but quickly removed herself from Naruto's lap. Of course, forgive me my lord, she spoke quickly with a deep bow. Of course, except for Gargantua who's guarding the 4th floor and Victim who's guarding the 8th floor, gather the floor guardians at the amphitheater on the 6th floor. Naruto spoke while grabbing the staff of Ainz Oal Goan. It will be done my lord. Albedo spoke and then Naruto teleported away. Amphitheater Naruto was slowly walking into the center of the arena. This was a place they had created for no other reason than pitting monster against each other and watch them fight to the death, though it was also a trial for invading player who had to overcome monsters here to pass on down to the 7th floor. He still wasn't sure if all of this was reality or not. Honestly, it sounded like one of those isekai animes that were popular 100 years ago, but then again if that was the case. Lord Naruto. Naruto's gaze moved up as he saw the young dark elf landing in front of him after a high jump. Why hello Aura. I hope you don't mind me coming so abruptly like this. Naruto asked with a small smile. Of course, not Lord Naruto. Every floor guardian would feel blessed by you visiting their floor. Aura spoke quickly with a wide smile. Naruto looked around for a moment. And where exactly is Mare? Naruto questioned, while Aura turned around and looked up towards one of the stands. Mare, get down here, you're insulting Lord Naruto. Aura yelled, while Naruto finally saw the dark elf, looking quite unsure as he was in a high stand, looking down. But sis, I'm scared. Mare. Aura yelled once more and finally the young boy jumped down completely unharmed. Sorry for making you wait Lord Naruto, Mare apologized, while Naruto watched the twins. Of course Bukabukachagama would have them cross-dress. Honestly most of the NPCs were just fetishes given form. Lord Naruto, what brings you to our floor? How can we serve you? Aura asked with a gleam in her eyes which Mare matched. I will tell you shortly, soon the guardians will gather here, and I rather not repeat myself. Naruto answered. Of course, Lord Naruto. Aura answered, while her and Mare's eyes were glued to something behind Naruto. Naruto, noticing something had caught both the twins' attention, turned his head to see what was so exciting only to see his own 9 tails swinging around behind his back. He had forgot he even had them. Focusing on his tails he found them as easy to control as his own arms. Turning his gaze back towards the twins. Want to touch them? Naruto asks only for a bright smile to appear on both their faces. May we? The twins asked hopefully while Naruto simply moved a single tail closer to each of them and the twins quickly latched on. If this was like the game, then he should also be able to withdraw all of the tails into his back. Well, he could try that later. For now he would let the twins have their fun. A portal suddenly opened up and out came a beautiful young woman, with pale white skin, crimson red eyes, much like Naruto's own. Oh, am I the first to show up? Shalltear questioned, while Naruto was pulling his tails back. If any more people came and saw Mare and Aura fondling his tails, he doubted the others would let it slide.
Greetings Shalltear, thank you for coming at such a short notice. Naruto looked at her fondly. He remembered the outfit she was wearing. Peroroncino had won it in a gacha machine. Naruto remembered how happy he was and then he logged off never to be seen again.
My beloved beautiful Naruto, of course I will almost do my utmost and come to your side as soon as you call for me. The true vampire spoke as she ran up and latched her hands around Naruto's neck. It's good seeing you too. Naruto simply replied as he undid the girl's hand lock around his head and slowly put her down again. What's with this rotten small, are you already decomposing? Aura suddenly asked as she locked eyes with Shalltear. What was that shorty? Truly I pity you Mare having such an annoying elder sister. Shalltear fired, while Aura bit her lower lip. Fake boobs. Wha? Looks like I hit the nail there Is that why you teleported into the middle of the Colosseum? You were afraid of running because of how much you overstuffed that bra of yours? Aura asked with a small, wicked grin. As if you're one to talk with that washboard of yours. Shalltear fired back, with her own small smile. True enough. But I'm only 76 years old and still growing. You on the other hand is quite past expiration date. Aura spoke mockingly. You must have a death wish, shrimp. Shalltear spoke coldly. That's quite enough you two. There will be time to play amongst yourself later. Naruto spoke gently and just like that both Aura and Shalltear stopped abruptly and turned towards him and gave a quick bow. Of course, Lord Naruto. They spoke at the same time. It was almost scary how much they resemblance their creators. Disgraceful to act like squabbling children in front of a supreme being. A new voice filled the arena. It's quite alright, Cocytus, in fact I'm quite happy hearing how energetic they are. Naruto responded. Still, I must agree with Cocytus, to act in such an informal way in front of Lord Naruto, how disgraceful. Another new voice, and Naruto watched as Albedo, Demiurge and Sebas all approached. Wonderful, everyone I requested for is present. Naruto was caught a little off guard, when everyone present kneeled before him. Should he start getting used to this sight? With the exception of Gargantua and Vicham, all of the floor guardians have gathered before you. We serve and obey. Albedo spoke calmly. We serve and obey. The other guardians repeated after her. There was a small break in which nothing was said. Afraid they might have insulted their lord, they slowly looked up. Naruto wore a large feral grin that sent shiver down all the guardians and Seba's back. Most wonderful, truly you warm my old heart with your words. Now You're not old, my lord. You're the pinnacle of youth and beauty. Truly, please don't call yourself such. Slowly Naruto brought a single finger up to his lips, and just like that silence fell back down over the NPCs. I don't doubt the kindness of your words, but I wasn't done speaking. Please refrain from interrupting me again, otherwise I might get a little mad. Naruto's words were sweet and gentle, which only served to make them even more frightening to the guardians, and Naruto himself was a bit surprised. Where in the world did that come from? Their answer was a quick nod. Good then, Sebas. My lord? Sebas asked, standing up. You've been outside. Please tell us all about our current surroundings. Naruto asked, unsure of what to expect. Yes, my lord, we're currently surrounded in flatlands covered in grass, which spans at least a kilometer around Nazar in all directions. Sebas reported.
Grassland. No signs of monsters? Naruto questioned. No, my lord, there were signs of non-intelligent animals such as wild horses, but nothing else. Sebas answered. I see. Well then, clearly we're not in Yggdrasil anymore. No one seemed to have an idea of how this happened, I assume. Naruto asked, and everyone seemed to exchange a few looks amongst themselves. Forgive me, Lord Naruto, but it doesn't seem anyone know how or why we have been teleported to this strange land. Albedo spoke up. Very well, for the time being, we are all unaware of what this world holds for us and such. For the time being I'm going to raise the security of Nazar. We will also need a way to conceal the entrance to our tomb. Any ideas on that matter? Lord Naruto. Yes, Mare. Would it be possible for us to cover our walls with dirt and raise surrounding hills to better blend in with our surroundings? Mare spoke, pleasantly surpassing Naruto. You would smear Nazar glorious walls with dirt. Albedo interjected. Enough, Albedo. I agree with Mare. Naruto said firmly, which stopped any complaint from the succubus. Now then, due to these new circumstances, I want to bestow all of my guardians with a ring of Ainz Oal Goan. Naruto spoke and got quite a few looks shock. But those are the rings only the supreme beings wear. We aren't worthy of such an honor. Albedo spoke quickly. You think much too little of yourself. At the moment we sadly have more rings than supreme beings present in Nazar, and I believe you will all be able to more efficiently complete your duties with free teleportation around the tomb. Naruto answered. In that case, we will accept this great honor, my lord. Albedo spoke once more. With that being said, please remember that both the treasury and the 8th floor is still strictly off limits, without my permission. Naruto reminded them. A few of them looked confused, but none dared question the decision of a supreme being. Finally, I'm quite curious to hear what you all think of me, your first Shaltier, and please be honest. Naruto requested. You're the very incarnation of beauty and power and the only man in this world my heart belongs to. Naruto was a little surprised by the lack of hesitation in Shaltier words. I see, and Cocytus, the strongest being in Nazar and the only supreme being left. Mare, a very kind person. Aura, the most magnificent beast tamer in all of Nazar and my idol. Demiurge, a wise leader, who carefully plans ahead and acts on the most logical approach. Sebas, a truly merciful leader, who stayed behind with Nazar until the very end. And finally, Albedo, our most exalted master, truly the greatest among the supreme beings and my future husband. I see, thank you all for your honesty. for now return to your floors, with the exception of you Mare. I want you to begin covering up our location at once. Dismissed. With that, Naruto teleported away and the Grand Colosseum quickly disappeared in front of his eyes and was replaced with his personal bedroom on the 9th floor. Being completely alone, Naruto hunched over and grasped his face with one hand. This is reality. This is actually happening. Ha! Naruto slowly begun. Ha 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 ha. Finally, something to kill my endless boredom. A new world, magic and a new body, oh how wonderful. Naruto exclaimed to himself. For the first time in thousands of years, he felt himself getting tired and hungry again. He felt alive once more. Amphitheater. A silence had filled the place after their lord had left them. Amazing. My body is still shivering from excitement. Albedo spoke as she was the first to stand up, while everyone slowly followed suit. As expected of a supreme being, what a wonderful powerful aura he emitted. Kokitus spoke. The truth was Naruto had simply forgotten about his passive domination aura and had forgot to turn it off. Indeed I might just have to go change my underwear after that. I think it went through a bit of a crisis. Shaltier spoke while panting. There was a bit of silence after, no one really sure how to respond to that, though Albedo had an idea. You filthy bitch. Albedo fired at her. How dared this little flat vampire believe she had any chance with her darling Naruto? Huh, after being rewarded with all of that wonderful energy, anyone who doesn't get wet from something like that must have a screw loose, or could you possibly already be too old, you big-chested gorilla? Shaltier fired back. Lamprey. Whore. The other guardians simply let out a small sigh, while Sebas had already left. Well then, this looks like a lady's problem, best of luck Aura. Demiurge simply said, while everyone began leaving. Suddenly Aura was left alone, to take care of Albedo and Shaltier. Next day, Naruto's bedroom. My lord, please wake up. Naruto's crimson eyes slowly opened as someone called out to him. Seeing the maid in front of him, he recalled what has happened. He was in Nazar and this woman in front of him was clearly one of the homunculus maids, though he couldn't remember her name. Good morning. Naruto spoke while slowly sitting up in the bed and brought a hand up to begin rubbing some sleep out of his eyes. The homunculus maid couldn't help but give a small blush as she found the action rather cute. Good morning, my lord. I'm Increment. I will be attending to all your needs for today. Increment spoke. While Naruto observed her features, she had a rather stoic face. Was Whitebrim her creator? Possibly. He couldn't possibly hope to know who was created by whom. With everyone in the tomb, would it be disrespectful to ask? Standing up from the bed, another blush quickly emerged on the maid's face. Naruto followed the maid's eyes and quickly understood why. It appears I require a set of clothes. Naruto spoke. He didn't remember stripping before he fell asleep though. Had it grown bigger? No, rather his entire body had gotten larger. Well, it's to be expected. Of course, my lord. Do you have any preferences? The maid asked with a bow. Simple and loose. Nazarick first floor. Teleportation sure was weird. Compared to the game, everything in front of his eyes simply changed in an instant as Naruto appeared on the first floor, after having gotten dressed and eaten breakfast. He wanted to see the outside, but found his way blocked by the 3 demon generals that served Demiurge. Oh wow, one of them have big breasts. Naruto briefly thought before giving his head a quick bonk. What's wrong with his head? Meanwhile the demons kneeled down. Demiurge, who was in the vicinity, also noticed this. Lord Naruto, what are you doing here on the first floor? I can't be here. Of course, you can my lord, but without an armed escort. Demiurge begun but quickly found himself lacking words. Very well, then follow. I have yet to see this new world with my own eyes. Taking the last few steps outside, Naruto was met with a wave of clean air. Bright blue skies stretched out before him. He looked forward to uncovering all secrets of this new world. Fly. Naruto had already tested that all spells worked as they did in Yggdrasil, even items acted as they usually did. Quickly soaring through the air, Naruto easily kept going up till he breached the skies. It's a vast world, Naruto muttered. Indeed, Naruto-sama, if you desire, Nazarick will focus all of it might conquering it for you. Demiurge offered. Naruto gave him a small look. It's been quite a while since he's seen Demiurge in his demon form. Conquering the world. I've spent so much time being a hero, maybe I should try being a villain. nor do I even have the ability to commit evil. Naruto was in deep thought. I do wish to spread the name of Nazar to every corner of this world. Perhaps the best way to do so will be to conquer it. It might even be amusing. Naruto responded to Demiurge in a low tone, though the demon heard his words loud and clear. By the way, remind me to thank Mare, he's done an excellent job. Naruto noted as he observed the many dummy hills that had been enacted around Nazar to conceal its location. There's no need to thank us, my lord. Serving and fulfilling your orders are the greatest honor for all guardians. Of course. By the way, has anything been discovered yet? Naruto questioned, hoping for something exciting. Didn't you receive the report this morning? A small village has been discovered roughly 30 kilometers from Nazar. Instantly Naruto's fox ears stood straight up. In truth, Naruto skimmed the papers. It all just looked like useless information about materials and numbers of denizens on each floor. The page must have gone missing. Naruto lied sheepishly. A small human settlement was discovered, though no further reconnaissance has been done. You seem pleased by the news. Demiurge spoke. What makes you say that? Naruto asked, while his 9 tails were wagging behind him. Naruto's bedroom. Naruto had quickly retreated back to his room to get the mirror of remote viewing, a somewhat useless item in Yggdrasil, but now it seems quite useful. There was just one problem. Naruto had no idea how to use it. The homunculus-made increment was simply staring at Naruto from the corner of the room, and Naruto could feel his embarrassment rising. Everyone in Nazar thinks I'm some kind of god. Please don't watch while I'm trying to figure out this piece of shit mirror. Naruto screamed in his head. Naruto kept trying different things, until finally. Oh, so it's like that, okay. Naruto spoke, finally getting the hang of it. Clap, clap, clap. Well done, my lord. I knew you would get the hang of it in no time. The maid spoke, and while Naruto knew she was sincere, her tone almost made Naruto think otherwise. The village. Oh, they are having a party. Oh, no, that's not a party. That man just got his head cut off. Once more Naruto felt himself feel a little conflicted by his own feeling. As he watched her slaughter unfold, he found the scene rather amusing. Still, there could be useful information to be had in this village. It would be a shame to let it get destroyed just like this. Increment. My lord. Inform Albedo to meet me at the village and be ready for battle. Also, she's not to bring Ginungaga along with her. Naruto spoke. At once, my lord. Gate. The most powerful teleportation spell in all of Yggdrasil, capable of transporting entire armies if its caster had mana enough. Karne village. Armed soldiers who wore the armor of the Baharuth Empire stormed through the small village, slaughtering indiscriminately. Enri Emmett was running away from her small village, while holding her little sister's hand tightly. Both her father and mother were already dead. The last thing they did was to yell for her to run, and that's what she did, yet the armored knights were still following them at a fast pace. When her little sister tripped, Enri could only watch in pure horror as the men attacked her, and the only option she could think of to save her was to jump in and receive the attack herself, and she did so without any hesitation. Cold hard metal cut through her flesh, warm tears welled in the bottom of her eyes, while she let out a yelp of pain. She felt the open wound start burning and leak hot blood, while her frightened little sister buried her head into her waist. At the very least, she wanted her little sister to escape, but her mind couldn't think of anything to help her in that regard, and so she awaited the next swing, though it never came. What's that? Slowly Enri raised her head to see her pursuers staring dumbfounded at something behind her. Turning her head around, she saw what she could only describe as a mix of swirling wild colors in front of her. Slowly a figure emerged out from the unknown mass of energy. Standing at a height just short of 2 meters, the first things she noticed was the lean, but powerful build and the loose clothing her wore. His face held 3 whiskers on each cheek. His long spiky red hair ran down past his shoulder and his eyes were blood red, making Enri believe she was seeing a demon, and then her mind went blank. Naruto looked at the scene in front of him, with a passive face. The soldiers stared at him with a blank expression hidden behind their armor. Naruto, noticing the lack of movement from all parties for the first time, became aware of his passive aura. Though it was only meant to mind control humans and monsters that were level 40 or below, this already told him that these humans were weak. Having turned off his aura, he noticed the lights returning to their eyes. Demon. One of the armored soldiers yelled, taking a step back. Could he have sensed the difference in strength? Naruto stood in front of him unarmed, while the man who backed off held a sword, or perhaps the soldier was merely confused by the current situation and that's why he was backing off. Slowly Naruto lifted his left hand. Chain lightning. A blue flash filled the clearing for all but a second. The first soldier didn't get to make a single sound as the lightning hit him, killing him in an instant. The lightning moved on to the next target, both soldier falling to the ground dead, like puppets whose strings had been cut. Woe so easily with a mere third-tier spell, how pathetic. Summoning. Fox Sisters. 2 large fires appeared in front of Naruto. The fires kept growing till 2 large golden foxes appeared from the flames, both sprouting 5 tails each, dwarfing Naruto with their size, both being twice as tall as Naruto. Head for the village. Kill anyone who's wearing armor similar to this one, no spare 3 of them. But don't allow them to escape. Naruto instructed as he pointed at the corpse on the ground, and with that both large golden foxes turned around and began running into the village. Both foxes were around 30 in level but had flame spells in their arsenal that were comparable to monsters in level 40. In short, Naruto believed those 2 foxes were more than enough for a few more soldiers of the caliber he just faced. Enri, who was in severe pain, still hadn't comprehended what she had just witnessed, but she believed right now her best chance of survival would be not to get his attention. Big sis. Nemu spoke beneath her and Enri clenched her little sister tighter. Apparently the man or whatever he was heard her, as she noticed his crimson slit eyes looking down upon her right now. Forgive me my lateness, my lord, the preparation took a bit of time. Albedo spoke, appearing from the gate, wearing a full set of armor. Not at all, Albedo, your timing is perfect. I plan on saving this village and have it indebted to me. Naruto spoke plainly. Albedo gave a quick nod as letting Naruto know she understood. Then what about these 2? Albedo asked. Enri had briefly gotten her hopes up a little. The man or demon was going to save the village, even if it was to make them indebted. Yet under this armored woman's gaze, Enri tried making herself as small as possible. Naruto lifted his left hand and pointed it towards Enri, believing she was about to meet the same fate as the dead soldiers. She clenched her little sister tightly, tears spilling from her eyes. Heal. Enri felt herself being enveloped in a warm light. It was nothing short of bliss, and just like it washed over her, it was gone. There, that should take care of your wound. Naruto spoke, while Enri reached around to feel for the wound, but found nothing, not even a scratch. It's gone, thank you so much. Enri spoke while doing her best to bow respectfully, while her little sister still had a strong grip on her. For the first time the girl turned to allow Naruto a better look at her appearance. Blonde hair tied into a braid, tan skin from working regularly in the sun, a good physique and a nice pair of breasts. Naruto's vision remained on her bust for a few seconds, though no one seemed to notice. I wonder what kind of expression she would make if I ripped her clothes off and raped her right here. Though the young one might be annoying, maybe I should just kill the little one now. Naruto blinked once, then once more. Again with those dark thoughts, they had become more regular. Could this be linked to his karma rating being a -500? Naruto's avatar was set to be as evil could be. Could that be what's affecting his thoughts? The 2 of you should stay here, until I clear the village out. Barrier. This should be enough. I will also let you have these. If needed you can use it to summon an army of goblins. Naruto spoke as he threw 2 small horns at the girl's feet. My lord. To grant an item to a lowly human. Albedo spoke, clearly finding the idea of spending Nazar's treasure on lower life forms. It's fine, Albedo, don't doubt me. Naruto simply responded and got a quick bow from the guardian overseer. Honestly, those horns were the consolation prize in one of the gacha machines in Yggdrasil. With how much money all of the guild used on those gacha machines, hoping to hit that 0.03% jackpot, he assumed there to be at least another 1,000 of those horns in the treasury. It was a little more than trash in Naruto's eyes. With that, Naruto and Albedo began heading into the village. Please tell me your name. Enri yelled as she couldn't just allow her saviors to leave without learning it. Naruto turned his head and without hesitation. It's Naruto. Meanwhile in Carne village center. No. A soldier yelled as one of the large golden foxes swung its paw at him, its large claws cutting through his metal armor like butter. It was nothing but a one-sided massacre. No one had any idea where these foxes had come from, as they had suddenly run into the city and had begun viciously attacking the soldiers, crushing them beneath their weight, ripping them apart with their claws or even biting off their limbs. Perhaps the worst part was that it seemed like the foxes were simply playing with them. Clearly, they weren't hungry, for whenever they would take a bit out of them, they would spit it back out again. The soldiers were nothing but toys to torture for the foxes. Their swords couldn't even penetrate their golden fur. This can't be. I'm not supposed to die in some shithole village like this. One of the distraught soldiers began an outburst. My family is nobility. If you protect me, I can pay you all I can. Aiiiee. The man screeched. When two golden tails had wrapped around both his legs, the man quickly finding himself being turned upside down. No, please. Protect me. I will pay you 300, number 500 gold pieces each. Iauaghh. The man began screaming in pure agony as the tail around each legs began pulling him apart, his lower body half splitting open with a sickening quench. Blood and organs began spilling, while the soldiers release a blood-curdling scream. When the fox was done, the man had been split into two perfect halves. As if bored, the fox decided to throw both halves of the man at her sister fox in a teasing, playfully manner. The other fox got annoyed at its sister's action, decided to tackle her to the ground, the two foxes beginning a playful scuffle, reminding the few frightened soldiers once more that they were nothing but playthings for them. Clap, clap. The sound of two large hand claps filled the village, and everyone turned their attention towards the kitsune and the black-armored knight beside him. That's enough, girls, Naruto called out in a sweet tone, both foxes quickly disengaging from their playful scuffle and ran over to Naruto. Slowly the two foxes were bathed in a golden light, slowly transforming, and in their stead stood two young girls with matching appearances, both wearing a simple red yukata. Their hair was bob-cut and golden, and from their lower back sprouted 5 small golden fox tails. Their faces were both concealed with a fox mask. Now in front of Naruto, both girls began jumping up and down excitedly. Yes, you both did a good job, Naruto said, patting both of them. Albedo made surprised envious sound. For now, you can both return, Naruto spoke, pulling both his hands away from the small girl's head, and just like that they seemingly disappeared into the wind. Now then, soldiers, please return to your masters and inform them of what has happened here today. Oh, and please tell them, if they ever try something like this in this village again, I will slaughter your entire kingdom. Leave. The soldiers were at a lack for word. They didn't know what shocked them the most. The fact that those powerful foxes had transformed into small girls asking for head pats, or the fact this new demihuman in front of them had just promised slaughter to their kingdom, with such a gentle and sweet voice, that it could almost be mistaken for honey. Still, the bits of their brain that was working had them turn around and run as fast as they could. Should I have given them my name? Naruto meekly wondered as he watched the tin cans run away as fast as they could. Turning his attention back to the villagers, Naruto began approaching, only for the people gathered to begin pulling away. I just saved them. Are they too stupid to realize when they are being saved? Naruto thought. Fear not, I've come to save you. You are why have you helped us? It was a middle-aged man who spoke up. The way the villagers had gathered around him made Naruto think this man must be in charge of the village. I was nearby when the village was attacked. While I'm happy to help, perhaps the village would be willing to compensate me for my troubles. I'm especially looking for information. Naruto answered honestly. He could understand if the villagers would be a bit untrustworthy of a man saving them without anything to gain. Clearly this world wasn't filled with virtuous heroes like Touch Me. Looks of relief began washing across the villagers' faces. Then, stranger, may I please ask for your name? The mayor asked, slowly getting up to his feet. It's Naruto. Then Naruto, would you? Lord Naruto. Albedo quickly interjected. Jeer grip around her massive axe tightened. Naruto merely held up a single hand to let Albedo know not to proceed, though a look of surprise and fright did fill the mayor's face. Of course, it was only natural for such a powerful man to be either nobility or maybe even royalty. Forgive me, Lord Naruto, I should have known. Could you please accompany me to my house? There I will do my best to answer all questions you might have. The mayor spoke. Naruto gave a small nod and began following after the mayor. Another middle-aged woman followed too. Naruto assumed she was the mayor's wife. They arrived at a small hovel. Clearly even the leader of the village wasn't rich. Albedo, Patrol the village. If you spot any more knight in armor, inform me. Naruto spoke, before he entered the small home. It will be done, my lord. Entering, Naruto took seat at the small table, giving the inside of the hovel a quick look. Naruto could quickly conclude that there wasn't much of any technology in this world. By all standards, this was a simple farming village. Lord Naruto, please once more allow us to thank you once again. The chief spoke as he and his wife gave a small bow. It's fine, I didn't do it for free. I understand, but still, if it hadn't been for you, we would all have been dead now. The chief spoke. Understood, but I shouldn't take up too much of your time. I'm sure you must have many things to attend to in the light of this attack, so let's go straight to negotiations. To begin with, just how much can your village pay me? Naruto wasn't interested in the money itself, but rather what kind of currency they used. Was it the same as Yggdrasil or something completely new? I'm uncertain how much copper and silver pieces we can scrap together, but I believe we would be able to gather something between 2,500 and 3,000 copper pieces. How am I supposed to know if that's a lot? There wasn't anything like copper coins in Yggdrasil, there were just gold coins. No, he shouldn't get annoyed by something like this. If anything, he was fortunate that the chief didn't offer him 4 sheep and a horse. I'm sorry if that isn't nowhere enough. The chief stammered out. Naruto realized his lack of an answer must have been seen as disappointment. Don't worry, it's fine. It's just that's a lot of coins. Would it be possible for something of a higher value coin? Naruto requested. I'm terribly sorry, but we don't have any gold coins in our village. Alright, so there's copper, silver and gold. Maybe the gold is the same as the one in Yggdrasil. Naruto reached down into his pocket and opened his inventory and withdrew a gold coin. I see. In that case, I have another proposition for you. I would be willing to buy food off of the village at a fair market price, of course. Could you tell me what I would be able to buy with this? Naruto said as he placed the gold coin in front of the chief and his wife, both their widening slightly in shock at the sight. This is unlike any gold coin I've ever seen. The chief spoke. The engraving is truly like a work of art. His wife agreed as she inspected the coin. One moment, Lord Naruto. The chief quickly excused himself, hurrying off into another room. The man quickly returned with a balanced scale. Measuring on the scale, it quickly became obviously that the Yggdrasil coin was twice as heavy as the gold coins from this world. Perhaps, if we could scratch the surface. The chief's wife spoke, only to get a small jab in the side by the chief. Don't be rude. Sorry, Lord Naruto, we've never quite seen anything like this. The chief spoke, handing the coin back to Naruto. So, if I had the surface scratched, then this coin should have the values of 2 gold coins, right? I believe so, though I'm no merchant, so I can't say for certain. I see. Well, I do have a few more coins like this. Could you tell me what I would be able to buy from this village for, let's say, 10 of these coins? Naruto offered, though Naruto quickly got a little confused when he saw the village chief start sweating. Forgive me, Lord Naruto, I now realize that 3,000 copper pieces might sound too cheap for someone of your status. We may be able to gather more and create more acceptable payment, but we've lost a lot of manpower in this attack. I hate to do this, but could it be possible for us pay you in installments? The chief asked, and Naruto realized that his previous offer must have sounded like Naruto was flaunting his wealth. It's fine, to be honest, I'm not interested in money, you can keep it all. Naruto said with a slight wave of his hand. A swirl of emotion went through the chief and his wife's face. In return, I would much prefer some information around the surrounding land. I would also much prefer that you both don't inform anyone about the contents of our conversation today. Naruto spoke. The man and wife exchanged a quick look between each other. We would never dare to go behind the back of our savior. Our lips are sealed. What kind of information is it that you seek? You wouldn't happen to have a map of the area, or perhaps even a world map? Of course, just a moment. The chief spoke, quickly disappearing back into the room where he got the scale from, while quickly returning with a large map. Placing it on the table, he folded it out to fill most of the table. The fuck am I looking at? Naruto recognized nothing. Thankfully, the village chief did a good job at explaining their location, along with the nearby kingdoms. From that, Naruto was also able to pinpoint Nazar's location on the map. I see. And for how long would it take to travel to Yggdrasil from here? Naruto asked as he was slowly getting the hang of this strange new world. If you're on foot it will take around 2 days, but on a horse, I believe you could make the trip in about 6 to 8 hours. The chief spoke honestly. I see, you have my thanks, this conversation has been most beneficial for me. Not at all, Lord Naruto, it's been my utmost pleasure to help you. With your forgiveness, may I be allowed one question? Sure, I don't mind. What exactly are you? Some kind of beastkin or demihuman? Maybe I should have covered up to look like a human. Before I entered the village, I can't really fault their curiosity. Naruto was playing as a kitsune, which was a yokai subclass, which in turn was a demon subclass. Yggdrasil did have over 500 playable races, despite being one of the best races in the game with a great variety of race jobs and class jobs. It was quite rare to see another kitsune player, which was most likely linked to the fact that the kitsune option was locked behind a paywall. Naruto did spend what could be considered absurd amount of money on Yggdrasil, to the point the other guild members suspected him of being a son of some rich guy. Snapping back to reality in front of him, Naruto believed it would be too annoying to explain exactly what he was. Yes, I'm a demihuman, my exact race is called kitsune. Seeing the chief face, Naruto knew the man had never heard of such a race before but accepted the answer nonetheless. Town Square. Naruto stood with Albedo by his side, while they watched the town people bury the dead. Despite their crying and sorrow, Naruto felt not a shred of empathy. Bringing back the dead would be child's play, but the villagers were already indebted to him, and he couldn't see any benefit in resurrecting the dead. Despite the sight of the bodies being moved around and put in the ground, while family stood around and mourned, what interested Naruto most was Albedo's perfume. Standing next to him, Naruto could feel the floral scent enter his nostrils. Could she be this close to him because she wanted him to smell it? Clearing his head, Naruto began wondering how he should infiltrate Yggdrasil. He did briefly consider moving his focus to the Baharuth Empire or the Southern Theocracy, but has decided to focus his attentions on the kingdom, whose borders Nazar had appeared within. Though he doubts he could waltz in there looking like this, the villagers were still giving him weird looks, and apparently a city like Yggdrasil killed off anyone who wasn't human, elf or a dwarf. When you approached their gates, seemed kinda racist though. The sun was beginning to set in the distance and the horizon was slowly turning orange. I've spent much more time than I planned, but I dare say today's has been a great success. Looks like everything I set out to do has been accomplished. Naruto spoke to Albedo. Then shall we begin moving back to Nazar? Naruto was about to answer, when a frightened villager came running through the square and up to the village chief. Naruto could see from his expression that something was wrong. Problems just keep piling up. Approaching group once more. Is something wrong? Oh Lord Naruto. Yes, truth be told, another group of armored warriors have been seen riding for our village at a great speed. Naruto could see how all the gathered villagers were staring at him, anxious to hear his response. Don't worry, I will take care of it. I will greet them along with you, though I do suggest for the other villagers to take shelter in their homes. Looks of relief washed across their faces once more. Thank you, Lord Naruto. While the villager began running back to their houses, Naruto and Albedo stayed with the village chief, witnessing the soldiers quickly approaching in the distance. They were dressed quite differently from the last attackers, another unit perhaps, or serving another nation. Seeing the chief giving him sideways glances, Naruto decided to elevate the man of his worries. Don't worry, I'm doing this free of charge. He could see the village chief tightened his knuckles and form a small bitter smile, clearly a bit ashamed of how much they were asking of Naruto. The riders begun filling up the square in front of them, with Naruto getting the majority of their looks. Truly his 9 red swinging tails did wonders in attracting attention. I'm Gazef Stranov, the warrior captain of the Resurrecting kingdom. I've been sent here to hunt down soldiers who's been burning nearby villages. The man introduced himself formally, while observing the 3 people in front of him. I'm the chief of this village. I thank you, warrior captain, but this gentleman has already taken care of those attacking soldiers. The village chief spoke, referring to Naruto. The statement caused quite a bit of stir, as Naruto could hear several of the soldiers start talking back and forth, while Gazef quickly dismounted from horse. If that is true, then you have my deepest thanks, though I do wonder what are demihuman like you doing at a village like this. Gazef spoke earnestly, The man had protected the village, and for that Gazef didn't care if the person was human or not. All he saw was someone saving innocent lives. No need for thanks. I did make a small profit saving the village. Oh, but I'm forgetting to introduce myself. My name is Naruto, a simple magic caster. The one in the armor is my companion. She isn't much a talker, so I will speak on her behalf. Naruto spoke with his gentle tone. There was a bit of silence, and Naruto wondered if he had said something wrong. Had they seen a hole in his story? Please, Naruto Dono, forgive me and my men. It's just quite rare to meet a demihuman in our country, and much less one as intelligent as yourself. Though I have heard of places far east where demihumans have created kingdoms of their own, you will forgive my rudeness. No offense taken. Naruto simply waved his worry aside. Captain Gazef. Their attention instantly turned to the new man who quickly came galloping into the village. We've been surrounded. What? A look of shock spread across Gazef's face. Surrounded? By who? The leader of the village asked. Naruto remained still with a stoic face. Well, if an enemy is closing in, then I suggest we move further into the village. It's possible to hide the gorses behind the rubble, from the houses that fell under the last attack. Naruto suggested. Agreeing to the proposal, the men quickly moved further into the village, while Naruto along with the village chief, Albedo and Gazef moved into a small nearby house, where they could see what sort of enemy was approaching them. It took a few minutes. While waiting for the approaching enemies, Naruto was able to learn more about the captain warrior. Apparently he had won a martial arts tournament in the kingdom's capital and was serving as a direct aide to King Ramposa III. There they are. Gazef spoke slowly, peeking out the window. Naruto took a few steps close to another window and peeked out and managed to see something that intrigued him quite a bit. Are those archangel flames? What are monsters from Yggdrasil doing here? Only a nation like the slain theocracy can possibly afford to send out this many magic casters. I did think it odd that people from the empire would attack our villages. Gazef realized that this must be one of the slain theocracy's famed scriptures, and for their magic caster to be able to summon angels meant that each caster was at least able to cast third-tier holy magic, for the theocracy to send out their elite soldier to this small village. They wouldn't happen to be hunting you, Naruto Dono? It was a valid question. The theocracy did attempt to kill every non-human they could on sight. I'd be surprised if they were. I've never seen any of them before. And seeing as how there's nothing in the village of value, can only mean. It seems like someone must hate you quite a bit, warrior captain. Naruto replied. Both of them realizing what their true aim was, though in Gazef's case it had been obvious for quite some time. He was only given 30 men for the job. He wasn't allowed to bring the holy sword of the kingdom. By all means, it felt like he was sent off to die. Indeed, I hate to ask this of you, but would it be possible to buy your services? Just name your price. Naruto thought it over for a few seconds. Sorry, Gazef Dono, but I must politely refuse your offer. I see, and what if decided to use my authority as warrior captain to conscript you into this fight? Naruto's didn't give an immediate answer, but Gazef could feel the annoyance radiate off the demihuman. I would highly advise against that, Gazef Dono. If you were to try and force me comply, I would have no other option but to offer a bit of resistance. It was both a warning and a threat. Truly a frightening thought. We would be dead before even getting the chance to cross blades with the men of the theocracy. Gazef had no real measure for Naruto's strength yet, but for him and the black-clad warrior to single-handedly take down over 20 soldiers and still look unaffected by the approaching forces, Gazef didn't doubt that Naruto was a truly powerful individual. I believe you think too highly of me, but at the very least I can offer you this. Naruto replied while fishing a small wooden statue out of his inventory. Gazef accepted with a look of confusion on his face. It's a good luck charm of sorts. I believe it might become useful in your coming fight. Naruto explained. I see. Thank you, Naruto Dono. I hate to ask you, but would you please keep protecting this village? Of course, I have already saved it once. It would be a waste to let them be slaughtered now. Naruto replied. The village chief and Gazef didn't completely agree with the way he stated it, but accepted his answer nonetheless. Thank you, Naruto Dono. I'm in your debt. Gazef spoke before he began leaving the small house. Gathering his men, Naruto and Albedo watched them rode off, while the magic casters surrounding the village quickly followed suit. Moving out of range for anyone to eavesdrop, Albedo asked the question that was on her mind. Are you planning to save that man too? I am. The man was an aide to the king, he will surely spread my name to the court. Through that we may even have the king in our debt. Spreading his name or the name of Nazar to all corners of the world would be a good way to see if there were any other players in this weird world. Albedo was in awe. Of course every move Naruto-sama made was a part of a great plan, truly an awe-inspiring wisdom. By the way, Albedo, what do you think of humans? Pathetic, worthless creatures. The only good thing about them is how pretty they are when splattered on the ground. She spoke vermin in her voice. That's kinda hot. Well, you're not wrong. I won't ask you to show them any kindness, but at the very least, don't show any hostility either, without my say-so. Understood, my lord. All that was left now was waiting. The soldiers could die no problem. Gazef would most likely last longer than any of his men either way. If he was as skilled as he was told, the item he had given Gazef did well in informing Naruto of his current status. Meanwhile, martial arts. Sixfold slash of light. Gazef slashed through a total of 4 angels as he ran through the battlefield. It was one large open skirmish. Gazef could do nothing but watch as his men was getting slaughtered by the summoned angels. Nigan. With a great yell, Gazef charged once more, only to see more angels descend upon him to block his path. What a pointless effort, Gazef Stranov. After we kill you, we will move on and finish massacring those villagers you tried to protect. Nigan spoke with a small, wicked smile, while an angel ran its blade through Gazef's body, forcing him to the ground. Ah, UGHN, Kukuku. Nigan's left eye twitched as he heard the downed Gazef begin chuckling. Pray tell, what do you find so amusing about a situation like this? There's a man in that village, much stronger than myself, try anything and it will be a massacre. Gazef said, his eyes still shining with defiance. Nigan's smile didn't drop. All around the battlefield the last of Gazef's soldiers were being killed off. Your bluff has no effect. Angels finish this pathetic man off. And then Gazef was gone, before the angels had a chance to kill him, and, in his stead, stood 2 new people, one clad in black armor and a demihuman. What happened? Where's Gazef? Nigan let out an angry yell at having lost their target. Naruto looked over the battlefield quickly. The strong winds blew away the smell of blood and the setting sun made it hard to see the dried blood on the grass. Greetings, gentlemen of the slain theocracy. My name is Naruto. I'm here to murder you all. Naruto could see that he had managed to get the attention of every magic caster present. Murder us, you say? You're nothing but a disgusting unclean demihuman, know your place, trash. Nigan responded, while looking at Naruto in disgust. Naruto placed a hand on Albedo's shoulder, before she even had the possibility to fly into a rage. I got this, Albedo, don't worry, they will pay for their insult. I would like to offer you all a deal, hand over your lives without resistance, and I promise you a merciful death. Naruto took a single step forward. When he had made his offer, the people of slain theocracy exchanged a few looks among each other. Was this demihuman an idiot or truly just that arrogant? Vermin. Angels, kill him. 2 angels quickly flew forward and approached Naruto at great speed, but were stopped only 3 meters before Naruto. 2 of his tails had grown in size and length and had effortlessly captured both the low-tier angels, crushing them both in an instant. Well, seeing as how the deal is now off the table, how about a new one? The first one who would be so kind as to tell me where you have learned about this magic from will receive a merciful death, while the rest of your friends will suffer. Naruto's tone remained calm and sweet even now. Don't get too kooky, all angels attack. Pathetic. Naruto waited calmly as the angels came towards him. Blazing inferno. The angels instantly lit on fire and began falling to the ground, within seconds disappearing. Impossible, Nigan muttered, watching all the angels being defeated in a second. What was this demihuman? Some creature from the Abelian Hills? No, there shouldn't be any demihumans that powerful there. Could he be royalty from the Karsana's city-state alliance? Even so, there's a man in that village, much stronger than myself, try anything and it will be a massacre. Gazef's words came back to haunt him. Is something the matter? You seem to space out. Naruto mocked with a small smile, seeing Nigan's small, panicked look. Kill him. Nigan yelled out and all the caster raised their arms pointing towards Naruto. Blindness, fireball, thorns, holy ray, open wounds, shock, fear, magic arrow, hold poison. None of the spells had any effect on Naruto, all of them being too weak to penetrate his magic defenses. I must say, you know surprisingly more spells from Yggdrasil than I had anticipated. Tell me who had taught you that magic. Naruto's tone rose slightly, while one of the caster noticed how inefficient their magic was, instead tried to fire a pebble with a slingshot. Negan saw the soldier aim the slingshot, while he doubted an attack like that would have any better effect than the magic. He did nothing to stop the man. However, nobody could have foreseen the result, as in an instant, the man's head was shattered, his brain, teeth and eyes flying out, hitting the other nearby scripture members. "Ah, he's dead," one of the men beside him yelled out. Negan was staring at the headless corpse in shock. How? They were the ones attacking, so why did one of them fall? Albedo, you should have known that kind of attack would have no effect. Please my lord, there should be a bare minimum to fighting you. To sink as low as throwing pebbles at you, I simply can't stand such a blatant show of disrespect. Ha ha ha, is that so? Thank you Albedo. Naruto would lie if he said he didn't find Albedo's overprotectiveness quite cute. Negan clenched his fists, anger swelled as he heard the lowly demihuman and the knight clad in black armor, ignoring and disrespecting them. We're humans, we're the chosen race by God. Principality observation, attack the freak. My lord, may I have this one? Albedo asked. No, I got this. Naruto insisted. Moving in close, the larger angel rose its large mace up high into the air and brought it down with a terrifying force. Thud. A small blast could be heard, as Naruto effortlessly grabbed the mace with one hand. Gimme that. Naruto pulled the mace out of the angel's hands and killed it with a quick swing of its own weapon. Stunned silence. The weapon was a part of the monster, because Naruto watched as the large mace disappeared out of his hands after he had murdered the angel. Now then, do you anything else you like to try, or are you all ready to forfeit your lives? Lord Negan. The soldiers all flocked to their leader with a look of desperation hidden beneath their masks. One hit. That's impossible. Negan spoke, his face beginning to lose its color. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of freakish nightmare, for a principality observation was an agnel that boasted a higher defense than other angels. Only a set of few selected people could hope to defeat it. Negan knew there were members of the Black Scripture that had the power to defeat it, but to his knowledge none of them should be able to do it in one hit. What the hell were they currently fighting? Looking towards the demihuman, he saw its crimson eyes staring back at him with amusement. Iaia. He let out a screech. No wait, he still possessed that thing. Don't worry men, we're going to summon the ultimate angel, to wipe out this pest. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, when he saw what Negan pulled out. A sealing crystal, so there's even items from Yggdrasil in this world too. Could there even be world items as well? If so, that would prove problematic. Come forth. Dominion authority. Naruto blinked a few times as he watched the large angel appear in the sky above. I acknowledge your strength demihuman. You will make for a fine sacrifice to an angel of the highest order. Negan yelled, but all his bravado faded away when he saw Naruto's uninterested look. Is that it? The simple question sent looks of shock and despair throughout the scripture. They were supposed to be elite soldiers, but they had been reduced to a quivering mess. If this didn't work. You're bluffing. Use it. Use Holy Smite. Don't worry, I'm not going to move. Take your time and charge up. Naruto taunted. Then it happened. A bright piercing light came falling from the sky and hit Naruto straight on. The sacred light was sure to purify and destroy an evil being it hit. Surely this would be enough kill him. Great suspense and hope filled the heart of the scripture's members, only for their hopes to be utterly destroyed. As the light began to die down, Naruto could be seen standing still, completely unfazed. His left hand was moved up to his right shoulder. You're dirtying my clothes. Naruto spoke, brushing his shoulder. But how? What are you? Negan yelled. Only beings like gods or dragon lords should have been able to withstand something of that power. Well, though I am part of a demon class, I'm not weak to holy attacks. If they wanted any hope or damaging me, frost or water type spells would yield a better result. The Kitsune being classified as a fire demon in Yggdrasil. Again. Do it again. Use Holy Smite again. Negan's brain had begun shutting down. It was the most powerful attack at his disposal. What else could he do, but to yell at it to use its attack again? He had no other ideas. Hold on, it's my turn now. Naruto spoke. While he spread his arms, the scripture had hurtled in close to their leader and was watching Naruto in pure fear, their tactic reminding Naruto of a school of fish, moving in close together in hopes the one next to them would die instead of themselves. Come forth. Ancient odd-eyed giant cobra. Quote, the members of the sunlight scripture blinked once, having never heard of that summon before, but their confusion only lasted a second before the ground began violently shaking beneath them. The ground behind Naruto exploded open as a giant snake monster emerged from the ground, its insane size, leaving the members of the sunlight scripture gaping, and it seemingly had no intention of stopping as it kept on stretching towards the sky. Maybe this is overkill, Naruto thought. As a max-rank beast tamer, Naruto had the ability to control a total of 5 divine-class monster, but through the use of cash shop items Naruto had increased that number to 10, each with stats and levels comparable to a floor guardian. Though they all lacked the intelligence to communicate, in that regard all of his summons was like Gargantua. Incapable of own thought. Like its name suggested, the ancient odd-eyed giant cobra was exactly that, a large snake with mixed eye colors, one burning a dark green, while the other eye was a copy of Naruto's. Finally finishing its ascent from the ground, its long body began stretching through the open plains, going far into its distance. It was truly a divine-class beast. A single fang in its wide-open mouth was as large as the Angel Dominion Authority, and for a person, it truly gave them the perspective ants had when looking up upon a human. I wonder if the people at Karne can see this. Naruto briefly wondered. Then again, the sun had gone down and it's getting dark, so maybe not. Attack. Naruto gave a simple command. The cobra launched at them, opening its wide maw. Not even the gods, Nigan stated. Some of the members had already passed out. Others were crying or going insane. The snake slammed its head down upon them all, the entire scripture and angel, devouring them in an instant, while it began burrowing down into the ground where it had just emerged from. This is really going to mess up the local landscape, Naruto realized as new large tunnels had been formed all around, and somewhere the ground was starting to collapse in on itself. With a clap of his hand, Naruto returned the beast back to his inventory. Maybe I should have taken some of them captive for information, meh. You think that was too much? Naruto couldn't help but ask Albedo, as they turned around and began heading away from the scene. Not at all, my lord, their pure despair and fright you installed in those lowly humans was truly exquisite. Although, I don't believe you needed to take care of these matter by yourself, my lord. Naruto felt a cold breeze blow through his red hair and hit his open chest. You think so? Well, I dare say I've learned a lot by taking care of things today, especially in regard to the strength of humans in this new world. Albedo, today's been a great success. Remove your helmet. Albedo was a bit surprised by the sudden command, but quickly did so. My lord, she spoke, awaiting his next order, only for her eyes to widen in surprise when she felt Naruto's hand on top of her head. Thank you for protecting me today, you've done a great job. He spoke, patting her. Naruto-sama, her face quickly heating up. Will you be having me right here? And that's enough of that, Naruto said, removing his hand. For now, let's return to Nazar. Gate. Rental. Naruto's office. Naruto could feel his left eye twitch as he was staring at the monuments of food that was laid across the long table, enough to feed around 20 people, Naruto realized. And you're saying all of this is for me? Naruto was looking towards Pestonia and the 5 maids behind her that had moved trolleys filled with food into his office and had decorated the table. That's correct, woof. Albedo-sama told us of your hard work and battle today. We and the head chef all believed at least this much was necessary. Naruto looked at the maids, then to the mountains of food, and then back to the maids again. While I do appreciate the gesture, there's no way I can possibly eat all of this by myself. In the future, please keep it more modest. He felt like he was looking at weird food waste crime. Understood, woof. Then we shall return in an hour to clean up, woof. Pestonia and the maids left, leaving Naruto all alone on the large office. Moving over, Naruto took a seat on one of the chairs. Throwing his head back, he observed the large chandelier above. Where do I even start? Naruto muttered to himself. If anything, he was quite excited to have a proper dinner again. His old body no longer required food, so this was actually quite exciting for Naruto. Slowly Naruto began partaking of the large feast in front of him, while filling a small cup with some sake, slowly raising it to his mouth. Naruto for the first time in hundreds of years began eating. Exclamation mark. What's this? It's fucking delicious. Naruto looked at the food once more. Surely food wasn't always this good. This had to be special in some kind of way. Naruto quickly began eating even more. Still, this was rather lonely. Two powerful knocks on the door instantly caught Naruto's attention, using a quick handkerchief to wipe the edges around his mouth, to make sure he looked as presentable as possible. Enter. Albedo quickly slipped into his office. Ah, Naruto-sama, my love. I've bought you Aura's report. Her beasts have scoured through the forest near the village you saved. We've confirmed the existence of several small goblin, ogres and troll tribes located within, along groups of lizardmen living on the other side of the forest. While some of the races were familiar, some were also new to Naruto. Moving up towards his work desk, Albedo quickly moved to his side. Good. While I would like to know more about the geographical landscape as soon as possible, it may be dangerous to overplay our hand. None of Aura's beasts were discovered during their reconnaissance. No, none of their movement was discovered by the inhabitants of the forest. Albedo confirmed. Though, I am curious, what do you plan on doing with the village you saved? The villagers are indebted to me, for now we're keeping them alive. Understood, my lord. The way she was smiling at him made Naruto wonder if he had something on his face, but her beautiful smile was quickly ruined by two new knocks on the door once more. Albedo's brow furrowed as she threw the door an annoyed look. Who would possibly come to disturb you at such a time? Everyone should be aware that you're having dinner right now and must not be disturbed. Then what are you doing here? Naruto thought with a small sweat drop. Albedo was marching towards the door with a great pace, ready to scold anyone for disturbing her alone time with Naruto. Just as she was about to reach the door, it flew open with great force, hitting Albedo straight in the face. Ah, Naruto-sama, my true and only love. Shaltier spoke, quickly skipping past Albedo who was seething with rage. Greetings, Shaltier. What brings you to my office? Why, I've come to lay my eyes upon your exquisite form. Just laying my eyes upon you bring me the greatest of joy. Oh, if you want to see my exquisite form, should I begin undressing? Would you? Albedo and Shaltier both yelled out, Albedo's earlier rage from getting smacked in the face with the door, gone in an instant. No, that was a jest, calm down. Naruto watched as both their flushed faces went from aroused to disappointed and then back to normal. Well then, perhaps if that's all, Shaltier, you should leave. Me and Naruto-sama was busy discussing our next move. Naruto couldn't see Albedo's face as she quickly came up to stand beside him, though it sounded like she was smirking. Old ladies are truly such a sad thing, clinging to whoever they can, because they passed their prime. Oh, and are you supposed to be young and ripped for picking? What you are displaying is surely impressive, but I think we all know the truth about those two friends of yours. Albedo mocking Shaltier's stuffed bra. Old hag, I'll rip your gorilla tits off. Too bad, you can't reattach them to yourself. Naruto threw a small look at the table, his food getting cold. Are you two quite done? His question seemingly flipping a switch in both of them. Yes, sorry Lord Naruto. Once more both spoke in perfect unison, the angry expressions reverting to their normal beautiful smiles, both girls carried. Naruto couldn't help but find the way they fought over his attention rather adorable. What business brings you to my room, Shaltier? I've made my preparation for my mission with Sebas and Solution. From my understanding I may be off for quite a while, and I just needed one more look at you before I left. Shaltier explained, her cheeks flushing pink as she admitted her reasoning for her visit. Naruto made a small motion with his right hand, telling Shaltier to come closer, the beautiful pale vampire quickly approaching, till she was by his side. I've confirmed that the average human in this world is pathetically weak, but there may still be individuals who can surprise us or other powerful races. I want you to keep in mind that your safety is paramount and takes priority over the mission. I would also like you to forward this message to both Sebas and Solution too. Shaltier's smile widened to the point she was grinning, her cheeks growing redder. Of course, my lord, no matter what happens I shall dedicate my entire being to return to your side as quickly as possible. That's good. Naruto spoke while leaning towards Shaltier. The vampire girl looked confused, while Naruto leaned in closer towards her. My lord. Confusion was replaced by shock, when Naruto's face got in close to Shaltier's and she felt the soft sensation of Naruto's lips on her right cheek. It was nothing more than a little peck. Huh. Albedo made a small and wicked sound behind Naruto. For good luck, do your best. Naruto spoke while pulling away. Shaltier trembled for a moment, and if Naruto could see behind him, he would see Albedo do the same. Oh, my lord, I swear I won't be long. Naruto was taken a bit by surprise, by the sheer amount of arousal in Shaltier's voice as she spoke. As she left his office it almost looked like she was skipping out. Excusing herself, she closed the door and, "Ahahaha, Naruto-sama kissed me. I've won, you foul-mouthed gorilla." Despite having left the office, her screams outside were still very much within earshot. A small sweat drop formed behind Naruto's head, while Albedo kept trembling next to him. "You want a kiss too? Yes, please." Albedo quickly moved towards him, while perking her lips. Despite her obvious attempt to catch his lips with her own, she also only got a peck on the cheek, though from her giggling that followed Naruto was quite certain she wasn't too disappointed. "Incidentally, Albedo, I wanted to ask you of your opinion." Albedo managed to quickly snap out of her happy exterior, when she heard Naruto needed her aid. "My lord, I've decided to bring one of the Pleiades with me to Yggdrasil tomorrow. I had originally wanted to bring Solution, but I also believed she was best suited for the mission with Sebas. Which of the Pleiades do you believe are best suited to infiltrate a human city?" Albedo put one hand to her chin. While she had originally objected to the idea of Naruto visiting the human city, especially without her there, his will had been absolute, and bringing one of the Pleiades with him wasn't too bad a choice for bodyguard. While Yuri Alpha and Lupus Regina Beta aren't bad choices, I believe Narbril Gamma would be best suited for infiltrating a human society. I'm happy that we've come to the same conclusion. While Lupus Regina might be able to do a good job, Naruto was a bit afraid of her careless and cherry personality, and when it came to Yuri, Naruto was still a bit on guard due to his theory on karma ratings influencing his thoughts. If he brought someone like Yuri who had a positive karma rating, that may cause conflict on too many subjects. On the other hand, Narbril was a doppelganger, able to change her form easily. She was calm and collected, and her karma rating was almost identical to Naruto's. It's only natural that two people destined to be together would think alike, but I also believe it would be advantageous to bring Negretto along with you as well. Albedo suggested. Naruto thought the idea over for a few seconds, a bit of guilt entering his heart. He had messed with one sentence of Albedo's character description, but had messed a lot more with Negretto's on the final night of Yggdrasil. Her character had tragic backstory, and since the game was ending, Naruto decided to fix that. Sure, Naruto saw it as an improvement. He had fixed her skin condition and her obsession with babies, but then again, if Tabula had messed with his own NPCs, he would be pretty pissed too. When he was done, Negretto looked almost exactly like Albedo, only without the horns and wings. No, Negretto will remain at the frozen prison. Despite what the name suggested, Negretto was instead the area guardian of the place. Albedo accepted his answer with a small nod. Then may I ask, are you sure about giving Sebas all those items from the treasury? Albedo voiced a different objection. It's fine, most of it was useless low-tier gear. Simply put, they didn't have any money. If they were to use the gold in the treasury, it would cause mass confusion as to where gold like that was from. So Naruto had given Sebas some low-level gear, based around the strength of the humans he killed. Gear enchanted with second and third tier magic shouldn't be too uncommon. Sebas and Solution's mission was to act like nobility from the Baharuth Empire, while living in the capital of the Re-Easyties Kingdom. Therefore the first part of their mission would be to travel to an imperial city and sell those items from the treasury to gain quick funds for their mission. If the empire had another current, then that was only better for their disguises. Of course, my lord. Having finished up the last of her business, Albedo left once more, leaving Naruto all alone again. A small smile spread on Naruto's face. Now he could finally finish his food. He was just about to stand from his chair, when his door opened once more and Pestonia entered along with 5 more maids. All right girls, begin clearing out, woof. Next day, Yggdrasil. Naruto had dressed up like his old form, spiky blonde hair and clear blue eyes, while wearing a simple armor. The color of the armor was mostly yellow, which some might confuse with gold, while a few black lines traveled down along its side. On his right hip were 2 katanas. Naruto was truly living up to the words Golden Warrior. It may be a bit ironic, Naruto's game avatar had been based on what he believed Kurama would have looked like as a human, while his avatar kept the name Naruto, but now he was dressed up as his old world self and was calling himself Kurama. Following closely behind him was Narberal Gamma, or just Nabe, now as she was in her disguise as an adventurer. Despite being in a disguise, her overall beautiful looks didn't change. All she needed was a wardrobe change to be able to blend in. They were currently walking towards the large gates to the city. Naruto had serious medieval vibes as he watched the large stone walls and metal gate, a few guards stationed near the gate. Approaching the gate, the 3 guards that were currently on duty stepped forward. "Hold it. Names and reason for visit." The guards were visibly on edge, maybe it was because of Naruto's armor and height. "I'm Kurama and this here is Nabe. We're travelers, who wishes to sign up with this city's Adventurers Guild." Travelers where from? Naruto wasn't sure if they were suspicious of him or if these were just a normal pair of questions. "We were both born in southern part of the slain theocracy and lived there most our lives." The map Naruto got back in Karne village was quite limited. It only showed the regions of the Re-Easitai's kingdom, the Baharuth Empire and the slain theocracy. Since Naruto knew the kingdom and the empire was on bad terms, the wisest choice would be to pass himself off as a citizen from the theocracy. The guards gave each other a few quick looks. "Very well, but since you're new I need you to pay the entry fee. It's 2 silver coins." Naruto's face didn't show any sign of emotion, but he did realize the fact that at the moment he had no coins of this world. He turned down the 3,000 copper coins Karne was willing to give him. Looking around, Naruto made sure there were no one close by. "I don't need to pay any entry fee." The guard's eyes seemingly drained and became void as Naruto spoke, while forcing them all under his domination. It was mostly used for beast taming, but seeing how weak the humans were meant it was equally effective against them. "Of course, you don't." One of the guards spoke, while the other nodded in agreement. At this point Naruto also realized the Adventurers Guild might have a fee for signing up and he would also need a place to make his home for tonight and maybe something to eat. "Hand over your coin pouches." The guards acted as if it was the most natural in the world as they all handed their coin over to Naruto. "When we've passed through you may continue your duties as usual." Naruto and Narberal continued into the city. It would take a few minutes before the guards realized their coin was gone, but none of them had any idea how it happened. Naruto and Narberal were walking through the bustling city. They discovered it was quite a bit bigger than they had initially thought. If Naruto didn't know better, he would have thought it was the capital. By sheer size of the city Naruto estimated roughly 1 million people lived here, and by seeing the clothes and cleanliness of the average person, the standard of life in this city was quite different from Karne village. Another thing that quickly became apparent to both Naruto and Narberal was the language. They could see the signs and through the shop glass what the establishment was selling or producing, but they couldn't read the written language. Still, finding the Adventurers Guild wasn't hard as it was located near the town square. Approaching the building, Naruto and Narberal walked inside without issue. The place was teeming with different kinds of people, some dressed on loose leather and metal gear, while other in more loose robes. Most people inside were gathered in groups of 4. The building itself was quite vast, being able to fit roughly 100 people on a busy day. There was a staircase leading to a second floor and a large bulletin board on the first floor, where the adventurers got their mission from. Seeing the adventurers forming lines after having picked a mission, Naruto decided to approach one of the women. Clearly they were some kind of secretary working for the guild. "Greeting, I and my companion here are new to this city and wishes to enlist as adventurers. Could you assist us?" "Certainly. Please head into the waiting room on your left. A guild representative will be with you shortly." They had only waited inside for 2 minutes, before Naruto noticed Narberal's seething rage. "Something wrong. It's unforgivable for lower life forms to make a supreme being wait like this." "It's fine, Nabe. Besides, I like spending time with you." That's all Naruto had to say for her anger to disappear. Honestly, it was a bit too easy. One single compliment and the women in Nazar would blush up a storm, like Narberal was doing right now. Naruto briefly wondered if he had the same effect on the men, like Sebas, Demiurge and Cocytus. After roughly 10 minutes of waiting, the woman they had spoken to at the desk entered the room, bringing with her a stack of paper. In the end, Naruto and Narberal were forced to sit and listen through 3 hours of rules and regulations. Some of the information was valuable enough, such as the guild rankings and how rare adamantium adventurers were. The rankings going from copper, iron, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, orichalcum, adamantium. Apparently the only 2 groups of top adventurers were Blue Rose, who operated in the capital, and Red Drop, which operated near the northern border at the moment. Still, all these ranking did make Naruto wonder how much each adventurer party varied in strength. What was the difference between copper and iron, or orichalcum and adamantium? Though by far the most intriguing news was the fact that Blue Rose worked and was friends with Princess Renner, which only confirmed what Naruto wanted to know, the fact that top-class adventurers get powerful contacts. Besides, Naruto couldn't think of any better place to gather knowledge of the world than the Royal Palace. Finishing their visit at the Adventurers Guild, they were recommended an inn to stay at, which was seemingly perfect place for beginner adventurers. But sadly, as Naruto and Narberal headed for their new destination, Naruto slowly began wondering if someone had pulled a joke on him. As they kept walking, the buildings began to deteriorate in value and the people began looking more like bandits than average citizens, and Naruto realized they were heading into the slums of the city. Finally reaching their destination, Naruto could at the very least confirm that he hadn't been tricked, as he could see the large sign on the building having a picture of a bed. Approaching the door, Naruto walked in, with Narberal on his heels. Naruto had expected the inn to be dirty, but the interior was even worse than he imagined, his eyes instantly landing on some smeared food and liquid on the floor. Despite the poor state of the building, it wasn't empty by any means, as Naruto quickly saw other copper and silver plates belonging to other adventures. Naruto once more managed to become the center of attention, the other people present eager to size him up for his worth. Quickly walking towards the counter, the man behind gave them a quick look. Copper plates. If you want a room, it will be 5 copper per night, meals cost extra. I would like a double room, forget the meals. He would rather starve than eat what's served at this kind of pigsty. Well, he could always contact Pestonia and get the maids to make something, which he could pick up later. The man at the counter snorted. You wouldn't be able to afford it, not when you're ranked copper. We've only signed up today, payment won't be a problem. 7 copper. Naruto swiftly laid the amount out on the counter, the man quickly scooping them all up in his hands. First room up to your right. Naruto gave a small nod and turned towards the staircase, but he barely managed to get a single step in before someone from the table next to the counter put his foot out, trying to. Naruto looked at the bald man, who sent a challenging look back at Naruto, his 2 friends sitting next to him with broad smiles. It was pathetic, really, the way they tried to intimidate him. Lightly pushing the man's foot aside, Naruto attempted to quickly pass through, but the man who had attempted to block his way quickly got up from his seat and moved in Naruto's way. Oi! That fucking hurt, you piece of shit! The man yelled while pushing one hand forward and placed it on Naruto's armored chest. I see. Sorry, I didn't realize iron plate adventures were so fragile. Naruto responded. In all honesty, Naruto was desperate to get away. He could feel his hostility building at a rampant speed. Oh, a comedian, huh? Well, you do have a rather cute girl behind you. How about lending her to me for a night and I might forgive you? Quote. The inn was eerie silent, and while Naruto didn't respond to the men, the slow look of pure wrath that slowly washed across his face was answer enough. In a quick motion, Naruto placed on hand on the man's shoulder, pushing him roughly. The man was forced to turn around and face away from Naruto. Naruto proceeded by grabbing both the man's wrists while raising one leg high up to the man's back. It took less than a second as Naruto used just a small amount of force to push the man's back with his leg, while he pulled back on the man's arms. The man didn't get to even yell in pain as both his arms reaching to his shoulders were ripped off. There was no longer anything holding the man back, so he fell headfirst to the floor. Ah, my arms. My fucking arms. Aghh. The man began wailing around on the floor. Naruto released both arms in his hands, letting them fall to the floor with 2 small thumps. Disgusting fucking vermin. When something as ugly as you die, it's surprisingly pleasant to look at. Walking over, Naruto reached down and grabbed the man's throat, slowly raising him into the air, the man gurgling in pain, while blood shot out from where his shoulders used to be. Wait a minute. Naruto threw a small look towards the innkeeper. While it's true he started the conflict and small fights between adventurers aren't uncommon, if you kill him, you will still be charged with murder. the innkeeper explained. Naruto gave the wailing man in hand another bored look. Disgusting piece of shit, don't ever show yourself in front of me again. Naruto said as he lightly threw the man away. At least Naruto considered it a light throw. The man hit the ceiling and landed on the other side of the inn. Let's go, Nabe. Yes, San. She quickly corrected herself as they both headed towards their room. Entering it wasn't much better than downstairs. Are you really needed to stay at a filthy place such as this? Naruto spoke, analyzing the room they had bought. Clearly, she wasn't affected by the show of violence Naruto had performed downstairs. It will do for now, Nabe. Naruto said as he sat down on the bed. He was quite surprised by the sudden act of violence downstairs, but something in him simply clicked when he had talked about borrowing Naruto. After all, she belonged to him. No, that wasn't right. Nishikienrai created Naruto, but he wasn't around anymore. Then surely all of Nazar and everything within was all his, including Naruto, his eyes suddenly locking with Naruto's own. My lord, she asked, noticing his strong gaze. It's Kurama. Of course, forgive me na Kurama-san. This is why he had wanted to bring solution, she had superior acting skills. It's fine, but just try and keep it at Kurama or Kurama-san. Anyway, do you understand our current objective? To gather fame and spread your glorious name, while hiding our real identities. Naruto was satisfied with her answer and gave a small confirmative nod. Still, I don't understand why you would bring me for such an important mission. When it comes to your safety, wouldn't someone more beautiful and gentler like Albedo-sama be a better choice? Albedo's in charge of Nazar while I'm gone. She's the only one I can entrust with that task. Naruto gave her own small nod. Of course, but, is it really necessary for you to stay here? Wouldn't it be possible for you to teleport back to Nazar and simply come back here tomorrow? I can hardly bear the thought of a supreme being such as you to sleep in such a place. Yes, it is. We can't simply come and leave as we please as while inside the city. Despite this being our private room, what if someone comes knocking knowing we should be here? I want the people of the city to be able to feel our presence. Naruto replied. Naruto was about to reply, but two quick knocks on the door stopped her. Both looked towards the door for a moment, before Naruto turned towards Naruto, her face full of awe. Please don't look at me like that, it was a fluke. Naruto, performing her duties as Naruto's guard, checked the door and making sure it wasn't someone who meant Naruto harm. What do you want, fly? That's not how you greet people at the door. Naruto quickly got up from the bed and walked over. Excuse my companion here, how may I help you? Naruto asked, quickly pushing Naruto aside. The one at the door was a young woman, with messy red hair, tan skin and a solid muscle definition. The girl looked unsure of herself, or rather she looked scared. Downstairs, that guy you threw, he spilled my potion, I would like compensation. The girl admitted, though she still looked quite unsure. Though Naruto briefly tried putting herself in her shoes, she had just seen him viciously rip the arms of a grown muscular man. It would be strange if she wasn't at least a bit on guard. Still, was a potion something important or expensive in this city? Yeah, sure thing, you can have this. Naruto reached down in his pocket and pulled a lesser healing potion out of his inventory. The woman looked a bit surprised as she saw the potion. With this we're equal, right? Oh, yeah, sure. Finishing their business, Naruto watched passively as the women walk away again, before closing the door to the room again. Should I dispose of her, na Kurama-san? Quote. No, it doesn't matter, leave her be. Naruto could feel his mental fatigue building up. The majority of humans disgusted him greatly, and Naruto was still bothered by the fact that after having flawlessly put up a great front the entire day, he became violent downstairs and snapped. What if this was going to hurt his chances as an adventurer? Would they kick him out of the guild tomorrow? Naruto began to seriously question his own ability to hide in a human society. His bloodlust kept on flaring up on him, begging him to kill something or someone. Nabe, I'm going out to inspect the neighborhood. I shall accompany you, my lord. No, you will stay and guard this place. For now we still need to be careful. Contact me immediately if someone tried to break in. I will also leave the daily call-ins to you. As Naruto left the room, Naruto released a long sigh. Her eyes that had been on guard all day relaxed. She slowly slumped to the floor, even her ponytail seemingly lost some of its energy. She was tired, Her guard had been on 120% all day. Guarding Naruto-sama was honorable work that she didn't doubt her sister envied her for having been granted, but it was also quite exhausting. Rabbit's ear. 2 large adorable rabbit ear appeared on top of Narbrel's head, the item granting her improved hearing, should anyone approach their room or attempt to eavesdrop. Making sure no one was near, Narbrel proceeded to use the message spell. A gentle and sweet voice quickly entering her head. Narbrel, is something wrong? Albedo's voice filled her head. Yes, this is the scheduled report. Good, then let's begin with the most important issue. Has Naruto-sama mentioned me today? Naruto-sama did mention you're the only one whom he can entrust with Nazar in his absence. A quick feminine giggle full of happiness quickly entered her head. Good, I've always known you're a good girl, Narbrel. This is an order. I want you to keep improving my standing with Naruto-sama. Narbrel could feel her eyebrow twitch. Was that really worth an order? But then again, maybe this was one of Albedo's plans to better serve Naruto-sama in the future. If so, then it made sense. While that flat-chest lamprey is away, I will shorten my distance with Naruto-sama and become his wife. Judging from her tone, Narbrel began wondering if Albedo was dancing. She sure did sound happy. Albedo-sama, is something wrong? Your breathing is a bit off. Oh, you've noticed. It's nothing important, I'm just spreading my scent on Naruto-sama's bed. Narbrel listened closely and realized that Albedo-sama was most likely also pleasuring herself while on Naruto-sama's bed. Albedo-sama, if you're busy, I will report back tomorrow. Narbrel suddenly felt a little uncomfortable speaking with Albedo, knowing she was touching herself on the other end. No, it's not important. Instead, tell me of your sisters. Who do they support, me or Shaltir? Narbrel slowly visualized all her sisters in her head. Myself, Yuri Oni-sama and Lupus Regina Oni-sama all support you, but I believe Solution gets along well with Shaltir and would support her as Naruto-sama's primary wife. And CZ and Intoma? I'm not sure. Intoma and Solution both enjoy eating people, so she may also support Shaltir, and as for CZ, seeing as how she favors cute things, I believe she may support Aura-sama. A sudden horrified gasp rang through Narbrel's head. Aura, of course, I can't believe I let my guard down, just because she's a child. Thank you for this information, Narbrel. Now please tell of everything that has transpired today. Narbrel felt a sense of pride swell within her as the guardian overseer praised her, and Narbrel quickly began a detailed explanation of everything that has happened today, the report going fine until Narbrel told Albedo about the fact that they were sharing a room. Narbrel, are you trying to compete with me, huh? Of course not, Albedo-sama. I'm only following Naruto-sama's orders to the best of my ability. I couldn't possibly imagine of competing with your beauty and grace, Albedo-sama. She could hear Albedo grinding her teeth. Very well, but Narbrel, should Naruto feel the urge for relief, I want you to remind him that I'm always ready to receive him. He needs only summoning me to his side. Of course, Albedo-sama, then I will end the connection here. There was a total of 41 supreme beings, who varied greatly in races and personalities. Naruto, being the only remaining of the 41, was one of the rare supreme beings in possession of a reproduction organ. If he got aroused, he could have anyone in Nazar he wanted, but Narbrel would only think it naturally for him to go to Albedo as she was the most beautiful woman in Nazar. Sadly, Narbrel didn't believe herself anywhere near beautiful or worthy enough to help relieve Naruto-sama. A few minutes after Narbrel had finished her report to Albedo, Naruto returned to the room in a good mood. It almost looked like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Next day, Adventurers Guild. Whoa, there he is, the golden armored one. Man, who cares? Instead, look at the babe next to him. Be careful with what you say. Huh, what do you mean? She's fucking hot. I've heard another adventurer made rude remarks about her last night. The guy in golden ripped the man's arms off. There's no way, you can't just. Is the man alive? Yeah, they rushed him to a temple and regrew his arms, but he's apparently mentally scarred. Holy shit, dude. Naruto was doing a good job at ignoring the many comments flying through the guild. While looking at the notice board, Narbrel stood by his side, and while she also did her best at ignoring the comments, she was a bit more visibly upset. Naruto briefly wondered about this world's language. Everyone in Nazar was speaking Japanese, and from what he understood, everyone in this world spoke it as well. But the language was different. Was the reason everyone sounded Japanese because he played Yggdrasil on a Japanese server? Seeing Naruto look at the posters with the same confused look he had, Naruto realized Naruto couldn't read it either. Still, Naruto didn't want to admit this in front of her. Everyone in Nazar treated him like some kind of god. She would surely be extremely disappointed in him if he admitted to not being able to read. The pressure of having no idea what he was looking at, combined with the murmuring of the humans around him, finally became enough as Naruto grabbed a random job request on the board and headed over to the service desk. Naruto ate behind him. "I would like to take on this request." The woman at the counter looked over the request and blinked once, then twice before looking up with a small smile. "I'm sorry, sir, but this request is for platinum adventures and above. We can manage." Multiple adventurers overhearing the conversation began fixing Naruto with hostile stares. While it wasn't unusual for people to come up to the counter and beg for a job request they weren't qualified for, Naruto coming up and claiming to be able to handle a platinum quest was a show of arrogance, annoying the other veteran adventurers. "You may be, sir, but if you're not, people can die as a result." Naruto fixed her an annoying glare. "My partner here is capable of 3-tier magic, and my combat abilities are capable of matching it." Many of the hostile stares quickly disappeared. 3-tier magic was an amazing feat. Suddenly the adventurers understood Naruto's confidence. "I understand, but still, rules are rules. I can't allow you to take on this quest." Naruto released a small sigh. "Very well, could I ask for your assistance then in choosing the hardest copper mission for us?" Naruto has considered bringing the woman under his domination to make her agree, but if anyone were to question her later on and she wouldn't be able to explain, then it would lead back to Naruto and only raise questions. "Of course, it will only be a minute." Naruto wore a bitter smile. While he was annoyed, he was stuck at the lowest adventure level. He was also quite satisfied he had managed to hide the fact he can't read. "Hey, if the two of you are looking for work, you're more than welcome to team up with us." Naruto turned his head towards the source of the voice and saw a standard group of 4 people, and then he saw their silver plates. A wave of disappointment filling Naruto. He had hoped to group up with at least a gold team. Grouping up in itself wasn't a bad idea. If he could show off his talent as an adventurer, they could spread his name far and wide, but would anyone even bother to listen to silver plates? Even say it was better than nothing. You guys have a worthwhile job." The blonde man, who looked to be the warrior and leader of the group, brought his hands up and scratched his blonde stubble. "Well, I would think so, if what you said is true, about your partner being a 3rd-tier magic caster and you having strength comparable to that. We could certainly use a hand." "Very well, we will be happy to team up with you." As Naruto agreed, they began moving upstairs, where several tables and chairs were lined up. It looked like the place where parties recruited newbies into their teams. Taking the first and closest table to the staircase, all 6 quickly took a seat, with Naruto and Naruto on one side of the table, while the other were in front of them. "Then allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Peter Mock, I'm the warrior of the group, and the leader of Swords of Darkness." Naruto didn't really like the name, but he had heard way worse. Besides, maybe the name has meaning in this world. "To my right is our ranger Lucrut Volve." "Hey." Naruto wanted to release a long sigh. The ranger Lucrut looked to be around 20 years old. He had the same blue eyes and blonde hair as the team leader had, and he was obviously infatuated with Naruto. He would have to take care of this before half the men in the city came proposing to her. "This one here is our spellcaster Ninja. It's nice to meet both of you." Naruto could tell instantly that this person was a girl, trying to dress up like a guy. No idea why though, if she had some goals she wanted to accomplish or if she just liked dressing as a guy. He also has an amazing talent. The leader spoke, while Naruto raised a single blonde eyebrow. "What's a talent?" Naruto had never heard of something like a talent in Yggdrasil. "Oh really? That's quite impressive." Naruto simply played along. They made it sound like a big deal, so Naruto rolled with it. "It's not that impressive, it's a simple talent, which allows me to learn spells twice as fast as normal people." That information already gave Naruto a good deal knowledge about talents. It was like an individual quirk. "Honestly, I think someone like Bearer has a much greater talent. He's able to use any magical item without training." While Ninja spoke, the second Naruto heard that, his immediate thoughts went to the staff of Ainz Oal Goan. Perhaps it would be best to get rid of someone like that early on. even though the staff was being safeguarded by Omega on the 8th floor. Almost as if reading Naruto's thoughts, Narbril leaned in close. That could prove dangerous. Indeed, they kept their voices low as to not be heard by the others. The leader then pointed towards the last member of their group. This person here is Dine Woodwonder, he's our druid and healer. It's an honor to work alongside you both. Of course, he's a druid who's named Woodwonder. Seeing the group were done presenting themselves, Naruto realized it was his turn. My name is Kurama, this here is Nabe, we've only just arrived in Yggdrasil yesterday, it's a pleasure working with you all, if you have any questions for us, feel free to ask. A hand quickly rose up high coming from the ranger Lucrut. I have a question, please don't rip my arms off, but exactly what kind of relationship do the two of you have? Oi Lucrut, you're being rude. The leader Peter interjected. No, it's quite all right. I've realized I didn't make the best impression last day. It's been a long journey for us to come to Yggdrasil and I've snapped, but to answer the question, we're lovers. Ah, my heart is shattered into a million pieces, what a truly cruel world. Naruto was happy that Lucrut was causing such a commotion, if not for that, they may have seen Narbril looking at him in shock. Before quickly pulling her gaze away, she had to look down and hide her blush, while trying to gain control over it. Could you inform us on the mission you're taking? Well, the first thing you should know is that this is not exactly a mission from the guild, but more like monster hunting. Peter explained. Monster hunting? Which kinds of monsters? A map was quickly rolled out across the table and Peter pointed towards a forest south of Yggdrasil and close to the border with the slain theocracy. We expect to mostly run into packs of goblins and their packs of wolves they tame, and in rare cases maybe an ogre or two. Goblins in themselves weren't that impressive, but Naruto knew they varied greatly in strength. Was the group comfortable that they wouldn't run into any strong goblins? I see. Is it possible to meet a goblin warlord or a goblin general? The members of Sword of Darkness gave Naruto a small confused look. Well, I've never heard of goblins like that before. From what I've heard, they are just standard goblins. Naruto realized he had fucked up by mentioning monster from Yggdrasil without checking if they existed in this world first, but thankfully it seemed like they passed it off as nothing. I see, but how exactly are we getting paid for this, if the guild isn't involved? We will have to bring back proof of the monsters we've killed. The city council will then pay us what they believe we deserve for our efforts, and then they will report our killings to the guild, who may rank us up, if they believe our achievements are satisfactory. Peter explained in great depth. Very well then, we look forward to traveling with you. Our group has to make a few preparations before we're ready to head off. We can be ready in an hour and then we can discuss how to share the pay then. Is that fine with you both? Naruto gave a small nod, and with that the negations were over. Naruto remained seated with Narbril, while the other group left. Nabril, are you alright? Naruto asked, noticing Narbril having remained completely still ever since Naruto revealed they were lovers. Why yes Naruto-sama, it's just to pretend to be your lover. Does it bother you? No, on the contrary, I've never been happier. Narbril looked at him with bright red cheeks and a cute smile he hadn't seen till now. She was usually always calm and composed, but the joy of pretending to be Naruto-sama's lover was too great to hold back. Naruto found himself getting lost in Narbril's gray eyes, her burning red cheeks and pink lips. He wasn't sure which part he found most attractive, but all three of them had an effect as Naruto began leaning in closer to Narbril, who looked in shock as it seemed like he was going to kiss her. Naruto-sama. She perked her own lips, fully preparing herself for his kiss, only a few inches away. Kurama-san. Naruto and Narbril quickly pulled away from each other, both with a small flustered look. What is it, Peter-san? Naruto asked as the leader of Swords of Darkness came running back up the stairs. Enfire, a bearer, is asking for you, it's a personal request. Slain theocracy. 6 figures had gathered in a small dimly lit room. All of them were wearing simple white robes, while they sat at a small table. It's impossible to think. The entirety of the sunlight scripture eradicated. This loss will take years, if not a decade, to compensate for. It's indeed hard to imagine, so many elite soldiers being wiped out. Do we know who or what's responsible? I'm afraid the details are vague. We did have a member from the Windflower scripture cast a divination spell on Nigan, but even the divination spell was blocked, or rather it lashed back towards the caster. Anti-espionage magic. Yeah, and a very powerful version of it. The man keeping an eye on Negan has died, though he was capable of delivering 2 vital pieces of information before his death. And that was demi-human, Naruto, the race and name of the one responsible. It's possible, but after what happened, we've had the Black Scripture Thousand League astrologer take a look at the field, where the sunlight scripture was last seen. The only thing she could see was tunnels. Tunnels. Yes, as if some massive beast had moved beneath the ground. Judging from the size, if these tunnels were truly made by a beast, it would be at least 2 kilometers long and 35 meters in width. A terrifying thought to think something like that could exist. Not even the biggest of dragons get close to that. Unfortunately, we don't have more information around what created these tunnels or anything about this demi-human called Naruto. Then let's focus on the current pressing matters. Without the sunlight scripture, we won't be able to send them to help out in the Draconic Kingdom this year. Hopefully the Empire's assistance will be enough. We've already got our hands full with the elves. Nazar 8th floor. Large explosions and lightning filled the vast open wilderness as 2 figures clashed and sent attack after each other. Come on sis, is this the best you can do? I'm not even having fun yet. Tisk, arrogant bitch, fine, just don't begin crying when I bury that pale face of yours in the ground. Both figures were women. One of the women had dark hair tied into a ponytail which almost extended all the way down to her ankles. She had crimson eyes, similar to her creator. She also had a lithe figure and larger than average chest. She was wearing white long-sleeved jacket, black shirt, red tie, red skirt and black tights. Must you use such crude language, little sister? If father was here, he should wash your mouth with soap. Spoke the other woman, her appearance being quite different from her younger sister. The other woman, who was the elder sister, had long free-falling light blue hair that extended down to her hips. Her eyes was an equally matching light blue. Her complexion was snow pale, and much like her sister, she had a larger than average chest. Unlike her sister choice in wardrobe though, this woman was wearing a simply dark dress, while in her right hand she held a blue spear that was crackling with electricity. Once more both women met in a close, fierce clash. This intense sparring session was all due to Naruto's settings, in which both sisters saw each other as rivals. You know, little sis, I've heard father has infiltrated a human city. Huh, if he's left Nazar, shouldn't we be there to protect him? The two of them were currently trying to push each other back, as the younger sister had thrown a punch her big sister had blocked with her spear. I very much doubt father needs any kind of protection, though he did bring a Pleiades with him. A Pleiades? Which one? The last part was yelled out in shock, as she had been distracted and didn't have time before the blast of lightning hit her in the face and sent her flying back. Fuck you, Masheni. You knew I was distracted. If you get distracted in a fight, it's your own fault, Yuri. The dominator of life. A little cruelty. Rental first night. Naruto released a small sigh, after having handed a lesser healing potion over to the woman with red hair. Nabe, I'm going out to inspect the neighborhood. I shall accompany you, my lord. No, you will stay and guard this place. For now we still need to be careful. Contact me immediately if someone tried to break in. I will also leave the daily call-ins to you. With that, Naruto left the room. Stepping into the hallway, he saw it was deserted. Heading back down the stairs, he saw multiple people were looking at him with worried eyes after his previous violent action. There was still blood on the floor, but the man he had thrown was gone along with his arms. No one spoke a single word, while Naruto strolled out of the inn and out on the streets. The sun was already setting for today, while Naruto began exploring the slums of Rental, not expecting to find anything of value, but it could never hurt to learn the surroundings of the city he was staying in. Naruto didn't have to walk for long before realizing just how hopeless this part of the city was. Drunks on every street corner. He was about to pass by a small alley when he heard a small whimper. Turning his head, he saw a small black puppy. It looked no more than 8 weeks old while it was staring up at him. A small genuine smile formed on Naruto's lips. Why, hello there, little one. What are you doing here? Naruto squatted down and quickly removed some of the armor covering his right hand, while pushing the hand forward, letting the small dog sniff it. Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit of disappointment. His first pleasant meeting with someone in Rental, and it was with a dog. Shouldn't you have a family around here somewhere? The dog didn't say anything, Instead it slowly extended its small tongue and licked Naruto's finger. Looking in towards the alley where the dog had come from, Naruto quickly saw a larger dead dog, which Naruto simply assumed was the mother, and there were no siblings in sight. Naruto felt no pity for humans, but animals were a different story entirely. "Oi asshole, quit filling the road." Naruto turned towards the voice and saw an adult man, dressed in simple filthy clothes. He had few hairs on top of his head. In his right hand was a bottle of wine. The man was clearly absurdly drunk. The dog near Naruto began walking towards the man. The dog was merely curious. Clearly the man wasn't the owner, seeing as how the puppy's mother was dead in the alley. "Filthy fucking mutt." The man kicked the dog, who released a pained yelp, while it was sent flying back into the alley where it had come from. Naruto's face didn't show any visible emotion. The man, who didn't even know his life was already forfeit, then moved up close and brushed against Naruto. "Quit filling the road, idiot." Naruto's eyes lingered on the drunk's back, before his attention moved towards the alley, where he heard the dog whimper. As soon as Naruto moved into the dark alley, his current blue eyes burned away and was replaced by fiery crimson. Noticeable veins began bulging along his throat. To call people like those vermin would be insulting to vermin. Naruto moved down towards the dog that was whimpering in pain. Heel. A small green light surrounded the puppy, who quickly got back on its feet. Its tail began wagging as it happily ran back towards Naruto. "Come here then," Naruto said as he picked the puppy up in his hands and left the alley, his eyes turning back to blue, while he began following the disgusting stench of the drunk that had passed by. He walked for a few minutes, until he reached a surprisingly average house. Naruto had his doubt that a drunk could earn money enough to live someplace like this, considering the standard of living of the average citizen in the slums. Making sure no one was watching, Naruto reached for the door handle. The door wasn't locked, and Naruto casually entered the house. Silence. A quick blue light sailed throughout the house, making sure that no sound would leave this place. Naruto could hear multiple people just a bit further inside. Dropping his disguise, his hair and eyes turned crimson. His 9 long tails sprung out, seemingly filling the hallway, but the small puppy in his arms either didn't notice or didn't seem to care about the sudden transformation as Naruto kept stroking its back. Walking inside, Naruto just got to the end of the hallway and entered the kitchen and instantly locked eyes with 4 people sitting at the table, eating dinner. Monster. Sit. The entire family remained seated, feeling Naruto's power wash over them. Naruto locked eyes with the man he had met on the street. "It's nice meeting you. My name is Naruto, what's yours?" Silence filled the room. Naruto took the time, while the man found words to observe his family. His wife had blonde hair and blue eyes, which was standard for citizens in the kingdom. She couldn't be described as pretty, but calling her ugly didn't suit either. The best description would be bland and average looking. The next was the girl. She looked around 12 years of age, blonde and blue eyes like her mother. Judging from her chest, puberty hadn't kicked in yet, but Naruto could imagine in a few years she would become quite pretty. Finally, there was the son. Dark hair and freckles, looked no older than 8 years old. "Do you know who you're fucking with? I work for a captain in the 8 Fingers and..." "Your name?" "Alan Prestire." "Good, that wasn't so hard. Now I'm not too surprised about finding a family here, but a single kid is more than enough. Oh, by the way, be silent." Naruto would prefer not having to listen to their screaming, so he decided to shut them up. As Naruto spoke, he pulled out a small scroll from his pocket, which quickly lit up in a blue flame and vanished. Message. "Naruto-sama, how can I assist you?" Naruto smiled as the high-pitched voice of the Pleiades Intoma Vasilisa Zeta filled his head. "Hello Intoma, I've got a small gift for you here. Is your big sister Lupusregina nearby?" The family looked at Naruto confused and scared as he seemingly talked out into the open air. "She is Naruto-sama, do you want me to give her a message?" "No, I'm opening a gate and want you both to join me for a bit of fun." "Alright, I'll tell her, we will be there shortly." With that, Naruto ended in connection. Gate. A dark purple mass of swirling energy filled up the kitchen while 2 beautiful maids came walking out. "Naruto-sama, oh my, that's a rather cute pet you've got there." Lupusregina spoke as soon as she saw the small animal in Naruto's arms. "Ah, yes, please hold on to her for now." Naruto handed the puppy over. Meanwhile, the family was still staring in shock and confusion. though as soon as they saw Intoma and her rather unique appearance, they had trouble taking their eyes off her. Now then Intoma, I only need one of the kids, so you can have the other one if you want. Intoma looked towards Naruto. Sadly her bug mask didn't give Naruto any idea of her emotions. Thank you, Naruto-sama, the younger they are, the tender the meat, so I would like the boy. It was quite amusing to see the family looking around at each other with scared faces, but because of Naruto's command, they couldn't utter a single word. Very well Intoma, but please take him to the hallway. I will need to speak to this man without any distractions. Okay. Intoma went over and grabbed the kid by the neck and happily began dragging him away. The young child being able to do nothing but cry in silent fright. Have fun, Lupus Regina said with a small goodbye wave aimed at the child. You may speak, Naruto spoke aiming towards the man. Where are you taking my boy? Not important. Anyway, do you even know why this is happening? Huh, what no, I've never seen any of you. What about the puppy? I believe you called it a filthy mutt and kicked it. Naruto's comment made the man's eyes widen in disbelief. You're doing this because of a fucking dog. Pretty much, also because I really wanted to. Anyway, if you have to choose, who should I kill, your wife or your daughter? Huh. The family shared quick panicked looks amongst themselves, while the mother was still trying to look towards the hallway where Intoma had taken the boy. Which one do you think he will pick? Naruto asked, turning to Lupus Regina. I'm gonna go with the daughter. He comes off as the kind of bastard that doesn't really like his kids. We'll see. Anyway, you have a minute to decide. Give me an answer then, or I just kill both. Nay, Naruto-sama, what do we do with the puppy? Well, I don't have the heart to throw it back on the street, but I don't really want it myself. Let's give it to Ora and Mare. It will be a kind of responsibility test. Splendid idea, Naruto-sama. Having made his decision, Naruto turned towards the hallway. How's it going, Intoma? The insect maid appeared out of the dark hallway and back into view, while holding a half-eaten boy's arm in her hands. Just fine, Naruto-sama. Want to taste? It's delicious. Naruto took a small step back. He didn't mind the sight in front of him, but he had no wish to partake in eating humans. No thanks, honey. Is he dead? No, he just passed out. While I began eating at the shoulder, the arm just fell off. Looks of distraught and horror washed across the family's faces, as they realized what was happening to their youngest member. You people are sick, he's just a child. Their attention snapped back towards the father of the family, the only person capable of speech among them, though from the expression on his wife's face she must be agreeing. The girl at the table was too busy crying to show any signs of anger. Well, children have a tendency to take after their parents. If he was going to grow up like you, it's for the best to get rid of him right away. Anyway, do you have an answer? Who should die? My daughter. The man threw his head down, not wishing to meet the eyes of his child he had sentenced to death. Wow, you're a terrible father. I pity the poor girl. Daddy doesn't love her. Lupus Regina added in. Implosion. The man didn't dare look up as he felt the blood hit his face. He had just sentenced his child to death, but he would still have his wife. He could still make new children. Slowly the man lifted his head towards his wife, making sure not to look towards where his daughter had been seated. Only to see the headless corpse of his wife, still sitting in the chair. Don't get it twisted. I told you to pick one. I've never said I was going to only kill that one. I was just curious as to what you were going to pick. Naruto calmly explained. Now then, I hope you've learned your lesson and won't kick any more dogs in the future. The man looked slowly up to Naruto. His eyes almost devoid of emotion as his family had been murdered in front of his eyes. You're going to let me live? Of course not. I just wanted to give you one last fake hope. Naruto placed a hand on the end of the table. Something large seemed to move around in Naruto's clothes, moving up his body, towards his shoulder and then down his arm. Slowly a large snake emerged from Naruto's sleeve and began moving across the table. Well, that takes care of that. Lupus Regina, I want you to make inquiries into who need these bodies. Make sure they're evenly distributed. The werewolf maid gave a small bow. It will be done, Naruto-sama. The snake on the table had reached the man and had curled itself around his neck and began strangling him. Though I must say, I'm quite jealous of Nabe-chan, that she gets to spend so much time with you, if you're going to have this much fun. Lupus Regina said, smiling with delight as she watched the man's panicked face as the life slowly left him. Well, this was a sidetrack. Narbril is back at the inn, likely still reporting to Albedo. Intoma peeked out of the dark hallway once more. Is the kid dead? He will be soon, Naruto-sama, although, his flesh is really tender. Can we heal him and take him back to Nazar, so I can eat him again? Well, I just wanted to punish the father, let's not overly torture the kid. Naruto responded, while Intoma hung her head slightly. Okay, she's cute. Well, I suppose healing him once doesn't matter, but that's it, and then let the kid die. Even though Intoma was wearing a bug mask, Naruto could clearly feel her energy and mood rising with his words. Yay, thank you Naruto-sama, I love you. Naruto suffered 5 points of damage to his heart. Ah, I love you too. Naruto leaned down and hugged her. He could feel her exoskeleton beneath her clothes, while Lupus Regina was surrounded by an aura of jealousy. And me, Naruto-sama, do you love me too? Naruto reached up and patted the top of Lupus Regina's head, his hand landing on top of her cap, while he can feel her wolf ears beneath. Of course, I love everyone in Nazar. Opening the gate, Naruto summoned a few low-tier shadow wolves, that begun dragging the bodies away, while Intoma quickly ran back to the hallway and reappeared with the half-eaten child. Then we will take out leave, Naruto-sama. I will make sure to hand the puppy over to Mare-sama and Ora-sama and will perform inquiries as to whom may desire these human bodies. Naruto gave a small nod, while they began leaving, Intoma being the last to enter the gate. Bye-bye, bye-bye, she's so cute. Naruto gave the empty house one last look, before he decided to head back to Narbril. He did notice killing these humans seemingly raised his mood quite a bit. Sure enough, he was only angry at the man, but he didn't feel anything when killing his entire family too. It was weird and shocking honestly how easy it was. He knew his mentality had changed, but only now he realized just how much. Next day, Adventurers Guild. Naruto and Narbril sat upstairs along with the Sword of Darkness, while listening to Enfire's job requests. While I'm happy to be asked for in person, I have to wonder why you would want someone unknown copperplate like me. The people I usually hire for these kinds of expedition recently moved to the capital, so I'm currently looking for new hire. Besides, hiring copperplates is cheap, and I've heard about what happened in the inn yesterday. Someone is getting famous. Lucrut slipped in a small comment, though not without reason. It seems so, for sad reasons though. Tell me, Enfire-san, doesn't that story bother you? Usually, most men might reconsider hiring a man who is said to have ripped another man's arms the first day he's arrived in a new city. Not really. Scuffles between adventurers are quite common. If anything, I simply thought the feat of strength was impressive. I see. While a request asking for me in name is quite the honor, would it be possible for you also to hire the Swords of Darkness? You see, we were already in an agreement to take our next job together. Of course not. It's more protection for me, it's no problem. The more people who would witness his power, the better. The only thing that annoyed him was that he had to be careful not to overdo it. It would have been a great help if he could meet an adamantium adventurer. Nazar, 9th floor. Demiurge was walking through the long halls on the 9th floor. A small smile was on his lips. Walking through these beautiful halls never failed to raise his spirits. After all, the 9th floor held some of the most important meeting locations for the Supreme Beings, as well as being the place where they lived. Even though only a single Supreme Being was left with them, joy filled his demonic heart. Passing by each room, he clearly remembered the name and appearance of the Supreme Being that once lived there. Continuing down the halls, he soon came upon the sight of 3 manservants and the assistant head butler Eclair. Ah, Lord Demiurge, a pleasure as always. The penguin Eclair offered the floor guardian a small bow. Likewise, Eclair-kun, I can see you're doing a great job taking care of these glorious halls. Of course, the more I clean, the closer the day I will rule the great tomb of Nazar. No one raised a single eyebrow at the penguin's comment. After all, his attitude had been given to him by a Supreme Being. Of course, do your best, Eclair-kun. By the way, would Albedo be present in Naruto-sama's office? Why yes, and I do believe she's giving a few of the homunculus maids a bit of trouble. At this, Demiurge raised a single eyebrow. Come on boys, let's go scrub the toilets till we can see our faces in their reflection. Eclair happily began to waddle away while the 3 manservants behind him followed closely in a slow tempo. Continuing down the hall, Demiurge soon saw the problem Eclair had talked about, as he saw two maids looking rather saddened outside of Naruto's office. Maids, what seems to be the problem? Ah, Demiurge-sama, we've come to change the sheets on Naruto-sama's bed, but Lady Albedo she won't let us. I see, allow me to go speak with her. The maids offered Demiurge a small bow, while he entered the office. The main office itself was empty. Having a good idea of where Albedo might be hiding, approaching the bedchambers he could begin hearing the sound of female snickering. Demiurge knocked a total of 3 times and then entered the bedroom. The first thing that caught his eyes was the moving sheets on Naruto-sama's bed. Albedo, he spoke in a loud and clear voice, and the moving sheets did seem to stop for a second before quickly shifting around. Albedo then moved her beautiful face out from underneath the sheets. Ah, Demiurge, what are you doing here? I could ask the same of you, Albedo. This is Naruto-sama's room. I know, and as a good wife, I will take care of his room till he returns. I do believe the maids outside are quite capable of taking care of the room in Lord Naruto's absence. Albedo snorted at that. To think, they wanted to change the sheets after all the effort I've put into marking them with my scent. Demiurge couldn't help but think of a dog marking its territory. Well, I do think I understand how you feel, but please try and keep it modest. Lord Naruto is a supreme being, surely his bed should be clean and proper for when he returns. Albedo looked a little confused. I'm not sure what you mean by modest, but I'm sure this much is fine, isn't it, Naruto-sama? Albedo sat up in bed, putting everything out on display. Demiurge didn't seem shocked or bothered the slightest, but what Albedo suddenly pulled from beneath the sheet did gain a small gasp from Demiurge. Is that what people call a body pillow? It is. Albedo confirmed, happily squeezing the body pillow she herself had made. Along the pillow was a very explicit nude Naruto. I wasn't sure of his size, since I haven't seen his nether region yet, so it's mostly based on what I could read was the average size. Not that it matters, of course, big or small, as long as it's Naruto-sama. A small silence followed. Why not simply ask the homunculus maids? It was Albedo's turn to raise a single eyebrow. Why would any of the maids know whose large Naruto-sama's penis is? From what I've heard, the maid increment have seen Naruto-sama naked. If you're in doubt of anything, why not just ask her? A look of multiple emotions spread across Albedo's face. Where is that maid? Her tone was low and shaking. No clue, but all the maids do gather in the cantina shortly, so if you head there. As soon as Demiurge had spoken, Albedo jumped out of the bed. I'm off. Please put on some clothes first. For the first time since Demiurge entered the room, Albedo noticed her nakedness. Oh, right, clothes were given to them by the supreme beings, which was the only reason any of the NPCs bothered wearing them at all. Someone like Cocytus wasn't given any clothes and was thus naked. It was completely natural. By the way, Albedo, I merely came here to inform you that I've finished my preparations for the assignment I discussed with Lord Naruto. The parchment proposal. Yes, Lord Naruto seemed very pleased with the idea. Albedo spoke as she finished dressing herself. In that case, I shall take my leave immediately. Very well. Make sure to bring back good results to Naruto-sama. With that final remark, Demiurge began leaving the room. Seeing the two homunculus maids standing outside, he smiled. Albedo should depart shortly. Please make sure to switch the sheets with haste when she does. Thank you, Demiurge-sama. Both maids bowed, while Demiurge walked away, and shortly after both maids saw a fast Albedo leaving the room while walking with great haste. The maids couldn't help but wonder where she was headed. A few miles from Rental. The sun was burning as the party of 7 people moved along the bumpy road. The 4-man team Swords of Darkness was leading in the front while Enfire was riding a cart in the middle, and Naruto and Narbril controlled the rear. Kurama-san, from this point onwards it will be possible to encounter monsters near the forest edge. Please remain vigilant. Understood. We will make sure the rear is safe. Please be at ease. It will be fine as the ranger. My senses are top-notch. If anything does approach, I will make sure to call it out. See, even Nabe-chan is so relaxed because she trusts me. Narbril turned to Naruto and began speaking in a low tone. May I kill this mosquito? Let me handle it. Narbril looked a little surprised by the response. Forgive me, a supreme being like yourself shouldn't have to. It's fine, Narbril. I've already informed everyone here we were lovers, seeing as how he keeps trying to flirt with you. I take it as quite the disrespectful act. I will deal with him, but let's wait till we've taken care of the first part of the mission, otherwise there is a chance they would want to turn around. Naruto listened with a small smile on her lips. Thank you, Naruto-sama, seeing that inferior creature die, will bring me great joy. Me too. Enfira, who was riding the carriage in the middle, was also looking towards the edge of the forest. It's unlikely we're to encounter any monsters at this point. From here on out into the outskirts of Carne village is the territory of the wise king of the forest. As soon as Enfira had spoke that Naruto could feel his inner beast tamer flare up on him, the wise king of the forest, that sounded interesting. What's that? Some kind of rare creature? Oh right, sorry Kurama-san, I forgot you're new to this region. The wise king of the forest is quite the mystery, since no one has ever gotten a good look at it before, but I've heard stories of how it's a four-legged creature with silver fur and a snake-like tail. Enfira explained. He seemed quite happy to talk about the subject. Naruto wrecked his brain trying to see if he could remember a creature from Yggdrasil like that, but nothing really came to mind, nothing noteworthy at least, maybe a silverback gorilla of sorts, but those only existed as level 20 beasts. I see, I would very much like to meet this creature. It would make for an excellent addition to my collection. The group continued, but now Naruto's interest was piqued. What other exciting creatures might exist in this world? Based around his experiences so far, it was safe to call the humans in this world weak, though it varied slightly. He was still curious about the martial arts people like Stranoff used, but were there other stronger creatures in this world? An image of Mare and Aura appeared in his head. Maybe there are even countries filled with elves. Naruto's train of thoughts were cut off when several beasts entered his detection range. Something's coming, Naruto warned the group, and everyone quickly stopped in their tracks, the adventurers in the front giving Naruto a quick look as they were unsure what Naruto had spotted. Coming from the forest, Naruto replied, seeing their looks of confusion. Lucra tried to see anything, but failed, only noticing the goblins and ogres coming out of the forest along with everyone else. Those are some serious senses you have there, Kurama-san. A bit of envy followed in Lucrut's voice. Everyone quickly took out their weapons, while Naruto kept analyzing the opponents. They looked weak. Peter-san, allow me and Nabe to handle this one, please stay back and protect Enfira-san. Naruto drew both katanas on hips. What, only the two of you? There's at least 7 ogres and over double that in goblins. It's not a problem. As Naruto began to approach, the goblin and ogres must have seen it as a challenge as they began to charge towards. A small smile formed on Naruto's face. Finally some fun. Nabe, make sure no one escapes. Naruto gave a small affirmative nod. Naruto leaned down and charged forward. Whoa, for someone wearing so much armor, he sure is fast. Peter spoke, seeing Naruto charge towards the enemy without hesitation. The first opponent Naruto met was a single goblin. It wore tattered clothes and simple leather armor, while wielding a small sword. Naruto swung his left arm in a quick motion. For everyone present it looked like a flash as Naruto's katana went through the goblin like a hot knife through butter. The goblin landed on the grass with 2 large thuds, having been cut into 2 perfect halves. Moving on, Naruto reached the first ogre. The being had arms as thick as tree trunks and effortlessly swung a club towards Naruto that was easily as big as Naruto himself, yet it failed to reach as Naruto sidestepped the swing in the last second. The ogre, seeing it missed its target, tried to raise its weapon once more but failed, its body refusing to obey as Naruto had already cut clean through its throat. The ogre just had to take a few seconds to realize it was already dead before its head fell off, with its body collapsing on top of its head like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Just like the humans he had encountered so far, these ogres and goblins were weak. As if sensing the immense difference between them, a look of shock and fear appeared on their faces. Still, they weren't sure of defeat yet, and so they didn't retreat. In that case, Naruto spoke to himself as he quickly moved on. Once more he broke into a run, charging at 2 ogres this time. Both ogres lifted their weapons to attack. Sadly for them, Naruto had already moved past them before they could even attempt an attack, their bodies falling to the ground, while they began bleeding from their bellies. The members of Swords of Darkness watched all of this unfold with shocked expressions. He's killing ogres with ease. A single swing of his sword. He could be Orichalcum. No, I think he could be adamantium. They are retreating. The goblins and ogres realized that the word outmatched couldn't even begin to describe the situation they had found themselves in. Nabe, don't let a single one escape. The Swords of Darkness heard Kurama's voice more energetic and excited than they had ever heard before. We're going to slaughter every single one. Narberl used fly to quickly block the enemy off from their escape route. She held a rather average-looking sword, but then again the sword itself wasn't supposed to be impressive. Raising her right hand she pointed her index finger and spoke. Lightning. A blue crackling light of electricity shot forth from Narberl's finger, piercing through 4 goblins. The show of powerful magic was enough to cause them to hesitate for a mere second, which was enough for Naruto to appear behind them. The battle, or rather the slaughter, took less than a minute. Amazing. Peter could only mutter in unlimited admiration and respect as he watched Kurama and Nabe slowly walking back towards the group, not a single scratch or a bead of sweat on any of them. Phew, that was fun. Are we ready to move on then? Oh, of course, but we should gather trophies first. Naruto was a little confused. What trophies? Naruto decided to take a back seat as he watched the group beginning to cut their ears off. Are those valuable? Naruto had wandered up behind Ninya and asked. No, not on their own, but we can turn them into the guild as proof of the monsters we killed, and they will pay us for what they believe it to be worth. Ninya explained, but that only left Naruto with other questions. What if someone were to make duplicates of their ears? No, that's impossible. These creatures believe third-tier magic to be amazing, but I could easily mass-produce those ears by using perfect copy, which is a 7th-tier spell. Then again, I don't want to mess up the economy, for now. I see. Naruto decided to save his list of questions for another time, besides he might end up saying or asking something that could arise suspicion. They still had a long way to Carne Village and Naruto was forced to vaguely answer a few questions about his strength, especially Peter seemed to admire the most as a fellow warrior. As the sun began to settle in the horizon, Enfire was the first to suggest preparing a camp. Nazarick Canteen. The large canteen was situated on the 9th floor in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. It was where all the guild's food items were located and where all meals were prepared and bought out. It also served as the primary gathering ground for the homunculus maids and the Pleiades that required food to survive. The homunculus maids suffered from a racial passive that required them to ingest large quantity of foods each day, and such all 41 of them met in this canteen once every day on their break. Usually during dinner time, the canteen would be filled with talk from the maids, often talking about their daily duties so far or about their idols the Pleiades and what they've been up to. Once each maid was able to happily serve a supreme being each day, but now that only Naruto-sama remained with them, all of the maids had to take turns to attend to him. So another topic was usually about how close they were to get their turn to serve Naruto-sama, but sadly he was currently away from Nazarick, so they were all waiting patiently for his return. Truly the canteen was a beautiful place for the maids, a sanctuary even, but that wasn't the case for today. Currently 40 maids sat at the long tables with their trays of food, and next to it each maid had a paper and a single pencil. Silence filled the large canteen as the final member of the maids and the only one who wasn't seated stood in the middle of the room. An embarrassed look filled her face, while she stood next to the overseer of the guardians, Albedo-sama. The only maid who wasn't seated was Increment. The reason why Albedo had gathered all the maids were simple: they were to draw. Having heard that the maid Increment had actually seen Naruto-sama naked, made Albedo round up all of the maids, and currently Increment was currently explaining in profound detail Naruto's physique while the other maids were forced to draw according to her words. And she had currently reached the part Albedo was most eager to listen about. I had hang flaccid with about 7 inches. About. Albedo quickly asked, her yellow eyes snapped down on Increment for clarification. It was a quick look. BBB, but I'm sure it was 7.3 inches while flaccid. Increment quickly spoke, noticing Albedo's murderous gaze growing harder the more she hesitated. A few maids broke into a bit of gossip while drawing. Silence. Concentrate. Albedo barked at the homunculus maids and silence quickly resumed. Once more Albedo turned to the red-face Increment. Was there foreskin? Increment could only nod, too ashamed to speak properly. The other maids did feel sorry for their colleague. They also wondered if it was all right to make paintings of Naruto-sama like this, but since it was Albedo-sama that ordered this, then sure she had permission, right? Finishing up, Albedo happily gathered all the drawings. She was going to keep all of them, but the one she favored the most she was going to use as her design for her next body pillow. Meanwhile, back at the plot with Naruto. Naruto and Narbril had just finished setting up their tent. It could be described as quite spacious for just the two of them. The location they had taken had been quite a bit off from the rest of the camp. Originally Naruto had wanted to set it up closer to the main camp, but Peter had approached him and asked if Naruto wouldn't like to move further away. The man looked a bit flustered as he had looked between Narbril and Naruto, and then Naruto realized that Peter had probably wanted some place for his own team to talk in private. Naruto-sama, you shouldn't be forced to things like this. Naruto looked up and saw Narbril's annoyed expression. Setting up camp. Matters such as these should be taken care of by the week. Even with how much we held back they were impressed. It's pathetic. Well, you're not wrong, but still, at least until I reach adamantium, I don't want to be seen as arrogant. For now we can use them, so at least let us pretend to be friendly. Narbril gave a small nod. Naruto decided to leave out the fact that it's been a long time since he last camped outside and had quite missed it, so he was quite happy with setting up a tent. Still, Narbril were having obvious trouble hiding her hostility. Naruto didn't like any one of them any more than Narbril did, but at least he could hide it, to some extent. Maybe he should have made Narbril take some acting lessons before they took off. Kurama-san, the dinner is ready. Coming. Naruto yelled back to Peter's voice he heard from the camp. Walking the short distance back to the camp, Naruto and Narbril both found a bowl of stew and 2 places opened up for them. Taking their places, Naruto looked to the orange horizon. In just a few more minutes the sky would turn completely black and display the night's stars. Thanks for your hard work. Naruto spoke as he sat down with Narbril and took the bowl. No, by all means we should thank you. I still can't believe it today, you're amazing truly. Peter spoke. While Dine and Ninya nodded, Lucrut looked quite sullen but gave his own small nod. Think nothing of it. Me and Nabe has been fighting together for many years, both against stronger and weaker foes than those. Naruto lied as naturally as he breathed. You could probably best Gazef Stranov in a fight. I wouldn't know, never met the man. Do the two of you have a team name? No, we've never needed one, though we might now. What do you think, Nabe? I will be fine with whatever you like, Kurama. Naruto could tell she was struggling not to add Sama at the end. Well, I will think about it. How about you guys? Why choose Swords of Darkness as a team name? The group all threw their youngest member a quick look, who quickly began blushing quite a bit. Don't look at me like that, I was young and stupid. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, I think it was a wonderful idea. The Swords of Darkness were 4 blades that belonged to a member of the 13 heroes. The member, simply called Dark Knight, wielded 4 different blades. There was the demonic blade Kilinirum, which could emit dark energy, the blade of Rot, Crocdabble, which inflicted wounds that would not heal, the fatal blade Sphes, which could kill with the merest scratch, as well as the evil blade Humulus, whose powers are unknown. Peter looked like a happy child as he explained. Quote. Wait a damn minute, all of those abilities, isn't that just a cursed knight? Naruto's mind wandered to Shaltir, who indeed possessed all of those abilities, as she too had points in the cursed knight class. In that case, could it be that the swords themselves aren't special but just the wielder was? Then again, this was proof that there were other people from Yggdrasil in this world, or at least had been in the past. He would have to read up more on these 13 heroes. Our ultimate goal is to collect all 4 of those blades. Naruto was about to reply, but the usual silent Enfire beat him to it. That may be difficult. I've heard that one of those swords are being used by the leader of Blue Rose. He got a few shocked looks from the group, who seemed quite disheartened by his words. Damn, then we won't be able to distribute them evenly among us. Naruto let out a small smirk at that statement. He still planned on killing one of them, so he would help them in that regard at least. Naruto finished the last bits of the stew. He couldn't say it tasted bad, but it tasted rather bland. Then again, ever since he came to this world, the chefs in Nazar had served the best food he had ever tasted in his many thousands-year-long life. Then how are we going to decide who will be on lookout duty? About that, Kurama-san, please allow me and my team to handle that for tonight. To be honest, we feel a bit indebted after how you handled all those ogres and goblins without us. I see. Well then, consider us even. We will retreat to our tent then. Naruto and Narbril both left, leaving the Swords of Darkness alone with Enphyra. Quote. Quote. Think they are going to do it? Honestly, Lucrut, do you have to be so crass about it? Oh, come on, aren't you guys just a little bit jealous? He's handsome, incredibly powerful, and his lover is without a doubt the most beautiful woman in Yggdrasil. The other members of the party couldn't deny Lucrut's words. Of course, we're all jealous, but there is nothing we can do about it. He's stronger than us, that's just a fact. Being bitter about it isn't going to solve anything. Peter spoke, trying to be reasonable, while Enphyra threw a look towards the way Naruto and Narbril had left. You think Kurama-san is popular with women? Enphyra's question got him multiple raised eyebrows. Of course, he has already good-looking women are attracted to powerful men, that's just a fact of life. Dine the Druid spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. It's just that there is this girl Incarne, I don't want her to fall in love with Kurama-san. Oh, well, you shouldn't have to worry too much, even if she does, Kurama-san would turn her down as he already got Nabe-san with him. Even though the answer was supposed to calm Enphyra, he couldn't shake off this bad feeling he had. Further away from the camp, Naruto and Narbril entered their tent. Naruto dropped his disguise, his blonde hair and blue eyes turning back to their crimson form, his whiskers formed on his cheeks, his nail grew sharp, and his 9 tails sprouted out. Naruto managed to catch a small smile on Narbril's lips as he changed back to this form. Clearly she preferred it when he looked like this. Perhaps this is a good chance to try out a small experiment. Naruto was still quite curious about this new body he had now. For the first time in thousands of years he felt alive, and so he wanted to try a few things out. Narbril. Yes, Naruto-sama. There wasn't even a second's hesitation in her reply. I've got a question for you, and I order you to reply in complete honesty. Understood. Can I give you an order that would make you think less of me? A look of confusion spread on her beautiful face. No, of course not, Naruto-sama. Whatever you may require, be it even my death, I know everyone in Nazar would happily sacrifice themselves for you. We live only to do as you decree. The way she talked made it sound as if it was supposed to be obvious. I see. Then if I asked you for something, how to put it, sexual in nature, you wouldn't mind? Naruto once more saw a brief look of confusion, only for it to be replaced by a pure look of joy, which surprised him. He didn't even know Narbril could look that happy. I shall do my utmost to please you, Naruto-sama, but I must admit to be inexperienced in the field. Narbril had promised to contact Albedo in case a situation like this should arise, but how could she? For Naruto to ask her for something like this, she never believed her beautiful or worthy enough, but now Naruto-sama was actually asking for only her. It's fine, you can start by stripping down. Yes, Naruto-sama. Narbril stood up, the tent they had bought being more than spacious enough. Naruto watched as they undid the clasp on her cape and it fell to the ground. While watching her slowly strip down, Naruto was struck by a weird sensation. It was the same one as when Albedo or Shaltir had tried to make a move on him. It felt like butterflies in his stomach, or form of nervosity, which shouldn't be there. Naruto wasn't inexperienced in this field. He knew he have had sex before and had even been married at some point in the past, but like his thoughts and actions were being guided by his new race, could his mind also be telling him that in his current body, he was actually a virgin? More of Narbril's clothes hit the ground, revealing her beautiful snow-white skin. There wasn't a single flaw. Naruto felt himself swallow his breath as she only stood in her black underwear now. Just like Naruto, she looked both excited and nervous as she reached behind her back and undid her black bra, revealing her medium-sized chest, with a beautifully colored pink areola and 2 small pink nipples. Her tits were only a little larger than a pair of apples, but still they suited Narbril's form perfectly. Naruto could feel his own cock beginning to rise and push out against his loose pants. Narbril, seeing the clear reaction she was getting, brought another happy smile to her lips while she reached down and pulled down the last piece of fabric. Naruto felt himself at a loss for words while observing her naked beauty. He simply admired for a few seconds before his next command managed to leave his throat. Come closer and get down on my level. Naruto had been sitting while watching Narbril strip. She approached with quick steps and went down on her own knees, so both were at same height. Reaching forward, Naruto grabbed one of Narbril's breasts. A powerful shudder went through the battle maid. Naruto waited for a small second till she relaxed. Feeling her calm down, Naruto carefully proceeded as his hand slowly squeezed her breast. It was surprisingly firm to the touch, his fingers barely managing to sink into the breast. On. A lewd moan fell from Narbril's lips as his thumb brushed up against her nipple. He could feel how excited Narbril was from the sheer hardness of the small nub. Seeing the burning blush on Narbril's cheeks, Naruto couldn't help but move his other hand up to touch her other breast. Her reaction to his touch sent shivers down his own back. To think she would react this powerfully from just having her breasts played with. Narbril's breath grew hotter and harder, and another small moan flew out. Each moan and each reaction she gave Naruto only made him want more. Carefully Naruto's fingers moved down to the pink nipples, and with both his thumbs and index fingers he gave them both a small pinch. The reaction was instantaneous. Og. Iaa. Narbril's back ached forward, and a powerful shock moved through her body. The reaction was so strong Naruto moved away, believing he might have hurt her, but then he realized what was really happening. She's coming. It took a few seconds before she came back down from her high. When her eyes finally met with Naruto's again, they were hazed a small happy smile on her face. Ah. Naruto-sama. The way she spoke sent Naruto over the edge. He had only been meaning to experiment a bit to learn why his body was reacting as powerfully as it was to this sort of thing, but now he wanted more. Standing up he began stripping just as Narbril had. There wasn't much to take off though, as in his true form he was wearing a simply black yukata with equally black hakama pants and a simple underwear underneath, so it took him less than a few seconds to get it all off, till he was just as naked as Narbril. Narbril's eyes returned with a bit of clarity as she gazed upon Naruto's naked form, his cock already standing powerfully fully erect. Naruto waited as it looked like she was about to speak, but in the end, the only reaction from Narbril was a small nosebleed. Narbril, I want you to use your mouth. Oh, of course, for what? Quote, quote, are you serious? Fuck it. Instead of explaining, Naruto took a large step forward. He planted his left hand on the back of Narbril's head, her black hair falling in between his fingers, while his right hand guided his cock near Narbril's lips, his purple cockhead kissing her. Narbril understood her assignment and opened her mouth wide, and Naruto didn't waste a second as he pushed her head forward, her warm and wet mouth engulfing his glands. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, the pleasure being far greater than what he had expected. Narbril's small tongue glided across the backside of his cockhead, while her lips were stretched out and touched just down past his glands. Ah, this fucking great. Naruto let out a small pleasure-filled sigh and Narbril began suckling even harder, hearing that she was actually managing to give Naruto-sama pleasure. Naruto reached down and grabbed Narbril's still hands and brought them up to his shaft. Stroke it and move your head more back and forth. She instantly complied as Naruto felt her lips move back away from his cock, her lips sliding down across his crown before she quickly moved back in. The tip of his cock hit against the entrance to her throat, getting a small quick gag from the doppelganger. Slowly Narbril got the hang of it and Naruto was able to lean back and look at the beautiful sight. He didn't remember getting a blowjob had ever felt this good before. Then again, it was a long time ago since he last got one. He would have to make Narbril do this quite a few more times in the future to make sure. He could feel Narbril's drool begin moving down along his cock and her small stroking hands eagerly spread it all out across his cock. Honestly, she looked to be struggling quite a bit. She couldn't wrap her hands around his cock and her lips only just managed to get down past his cockhead. He wondered what she would do if he ordered her to take it down her throat. He wouldn't do that though. There was a chance she would hurt herself if she recklessly hammered her head down on his cock. Slurp. UGHN. Slurp. AHGN. Slurp. Small, sweet sounds escaped Narbril's mouth as her cheeks sank in each time. She moved back her mouth, creating a strong vacuum around his cock. Naruto could feel a small shudder in his knees as he buckled slightly. Drool had begun falling from her chin, landing down on her chest and further down on her thighs. Fuck Narbril, you're doing so well. Naruto could feel his own cheeks heating up as the pleasure was building up. Reaching down, Naruto stopped Narbril's bobbing head and held her still while he grabbed his cock and pushed it up against the inside of her left cheek, creating a massive bulge. Tell me Narbril, do you like it? MNGH, Elu at Naruho-sawa. Narbril tried to respond, with her mouth still filled with Naruto's cock. Happy with the answer, Naruto planted one hand on the back of her head again and urged her to keep sucking him off. He managed to hold back for another few minutes until he could feel himself drawing close to his own climax. Looking down, he saw Narbral's face was as red as his own crimson hair. Narbral, fuck, I'm going to come. She showed no signs of stopping, still moving her head eagerly back and forth. Narbral, I'm coming. With a final strong grunt, Naruto's cock erupted. UMNPH. Narbral could only make a small, shocked sound as her mouth quickly filled up with Naruto's warm thick cum. Despite the excessive amount, she refused to move back, keeping her lips firmly sealed around his cockhead. Naruto could see her throat swallowing a good portion, but Naruto didn't stop shooting, and despite Narbral's best effort to swallow it all, it ended up becoming too much as it began leaking from the corners of her mouth and even out of nostrils. Naruto was shocked himself by the sheer amount of cum he was shooting, and each rope of cum he shot into Narbral's mouth felt like pure bliss. It was an unstoppable onslaught that lasted for over an entire minute before Naruto finally stopped, leaving quite a mess. Narbral had done a great job swallowing most of it, but she also had a good amount on her chin, her chest, her belly and her thighs. Naruto wasn't sure what to expect from Narbral, but he wasn't ready for the fact that she simply resumed sucking him off as if nothing had happened. And then he realized that he had simply told Narbral to use her mouth. She didn't understand when to stop, she was only going to when Naruto himself commanded her to. And while a second blowjob did sound exciting, Naruto currently had his eyes on another mouth, which was currently dripping with excitement. Reaching down, Naruto planted his right hand on Narbral's head and pushed her back. Maybe he should have given her more room to breathe, he realized as Narbral was gasping as he finally pulled her away from his cock. He didn't say anything, he simply pushed her down on her back and moved in between her legs. Narbral, I'm going to put it in. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Naruto moved in closer, the tip of his cock kissed against her drenched folds. She may have come a second time while sucking his cock, or possibly even more than that. To say Narbral was drenched would be a major understatement. Despite his great size, as soon as he applied a bit of pressure he managed to slip easily enough inside, he crowned quickly, pushing Narbral's folds aside. A small, surprised gasp escaped her mouth, while Naruto kept on moving deeper into. Naruto's gaze was focused on where the two of them were connected. Inch after inch his cock disappeared in between Narbral's folds. Seeing a small strand of blood flowing down along his cock, he knew he should stop and ask Narbral if she was okay. He knew he should do that, but he couldn't. Instead he grabbed her by the waist and began thrusting in a small pace. They had barely begun, but the pleasure Narbral had been through had already overstimulated her senses. Simply by Naruto penetrating her with his full 11 inches, made her eyes roll back. She wasn't out of the fight yet, but she didn't have any strength left in her. All she could do was to lay still and moan. Fuck Narbral. Naruto grunted. He couldn't believe how he had ever lived like this before. What exactly had he been missing out on? No sex was never this good before. Was it the body, the world, or Narbral, or all three that made this feel so fucking amazing? He wanted, needed more desperately. As Naruto thrusted harder, Narbral's cries of pleasure grew. Naruto's mind briefly flashed through every woman in Nazar. He could have every one of them, every single one belonged to him and him alone. Arg. Narbral. Meanwhile at the main camp. Fuck. Peter was the lookout right now. He was supposed to watch out for enemy attack that could come from many directions, yet his face often moved towards the sound of the loud pleasure-filled screams. He had expected this to happen, which is why he asked Kurama-san to move his tent further away from the main camp. Still, had he known just how loud Narbral was, he would have suggested they moved it further away. Ninya was laying in her tent with a burning blush across her face as she too heard Narbral's pleasure-filled cries and moans. Lucrut was laying in his own tent with a scowl on his face, his bitterness growing with each moan he heard. To say he was in love with Nabe would be to put it lightly, and now he had to listen to her being completely destroyed. Kurama. Nabe usually looked refined and elegant and very, very silent. It was heard imaging her screaming like this, and he wondered what kind of face she was making while making these sounds. At the very least, Dine had managed to fall asleep using a simple druid spell to cut off his own hearing at the moment. Back with Naruto, he had turned Narbral around to lay on her stomach, while he had raised her ass up and was currently pounding into her from behind. his hips meeting against her ass with a loud slap followed with Naruto's lewd cry. Fuck, 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 arg. Naruto groaned knowing he was getting close again. Pulling away, Naruto's cock left her cunt with a wet pop. Standing up, he hovered above Naruto's downed form and felt his climax approach. His cum flew out and landed across her back, on her ass and her hair. At this point Naruto was completely spent. She was about to pass out, she realized, and then she heard Naruto's voice. I'm not done with you yet. As his loyal servant, Naruto was fine with Naruto using her body even after she was passed out. Instead she had something else on her mind that troubled her far more. I can't let Albedo-sama know about this. Those were her last thoughts as Naruto thrusted back into and she passed out. Carne Village. Somewhere near Carne Village. Ah. Naruto back in his disguise as Kurama released a long drawn-out yawn. He may have stayed up a bit longer than he had originally intended to last night with. Naruto was walking next to him with the same emotionless face as usual. Both had used a simple cleaning spell, while Naruto also had to use a lesser healing spell to get rid of the limp she had this morning. The two of them would occasionally get a few sideway glances from the rest of the party they were traveling with, and Naruto knew he may have gone a bit overboard. Unlike Naruto though, Naruto had a small proud smirk on her face each time they glanced in her direction. She took great pride in the fact that Naruto had made love to her. We should be able to see Carne Village soon, Enfire announced to the group. Except the one fight they had yesterday, the journey had been rather uneventful, but at the very least Naruto had to admit this kind of slow travel across the green and open scenery was quite nice. If he had arrived in this world without Nazar, he would probably be traveling like this every day, or maybe he would be soaring through the skies with his dragons. The lack of technology and pollution made this world vastly more beautiful than his old one. Slowly a tiny speck appeared in the horizon. The small outline of Carne Village began entering their view, but both Enfire and Naruto noticed a quite obvious change about the small village. A small spike wall had been raised up around the village. They had improved their defenses since last he was here. Were they afraid of further attacks? That's new. Enfire decided to spread the information with the rest of the group. Looks like a normal defensive fence to me. Peter added in. He understood the dangers that came with living away from the large cities, so a defensive fence seemed quite reasonable. Yeah, but the wise king of the forest should be guarding the village. They've never needed a fence before. Naruto decided to remain silent. While they were getting closer, he did notice that they were slowly being surrounded from both left and right as they got closer, but if they were defending the village, then there was no reason to fight them. Stop right there. Several goblins appeared near the village gate. One of them shot an arrow into the ground in front of Peter, a warning not to take another step. Naruto and Naruto placed a hand on the hilt of their weapons while the other party drew their weapons. More goblins, huh? Peter wasn't too worried. There were only 6 goblins in front of them. They were fighting in the middle of the day and the average goblin was both weaker and stupider than a human. Besides, with Kurama in the back, the only thing he had to worry about was Enfire's safety. A few seconds later more than 10 new goblins crawled out from the grass to both their sides, surrounding them from all sides except the rear. Now Peter was getting significantly more worried. Don't do anything stupid now. We rather not fight you guys, unless you force us to, especially that blonde in the back is giving me some serious bad vibes. Peter realized the goblin was right. With Kurama here they could probably still win. But these goblins looked quite different from the ones they had fought yesterday, more intelligent. Their speech pattern was pretty much the same as a human's. Their armor and weapons didn't look bad either. All right, we surrender. Peter simply could not see a way out of this situation without at least a few people dying. Good choice. Please wait a few moments, until the boss gets here. Naruto was sure that these are the goblins summoned by one of the horns he had given the young woman who lived here. Enfire wasn't able to hold his worry back anymore though. This boss, has he taken over the village? What has happened to everyone who used to live here? The goblins looked quite surprised and confused by the young boy's yell. Dine, who was the closest to Enfire, made a small careful gesture for the boy to calm down. Nothing. This village was recently attacked by Imperial Knights. We're here to defend it from other people who wishes to harm the village. Naruto was a bit surprised. To his knowledge they only came here to pick herbs, but the kid seemed emotionally invested in this place. It was attacked. Are everyone all right? Enfiera looked like he was about to suffer a panic attack, at least until they saw a group of goblins running from within the village, young woman running with them. Henry. The young woman looked surprised by the yell, but a large smile quickly spread on her face as she noticed her friend. Enfiera. Henry looked over all the goblins before speaking. It's all right everyone, he's my friend. With that simple statement all the tension disappeared as all the goblins lowered their weapons. Ah, friends, I see, sorry about that, we're just looking out for the village, I hope you all understand. The goblins spoke in a polite tone, which only served to confuse the adventurers further. And no, it's fine. Please let us escort you all into the village. Henry ran forward and quickly joined Enfiera up on the wagon. The two of them began their own little conversation while the rest of them slowly began moving into Carne. The city looked a little different since Naruto was here last, mostly because they've gotten rid of the debris from the ruined houses and the blood that had littered the ground had been washed away. Still, Naruto's gaze moved towards Henry, who was happily chatting with Enfiera. She didn't look bad for a human. Maybe he should have some fun with her, an experiment to see how compatible he was with humans. They moved the carriage all the way to the other side of the village till they were close to the forest. Peter looked toward Enfiera. Should we get started at once? Despite the long journey, Peter and his groups were still adventurers with a silver plate. Moving fast and getting the job done was like second nature, even if they had the opportunity for a small break now. Ah yes, well no, I would like to speak with my friend here. Will it be fine waiting a small hour? Of course, we don't mind. How about you, Kurama-san? It's fine with us as well. Seeing Enfiera and Henry leave, Naruto couldn't help but ask, since he felt he was left out of the loop. I wasn't aware Enfiera-san knew anyone in the village. Oh right, you and Nabe-san had already left last night. Apparently she's a girl Enfiera is quite in love with. You should have heard him last night. He was quite scared she was going to fall in love with you, but please don't tell him I've told you. Naruto simply glanced in the direction Enfiera and Henry had left. Naruto held back a small cruel smile. Oh, he needn't worry about that. With Enfiera and Henry. Enfiera had listened in solemn silence as Henry had told him about the day men dressed as imperial knights had come to their village, brutally murdering and destroying indiscriminately in their path. A saddened look was on Enfiera's face. I'm sorry, Henry, I'll have no words. It's okay. Enfiera noticed Henry shake a little as she retold the story, clearly still affected by the recent attack on the village. The world can be a cruel place, to lose her parents like that, but I can help. I could bring her and her little sister with me to E-Rental. We're both 15 and can get married. I could take care of her. While he may have had those thoughts, he lacked the courage to actually speak them. Besides, Enfiera knew Henry loved this village. She wouldn't want to leave, even if he made good enough money from his job as a pharmacist. It's fine, Enfiera. Besides, I still got my little sister to take care of. And the goblins have been so helpful with everything. Enfiera had completely forgotten about the small green goblins while listening to Henry's tale. Oh right, the goblins, where have they come from? They act completely different from the ones we fought on our way here. They came after I used one of the magical items Naruto, the savior of our village, gave to me. Could you tell me about this Naruto guy? I've never heard of him before. Enfiera admitted and got a small, surprised look from Henry. Really? I would have thought that if anyone knew about him it would have been you. He was amazing. Amazing. Henry nodded with a bright smile on her lips. He came out of some weird portal and easily took care of the men that had chased after me and Nemu. He then pointed a hand at me and said, "Heal." And this amazing feeling came over me. He then summoned 2 massive foxes with multiple tails that took care of all the invaders in the village. As Henry recalled the story, her eyes seemed to gleam with admiration and respect. Enfiera would never doubt Henry, but surely at least one part of that story was exaggerated. Heal was a 6th tier healing spell. Surely it must have been something like moderate cure wounds or middle cure wounds he had used instead. Well, he sounds like a summoner to call on beasts to fight alongside him, or maybe a beast tamer, though I've never heard of beasts like that before. And if he was also using healing spells, he must also have been either a priest, a druid, or a cleric. Can you tell me what he looked like? Maybe that will help me know who it is. Henry brought a single finger up to her chin as she tried to recall Naruto's features, and then a small blush appeared on her cheeks, one which Enfiera noticed, and good amount of jealousy ignited in his heart. Well, to begin with, he wasn't human. Not human. Enfiera was both surprised and relieved by those news. No chance Henry was actually going to end up falling in love with something inhuman, but quite surprised because of geographical area. There shouldn't be anything but humans for more than 100 miles. The closest thing from humans should be the undead near Cat's Plains or a dwarf from the mountains. Henry shook her head. He was very tall, like the blonde adventurer you came with. Enfiera nodded. Kurama-san was indeed very tall, with most men only reaching up past his shoulders, and when Nabe walked next to him, she didn't even manage to reach up to his shoulders. It almost looked comical. He also had red hair, like burning red or maybe crimson. His eyes were the same color as his hair, but with a black slit in them. Like a cat, Henry nodded. Yeah, he even had whiskers like one too, and sharp nails, and behind him was 9 beautiful large tails moving around. Enfiera was certain. He had absolutely no idea to who this person or demi-human was. He also had a female warrior with him who was clad in black armor. She referred to him Lord. Well, sorry, I don't know about a demi-human like that. My best guess would be that he's nobility from the Argland Council state. Thought that's far away. I see, that's too bad. I would love to meet him again. Why? To thank properly, of course. He saved not just mine but everyone in the village. We've even decided to build a small copper statue of him here in the village, though we aren't too sure how to begin on it yet. Enfiera had a bad taste in his mouth. Henry had just lost both her parents, yet she remained strong. Of course she would want to thank the man that saved her life, and he was only sitting here being jealous and paranoid. Why can't I just say it? Why can't I just tell her that I'm in love with her? Oh, of course that's only natural. Please tell me if there is anything I can do to help. Thank you, Enfiera. You're an amazing friend. Henry leaned in and hugged Enfiera. A small blush was on the boy's cheeks, but he also had a bitter smile. In the end he was still just a friend. With Naruto and Narbarrel, the members of Sword of Darkness had invited them to lunch while they waited for Enfiera to be ready for the mission. Naruto had politely declined them as he had instead been wanting to explore the village. In reality though, Naruto and Narbarrel were currently walking inside the forest, heading deeper and deep inside. At this point out disguises shouldn't be necessary anymore. As Naruto spoke those words, both reverted to their original forms, though in Narbarrel's case little changed except for her clothes. The reason for them entering the forest was quite simple. Naruto wanted to add the wise king of the forest to his collection of beasts. He doubted it was going to be very strong, but if it had just a little bit of power then it would be cool, and its appearance sounded quite unique, furthering exciting Naruto. In total Naruto had 10 beasts that were LVL 100, these were his divine beasts. In total though Naruto had roughly 5,000 more beasts ranging in level from 1 to 99. If he was fortunate, this wise king of the forest might be a unique level 75 creature. Then again, it was the adventurers he was traveling with that had claimed its strength, and those guys were easily impressed. The reason Naruto had even bothered obtaining any weak creatures was because after taming one of each beast in level 1 to 99 as well as a divine beast, Naruto received another free divine beast as a reward from the Beast Tamer questline. Naruto smiled fondly as he remembered the only divine beast he had received from a quest rather than fighting himself. It was the only divine beast that he owned that wasn't suited for combat, but was absurdly useful anyway. Ainz Oal Goan really was an amazing guild. To say there was competition for divine beasts would be a major understatement, and the entire guild had fought hard against other guilds who also wanted the unique creatures for their own beast tamer members. In the end, the highest global rank his guild ever managed to receive was 7th place, but even so, nobody could deny that Ainz Oal Goan had the most skilled players, simply because they only had 41 members and were able to keep up against guilds with 1,000s of members. It was only possible except for the questline to obtain a divine beast once a month. Naruto believed himself to be among the only maybe 3 or 4 players that managed to collect all 10 of them on the Japanese server. Realizing he was getting sidetracked in his excitement for a new possible rare creature, Naruto snapped back to reality, Narbarrel still walking beside him in a modest tempo. Now then, are you ready? Narbarrel looked a bit confused, until another feminine voice answered. Sure am. Narbarrel instantly turned towards the voice, while raising her hand ready to attack. Careful there, Narbarrel, that looks dangerous. Ora-sama, forgive me, I didn't sense you. Ora was sitting up on a branch on a tall tree looking down at Naruto and Narbarrel with a bright smile. Jumping down she did a frontal flip before landing with a small bow. Naruto lightly began clapping and Narberal quickly copied. I'm glad to see you're in good spirit. I hope your new guest on the 6th floor haven't caused too many problems. Naruto asked with a small smile as he looked over Aura. She was quite well the definition of a tomboy. Not at all. Me and Mare are happy to receive anything you send us and we're taking good care of the puppy. It's quite happy on the 6th floor. Aura didn't understand why they got a puppy, but when Lupus Regina had showed up and told them that it was a test from Naruto-sama they accepted without hesitation. That's good. I will make sure to come and visit next time I'm back at Nazar. We're always delighted by your visits Naruto-sama. As Aura spoke her nose twitched, a small look of confusion appeared on her face as she moved towards Narberal, still sniffing the air. Lady Aura? Narberal asked surprised as Aura seemed to be sniffing her. Naruto-sama's scent is all over you. Narberal's face flushed red. We're pretending to be lovers while working as adventurers. To keep human men and women from get romantically interested in us, it does require quite a bit of hugging. Naruto explained, while Narberal nodded eagerly, the scenes from last night flashing through her head. Oh, of course, that's only natural. Aura spoke, her voice holding a small bit of jealousy. Albedo had been bragging about the fact that Naruto had kissed her cheek. She knew she didn't have the same charm as Albedo had yet. Compared to a human her body looked no older than 10 though her true age was 76. She was certain that in another 100 years, her chest would grow big enough to captivate Naruto-sama, but that didn't mean she wasn't a bit jealous at the attention the other females in the tomb were getting. Naruto looked over Aura. Much like the other females in the tomb, he had to admit the word beautiful didn't do Aura justice. She was both beautiful and cute. A part of him did wish to play with her, but if he did that, he was sure it was only going to hurt her, so he tried to push those thoughts aside. Aura, do you know of the creature I'm after? Yes, from the description you gave me I'm pretty sure I know where its lair is. Good, then lead the way. All of them quickly took off. Narberal struggled quite a bit. The difference in speed between two level 100s and herself who was level 63 was quite vast, and Aura and Naruto did slow a bit down to avoid leaving her behind. Still, even though they were slowed down for Narberal's sake, their speed was still amazing as they zoomed through the forest and reached their destination in less than a minute. Aura, would you be so kind? Of course. Aura quickly ran into the cave in front of them. It took 10 seconds before Naruto and Narberal saw her come running back out. Here it comes, Aura announced happily as she jumped to the side, while they could hear the cave shaking as something was coming running out of it. Narberal, stay back. The maid gave a quick nod and jumped back. A few seconds later Naruto tilted his head as he avoided a long scaly tail shooting out of the cave. So, you're the one who disturbs my rest. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Through magic Naruto could summon humanoid creatures capable of speaking, but Naruto didn't have a single beast in his beast inventory capable of talking, neither was it a trait he really cared for in beasts. Still, Naruto didn't let it bother him too much. Can you come out here, my new pet? Pet, it screeched while charging forward. It quickly emerged from its cave, planning on ramming into Naruto and sending him flying backwards, shattering every bone in Naruto's chest as it hit him. At least that's what the beast had hoped would happen. Instead, it had charged forward and hit Naruto's open palm and had been stopped on the spot. Naruto looked over the beast. A small sound escaped Naruto's lips as he realized what he was looking at, his excitement all but gone along with his smile. Are you the wise king of the forest? Naruto had to make sure. Indeed, this one is. Commendable strength for stopping this one they have. It's been a long time since I've fought someone strong, it has. While it happily talking, Naruto's face fell further. He felt as if he had been robbed. It took a few seconds, but Naruto was finally able to find words that accurately described his feeling. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Hearing Naruto's words, Aura and Narberal both fixed the large hamster with steely gazes. Should I dispose of it, Naruto-sama? Want me to turn it into a rug, Naruto-sama? Both offered their own suggestions to get rid of the stupid creature that dared disappoint their master. The hamster looked surprised, haven't even noticed the woman and the child till they spoke, yet it wasn't afraid as it had lived for over 200 years and had never met an opponent stronger than itself. Naruto released a small sigh. No, I still need it, at least for a little while, then you can skin it or whatever you want. Naruto spoke, ignoring the creature in front of him. How dare you, I'm the Whis. Submit. The large hamster's eyes turned crimson for a quick moment before returning to their original color. It quickly calmed down and bowed before Naruto. How may this one serve? You can start by never speaking again. It didn't reply. Narberal and Aura rejoined Naruto by his side. Well, that was a massive letdown. Aura, I'm going to need it for a few days. After that, feel free to turn it into a rug or something. The hamster monster in front of them didn't panic by the words. It was completely controlled by Naruto and would do anything he said now, just like any other of his creatures and summons. Forgive me, Naruto-sama. I should have investigated the forest beforehand and should have notified you about its lacking power and appearance. Aura spoke while going down on one knee. Nonsense. You did as I ordered. It's my fault for getting excited by a stupid rumor. You did as I asked and guided me here. You've done well. And no, it's the humans' fault for spreading over-exaggerated rumors. They are the ones at fault. Aura stated and Narberal nodded in agreement. No matter what happens, no one in Nazar would believe Naruto could make a mistake. Even if he called the color black for white, everyone in Nazar would believe it to be white. Indeed. Let's agree on that then. Naruto leaned down towards Aura, who blinked once, before she felt Naruto kiss the top of her head, pushing down into her golden hair, her dark-skinned face blushing up a storm. Naruto-sama. Sorry, couldn't help it. Gate. A gate opened in the middle of the forest. This will see you back to the 6th floor. Aura had raised her hands to the top of her head almost like she was protecting the place where Naruto had kissed her. She gave Naruto a bright smile. Then best of luck, Narberal-chan, Naruto-sama. She waved as she entered the gate with both Naruto and Narberal returning the gesture. She seemed in high spirit. Narberal spoke as the gate closed. She did, and I hope it stays that way. Naruto had plans for a storage house of sorts. He would like to have built in this forest. It would also work as sort of fake Nazar should the need ever arise. He planned on giving that mission to Aura and Mare. For now though, he would let them relax. If he told them about his future now, they would only begin preparing and stressing over how best to accomplish it. They changed back into their adventurer disguises and began heading back to Carne Village. Naruto briefly did consider naming the new creature, and in all of his brilliance Naruto decided to name the hamster creature Big Hamster. Single quote. Truly a name worthy of a big hamster. They had run quite deep in the forest, so it took a few minutes to walk back out, and when they finally got back to the clearing and saw Carne Village, they were met by the Swords of Darkness, all the members standing ready with Enfire, only waiting for him. They were staring, completely mesmerized by the monster behind him. So, in short, I got a little curious and I ended up taming the wise king of the forest. Naruto described exactly what happened while leaving out some details in the middle. They all took a few seconds to understand the words. You're amazing, Kurama-san. Even with a legendary magical creature. Your strength knows truly no bounds. I can feel great power and wisdom radiate from the beast. Naruto knew they were praising him, but it felt more like insults, especially the last part. Great power and wisdom, my ass. He could summon 4 woodland dragons and have them eat all of them one at a time, if they really wanted to see power and wisdom. The only one who didn't look quite as excited as them rest was Enfire. Excuse me, Kurama-san, but won't removing the wise king of the forest put Carne Village in danger? Possibly. I understand your concern. It's not my intent to put innocent people in harm's way yet. Bringing this beast to Rental would help boost my adventurer rank. The other adventurers understood Kurama's words. Personal gain often came at the cost of others' misfortune. In that case, please allow me to join your party. The truth is, I've never really thought about what I wanted to be. Both my grandmother and my father were well-known herbalists, so it seemed only natural that I did the same, but now I understand what I truly want. You want to become a magic caster and protect this village? Yes, with my life if I must, for the woman I love. PFF. Sorry, your determination is admirable. I was merely caught by surprise. Sorry, our party is not currently recruiting. Enfire's eyes fell slightly. Then again, I only need to bring this beast with me to Rental as a proof of my strength. Afterwards bringing it back here and releasing it would be a simple task. His words got quite a few shocked looks. You would give it up? This legendary magical creature? Naruto looked towards Ninya, who had screamed in surprise. I would. I just said our party is not currently recruiting. besides taking it away for good, a protector of this innocent village, it would leave a sour taste in my mouth. They were looking at Kurama as if he was a saint. Thank you so much, Kurama-san. Don't mention it. Should we get started on the job? Naruto asked, bringing their minds back to the current matter at hand. Getting nods from everyone, Naruto followed them along back into the forest, and Naruto managed to help picking up herbs for a total of 38 seconds before he got too bored. This is going to take all day. There were multiple large baskets brought along into the forest that had to filled up with small plants. A small imaginary light bulb went off on top of Naruto's head as he began walking towards Enfire. Enfire-san. Why yes. About what you said. When I did fought the wise king of forest, I did notice several small monster dens further inside the forest. With your permission I could go clear those out. I will of course leave Nabe and the wise king here for your protection. Naruto spoke, his tone doing a great job hiding the fact he simply didn't want to pick up plants. Oh of course, that would be a great help. Very well, then I shall inform the others. Naruto turned around to leave. He had taken a few steps before Enfire had found the courage to speak. Kurama-san. Naruto turned back around to see the young man who had called his name. How do you become popular with girls? Naruto wasn't sure what to expect, but he was still surprised. Enfire looked at him with determined eyes, even more so than to learn about Kurama's red potions. He wanted to learn how Kurama was popular with women. Well, I would love to say all you need is confidence, but honestly that's a lie. I mean sure confidence is great, but I do have a lot of other traits women are attracted to. Sorry, I know it's not an answer you're looking for. Enfire did look a little depressed by Kurama's words. In the end he remembered what Dain had told him about women being naturally attracted to men with power. Enfire felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Kurama smiling at him. Don't worry about it too much, you're a good kid. Just keep doing your best, then I'm sure she will return your feelings soon enough. Enfire looked at Kurama as if he was a saint once more. Thank you Kurama-san, I will do my best. Enfire spoke with newfound conviction. While Kurama turned around, he told everyone that he would head into the forest for some monster hunting and would soon return. And so, Naruto headed back into the forest, still pretty discouraged from his meeting with the wise king. Still Naruto had an idea that may cheer him up a bit. Believing he had come far enough back into the forest, Naruto snapped his fingers and instantly 10 large coal-black wolves appeared before him. They all stood at twice Naruto's size, their sharp fangs on full display and their crimson eyes burning with bloodlust. All of them were level 40, much stronger than the wise king. Head out into the forest, kill as many monsters as you can and bring back a trophy of each kill back here, go. With that quick command all the wolves turned around and ran deeper into the forest. That took care of the work he had said he would do. Greater teleportation. The view in front of Naruto changed in an instant. Gone was lush green forest. Instead Naruto found himself in a little wooden house. Much like every other house in Carne Village, the interior was quite simple and minimalistic, with 2 windows in the front of the house, a small kitchen counter, a table in the middle of the room with 4 chairs surrounding it, showing the number of people that lived here or at least used to live here. Naruto's gaze quickly fell on the young woman whose back was turned towards him as she was working with a knife at the kitchen counter. Hello. Naruto's simple word made the young woman give a large, shocked jump, her head snapping back at the sudden voice. Naturally she would be surprised by the sudden random voice in her home. Enri looked at Naruto, who was currently dressed in his disguise as Kurama. Why, you're one of the adventurers that came with Enfire. Enri spoke, still shocked that the tall man would have snuck into her house, and her shock only grew when his features seemingly began to morph and change till another gasp left her mouth. Lord Naruto. The turn of events was quite shocking for the girls as she grabbed the kitchen counter so she wouldn't fall on her ass in surprise. I see you used one of the horns I gave you. Huh, oh, yes. Thank you very much. The goblins have been a tremendous help to the village. As Enri spoke, she went down on her knees and prostrated herself in front of Naruto, unable to see the demon's small smirk. Please stand up. I've come here for a specific reason. I would like to test out my compatibility with humans and I was hoping that you may lend me your assistance in that matter. Naruto's voice remained gentle and polite, giving Enri no clue about his true motives. Of course, Lord Naruto, I may not fully understand what you wish of me, but I know this entire village is in a lifelong debt to you. Naruto had to suppress his smirk. I don't think you understand me, I'm asking you for sex. Henry had to register the words. It took her a total of 5 seconds, before her face turned to a deep scarlet. SSSS sex. My lord. Well you know, and I'm not experienced. The girl had turned into a red stuttering mess. That's fine with me. Naruto simply assured her, and he took a step towards her, while Henry desperately put both her hands up, waving them wildly. No. SSS sex are only for married people, right? And I'm sure there are better and more beautiful people for you to be with. It's fine, we're friends after all. It would be an easy matter to take control of her, but that would be no different than fucking a puppet. Naruto doubted he would get any joy or pleasure out of it if he did it that way. Instead, as Naruto had spoke the word, friends, he had instead activated his passive charm species ability. Charm species would make his target see Naruto as a close and trustworthy friend, as well as making Naruto's words more persuasive. The greater difference there was in level between Naruto and the target he had used the ability on the strong was the effect. Naruto was level 100, and from what he had to guess, maybe the girl in front of him was somewhere between level 3 to 7. Despite this, there was still something charm species couldn't achieve. He couldn't ask her to do anything that went against the very core of her character, such as if he were to ask her to kill her little sister. She may ponder over it, but would still end up refusing. The activation of his passive charm was quite fast. Well, you did save our village. My body would be the least I can do. Thank you. I appreciate your help. Henry slowly got back up on her feet. Despite the spell, she was still very much aware of her body and how shy and insecure she felt about this. Following Henry, she opened the door to the bedroom. This was the only other room except for the kitchen. 2 beds were pushed together in the right corner of the room. Nemu has been scared ever since the attacks, as she doesn't like to sleep alone. Henry answered, while moving over towards the window and closed it to make sure no one would peep inside. Silence. What was that? Henry asked, turning towards Naruto while a small blue light filled the room. Just a bit of silence spell. We might end up making a bit of noise. Wouldn't want anyone to listen in, would we? Oh, right, noise, because we're going to do that. Yeah, of course. Henry was holding her braid with both hands, while her eyes moved around the room, landing on everything except for Naruto himself. Naruto took a few big steps before he reached the bed and sat down, patting the spot next for him. He signaled for Henry to come sit next to him. Henry took the seat next to him, while looking down on her lap. Scared? Naruto asked as he placed one hand down on her thigh, while his other hand wrapped around her back and grabbed her shoulder. A little. Don't worry, I'll promise you this is going to be an amazing experience. Naruto moved his hand that was on her thigh up and grabbed hold of her chin, moving her head to lock eyes with him, while he moved closer. Henry understood what was about to happen, closed her eyes and perked her lips. A moment later, both of them felt the soft feeling of each other's lips upon their own. Henry slowly opened her eyes and looked into Naruto's crimson orbs that stared right back. When Naruto began moving his lips, Henry tried to the best of her ability to follow suit. It was a slow, chaste dance between their lips, which only lasted a few seconds, before Naruto pulled away. See, that's not so bad, right? Henry was too embarrassed to answer, so instead she simply shook her head, a small laugh escaping from Naruto's face as he saw it. Then let's try one step further. Naruto quickly moved in and recaptured her lips, more aggressively. Naruto had moved one hand up to hold the back of her head, preventing her from pulling away as their lips were moving close together, and then she felt it, something wet and slippery moving in between her lips. Opening without thinking about it, Naruto's tongue entered her mouth, her own smaller tongue quickly trying to brush up against it and offer some resistance, but she found that to be near impossible. Even if it was just their tongues, Naruto's was much stronger, and all Henry could do was to brush against it while she felt her mouth being filled with Naruto's saliva. MNN, NGH, Mu, AHNN. Small and cute sounds escaped from Henry's throat as Naruto kept dominating her mouth. While they were making out, one of Naruto's fingers trailed down across her long braid, undoing it, her long hair falling down freely as Naruto's sharp nail had cut through it. Pulling back from their deep kiss, a long shining saliva line connected their lips, which was slowly wiped away by Naruto. Naruto stood up. Henry's eyes glued on him while he began stripping down. His clothes were loose and easy to disrobe, and it took him no time to get completely naked, and Henry quickly found her eyes glued to a certain appendage hanging flaccid between Naruto's legs. "Won't you strip too? It's quite embarrassing being the only one." "Oh, of course." They switched. Now it was Naruto's turn to sit and watch Henry strip. Her back was turned to him while she slowly stripped. She was shaking from nervosity. Piece by piece layer of clothes hit the floor until Henry was left in her underwear. It was plain to say the least, but he supposed that in a poor village something like underwear was a very low priority. When she was naked, she slowly turned around. One of her arms was moved up to cover her breasts, while the other arms was moved down to cover her sex. Still, Naruto's eyes happily drank in her body. It was clear she wasn't some soft city girl. A good tone and some clear muscle definition showed that she was used to work hard as a farmer. She might not have been a beauty comparable to the ones in Nazar, but as for humans went, she wasn't half bad. He could understand why Enfire liked her so much. "Show me." Henry couldn't look him straight in the eyes, but slowly she moved her arms away, showing off her beasts and the slit between her legs. When Naruto gave a small whistle, her shame only increased. "You don't need to be so nervous, or maybe you don't want to do this?" Naruto asked as he had gotten up and walked around her, pushing in against her back. She could feel his flaccid cock push against her lower back. "And no, I do want to continue. This is the least I can do." Naruto sneaked both his hands under her arms and moved them along her sides till his hands grabbed both her breasts. Another small twitch went through Henry's body as Naruto gently fondled her chest. They were smaller than Narbrel's, but for a 15-year-old girl he couldn't say they were small. They suited her quite well, his finger easily digging down into the soft skin, making Henry moan for the first time. Henry was pleasantly surprised. She had a small understanding of sex, but the only thing she knew was the basics her mom and dad had told her, and a few things she learned on her own through some mild masturbation. Still, she didn't expect Naruto's hands that were fondling her breasts to feel this good. She rather enjoyed his touch. Naruto's smirk only grew as he saw Henry relaxing slightly, his index fingers caressing her nipples, causing a few small moans to escape from Henry's pink lips. Naruto's right hand released the breast he was squeezing and instead began traveling further down her body, his fingers slowly moving across her smooth belly until her found his target. "Ah!" Henry released a surprised gasp as Naruto's middle finger was pressing against the slit between her legs. He was being extremely gentle as he slowly moved the single finger back and forth, teasing her vagina. "Having fun yet?" Naruto had to ask as he felt Henry's body beginning to slump back into him. Her breathing had gotten heavier, as Naruto's finger kept rubbing against her. "It doesn't feel bad." Satisfied with her answer, Naruto sat her down on the bed. "Good, then we can almost get started, but there is still one problem I need you to help me with before we can begin. Tell me, do you know what it is?" Henry's brown eyes fell on the long soft cock hanging between the demihuman's legs. "You're not hard." "Exactly, but fortunately, I know that you got a pretty good tongue. I would like to feel it once more." As Naruto spoke, he had moved forward, Henry's face only a couple of inches from Naruto's waist. In its flaccid state it didn't look that threatening, it almost looked cute, a small amused glint in Naruto's eyes as he watched Henry slowly move a single hand towards his dick and grabbed it. "Don't be shy now." Henry understood the meaning behind his words and began moving her head closer, opening her mouth only as much as needed. She felt the shriveled glands poking her lips. Gathering up her courage, she decided to get on with it, and in one quick move she fitted half of the flaccid cock in her mouth. She remained completely still for 1 second, before her tongue gave it a small lick. She could feel how soft, fleshy and warm it was in her mouth, and slowly a deep stench filled her nostrils, making her dizzy. Her tongue successfully circled around the appendage a total of 9 times before she decided to experiment further by beginning to move her head. Naruto looked down with a relaxed smile. After the immeasurable disappointment that was the wise king of the forest, he threw a small look at the door that led to the kitchen. A small wicked smile spread on his lips as he wondered what Enfire would look like if he saw this. Henry after a minute could begin to feel a change. Each time she moved in deeper around the cock, it felt as though it had gotten longer and wider, her mouth slowly being pushed back to the point she could barely get past the glands with her mouth. Pulling back, a look of shock came over her. She could no longer describe his cock as cute as it had grown hard with long thick veins running down its length. Her gaze was locked on the massive specimen. Want to get started? Naruto asked as he saw how Enri was eyeing his cock. Looking up, her brown eyes connected again with Naruto's crimson. Lord Naruto, I do want to pay you back for your kindness and help, but I don't think this will fit. She couldn't wrap her hand around it, she couldn't being to imagine this thing actually pushing into her. Don't worry, I'll promise you will barely feel any pain. As Naruto said that, he placed a hand on Enri's shoulder and pushed her down on her back on the bed, while he himself quickly moving closer, moving up on the bed. He walked till he got in between Enri's legs that seemed to quiver. Another small gas escaped from her mouth, when she felt Naruto's large glands poke against her small vagina. She raised her head trying to see what was about to happen. She was both excited and frightened. She could see Naruto's hand on his cock as he slowly moved it up and down her folds, his large glands prodding and rubbing against her, until she felt him stop at her entrance. Ah! Enri released a piercing gasp as she felt herself being torn open. Raising her head again, she saw Naruto slowly move forward, his cock slowly moving into her. As Naruto promised, there was barely any pain, but still this weird new foreign sensation left her gasping and moaning. It was a very mixed, as if it was supposed to pleasant but also as if something was hitting her belly. When Naruto had managed to insert half of his length, he found the natural stop that was her cervix. Unable to go any further, he looked up at Enri, who was gasping for air, her cheeks flushing bright red. Did it hurt? And no, but it's weird. Naruto's smile didn't drop. This was an experiment after all. Naruto might be primarily a beast tamer, but he also had the job skills of a healer and a cleric. To take away her sensation of pain was easy for him. Well, he didn't exactly take it away. To be more precise, Enri could only feel 1/10 of her usual pain. Naruto was curious to see how much humans could handle. Narbril had passed out relatively fast and she was level 63. Should Enri began crying out in pain, he knew it would be quite severe since she would only experience 1/10 of it, but he also felt confident that he could mess her up as badly as he wanted and could simply heal her afterwards. The only problem would be if she died from this. He doubted Enri was strong enough to accept resurrection magic. Looking down, he could see a bit of blood flowing out surrounding his cock, but Enri seemed comfortable enough. Naruto decided to start off slowly. Placing both hands on Enri's hips, he began moving his hips. The bed started to creak with each thrust, and each time his crown hit against her cervix her face twitched. Her moans was surprisingly cute. Still, Naruto couldn't help but think he was dealing with something fragile. With each thrust a visible bulge would appear beneath Enri's navel. Still, while Naruto was being cautious as he was experimenting, Enri sure as hell seemed like she was having the time of her life. Her eyes was closed and her lips were drawn up in a big smile. Her hands were squeezing her breasts. Why fuck you can goo. A bit faster if you want. Oh, getting a bit carried away, are we? Enri's hazy brown eyes looked shyly away, but her small seductive smile didn't drop. Well, alright then, just don't regret it. With those words, Naruto grips on her hips tightened and the power of his thrusts grew a little. All it took was a single strong thrust. His cock had punched her cervix and Naruto could feel her weakly clamp down around his cock. Whoa, she came that easily. Naruto allowed her to ride out her orgasm. She went almost completely limp, a big, relaxed smile on her face, her chest heaving as she gasped for air after experiencing her first ever orgasm. Oh, no, you aren't getting off that easily. It looked like Enri was ready to tap out, but Naruto was just getting started. Continuing the harder thrusts, Enri arched her back. Each thrust was rewarded with an on from Enri's mouth. Naruto kept going at this pace for a total of 5 minutes, until he came to a realization. It was better with Narbril, and having to hold back this much is boring. Deciding to be a bit rougher, Naruto decided to further limit Enri's sense of pain to 1/20th of what she would normally feel. She looked like she was about to fall unconscious as the bed was still creaking. Naruto hadn't given her a single break since they began. Naruto looked down at the bulge in her stomach. Normally pushing further in would be impossible, but that was a limit set by humans, and so in one fell swoop Naruto brutally forced the rest of his cock inside, forcing it through her cervix as if kicking a hole through a door. The reaction was instant. Enri seemed to jump. Her legs and arms curled, her face twisted into a wicked smile, though the pain behind the grin was obvious. The bulge in her stomach had grown bigger and had moved further up a few inches beyond her navel now. Aghhhhh. Aghhhhh. Eii. Those weren't pleasure-filled screams, and Naruto reduced her pain once again, this time to a 1/40th of normal, which did seem to work. From the reaction he had just gotten, he was pretty sure she would have passed out if he didn't do this. Never mind, she passed out anyway. Naruto noticed her face had gone completely blank. Her face was the very definition of ahegao. Still, it wasn't fun if she was unresponsive, so Naruto healed her of her mental fatigue this time, her eyes quickly flickering as she was brought back to consciousness. Aw fuck. There was no break. Neither was there any pain. All Henry could feel was heat of the almost foot-long throbbing veiny cock pushing everything deep inside her, making her stomach look like it was about to explode. Naruto smiled to himself, finding this tempo much more enjoyable. If he kept going like this, he might even be able to reach an orgasm himself sometime in the next half hour. And Henry was able to keep up with him, well, to some degree. From the looks of it, if he just kept on healing her body and her mental fatigue, it seemed like she would do just fine. Naruto mused to himself once more as he kept pounding Henry into the bed. Someone was watching him. Sneaking a small look towards the only door in the room, Naruto could sense someone peeking through the keyhole. It seemed like the little sister had come home. Shit, should I stop? No, this is finally getting fun. Fuck, what would Peroroshino do in a situation like this? Naruto thought to himself, and he could swear he could hear his friend's voice reply in his head. Just keep fucking, dude. And then to the lowly. Maybe it's wrong to think about what Peroroshino would do. Still, as to honor his best friend while he was playing in the guild, Naruto decided to partly follow his imaginary request. Slowly one of Naruto's tails extended and moved across the room, reaching the door. His tail wrapped around the handle and opened up, Nemu looking like a fear-stricken deer. Hello, little creature. Naruto spoke naturally. It wasn't the tone of a man currently 11 inches deep in a woman. Henry didn't react. Maybe she couldn't hear it because of her own animalistic panting, or maybe she simply didn't care, too lost in the pleasure. Nemu sensed that she hadn't made anyone mad with her spying. Her looked curiously at the scene. Despite the silencing spell that had been cast on the house, it only prevented sounds from leaving the house, so when Nemu had come back, she was surprised to hear her sister making weird sounds she had never heard before. What are you doing? Naruto smiled at the sensible question. Well, me and your older sister here are playing a game together. Can I play too? Naruto had to stop a small hard laugh. Possibly in a few years. I don't think you're old enough yet, but you can watch if you want. One of Naruto's tails reached below Henry and raised her limp body up into Naruto's lap, sitting with her front pointing out towards Nemu. The tail proceeded to wrap around Henry's body and moved Henry up and down. Despite Nemu being right in front of her, Henry simply kept moaning out loudly. This was the first time Nemu saw Henry's face. Big sis, you look weird. The only response Nemu got from her older sister was, ha 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 ha. I think she's having too much fun and can't answer. Naruto said playfully while leaning his chin down on Henry's shoulder. Naruto kept on playing with Henry's body, while Nemu was watching it all unfold for the next 30 minutes. Naruto had to keep healing her mental fatigue as she kept on being overwhelmed by the pleasure about once every minute. She had been forced through more orgasm during this small session than some women experienced in a lifetime. Finally, Naruto felt himself about to erupt. He had no desire for children, and neither did he think coming inside would be a good idea, as her stomach may possibly burst open, so instead Naruto for the first time pulled out. Pop. A large slick wet pop filled the room. The entire session had been non-stop fucking. Not once since he first thrust it in had he pulled out before now. Naruto let go of Henry, and like a puppet whose string had been cut, she collapsed on the bed. Naruto hovered about her while holding his throbbing cock. Ag. Fuck, here it comes. Naruto grunted happily, feeling his own climax finally coming as large fat ropes of seed shot out and quickly began covering Henry's twitching body. What's that? Naruto heard Nemu ask, but decided to ignore her as he was still painting Henry's body. Finally, after a good solid minute of ejaculating, Naruto looked over Henry with a proud little smile. From her feet to her head she was nicely covered in his thicky seed. Holy water. Naruto answered Nemu while admiring his work. He was still hard as a rock, but it was about time for him to return. After all, the others still believed he was off monster slaying. Turning towards, his eyes glowed. You won't speak of my presence or of what you've seen here. The little girl's eyes reflected his crimson eyes before she nodded. Oh, Right heel. Enri's body gave off a green glow. Naruto slowly moved between Enri's legs once more and without hesitation he penetrated her once more, but was stopped halfway in. So, it even heals internal damage. I would have to test this more thoroughly, maybe it can even cure diseases in this world. Still, even though her cervix had been healed, her vagina was still a gaping mess. Reaching down, Naruto began to dress himself again. From what I counted, you've managed to summon 20 goblins, so let's say this was the first payment out of 20. Enri didn't respond, she just kept twitching. Well, she's been healed plenty, so Naruto was sure there would been any lasting damage. He wasn't completely sure about her mentality though, having been constantly moved back and forth from unconsciousness. Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders. Greater teleportation. Once more the surroundings seemed to change in front of his eyes and he was back in the green lush forest. In front of him he saw his 10 large wolves happily awaiting his return. Naruto tilted his head. Had they grown smaller? No, that wasn't right. Naruto looked down and saw he had teleported back on the many heads and limbs the wolves had bought as he had ordered. Ew. Naruto gracefully jumped down from the small mountain of severed limbs and heads. I think you may have overdone it slightly. Nah, you've done well, good job all of you. Naruto could see the joy in the large wolves' eyes as they were being praised by him. Just like they had been summoned, Naruto snapped his finger again and they all vanished in an instant. Naruto gathered up the trophies and decided to head back to the main group. It didn't take long dragging the heavy bag back to the main group. The first voice he heard belonged to Lucrut, who spotted his return. Everyone, Kurama-san is coming back. Narberl was the first one by his side, followed by his new pet. Sorry I took so long, I was hard at work. Naruto released the bag and the head of a troll accidentally fell out of the already overstuffed bag. The member of Swords of Darkness quickly began showering Kurama with praise as they roamed through the bag and saw all the monsters he had killed. Enfire also looked at Kurama while he gathered the last few herbs of the day. A wave of guilt washed over Enfire. Kurama had been supporting him and protected not only Enfire but everyone on their journey to Carne Village. He even offered to return here and release the Wise King after having showed it around in Yggdrasil. He would have to come clean about why he had Kurama. They would stay in Carne Village for the evening and begin leaving back for Yggdrasil early next morning. Everyone. Enfire spoke and got everyone's attention. Cemetery expedition. Carne Village. Naruto-sama, will you permit me a question? It was currently early in the morning in Carne Village. Despite the current season being summer, the sun had barely even risen, yet Naruto and Narberl were already up. The village was quiet, with the exception of the goblin lookout and a few villagers who were up early to begin working. Naruto and Narberl were currently standing on a hill overlooking the village. Of course. Then, why bother mating with humans? Naruto raised a single eyebrow and looked towards Narberl. Are you jealous? No. Of course not, Naruto-sama. I would never think about, having you for myself. No, I was just wondering why you would want to mate with lower life forms. There was a sizable blush on Narberl's cheeks. If I say I'm just doing it for fun, she would probably be disappointed. I wanted to see if it was possible for me to mate with them. Honestly, she passed out and went limp too easily. Most of them time I was fantasizing about you instead. Narberl couldn't stop the large smile from appearing on her face. Desperately she tried to look away. Her joy from those words couldn't be contained. Besides, it's a good way to take control of them, without turning them into mindless servants. It's an investment into our future in this world. Oh, of course, I should have known your actions were part of your future plans. Forgive this incompetent servant of yours. Narberl offered a deep bow, while Naruto just dismissed the motion with a wave of his hand. Quietly wondering what future plan she was talking about. Still, what should he do with this place? Aura still had some of her beasts patrolling through the forest and he did plan on creating a sort of fake Nazar in there too, but what about the village itself? This place had been an excellent source of information, it would be a waste to destroy it. Maybe he should make it into a place where he gathered his favorite humans. He quite liked Enri. She was hardworking and earnest, both traits he found attractive, yet he didn't want to bring her to Nazar. The thought of humans in the tomb annoyed him. Of course, changing her race wasn't impossible. Still, he didn't want to do that either. Enri seemed like an important figure in the village now, especially with the goblins. Maybe he should send someone to keep track of things for him. Naruto brushed his thoughts to the side. What was most crucial was information gathering. He had to admit that while he still tried to remain cautious, he was slowly becoming more and more reckless, simply because of the sheer power difference between everyone in Nazar compared to the residents of this world. The adventuring group they had arrived with had claimed that the big hamster was an amazing and powerful creature, but to Naruto it was pathetic. Was there truly nothing in this world he would have to be wary of? Still, if things from Yggdrasil could be transported to this world, well, there was clear evidence that other players had been here before, but if something like a world enemy would be transported to this world, no, that thought was too scary. If a world enemy actually got transported to this world wouldn't last for more than a day. His list of priorities should first and foremost be to ensure the safety and survival of Nazar, and the second priority should be to research ways or things in this world that could benefit Nazar. As Naruto was deep in thought, more people began waking up and leave their houses. A few more goblins had also awoken from their sleep. We should be able to get back to Rental already tonight if we walk at a decent pace and don't meet any obstacles. Afterwards, we will return to Nazar for a time. Narberl seemed happy by these news. Like most other NPCs, she cared about nothing than Nazar and saw everything outside the tomb as uninteresting or enemies. Enfira is coming this way. Naruto spoke. Before Enfira was even visible, his sharp senses easily picking up the young boy who was tracking up the hill. Should I intercept him? No. A minute later the young man became visible. He was slightly out of breath from walking up the hill. Kurama-san. Ah. Enfira spoke with one last deep breath. Can I help you? I wanted to apologize to you and confess the real reason I asked to be my escort. Enfira bowed his head deeply, while Naruto gave him an uninterested look. I knew from the start you had ulterior motives, but it doesn't really matter. As Naruto spoke, he got surprised looks from Enfira as well as Narberl. A look of shame fell over her features. She was accompanying Naruto as his bodyguard. She was supposed to see through schemes like this to protect Naruto, yet Naruto had discovered Enfira's ulterior motives while she hadn't. Just out of curiosity though, what did you hope to gain from hiring me? It was the red potion you gave to a female adventurer. All the potions I know how to make are blue and I wanted to know where you got them or how you created them. Potions, eh? As Naruto pondered the answer, he looked towards Narberl, but found her as uninterested in the answer as usual. Potions weren't exactly an important commodity in Nazar, where a good portion of its denizens were undead or demons that took damage from healing potions. Besides, healing potions could just as well be replaced with scrolls containing healing magic. Depending on the material the scrolls were made of, they would be several times strong than any potion. What did you want to do when you got one? I wanted to research it, to learn how to create them myself. It's not about the money, it's about wanting the knowledge. Enfira usually stammered and would be quite nervous, but his tone when talking about potions and alchemy didn't waver at all. For the first time he sounded determined. I see, I will have to think about it, before I just share the knowledge with you. Naruto first wanted to know more about the potions in this world compared to the ones in Yggdrasil, and he would have to do a small inspection of Nazar to test if potion manufacturing would even benefit Nazar, and then finally he would have to make sure all of Enfira's research was supervised from someone in Nazar, to ensure his loyalty, or he could just take him to the tomb and force him to work. Either way was fine, if need be. I understand. I just wanted to come clean and apologize to you. Think nothing of it. Having ended the conversation, all of them walked back down the hill. They would have to get breakfast and then move out shortly after. They met up with the group members of Swords of Darkness. Their breakfast was composed of simple bread along with some edible berries that could be found in the forest and water to drink. Finishing up quickly, they began filling the wagon up with the large urns, filled with different kinds of herbs. After Naruto took care of the wise king of the forest, they were able to explore quite deep into the forest and get an abundance of rare herbs. They were just about to depart from the village, when a familiar voice called out to them. Please wait a moment. Enfira's head quickly snapped back and looked towards the feminine voice. Enri. A smile appeared on Enfira's face as he jumped down from the wagon and approached her. Enri stopped up surprised as Enfira intercepted her. Enfira. Ah, sorry, but can I talk with Kurama-san quickly? Enfira was clearly surprised by her question, but he did well in not letting his disappointment show. He turned around and looked at Kurama, who seemed a bit surprised himself. Sure, It won't be more than 2 minutes, Nabe, wait here. Nabe gave a small nod. Enfiera watched as Kurama left with Enri, fear and paranoia filling his heart. He knew he shouldn't feel nervous like this. He admired and respected Kurama, but it was exactly because of that he was so nervous. If Enri learned how great Kurama was, surely, she would fall for him. A sudden hand fell on his shoulder and Enfiera turned his head and met Peter's gaze. Your panic is practically an aura. Calm down, I'm sure it's nothing. Meanwhile with Naruto, the door to Enri's house had just closed and Naruto had barely stepped in before Enri threw herself over him, jumping into his arms. Oh, wow, you're going to miss me this much. Ah, Naruto-sama, won't you come back soon? Enri had thrown her hands around Naruto's neck and moved in for a powerful kiss, but trying as she might to control the kiss, her tongue felt powerless against Naruto's who began dominating her mouth. Enri's legs were locked around Naruto's waist, Naruto's hands were resting on her butt, squeezing it and enjoying the small moans Enri would send into the kiss. Well, if you keep being a good girl, then I might stop by again from time to time. If he had more time, he would be more than happy to have another go with Enri. Maybe he could bring Narbril too and make it a threesome. No, he couldn't ask Narbril for that. While Naruto wasn't against mating with beautiful human women, Narbril hated all of them equally. He couldn't ask Narbril to get physical with someone she hated. I will, Naruto-sama, I pray you come back soon. They shared another kiss, before separating. Leaving the house, Naruto could see everyone waiting only for him. Enri waved goodbye to Enfiera, who returned the gesture. Sorry for the delay, are we ready to head out? Why yes, let's return to Rantel. They began trailing off. They had a long day of walking ahead of them. After a few minutes Carne Village began disappearing into the horizon. Still, while Carne Village grew smaller, Enfiera's curiosity grew larger. So, Kurama-san, what exactly did Enri want to talk with you about? He knew it was disrespectful to ask, but still he wanted an answer. I just had a few questions about the goblins, and she wanted to show me the horn she had to summon them. Naruto came up with a lie on the spot. It worked well enough as Enfiera instantly looked more at ease, by the simple answer. I see, of course something like that would be of interest to an amazing adventurer such as yourself. Naruto replied with a nod and the group kept moving. They would end up walking for half a day, before it was time for Naruto's next experiment. He wasn't sure if there were any dragons in this world, but hopefully, depending on how Enfiera and the others would react, will give him an answer. And then a loud roar suddenly filled the serene empty road. Their heads all snapped towards the sky, where they saw a magnificent silver dragon had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The name of the 20-meter-long dragon in the sky was called a Silver Wing Protector. It was among Naruto's weakest dragons and Naruto controlled 47 of them in his beast inventory, all ranging from level 48 to 53. D-Dragon. The scream came from Peter and let Naruto know that dragons did indeed exist in this world, since it was recognized. Slowly Naruto drew both his katanas, though he had no actual plan to kill his own creature. Despite this being his own plan, Naruto was struggling. All he could do was admire the creature above him. Seeing all of his creatures in Yggdrasil was one thing, but every time he summoned them in this world, they managed to take his breath away. Magnificent. The dragon saw its master beneath and was aware of its orders, and so it descended, landing in front of them all. Rearing its head back, it released another large roar, which shook the ground beneath them. Protect Enfiera, with your lives. Peter's voice boomed, showing that despite the fear and certain death that was standing in front of him, he was still very much a warrior. Lightning. Magic arrow. Narbril and Ninja were the first to act, both attacking with offensive magic, which seemingly did nothing to the dragon. As their magic seemingly just bounced of its white silvery scales, its blue eyes narrowed towards a single individual among the group. I've got this, protect Enfiera. Everyone had their eyes on Kurama as the Golden Knight got into a sprint and without hesitation charged straight at the dragon. The ones looking upon the scene felt their already incredible admiration only growing stronger. Naruto was happy that his beast mindlessly obeyed his orders. If he had ordered this of someone in Nazar, he would most likely have been met with a fair bit of resistance to his command. The dragon swung one of its arms at an impressive speed and met Naruto's side, sending him flying. Kurama, protect Enfiera. The power the dragon had used when it hit Naruto would kill most people, and the fall from the height Naruto had been sent flying would also kill most people upon landing on the ground, but Naruto was merely using this as an excuse not to get in the way of his pet, and having sent Naruto off it began moving forward. Dine, try and stop it. Twine plant. A few roots shot up from the ground and attempted to ensnare a round of the dragon's legs, but as expected the dragon easily kept on moving, the few weak roots not even able to hold for a second. Lucrut fired a single arrow, which bounced off the dragon's head, while Peter and Dine both ran forward, Peter swinging his sword at its right leg, while Dine tried to smash his mace against its left leg. The sound when their weapons hit against the silver scales sounded almost metallic and sent shockwaves sailing back into their arms. The dragon ignored the pitiful attempts to cause it harm and moved forward. For a moment Enfira believed it may have its eyes set on him as he jumped down and hid behind the wagon in fear. Lucrut, watch out, it's coming for you. The ranger desperately fired another arrow, this time hitting the dragon's jaw, but with the same results as last time, as the arrow simply bounced off. Why me? Lucrut didn't understand what he had done to earn the dragon's animosity. If it wanted to get rid of the biggest threat, it should have kept going after Kurama. Why was its gaze fixated on him? Seeing the dragon raise one of its four legs, Lucrut recalled how hard and how far away Kurama had been sent and realized if he got hit by something like that, it would be an instant death. Lucrut gathered all of his strength into his legs and jumped as hard as he could to avoid being hit. Sadly, that was a poor decision. The dragon had followed his movements, and the second Lucrut had jumped away, the dragon was on him once again, and before Lucrut had a time to stand back up, the dragon bore one of its legs down upon both of Lucrut's legs. The sound of all the bones in both his legs sounded for all to hear. Ah! Arg hhhhhhhh. Fuck arghhhhhhhhh. It took a second for his brain to register the pain of both legs breaking. The dragon had broken them as easily as a human could a toothpick. The dragon looked down upon him and opened its mouth, showing off its rows of razor-sharp teeth, but what frightened Lucrut most was the beautiful blue flame that seemed to manifest deep within its maw. Peter was desperately trying to pierce through the dragon's leg, the tip of his sword forced against the scales on the leg, while he was trying with all his might to force the sword through and get the dragon off his friend. Dine had moved further back near the dragon's tail and was currently hammering at it with his mace, believing it would have a greater effect, since the muscle density was smaller at its tail, but still the dragon ignored it. Ninja and Narbril was still casting spell at the dragon, but to no avail. Enfira was hiding, and the wise king of the forest was protecting Enfira, according to Kurama's last orders before he had been blown away. He could see Kurama quickly returning while sprinting, but Peter knew, before Kurama had a chance to attack the dragon again, it would be too late for Lucrut. Lucrut realized death was only a few seconds away. The fear and pain from his legs made tears began to fill eyes. In a last pure act of desperation he looked around for help or maybe even comfort in his final moments. At first, his gaze landed on his fellow members of the Swords of Darkness. Their faces screamed nothing but panic. His eyes landed on the beautiful Nabe. Their eyes met for a second, and then, her oh, so beautiful features, turned into a beautiful cruel smile. A weird sense of confusion and hurt filled his heart. Her face did a wonderful job in portraying her true feelings. She was happy about this outcome. A blue came from the dragon's throat and hit the ground where Lucrut had been pinned down. Everyone was forced to take a step back because of the sudden heat. Lucrut could do nothing but scream as he was surrounded by the flames. All he could see was blue and then darkness as his eyeballs began to melt away, then his skin and then internal organs along with his nerves. The pain lasted only for 4 seconds, before death took hold of him. They could do nothing but watch with horrified looks as the dragon kept scorching their friend, his screams of pain having vanished quickly, and then just as the dragon stopped its flame, it disappeared in a small blue light. It was as if they had never been attacked at all. A single moment of confusion spread across all of them, but then reality took hold of them and Ninja was the first to react. Lucrut, running as fast as her legs could take her, she ran towards the smoking mess, where Lucrut had been pinned down by the dragon, and when she was close enough all she could see was a black charred skeleton. The stench of burnt flesh hung heavy in the air, and the sight turned out to be too much for Ninja, who fell to her knees and threw up tomorrow's breakfast. Lucrut. Peter clenched both his fists so hard he managed to draw blood. while Dine had a deep saddened look on his face. What was that? Enfire asked, slowly peeking out from his hiding spot, beneath the wagon, his gaze turned towards Kurama who had managed to get back to the group, the ensuring attack having taken place in less than half a minute. A dragon, but I've never seen anything like that. Ninya answered, while wiping vomit her chin. The only dragons that should be anywhere near Yggdrasil should be the frost dragons in the Resurrecting Mountains, but they shouldn't have that white silvery look. Naruto made a mental note to investigate those mountains later. Naruto also noticed Peter and Dine were looking down on Lucrut's charred remains, with painful expressions. You think he can be saved with resurrection magic? As Peter asked that, Naruto instantly peeked up. This was the first time he had heard about anyone using resurrection magic in this world. I don't believe so. Only Lachias of Blue Rose possesses that power within the kingdom, and from what I've heard, she takes enormous amount of gold to perform that service, and I've also heard the body needs to be near perfect condition for her to use it. Naruto was quite happy. He was getting some useful information. It sounded like this Lachias person could use raise dead, from the limitations Dine was speaking of. Now that he was thinking about it, he should probably perform a few resurrection experiments of his own. Maybe Demiurge knew where he could find some happy test villagers. Besides, the way Lucrut had kept on staring shamelessly at Narberl had really pissed him off. Narberl herself had even let her anger be known, so it was quite satisfying to get rid of him. Peter and Dine tried to recover Lucrut's body, carefully trying to wrap in a sheet. They would be able to bring onto the carriage, and then they would be able to give him a proper burial back at Yggdrasil. But sadly, by the smallest touch, Lucrut's charred bones collapsed and turned to ash. It spoke volumes of the power of the dragon's flames. Then where did it go? Enfire's next question was met by silence. No one could really understand how the dragon had just disappeared. This was just another experiment by Naruto, though, as he had recalled the dragon back to his inventory, to see how they would react, but they all seemed quite clueless, so maybe dragons weren't known to use magic such as teleportation. In the end, Peter and Dine were only able to collect Lucrut's ashes. They still wanted to bring it back to Yggdrasil. According to Peter, he and Lucrut had been friends for a long time, so he knew where Lucrut would want his ashes to be scattered. Despite the now somber and sad atmosphere that hung above many of them, they still managed to get back to Yggdrasil at about an hour before midnight. Yggdrasil, the otherwise bustling city, seemed quite silent at this time of day. There were no children or women walking around. Only young and middle-aged men were passing by. The only part of the city that seemed to be alive was the red light district, where women's laughter could still be heard loud and clear, while men flocked to the street. Big Hamster was getting quite a few looks of admiration, much to Naruto's confusion and annoyance. Narberl had even urged Naruto to ride on its back, since she didn't believe a supreme being should be walking. Naruto wholeheartedly refused. He might just die from embarrassment if he had to ride on the hamster. Naruto, Narberl and Big Hamster was currently heading towards the guild. Seeing as Big Hamster was classified as a monster, Naruto needed to have it registered, before allowing it to roam freely by his side. Honestly, Naruto was looking forward to getting rid of it. The members of Swords of Darkness had also given him all of the monster trophies to turn in. They had all refused to take part of the payment, still depressed from the loss of a comrade and the strong feeling of inferiority, since they hadn't helped in slaying a single of the monsters, so the entirety of the payment from monster slaying would go to Naruto, which suited Naruto just fine. Nazar had monthly upkeep costs in Yggdrasil. Since Naruto had yet to remain in this world for a month yet, he didn't know if it still worked like that, but he would like to buy various materials and see how the exchange box would react. Hopefully there would be an easy way to create more Yggdrasil coins in the future. With Enfire, a rather awkward and silent mood was in the air, as the now 3 members of Swords of Darkness escorted Enfire back to his shop and were helping carrying down urns from the cart. He had managed to talk a little with Kurama on their way back. After what happened to Lucrut, the others hadn't been very talkative. He couldn't say he really understood, having never seen someone close to himself die. Sure, his parents died when he was very young, but he didn't even remember them. Not that Enfire was in any way heartless. He did pity them and felt and gave them silence to mourn their fallen comrade, but Enfire didn't know Lucrut that well, and more than once he had been thankful that the dragon took Lucrut and not himself. They began moving the urns into the storage room. They had just placed down the last urn, when the door on the other side of the room opened, Enphyra, who fully expected to see his grandmother, was surprised when instead he saw a beautiful, but rather unsettling woman at the door. "Heya, welcome home." The woman was obviously in a great mood, as she was halfway to sing those words. Enphyra couldn't come up with a proper response to her words. "Ah, I was so worried, you know. Your poor Oni-chan thought something terrible may have happened to you." Peter and the other adventurers felt the malice the woman was radiating and had slowly moved for their weapons. "Oni-chan, Enphyra, is this woman your older sister?" Peter asked, but he believed he already knew the answer. "And no, I've never met this woman in my life." As soon as Enphyra confirmed the fact, they drew their weapons, which elicited a small happy laugh from the woman. Her face then settled into a beautiful, yet wicked smile. "Ooh, how I love when people try to fight back. Ah, I'm in a good mood, so I'm going to take my time playing with you." She was full of confidence that she was going to win, and her red eyes sent shivers down their spine. Moving her hands out from her large cape, she held two thin piercing weapons in both hands. They recognized them to be stilettos, a rather unorthodox choice of weapon. The door behind them then closed with a large thud. Turning around, they saw a bald, hunched-over man holding a staff while wearing a simple robe. In less than a second everyone recognized him to be a spellcaster. "Hurry up, Clementine. We can't keep wasting time, we need to get started soon." I know, fine, but at least let me play a little with one of them." Enphyra and the others were hoping for nothing more than Kurama and Nabe to return now. With Naruto, the guild master had already gone home for tonight, but the guild was open at all times, so Naruto had handed over the trophies from the monsters and had in exchange gotten quite a bit of coin. Both gold, silver and copper coins glittered in the pouch he had received, and he still had to get the money from the actual quest. Naruto had been told that only the guild master was allowed to promote an adventurer in rank, but from the trophies he had brought in alone, he should already be more than qualified to go straight to gold, which let him jump over iron and silver ranks, and that was just from the trophies. Then there was the mission and the taming of the wise king of the forest to take into account as well. Sadly, they can't take into account Naruto's story about surviving a dragon attack, since no one had ever heard of the dragon, so they didn't believe the source to be reliable. Still, this adventure had been a great success, and tomorrow the three other adventurers he had traveled with would spread around rumors of his strength, furthering the fame he would gather. Leaving the guild, he saw both Narbril and the hamster awaiting his return. Quite a few people had gathered around admiring either the hamster or Narbril. "We're done here, let's go." "Yes, Kurama-san." At this point it may be a better idea to claim Narbril just had a verbal tic. What's even worse was that she was still struggling this much to call him san, and they were now pretending to be lovers. It would be even better if there was no honorifics at all. It didn't take long before they reached the pharmacy, but as soon as Naruto reached the door, he realized something was off. The door was ajar, and he could hear nothing from inside. "Narbril, be on your guard." The two of them moved inside, while the large hamster waited outside, unable to fit its massive body in through the door. The first room they entered was the main shopping area. Once more another door further inside was ajar and led them into a small wooden hallway. Reaching the end, Naruto could hear weird murmuring. Unable to put a finger on what exactly made this kind of noise, he opened the door. Naruto looked at the scene in front of him. There was two zombies. He could quickly tell it was Peter and Dine. In the other end of the room was a dead and still ninja, and down on the floor was the corpse of a dead elderly woman. Peter and Dine had been busy chewing on when he had entered. Tisk. Naruto released the small sound. The zombies lunged towards him, but Naruto quickly decapitated both of them with a single swing of his katana. As their lifeless bodies crumbled to the floor, Naruto felt his eyebrows furrowed. He looked towards Narbril and saw her with a completely uninterested expression. "Pathetic. I can't even take my eyes off for 10 minutes without you guys killing yourself." Narbril has moved further into the room to look for clues as to what had transpired. "Naruto-sama, someone has left a notice written in blood." The message was written on the floor in front of the dead ninja. It was a simple message that only said, "Sewer." Naruto very much doubted though anyone would kill a bunch of people and then give away their location. It was more likely a false trial. Someone has stolen their adventurer plates. Trophy hunting. Naruto mused to himself as he examined their corpses. The kills themselves were clean enough, except for Ninja, who looked like she was through a bit of torture before she was granted death. maybe the killer had a thing for women. Naruto turned his gaze back to Narberal. The killer has abducted Enfire and have stolen their adventurer plates. Narberal, take this scroll, it's imbued with locate object. Narberal took the scroll and was about to activate it, but stopped in the middle of the process when she saw Naruto glare at her. I shouldn't use this right away. Naruto nodded and beckoned her to go on. First, I should use counter detect. Her tone was nervous and unsure. Her greatest fear was disappointing Naruto, and now that she was being tested, the fear was hard to keep in check. Yes, and what else? Naruto asked as he bought out another scroll containing counter detect. False cover. Naruto gave her a small smile and relief flew through Narberal. Naruto gave her another scroll again and Narberal activated both of them and finished by casting locate object. The countermeasures Narberal had suggested were the bare minimal, but Naruto was just checking to see how much Narberal knew. There were plenty of ways to turn divination spell back on their user, but he was happy enough that Narberal knew at least a few. A large portal opened in the middle of the room, letting them see what was happening near the person who stole the adventurer plates. They saw Enfire, dressed in rather odd clothes, surrounded by large masses of undead. None of the undead were impressive, but the large number of them did surprise Naruto a bit. Maybe someone had used the 7th tier spell, Undeath Army. He couldn't imagine a group of undead in this size could spawn naturally without anyone taking care of it a long time ago. And then there was the corpses. Someone had used Raise Undead on them, which was a 3rd tier spell. Naruto thought over what to do. He couldn't just let Enfire die. He hadn't confirmed the quest completion yet. Come forth. God of the Pond, Cobalt. A small blue light filled the room, and when it died down, a massive frog was in the room with them. It was as big as Naruto in size. Even though it was sitting down, it reached a height of 2 meters. Narberal looked over the creature, surprised, studying its appearance. The frog named Cobalt was completely blue, save a few black specks on the top of its head. Its eyes seemed like an endless ocean, and above its head was a halo, composed of snakes eating each other's tail. Cobalt was a level 100 beast and was among Naruto's divine creatures. It was also the only of Naruto's divine creatures that weren't meant for combat. According to Yggdrasil lore, Cobalt was a normal frog that over the course of thousands of years ate 1,000,000 poisonous snakes and ascended to godhood. Cobalt, bring me Enfire. Naruto gave an order and Cobalt looked up towards the ceiling. The ocean in its eyes seemed to move, and then croak. With the sound of Cobalt's croak, a small green light appeared, and then Enfire was in the room with them. Narberal took on a look of surprise at the once more sudden appearance. Good work, Cobalt. Naruto dismissed the frog with a wave of his hand, and the frog returned to his beast inventory. Naruto inspected Enfire in front of him. He could feel the magical energy coming from the crown on his head. Appraisal magic item. Knowledge of the item began to flow into his head. I see a magic item, capable of helping weaker casters activate stronger spells. That's rather interesting. Naruto grabbed the crown and plugged of Enfire's head. Naruto hadn't really thought about what would happen to Enfire, as the boy seemed to spasm and collapse to the ground. Narberal leaned down to confirm what both of them already knew. He's dead, my lord. It's fine, I will resurrect him later. For now let's take care of the situation in the cemetery. Usually, resurrection magic would deplete life force and make it impossible for someone like Enfire to be resurrected, but Naruto was a healer and a cleric. He had access to the highest forms of resurrection, which could bring the dead back to life without drawbacks, and even if the corpse was in horrendous condition, at least he could in Yggdrasil. Naruto-sama. A sudden voice filled his head, though he quickly recognized it. Intoma, is something wrong? Yes, Naruto-sama, I have a report for you. I see, can it wait or is it urgent? I've got something I wish to take care of at the moment. Understood. Then please contact Albedo-sama when you're available. Naruto closed the channel between himself and Intoma, before leaving the shop with Narberal and met up with Hamster outside. Stay here and make sure no one enters the shop while we're gone. The hamster nodded obediently. Cemetery gates. I wish something exciting would happen. Shut up. We should be happy that it's quiet tonight. The Rantel Cemetery was the largest in the kingdom. Other cities had their own graveyards, but they were more regulated in size to take care that not too many undead would spawn. but since Yggdrasil was the largest fortress city to the Empire also meant that each year during their yearly skirmish with the Empire their dead soldiers would be buried here in Yggdrasil. Simply put, it was necessary to have the largest cemetery in country here. Still, even so, most of the dead here had already been blessed by a priest after death, so at most they were looking at some skeletons or another weak variation of those. The most trouble they usually get are zombies, but even so a few of them wouldn't be too much an issue. Another guard listened in on their conversation. Agreed, we've been lucky lately. Earlier there was only 5 skeletons, maybe the gods are cleansing the dead souls. Sure, would be nice, but I can't help but feel rather unsettled by the small number of undead. You guys think someone might be controlling them? It was a good question. Undead were very much horde creatures. The weak ones spawned regularly, but the strong ones would only spawn where lots of weak undead could be found. So if a lot of weak undead were left unchecked, a stronger undead could spawn and take command. Something similar once happened on the Cat's Plains. The patrol is returning. No, wait, don't open the gate. The man on the wall yelled out in sudden panic as he spotted the patrol. Usually a group of 6 guards would take small shifts heading into the cemetery, but now only 2 guards were running frantically for the gates. Open the gates. Open, hurry. Both of the panicked men yelled while barging up against the gate. What's going on? Where's the rest of the patrol? Usually, the men at the gate were relaxed. Even the captain casually spoke with the soldiers, but now he was yelling in a much more serious tone. The other men hadn't heard in years. They're dead. Please open the gate, hurry. The captain was about to give the order to let them in, but at the same time the heavy fog in the cemetery seemed to disperse, revealing massive amounts of different undead monsters. They were quickly running towards the door, and as much as the captain wanted to save the 2 trapped soldiers, he couldn't give the order to open the gate. It was already too late. All they could do was to listen to the death cry of their fellow soldiers as they were ripped apart by undead. There's too many. You go request help from the barracks. You 2 run to the other gates and spread the news. The rest of us are going to try and hold them back. The captain quickly barked orders out. Despite the surprising turn of events, they were still soldiers and had to act the part. Oh my, can I offer a hand? Their gazes quickly snapped towards the person who had just spoken. They saw a tall man, with sun-kissed hair, bright blue eyes and a golden-like armor. He looked like some hero straight out of a fairy tale, but they were vastly disappointed when they saw the copper plate around his neck. You need to get out here. This place isn't safe. Oh, I'm well aware. Don't worry, you won't have to open the gates. Naruto and Narbril went up the stairs to the wall, and without a care they jumped down into the fray. All the soldiers present rushed up on the wall to see what was going to happen. The soldiers couldn't express in words what they saw as Naruto instantly began killing the undead in front of him. It didn't matter if they were zombies, skeletons, warriors, skeleton knights, wights, wraiths, undead beasts or anything else. He moved quickly and gracefully past each undead creature and killed it with a single swing of his swords. They couldn't help but believe they were watching some kind of legendary hero. They believed the man to be in truth an adamantium-class adventurer, because when they looked at him, they could only see the pinnacle of humanity. Even massive undead that grew to be over 5 meters tall were dispatched with ease, and before long he had moved far enough into the cemetery to be out of sight in the fog. We've just seen a legend among legends. With Naruto. Now out of sight, Naruto had sheathed his swords and was instead using Aura of Radiance, which instantly killed any lower rank undead that came too close. I think we managed to leave quite the impression, Naruto said as Narbril walked beside him and gave a quick nod. Indeed, my lord, but if our aim is to raise our reputation, shouldn't we have allowed the undead to kill a few more humans before stepping in? Good question, Narbril. I can't just say I wanted to get this over with, cause I'm tired. Possible, Narbril, but in the end it wouldn't matter much, and if some other adventurers were to swoop in and get the culprits it would be waste. Naruto tried his best to explain a fair reason, and Narbril did seem to accept the answer. They had gotten quite far into the cemetery, when they noticed a large tomb and a rather odd-looking group standing in front of the tomb, surrounding a single man Naruto believed to be their leader. Kagit-sama, they arrived. Oh, Kagit, is it? A pleasure. Kagit threw a small, annoyed look to the subordinate that had just revealed his name. There's only 2 of you, where's the rest of your party? Kagit asked. He had felt the change in undead as they had been destroyed en masse. We're but a humble party of 2, there is no one else but us. Oh, my name is Kurama, my partner here is Nabe. I see, and why are the two of you here? Kajit did not like this man. He seemed like heroic figure, but the attitude he was displaying was more that of Clementine. Well, I've already recovered Enfire. At that statement they went on guard and pointed their staffs towards Kurama. They were left in shock when Enfire had suddenly vanished into thin air, but luckily the ritual was still active. So that was you. Yeah, now I'm just here to clean up. This is quite the event you guys have started up. Surely the city would reward me quite well for taking care of this mess. Just another fool who is going to get killed looking for money. Naruto didn't respond as he looked them over. Would your partner in the tomb be the one with the piercing weapon? My oh my, you even took time to examine the corpses. Did you like my work? A woman stepped out of the tomb covered in a similar robe to the men. Naruto looked her over with a smile that matched her own. I must admit, your kills were clean, though what did poor Ninya do to deserve such torture? The woman released a playful laugh. The girl, she was such a sweet thing. She kept insisting some Kurama hero was going to come and save her, but you never showed. Clementine was scanning his face, wanting a reaction. I'd like to take my time. Oh, rather cold-blooded. Tell me, how did you two manage to find us all the way out here? The answer is beneath your robe. Mind showing me? Kya, so bold, but I do like guys with confidence. Opening up her robe she showed off her rather skimpy armor, which was made out of several adventurer plates in all colors: copper, iron, silver, gold, platinum, and even one or two mithril were mixed in. Looking for these? An impressive collection you got there. May I have your name? Clementine raised a single eyebrow. It felt as if she was talking to a statue. Nothing seemed to face him. This deadly beauty, you can call me Clementine. Narbril, I leave these guys to you. Take your time, I'm going to have a bit of fun. Narbril gave small nod. Then Clementine, how about we find somewhere more private? Oh no, I'm blushing, sounds fun. When they had made some distance, they could both hear Narbril's lightning spell thundering behind them. Nay, those people I killed, were they your friends? Is that why you want to fight me? Right, but they simply died too easily. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it, they were a pain. I rather disliked them. In truth I dislike most humans, but I'm trying to pretend being a hero, so please don't tell anyone, okay? Naruto finished off by singing in the same tone Clementine was using. She wasn't angry though, instead she was more intrigued. I see, so you came all this way to thank me. I'm sorry, but now that you know of our hideout, I have to kill you. Nothing personal. They had made a good distance now. Thank you. Oh no, I dislike them, but they did have their uses. I need compensation. Is this all just about money? Clementine sounded quite surprised. Kurama was quite the enigma to her, and then she followed his gaze, which landed on her chest area. Her eyes filled with light and her smile grew so much it threatened to tear her face apart. No way, you want to rape me? Surprised. You killed my tools, and for compensation I will use you like a tool. Clementine only giggled at Naruto's response. Ah ha ha, you really dress up like some great hero, but in truth you're just some major pervert. Ah ha ha, well fine, you aren't the first person who's tried to rape me. In return please don't be too mad when I kill you, shorty. Don't worry, I won't. Naruto drew a single katana in his right hand and Clementine studied the sword. A katana? You've been to Arrowentio. For the first time Naruto was taken by surprise. Then Naruto came to the realization, he was the only person using katanas. Everyone was using traditional medieval swords. Did he fuck up by using katanas? No, nobody has said anything about it so far. Was what Clementine just said rare knowledge? No, never been. I see, so you killed someone and stole their swords. You're really becoming less and less heroic by the second, even killing your partner by letting her stay with Kajit. Narbril can deal with you as easily as I can. Sure thing, Mr. Copperplate. You clearly have no idea who you're talking to in this entire kingdom. You can count on a single hand who can go up against me. Rather confident, aren't we? Let me see, there's Gazef Stranov, Gagaron of Blue Rose, Lusenberg Albellion of Red Drop, Brain Ungloss. Also, the retired Vestia Croft D. Lofen, but in truth none of them could beat me if I went all out. You're that strong. I am. Changed your mind. Possibly, if you're really that strong. Clementine smiled, believing Kurama was talking about backing down from their fight, but then Kurama went on. If you're truly that strong, it would be a waste to use you a single time. A small light bulb almost seemed to go off over his blonde head. Ah, I've got it, you will become my pet. Huh. A visible tick mark formed on Clementine's forehead. Let's see now, you do give off some cat vibes, but the way you keep on barking, maybe a dog, would fit better. Can you try barking and meowing? You must really have a death wish. Clementine drew her own stilettos, one in each hand, before she leaned down ready to charge. Naruto made the first move, surprising Clementine as he shot forward with a great speed, and made a vertical slash downwards, which she quickly sidestepped, the sword sailing past her. She returned the gesture with a quick jab, but missed as Naruto took a single step back. They were right in front of each other, both smiling and both beckoning each other to make a move. A draconic roar could be heard, but both Clementine and Naruto ignored it as they found each other much more interesting. Ability boost. Clementine moved faster than before and had gotten close to the ground. Seeing Kurama was arrogant by having only drawn one of his two katanas in his right hand, she went for his left knowing he would have a hard time reaching her with his katana on that side. Good choice. Naruto praised her as he realized he was in a bad position, so he went for a kick, but Clementine easily slipped beneath the kick and was now behind. Before Naruto could turn around, he could hear the clank of her weapon meeting his armor. Naruto looked down at his side, where he could see the tip of the stiletto hitting the side of his armor. Naruto made a small swing of his sword and Clementine jumped clear. That's a tough nut. If you had a helmet, this might have been troublesome. Naruto kept smiling, feeling a bit of admiration for the woman's skills. I'm sorry, I thought you were simply boasting earlier. Allow me to play a little with you. Clementine thought Kurama was bullshitting, since his way to get serious meant to sheath his katana by his side. Kurama then reached for his gauntlets and allowed them to fall. Huh. Clementine sounded rightly confused as Kurama went into a battle stance. Both his hands were turned into fists, while waiting her movement. Are you a monk? Not quite. Tisk. Clementine launched at him again. Her target was now the exposed hands. She went for a powerful stab, but missed her target as Naruto calmly moved his hands beneath both stilettos and then he managed to grab both her arms. There was a small break between them as Clementine watched Kurama's hands grabbing her arms holding her in place. Tell me, if I hold you like this, do you have a way to escape? Her response was a strong kick to his crotch. Yoofoof. I guess not, but fine, I'll give you another chance. Naruto was unfazed by the kick, but still released her and Clementine once more jumped back puzzled by what had just happened. She was sure she was about to pierce both his hands, but then they had moved oddly slipping right past her thrusts. In Naruto's case he had thousands of years of combat experience. Sadly he was never able to use them properly while playing Yggdrasil, due to the game's restrictive movements, but now despite not being a warrior, Naruto could move as he pleased. Slowly Naruto's gaze finally did turn to look into the distance where Narbril should be. Skeleton dragons, quite tough for a magic caster. Clementine gave a small smile, hearing Kurama speak those words. That's right, I'm afraid your caster friend is as good as dead. Should I send reinforcements? With a snap of his finger several strong beasts filled the area. Clementine's eyes widened in shock by their sudden appearance. Why, you're a beast tamer. Oh, that's right, you finally guessed correctly. The beasts vanished as they ran off to assist Narbril. Naruto couldn't help but being rather surprised. Clementine had been nothing but laughing and talking, but now she seemed rather pissed. Fucking beast tamer, did the theocracy send you to mess with me? There was no longer any fun or playfulness in her tone. Nope. I'm affiliated with myself, got something against beast tamers. She didn't respond, instead she crouched down. Greater ability boost. Clementine shot forward at breakneck speed, she managed to close the gap between them in an instant. Dragon Fang Thrust. Both of Clementine's stilettos seemed to glow in a green aura. It didn't matter how hard Kurama's armor was, Clementine knew this would be enough to kill him. Die. The power she was using was too much for herself to control. Even if she wanted to cancel her attack at this point, she wouldn't be able to. The moment she heard Kurama was a beast tamer, all she could think about was her brother and her wish to kill him was poured into this attack. Naruto raised both his hands and stopped both stilettos short in their track with the tip of both his index fingers. Huh, I'm not bad at all, it's as you say, I've actually seen that Gazef guy fight before and I think you're stronger, so well done, I give you the title of strongest human I've encountered so far. His words went straight over her head as she was still looking dumbfounded at the scene in front of her, her stilettos imbued with third-tier magic and capable of piercing through his index fingers. Don't be too hard on yourself, you put up a good fight, now then I've won, so I'm going to enjoy the spoils a little. Clementine looked up at Kurama and saw his appearance had completely changed. Instead of ocean blue eyes, they were crimson, and his golden hair was also replaced with crimson color, but most notably were the tails and ears. Demahuman. Now we're back to you guessing incorrectly. Clementine looked down when she felt one of his tails had wrapped itself around her stomach. Quickly pulling her stilettos back, she began trying to stab at the tail to get free, but the demahuman, or rather monster in front of her, showed no signs of being affected by her struggle. I was rather disappointed by the wise king of the forest. I do believe you would be a much better pet. I really think being a cat would suit you the best. Oh, or maybe a kitsune like myself. I wonder how many tails you would have. Let go of me, you monster. Clementine was desperately struggling to get out of the tail around her stomach. Monster now. No, let's get this straight, I'm a demon. A feeling of terror moved through Clementine as their red eyes met each other. Two other tails moved up and restrained both her arms. Say, how old are you? I was with a girl who was 15 the other day. You look a bit older than her, 22. Naruto asked playfully, while Clementine kept trying to struggle. Releasing she wasn't going to answer, Naruto decided to move on, bringing a single finger up towards her chest. His fingernail easily cut through the middle of the metal that were holding her breasts together. The metal fell to the ground and several adventurer plates seemed to jump away as it hit the ground. Her breast was still hidden by a single thin black cloth, but Naruto quickly pulled it down, letting Clementine's breast out into the open. Whoa, not bad. Fuck you, you disgusting pervert. Naruto looked over the beautiful tits in front of him. They seemed to be a small size larger than Narberl's. Moving hand forward, Naruto grabbed one of the mounds and gave it a small squeeze, his fingers easily digging into her soft breast. Naruto also noted her hot gaze on him, that wanted to do nothing but kill him. Don't be so mad, you seemed to laugh at the idea of getting raped earlier. Don't be such a sore loser. If you had a problem with this, then you should have said so earlier. Having spoken his mind, Naruto moved down towards Clementine's left tit and without hesitation began to happily suckle on the breast. Out of the corner of his eyes, Naruto could see Clementine's fingers curl and twist in anger and desperation as she was still struggling. Honestly, this girl was too much a poor loser. She kept on yelling insults, while Naruto kept sucking on her pink nipple. Maybe he should use a tail to move around her mouth, so she would shut up or at least muffle out her screaming. Naruto's cheeks sank in as he created a small vacuum and pulled on the breast with his mouth, before it flew out of his mouth with a wet pop sound and bounced back in place. Naruto moved another two tails down to stop her legs as she had kept on kicking him while he was playing with her tits. You don't have to sound so scared. I've already said I'm going to make you my pet. I'm not going to kill you. As a response, Clementine spat at him, but it was stopped by his passive defensive magic. Oh, you want to swap spit? The tails moved Clementine in close to his face. Naruto grabbed both her cheeks and moved in and kissed her while Clementine kept her mouth locked, but then she felt Naruto try and wriggle his tongue in and she realized he must have gotten carried away. She opened her mouth and allowed Naruto's tongue into her mouth, and then a second later she bit down as hard as she could and ended up hurting her teeth quite badly. She released a pained scream into Naruto's mouth, while he kept deepening their kiss, his tongue eagerly exploring through her mouth. You're really a defiant little one, aren't you? Naruto's voice was filled with amusement. He used his healing magic to repair her cracked teeth. Once more Clementine spat at him with the same failed result. She needed to escape, and quickly. She needed to get away from this horny monster. She could feel her own body starting to react to him, as he kept on playing with one of her breasts with one hand while the other was sensually rubbing her belly. She was wrecking her brain. She was completely restrained, but she rather die than get raped by some demon. It was common knowledge in this world that there existed a demon world, from where demons could be summoned, but ever so rarely a demon managed to escape into this world. From what Clementine knew, the more intelligent the demon, the more powerful they also were, and this one in front of her that was playing with her body was clearly extremely powerful. Hey, what about a deal? Demons were notorious deal makers, at least according to the stories about demons. A deal? I don't think you have anything that I really want except your body. Naruto kept stripping her down. The armor of her waist fell down and Clementine knew she had to hurry. I'm a high-ranking member of Zuranorn and I was a member of the Theocracy's Black Scripture. I can offer information about all of its members and treasures and even locations. Clementine didn't possess a single ounce of loyalty. The reason why she had left the Black Scripture was partly because of her brother, but also the rarity of their assignments. In Zuranorn, she got to kill as much as she pleased, but that was really the only reason she joined. Oh, that sounds interesting. Sure, tell me lots about that later. Naruto ripped apart the last piece of fabric between her legs, getting a good look at her pussy. Clementine was both pissed and scared. She knew she was beautiful and such plenty of men she had picked a fight had joyfully stated how much they looked forward to ravage her after beating her. But she had killed all of them before they could even put an hand on her. The cold hard truth was that she was a virgin, who had no interest or experience with sex. She began struggling again, when she saw Naruto began taking off his own pants, but the tails holding all her limbs didn't budge a single inch, no matter how hard she tried. The only thing Clementine was to raise her head and watch as Naruto dropped his pants and showed off what was about to piece her. Her eyes widened in shock as he saw the humongous cock. There's no way that will fit. Oh, no it will. I've already tried with another human. Sure, she needed a lot of healing both physical and mentally, but you're way stronger than her, so I expect you will handle it quite well. He was already half erect and Clementine could feel the tails wrapped around her move her in closer to his crotch, her legs being forced apart, and then she felt the warm cockhead brushing up against her folds. I'm sorry. What for? I've already told you I didn't really care about the others. Don't worry, I love my pets and treat them very well. You're lucky, you know. Naruto slowly moved his cock up and down her entrance. She seemed surprisingly tight, and from the look on her face Naruto did begin to suspect her purity. Anything. I do anything you want. Clementine kept struggling. The tails were soft, but still had a powerful iron grip around her arms. They held onto her from wrist to elbow and her leg were held from ankle to kneecap. Anything. Why yeah. Then please moan a lot for me. Naruto began to add a bit of pressure as he began moving his hips forward, his cockhead pressing up against her pussy. Greater evasion. She was lucky that after the four tails each had restrained one of her limbs, the one around her stomach had moved away and allowed her to move her midsection. Clementine activated a martial art and shot her butt downwards, just as Naruto was about to penetrate her, his cock instead sliding past her folds and his entire length flopped up on her stomach, giving Clementine a better look of how big and how deep it could go. Oh, another martial art, how fun. I sent Shaltir off to look for some, but I guess, now that I'll have you, there is no longer any need for that. Clementine couldn't focus on his words. Her brain was working overtime on any possible way out of this situation, but she simply couldn't come up with anything. She had nothing this demon wanted from her that he could not just take. Naruto placed both of his hands on Clementine's hips, and she could only watch as the cock slowly moved down her stomach, until it was out of sight, and she once again could feel the cockhead push up against her pussy. Kajit, what the fuck are you doing? Get your ass over here. Naruto raised a single eyebrow in amusement, before he thrusted forward, his cock slowly spreading her folds open, and his glands began sliding into her warmth. Arg, fuck you. Naruto didn't respond. Instead he just released a hearty chuckle. Clementine was quite spirited. Her face kept on morphing and changed as Naruto kept on moving forward. A notable bulge grew in her stomach, that only kept increasing in size, until Naruto reached her cervix. Ah, this is nice. I'm really growing into quite sex addict. Clementine said. Nothing. Her cheeks had gotten hot and red, her pussy was quivering around his cock, but even if her body reacted quite positive to him, her eyes were staring at him with incredible fury and anger. Naruto then noticed a small trail of blood. Oh, so you really were a virgin, haha, don't worry, I'll be gentle with you. Once more Naruto used the same kind of singing tone Clementine had used at the start of their fight, though it was long gone by now. Clementine didn't want to release these sounds, but when Naruto made a small thrust, it almost felt like a great strike to her belly followed by a weird sensation she had never experienced before. Fuck you, arg. Naruto took on a look of surprise and respect. Clementine clearly had no wish to be turned into a tool for someone's pleasure. She was afraid of death, she had just realized the fact, but she chose death over being raped, and so after her scream, she stuck her tongue out and bit down hard. She expected blood to begin flowing and for darkness to quickly take hold of her, but felt nothing. No, she still felt the demon's cock thrust into her once more. Wah, fuck. She tried moving her tongue around in her mouth and felt her tongue just as fine. She had felt the pain of biting it and was sure it was severed, so why? You don't actually think I'm just going to let my new pet die like that, though I do admire your determination. Her words sent a new form of terror into Body. She couldn't even kill herself. She knew he was a powerful demon, but to heal her tongue as if nothing happened in less than a second was just ridiculous. What the fuck had she just fought? A warrior, a monk, a beast tamer and a healer. What more could he do? Someone like this shouldn't exist in this world. Ah, this is great. Naruto had completely stopped thrusting and instead was using his tails to move Clementine's body up and down on his cock. Each time his cock hit her cervix she released a cute small moan. She was unable to hold back. Let me die on. Naruto didn't respond. His eyes had locked onto Clementine's tits that were making small loops, his gaze transfixed on them. Before he leaned down and grabbed both of them, pushing them in close together, Naruto leaned down and began suckling on both her nipples. Clementine quickly found herself without the strength or will to even attempt to look at the scene in front of her. Her head fell back, while she could do nothing but accept the fact her body was being used like a pleasure doll. Perhaps even worse was the fact her body seemed to enjoy the treatment as she was unable to hold back the moans of pleasure. But the fact he wanted to turn her into a pet would never happen, no matter what he planned to put her through. She felt his vile tongue circling around her pink nipples. His lips suckled on her tits like a baby hoping to suckle milk from a mother's tit. While her head was lulled back and she began to accept the fact that she was currently being raped, she began thinking over her options, but the cock that kept on hitting into her stomach made it difficult to think clearly. Maybe she should pretend to enjoy this and hope to get him to finish quickly, then she could bide her time till she found an opportunity to escape. Slowly, while she began considering her options, she noticed a figure in the fog approaching. Quote! Once more despair gripped her as she saw the demon's female companion approaching, accompanied by the beasts he had sent to aid her in her fight. She seemed to be without a scratch. Naruto noticed Narbril approaching and quickly removed his mouth from Clementine's tits. Narbril, you've finished up on your end. Yes, Naruto-sama. Narbril's gaze turned towards Clementine. The tails around her didn't stop moving her back and forth on Naruto's cock. Clementine felt like a fool for thinking Kagit had a chance. Of course his companion wasn't human either. Was she also some kind of ridiculous powerful demon or maybe a kind of demonic mistress? I've taken away their equipment and sent it to Nazar as you wished. Their corpses remain to be collected. Good job. Narbril had finished her approach and now stood still right next to Naruto. Observing the scene, and Naruto couldn't help but feel a rather awkward tension. Narbril, this may still take some time. You're free to head back. Please allow me to refuse, Naruto-sama. My first and utmost priority is to ensure your safety. I see. Narbril, does this bother you? Naruto decided to stop cutting corner and simply ask the question on his mind. No, not at all, Naruto-sama, but I do feel you mating with humans is a blessing wasted on them. Well, I don't think I will be satisfied. When I'm done with this one, can you help me with another round when we get back to the inn? Happily. Her tone was surprisingly eager and didn't really match with the usual stoic Narbril. Oh, and Narbril, I plan on making this one into a pet. Narbril's face turned into one of skepticism. A human. Just for now, I would like to experiment with a bit of race changing, as well as new ways to install loyalty into humans. Fuck both of on. Why, you insolent insect, you should thank Naruto-sama. Your body is being used to grant a supreme being pleasure. There is no greater honor in this world. Naruto had to place a hand on Narbril's shoulder to calm her down. It's fine. She just a bit unruly for now, but I do think naughty girls need to be punished. As Naruto said that, his tails moved Clementine forward. She released a surprised gasp as his cock left her now gaping pussy with a pop. Naruto looked at Naruto's erection with a small blush, seeing it out in all its magnificence. Ah, eh. Clementine was quite surprised as her body was turned around. Before she had been lifted while looking towards the stars, her back pointing downwards, but now she was turned around, her stomach pointing down. She felt Naruto's hands land on her ass. Her tired eyes shot open in shock when she felt Naruto's cock push against her asshole. No, don't. It's your own fault for being so rude. With that said, Clementine felt the tails around her limbs forcing her back once more. The large cock had pushed up hard against her little asshole. A part of her hoped he was too big and she was too tight for it to be possible, but as the pressure kept building, it turned out she wasn't that lucky. Her anus expanded. While his cock was forced in, the sensation was nothing like before, as it felt like someone had lit a strong fire in her ass. Arg hhhhhhhhh. Fuck. Ah. Unlike before, Naruto was no longer gentle. Before there had actually been pleasure as she had been moved up and down slowly, not experiencing the same kind of experimentation Henry Emmett had been through with cervix penetration. But now there was nothing to stop him, and every thick inch began sliding up deep into her ass. She wanted to pass out from the pain, but knew she couldn't, so all she could do was scream in pain. She's quite the screamer. Naruto looked on with mixed emotions. She was happy the cocky bitch was being put in her place, but she was also a little jealous. Your ts stop please. Clementine could feel it clearly, his fat cock hitting deep into her, hitting her intestines. As she looked down, she could see her own stomach bulging out each time he went balls deep in her. It almost looked like her stomach would explode open if he kept going. Ah, this feels great. Naruto began to thrust his hips on his own, happily meeting Clementine's ass with his hips. The sounds of their flesh ponding against each other almost sounded like deep clapping. The pain was unlike anything Clementine had ever felt before, but she was still hanging on. If she was going to pass out, she would have done so by now, or maybe like death the demon didn't allow her that luxury. Naruto could feel the building pleasure. As his cock throbbed, he began pulling Clementine in closer to his own body, her back pressed against Naruto's front. She was perfectly impaled on his cock and Naruto began moving her up and down with his hands on her hips, while his tails released her limbs. She was limp. There was barely any movement. All she could do was keep moaning. Her body was spent and exhausted, but there was still a small light in her eyes that refused to be extinguished. She bid her time once more. The demon had gotten too cocky. She felt his cock reach up deep into her ass, her body pressing against Naruto's, and then he would lift her up, till just his glands were left in her ass before slamming her back down. She needed to time this perfectly. Ah, fuck, I won't be able to keep on for much longer. Naruto felt his own lip quiver in pleasure and his large balls began to throb as a large climax was building. Once more he raised Clementine's still body. Greater ability boost. Naruto was taken by surprise when the still body threw a violent fit. Her legs kicked in hard against Naruto's thighs and her hands grabbed his wrists and managed to pry his hands off her hips, as Naruto had let his guard down and then she kicked off. Naruto blinked once as Clementine landed on the ground a few meters before him. Dull pain, mental enhancement, greater speed. Clementine didn't bother and didn't dare to look back. Activating her martial arts, she simply began running, pushing her body to its maximum. Despite her tired and battered body, she was sure she had never gone this fast before. Naruto stood still. Naruto looked towards the running girl. Her face was back to stoic. She felt disgusted that anyone would try and run away from Naruto-sama's blessing. Still, if she got away, then Naruto might want to play with her instead. Slowly Naruto's gaze went from the girl disappearing in the horizon over to Naruto's face to see his reaction. And Naruto felt a fearful shiver run down her back, having never seen a more malicious grin in her life. Meanwhile, Clementine began to believe she had been successful. Despite her use of dull pain, she could still feel her ass burning, but the hope and the wish to escape allowed her to block it out and run as fast as she could. She didn't care if she had to run naked through Yggdrasil, she just needed to get away, and right now she was fast. The famous Yggdrasil cemetery was massive in size, but with her blinding speed she had already reached the edge of it and the demon or its companion had yet to catch her. a truly beautiful smile spread on her face. She was free. Her surroundings suddenly changed in front of her eyes. She had just reached the open plains and large wall to the city, but now all she was the cemetery again. Confusion and fear made her take in her surrounding, looking around. Her heart skipped a beat as she saw the demon and its companion behind her. Next to the demon was a massive blue frog. Good work, Cobalt. Now then, my little runaway pet. No, no. Once more Clementine tried to run, but she wasn't as lucky this time, as once more a tail reached around and had restrained one of her legs. She fell to the ground and could only watch in despair as she was being pulled close to the naked demon. And I had almost finished too, but thanks to your little stunt, I've cooled down a bit, so it may take a bit more time now. Naruto spoke while Clementine quickly found herself back in Naruto's arms and held closely. She could feel his long throbbing cock press against her once more. Now then, let's keep going, no more funny stuns, okay? Naruto thrust his cock back up her ass. Clementine spasmed wildly, her spirit and body broken. Once more Naruto raised up her body, with Clementine only being impaled on his cock before he grabbed her hips and began using her like a toy once more. Was I being too gentle before? Now I have to punish you again, you know. Naruto began to thrust up hard into her ass, and Clementine, who still wasn't allowed to pass out, began foaming at her mouth, while moaning and crying. She could feel her ass being destroyed, doubting very much she would be able to walk properly ever again. Fuck, I'm getting close. Naruto removed his hands from Clementine's hips and instead moved them around her body and grabbed both her tits tightly, their flesh pushing out through the gaps between his fingers, while Naruto began moving his hips at a small and hard pace. The power between each thrust sends Clementine's body up his cock halfway before sliding back down, and was met by another strong thrust. There was no great reaction from her though. At this point she was broken and done. Arg fuck. Naruto finally reached his climax, his cock erupting deep in her ass. Clementine could see her belly through half-open eyes began bloating before she felt the need to vomit. Both her dinner and cum shot out of her mouth as her stomach was being filled by Naruto's hot cum. Urghh. Naruto had a small, satisfied grin on his face as he kept blasting rope after rope of cum up Clementine's ass. At this point he believed his body was able to produce more cum than most animals. Not even horses got close to this amount. Finishing up, Naruto moved away. The second his cock left Clementine's outstretched asshole, great amount of cum began leaking out. Releasing Clementine from his grasp, she simply flopped to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Did I overdo it? Naruto was looking down at Clementine's body. She was still alive, that much he was sure of. Curiously, Naruto planted a foot on her swollen belly and pushed it down gently. The reaction was instant as Clementine vomited cum from her mouth once more and great amount shot out of her ass. Naruto-sama, what shall we do about your new pet? For a moment he had even forgotten Narbril had been watching. Send her to Neuronist. Light torture is fine, but she's not allowed to kill her. Narbril nodded and began carrying out the order, while Naruto got dressed back up. That takes care of that. Now he just needed to make sure everyone knew how hard he had fought, so he faked a few scratches and dirtied his armor before heading back to town. Next day, Naruto returned back to the inn after a rather long meeting with the guild master. Rumors were flying around town, and everywhere Naruto went people stopped and stared, whispering rumors of what happened last night. The reason for their attention was simple. It was the mithril plate around his neck. He was only 2 ranks away from adamantium. He had made the jump from copper to mithril in less than a week, which blasted every other previous record out of the water. Of course, people were speculating and whispering about him, some saying the stories about him were overblown, while others were praising him and saying it was only a matter of time before he would reach adamantium. They were now back at their room in the inn, and Naruto felt a bit weird. Something was nagging him. It felt as if he had forgotten something. Meanwhile, in Enfire's shop, flies began circling around the undiscovered corpses, Enfire being one of them, as Naruto had forgotten to return to perform resurrection magic. Back with Naruto. Meh, if I've forgotten, it can't have been that important. I need to remember contacting Albedo. Naruto activated the message spell. Albedo, you have a report for me. Yes, Naruto-sama, it grieves me, but I must report that Shaltir Bloodfallen have rebelled against us. True vampire. A stagecoach was traveling out from Rantel. It was a large vehicle mostly seen belonging to nobility. Its size was big enough to comfortably seat 6 people and it took no less than 4 horses to pull it. The stagecoach moved surprisingly smoothly as it traveled away from the fortress city at a great speed. The pavement of roads had been one of the many ideas brought forth by the Golden Princess Renner, yet only a handful of small cities had adopted the idea, mainly the cities directly beneath the king. The other nobles were too concerned with spending costs as well as how it may aid the empire's transportation should the empire ever attack their cities, but the honest truth was much simpler. The nobles were too greedy with their money and only cared for small-time instant profits. As people saw the stagecoach leave the fortified city, they couldn't help but wrinkle their brow in confusion. By all means, leaving in the middle of the night and without any kind of protection was a foolish move. The kingdom was by no means a lawless place and there were guard patrols across the entire kingdom. Still, the risk of running into bandits and monsters at night was quite high, which was the reason of the confused stares from the civilians. Inside the stagecoach sat Sebas and Solution on one side, while in front of them sat Shaltir, flanked by 2 vampire brides. As they began to get further away from the city, the road began losing its quality and began wobbling softly. Shaltir's crimson eyes moved towards the vampire bride on her left side. She was scantily clad and Shaltir could see her bust jiggling and moved one of her petite arms in beneath the cloth to grab the breast. Vampire brides were a part of Nazar's pop system, which meant they naturally spawned and were not created by the supreme beings. Vampire brides only spawned on Nazar's 2nd floor and Shaltir treated all of them as her concubines. The vampire brides were also intelligent beings who recognized their low standing within Nazar and worked tirelessly on pleasing their mistress, so they would not be disposed of. All vampire brides were beautiful buxom women and monster whose level was in the early 30s. Shaltir had a small smile on her face as she gave the breast a small squeeze. The vampire bride didn't give any reaction. Still, when Shaltir discovered Sebas and Solution staring at her with mixed expression, she quickly pulled her hand back. Aha! Force of habit. Sebas' face barely changed, but Shaltir was sure she could see a hint of relief. Shaltir-sama, I've been meaning to ask you a question, if you would indulge me. What's on your mind, Sebas? I've been noticing you and Aura-sama are on bad terms. Is there a reason for that? Shaltir leaned her head back a bit, while thinking about how best to answer. I wouldn't say that I think me and the shorty are on rather good terms, honestly. Did you know, my creator Peroronsino-sama and the creator of Shorty Bukubukuchigama-sama were actually little brother and older sister. Siblings. Oh, I see, so it's a sibling rivalry. Sebas questioned as he moved one hand up to his chin and scratched his white beard. Something of the sort. Speaking of, you yourself have a rather strained relationship with Demiurge, do you not? Sebas' eyes seemed to shift around a bit by Shaltir's question. It's not that I harbor any ill will for Demiurge-sama, and to my knowledge my creator Touch-me-sama didn't create me to dislike him either. Perhaps it's some kind of instinct. The same should go for him, not to say I don't respect him as a loyal subject of Nazar. Well, the feelings and emotions are deeply engraved in our hearts, but if you want to make sure, perhaps the cause would be to question Naruto-sama, a being of infinite beauty and wisdom such as our Lord, should know the answer. As Shaltir began talking about Naruto, her chest heated up and her pale undead complexion began to turn red. I would rather not bother Naruto-sama, with such an insignificant trouble. Ah, Sebas, you mustn't say that. Naruto-sama is kind and caring. You know, before I departed, he even kissed my cheek and told me to be careful during our journey. Sebas and Solution's sweat dropped. Shaltir had mentioned that with every chance she got. Still, Sebas did agree with Shaltir. When Naruto-sama had seen the innocent of a village being slayed, he had stepped in and defended them, just like Touch-me-sama would have done. You may be right. I will try and question Naruto-sama the next time we have contact. Shaltir smiled at Sebas' words. All this speaking of her beloved made her want to finish her mission quickly and return to his side. Oh, by the way, Sebas, you wouldn't happen to know of Naruto-sama's creations? Shaltir have had these thoughts pop up every so often. She liked to think she knew of everything the supreme beings had created, but she was a bit ashamed to admit it. She had no idea of which NPCs Naruto-sama had created. Well, I can't say for certain, but from rumors I've heard, Naruto-sama has 3 creations, 2 stationed on the 8th floor and 1 on the 9th floor. Still, Shaltir-sama, if you really wanted to know, wouldn't it be easier to ask Albedo-sama? No, I rather not do that. It annoys me to think she may be a step ahead of me. As Guardian Overseer Albedo had access to the Master Source in Nazar, giving her the ability to keep tabs on every denizen who lived within the tomb. Still, both Solution and Shaltir were currently mulling over Seba's words. If Naruto-sama had a creation on the 9th floor, could it be he had created one of the homunculus maids? Of course there were many other NPCs on the 9th floor. The maids were just the most common sight on that floor. If that was the case, Shaltir was eager to meet her. She had learned from Peroroshino-sama that the supreme beings often filled their creations with their fetishes. Finding Naruto-sama's creation would give her a good insight into how to turn him on. Still, the 8th floor. Huh, you don't know anything more about those two, Sebas. Shaltir grumbled a bit. She wanted to meet them, but the 8th floor was a mysterious place, even for the guardians. She knew the floor guardian of the 8th floor was someone called Victim, and she knew the 8th floor once repelled a massive invasion of foolish invaders who had fought their way through the guild, but that was it. Well, I believe Naruto-sama, Touch Me-sama, Momonga-sama, Alberto Lan Odal-sama and Tigris Euphrates-sama were all working on a project on the 8th floor called the 8th floor hierarchy. I believe Naruto-sama's creations on that floor is a part of this project, though I do not understand their purpose. Ooh, that sounds exciting. How about it, when we return to Nazar, should we go take a peek? Shaltir asked with an innocent smile, but Seba's eyes sharpened a bit and Solution quickly looked uncomfortable. Would you go against Naruto-sama's orders? Ah, sorry, I was just kidding. No need to look so serious all of a sudden. Sebas released a small sigh, but honestly, he did share bits of Shaltir's curiosity. I understand, but for now we shouldn't try and access the 8th floor without Naruto-sama's permission. Of course, I agree completely. Shaltir felt a little annoyed. It was merely a jest, but it felt like Sebas had taken it way too seriously and was now scolding her for it. By the way, Shaltir-sama, would it be possible to hand our driver over to Solution? Shaltir threw Solution a small glance, a little surprised by the weird request. Shaltir had seen who their driver was. By all means, he was an ugly man, who didn't even look worth draining of his blood. Why would you want someone like him? I've overheard him talking with the other men who will soon ambush us. It seems our driver in particular can't wait to have his way with me. I merely wish to repay the favor. Solution explained with a sweet smile. I don't see any issue with that. As Shaltir spoke, Solution offered her a thankful bow, and Shaltir couldn't help but let her gaze fall on Solution's chest, a mix of envy and lust growing in her belly. If she were to invite Solution for some fun at the 2nd floor, she did wonder how Solution would respond. Solution must have noticed Shaltir's stare, because she looked back at Shaltir with a small smile and an exciting glint in her eyes. Just then their stagecoach came to an abrupt stop. A deep male voice yelled loudly outside. Everyone inside, come out. Nazar 10th floor, throne room. Naruto was sitting on the throne with a somber expression on his face as he listened to Albedo explain the report she had received from Sebas. His gaze was fixated on the master source in front of him with the name Shaltir Bloodfallen turned black. Naruto knew this change was supposed to mean mind-controlled, but that didn't make sense. Shaltir was an undead. They had complete resistance to mind control. Albedo finished up the report. After Shaltir had her vampire bride slaughter the men that ambushed them, they split up. According to Seba's report, Shaltir was still acting with utmost loyalty when he last saw her. To make sure there was no faults with the events, I've double-checked with Solution. Her description of the events matches with Seba's. Albedo was standing next to the throne as she had explained in great detail the last sighting of Shaltir. Slowly Naruto lifted his gaze. All of the guardians had gathered. The Pleiades too, and several powerful vassals were lined up through the throne room. Much like Naruto, most of the denizens that had gathered in the throne room had a somber looks on their face, though in some cases expressions of great anger could also be seen. It doesn't sound like Shaltir had any plans to betray me. I agree, Naruto-sama. And this red color across Shaltir's name, I believe we can say for certain that Shaltir did not intend to betray me out of her own volition. Still, Naruto-sama, Shaltir has disgraced us in the great tomb of Nazar. I believe nothing short of death is required. Naruto could hear multiple voices within the throne room whispering around, with the vast majority of the voices agreeing with Albedo's statement. Naruto was scanning his brain for an answer. He didn't want to kill Shaltir, just Albedo mentioning it had made him angry. even though he hadn't shown it, and then there was still the concern around how an undead like Shaltir had fallen under mind control in the first place. From what Naruto understood, there wasn't any martial arts in this world that could be used as mind control, but perhaps talent holders had some specific ability to do so. Perhaps there was some kind of ability or magic unique to this world that could take control of Shaltir. Albedo remained silent for a while, but Naruto didn't respond. Naruto-sama, please grant me permission to form a strike team. I myself will lead it and annihilate Shaltir with haste. Albedo, I do not wish to hear any more about killing Shaltir. You're very compassionate, my lord, but I do not believe there is any reason to show Shaltir any mercy. Albedo, do you know where Shaltir is currently at? He wanted to reprimand her. He didn't do this out of compassion. He wanted to understand what exactly had happened and how to ensure something like this would never happen again. I'm afraid we haven't been able to locate her as of yet. Very well. Then let's go see your older sister Negretto. Nazar 5th floor. The 5th floor of Nazar could best be described as a vast frozen wasteland, with powerful winds and heavy snow falling constantly. Aren't you cold like that? Naruto's question to Albedo may as well have been given to him. Neither of them were really clothed for this kind of weather. Thank you for your concern, Naruto-sama, but mere cold will not affect me. Rather, isn't this hard on you? Albedo returned the question back on Naruto. She wasn't wrong, as a kitsune Naruto was completely resistant to fire, but was more vulnerable to ice and water. Usually, this storm was supposed to add a slow debuff to any invaders on the floor, but since it costs gold to keep up, it has been disabled. Still, though, this storm was still more than enough to freeze any human to the bone. I'm okay, it's going to take a lot more to bother me. Before long they came to a large structure. On the outside it looked like a fairy tale mansion, covered in snow and ice, but in reality, this place was a prison. Neuronist was working deep below this place, whenever torture was necessary, and the area guardian of this prison was Albedo's older sister Negretto. Opening the large doors to the mansion, another cold air hit both Naruto and Albedo, and both couldn't help but give a small shiver. Arg hhhhhhhh. A female scream could be heard far below them. Seems like Neuronist is busy working on your new pet. Albedo was slightly annoyed by the idea of Naruto's new pet. It was a title she herself desired. Yeah, I'll make sure to check in on her after we solved this situation with Shaltir. As Naruto spoke, he had wrapped on of his own furry tails over his shoulders, and Albedo was a little surprised when one of his tails also moved over her shoulders. Feel free to hug it tightly. Albedo didn't even ask, as she happily squeezed the warm tail in close to her body, while they kept on moving forward into prison. It didn't take much longer till they were approaching Negretto's room. Tabula had happily showed off Negretto to everyone in the guild when he had created her, and had gotten quite various reaction. Apparently, she was inspired by an old horror movie Tabula had seen one night. Negretto was also the only NPC that Naruto had changed the night the servers were supposed to shut down. He wasn't sure why he did it. Honestly, it was most likely just pity. He had given her a proper face and removed her trap when approaching her room. While Naruto didn't like the idea of changing the others' NPCs, when it came to Tabula, he felt it was more than okay. Mainly because Tabula, before he had quit the game, had equipped Albedo with a world item and used another world item to create Rubedo with. He practically stolen those from the treasury without asking anyone for permission. Along the hallway to Negretto's room were several pictures of mothers and their children, until they reached the end of the hallway, where another large picture was in their way. Naruto made a quick wave motion with his hand, and the large pictures seemed to fade in front of them, revealing a large open room. Once again the room was filled with pictures on the walls and simply furniture, but there were also several cribs aligned along the room's walls. Negretto, who they had come for, was standing motionless with her back turned as she was staring down one of the cribs. Negretto. Naruto spoke her name, but there was no reaction or movement. Negretto. Answer, Naruto-sama. Albedo quickly barked when it became clear Negretto wasn't going to answer. This time though, Negretto gave a small jump as if she had been surprised. Ah, little sis, oh Naruto-sama. Turning towards them, Naruto had to admit both Negretto and Albedo looked a lot like each other. Sure, there was a difference in clothes, and Negretto didn't have wings or horns, but their beautiful pitch black hair was the same, though Negretto's was a lot longer and reached the floor. Their faces were similar as well. The biggest difference was their eyes though. Where Albedo's were yellow, Negretto's was a crystal cold blue. You look well, Negretto. Ah yes, Naruto-sama. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but can we talk in low voices? The babies are sleeping. Oh, okay. There was nothing but dolls in those cribs, but Naruto didn't mind entertaining her strange request. Despite the small changes he had made in Negretto, he didn't change her extreme love for babies. Negretto, I need you to locate Shaltir Bloodfallen. The Guardian. Very well, just a moment. Naruto watched as Negretto threw one divination spell after each other. She was a mage that specified in this area, so locating Shaltir shouldn't be too hard for her. Found her. Negretto threw the location up on a crystal monitor, which showed Shaltir, dressed in full combat gear. She was alone and wasn't moving a single inch. Well done, Negretto, then I'm heading out. Please wait, Naruto-sama. If anything should happen or if Shaltir attacks you, please give me a moment to gather an appropriate guard for you. No, there is. Naruto-sama, I'm sorry for disturbing you. A new voice entered his head. It belonged to Narbril Gamma, who he had reluctantly left back in Yggdrasil, in case someone from the guild wanted to come in contact with him. Is it important, Narbril? Someone from the Adventurers Guild came to meet you. Apparently the guild leader in the city is holding a meeting for the top adventurers. The subject is about a vampire. I see. Good job, Narbril. I'll contact you later. With that, Naruto cut off the message. Are you going to go, Naruto-sama? Albedo couldn't help but ask. Of course not. This is far more important. Albedo, you can come along, but I'm going immediately. Gate. With that, Naruto opened up a quick gate to Shaltir's location and walked through, Albedo quickly following behind him. Now alone once again, Negretto quickly took a deep relieved breath. It was always a great honor to be visited or summoned by a supreme being, but it was also quite nerve-wracking. He might as well have come because she had messed something up. Still, having been visited by Naruto-sama, she had barely managed to keep her blush back. She looked back at all the cribs in her room. Maybe, if I'm lucky, Naruto would bless me with a child of my own. As Negretto spoke, she reached down with one hand and rubbed her belly, a small lewd smile spreading on her lips. Outskirts of Yggdrasil. As Naruto stepped into the clearing, the first thing his eyes landed on would be Shaltir's battle-ready form. Had she been hostile, she would have attacked the moment he stepped through, yet she simply remained still. The second thing he noticed was that they were in a clearing surrounded by trees. If one wished to watch them, they would have to come through the forest. With steady steps, Naruto and Albedo approached Shaltir's still form. Naruto-sama, please remain careful. Albedo spoke as Naruto kept approaching Shaltir. It's fine, Albedo. From what I can see, this is really just ordinary mind control, but she's been abandoned here without any orders. Could she have taken down the one who mind controlled? As Naruto pondered this, he looked around. There did seem to be vague signs of a fight around here. A far more troubling thought would be that she was abandoned because the one who mind controlled her saw no value in Shaltir, but he decided to push that thought aside, turning down a level 100 NPC, as a slave just seemed absurd to him. Blessing of Divinity. As Naruto used the spell, a white halo appeared over his head and pure white angel wings sprouted out from his back. The spell itself was of the 9th tier, and the function of the spell was simply to increase the power of all his other holy spell with 30% for the next hour. Albedo, I don't expect Shaltir to attack, but just in case, have your guard up. Yes, my lord. Albedo took a quick step in front of Naruto and raised her massive axe. As a beast tamer, Naruto didn't know too many 10th tier spells, and he knew even less super tier spell. Of course, there was more than enough special magic items in Nazar he could use to overcome any barrier, should the occasion call for it. Naruto knew one spell of the 10th tier that was designed to remove all debuffs and status effects, but thanks to Blessing of Divinity, the spell should be just as effective as a super tier spell. Heaven's Sanctuary. Naruto's halo and angel wings seemed to glow even brighter as the spell was cast, and a massive magic circle formed on the ground beneath them. Naruto could see a white aura surrounding Shaltir, which was supposed to remove her mind control, but instead, it dispersed. What? Albedo threw a small look back at Naruto as she heard her master's words. Did something happen to the spell? It was rejected. That's rather unsettling. Naruto briefly considered the idea that mind control worked differently on undead beings in this world, but he already knew that wasn't the case. If so, Naruto would have taken control of most of the undead beings last night during the incident at the cemetery. His moniker even stated clearly that he was a dominator of life, which clearly excluded his control over undead beings. Could it be a world item? As Naruto said that, he could hear a small gasp from Albedo. There were several world items capable of mind-controlling beings that were supposed to be completely immune to mind control. What did Albert Alon Odell always say? Fucking devs are putting more broken world items into the game, fucking idiots. It was something along that line at least. Clearly, he wasn't a fan of items breaking already established game rules. Albedo, we're returning to Nazar. Once we're back, contact Yuri and Shizu and bring them to me. I will do so immediately. Once more Naruto opened another gate to would lead them back to the surface area of Nazar. Oh right, summoning, Hanzo squad. Several humanoid monsters appeared in front of Naruto and Albedo. How may we serve you, Naruto-sama? The leader of the Hanzos spoke up. Naruto didn't have a single beast capable of speech, but this being in front of him wasn't a magical beast, it was a summoned creature created from magic. There was 5 of them, each level 85, usually that would take up quite a bit of mana, but Naruto was a beast tamer as well as a summoner, which did give him quite a few advantages. First of all, being a summoner meant that even though these Hanzos were supposed to be level 85, the truth was they were most likely varying in the range of 88 to 90. Furthermore, being a summoner meant Naruto was able to summon more powerful monsters for mana when they would usually expand XP for non-summoner specialists. Finally, there was also the benefit of a wide array of different summons. Naruto was also currently under the effect of his druid passive skill, Nature's Beauty, which meant all his spells cost 25% less mana as long as he remained outside. The passive didn't work when in Nazar or within the walls of Yggdrasil. Too many surrounding walls seemingly turned the passive off. All in all, Naruto only used about 5% of his mana to summon the Hanzo squad. Lurk within the forest. If any human tries to enter this clearing, kill them. The Hanzos quickly bowed their heads and answered in unison. It will be done, Naruto-sama. With that, Naruto and Albedo returned to Nazar. Nazar Treasury. Naruto was gazing at the vast treasures in front of him as soon as he had teleported into the treasury. The ceiling was far above and the walls were so broad you couldn't see the edges of the room. Jumping up upon the large pile in front of him, Naruto could see just how far the treasury stretched back. It almost looked like a mountain range in the far distance made of old and rare jewels. Truly, the treasury was one of the greatest achievements of the guild and a clear indication of what Ainz Oal Goan was capable of back in its glory days. Still, now he was alone, and this meant all of this vast treasure belonged only to him. He briefly wondered what would have happened if he was teleported to this world with others from the guild. He didn't like to think about it. The idea was unsettling at best. Sure, there were some guys and girls in the guild that seemed reasonable, but Naruto had seen plenty of times what happened to humans who suddenly got too much power to handle. Corruption was almost always inevitable. Naruto almost forgot about the situation at hand with Shaltir. In all honesty, he wasn't too worried. Mainly because he knew Nazar had enough firepower to easily deal with Shaltir, and secondly because Naruto couldn't imagine that it had been a powerful being that had taken control of Shaltir. In Yggdrasil, items had been ranked low class, middle class, high class, top class, legacy class, relic class, legendary class, divine class, world class. It was normal for a player to receive stronger and better quality gear as he progressed throughout the levels. Still, even for a level 100 player, having legendary or divine class items wasn't always guaranteed, as both of those required hard work and lots of grinding to obtain. Still, world items were unique. While they also could be acquired through grinding and hard work, it was also possible to come upon a world-class item by sheer dumb luck. In that aspect, it may even be possible for a level 1 noob to come upon a world-class item and take ownership of it with enough luck. When that happened though, people like that would do everything in their power to hide the fact they had won, until they were strong enough or a part of a guild that could protect it. Naruto had heard stories about Ainz Oal Goan, the previous version of the guild before Naruto joined, had once had a world-class item called Atlas stolen. All in all, Naruto believed it was possible for normal humans or demi-humans to be able to use a world-class item. In this world, if it really had been another player who took control of Shaltir, then he had done an amazing job in concealing all traces of himself. Indeed, Naruto wasn't worried, he was just angry. half of the anger was guided at himself for not thinking about the possibilities of world items. This world had clear signs and stories about other players having lived here long ago. Nazar had been transported to this world with all of its world items intact, yet he hadn't thought about the possibilities of world items being used against themselves. The other half of his anger was guided towards the mysterious individual that had taken control of Shaltir. Whoever or whatever had done so, he would make sure to kill it in an excruciating manner. Shaltir was a valuable asset to Nazar as well as Naruto's property. Truly, this growing anger in his heart was because Naruto felt as if someone had tried to steal Shaltir from him, when she belonged to him. There were but two ways to negate the effects of a world item, the first being having a special job class. It was a rare phenomenon that a job class could negate a world item, yet it wasn't unheard of. Not all world items were created equal, and some world items were just blatant upgrades of other world items. The second method to negate a world-class item was much safer and much more well-tested. Simply put, a world-class item could not affect the hold of another world-class item. Nazar was currently in the possession of 11 world-class items. Well, it may be more fitting to say 9, since Rubedo was a walking world-class item and the throne in the throne room wasn't possible to move. Still, their guild was the best on their server in collecting world-class items. The guild who had the second most world items after Nazar only possessed 3, which was quite the gap. Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts when a small light lit the treasury, making him look back at the 3 women who had teleported here. Sorry about the wait, Naruto-sama. As Albedo spoke, the 2 women behind offered a deep bow. They were Yuri Alpha and CZ2128, or just Shizu as everyone called her. Not at all. Your timing is as perfect as ever. Naruto was happy that he had got a moment alone to think over the situation. Taking a step down, Naruto gracefully slid down the large hill of gold and jewels, until his feet were on the ground again. There was a look of admiration on the women's faces as they glanced at the long line of gold and valuable stones. Their reactions were as expected for someone who was seeing the treasury for the first time. Naruto-sama, may I ask why the treasury is left in this condition? If you gave the order, we would immediately begin tidying. Naruto frowned at Yuri's words. Well, she was a maid, so it was only natural that she would want to clean and keep things tidy. How exactly would you do that? Naruto's tone may have had slight edge. The thought of someone touching his treasure without permission had surprisingly annoyed him quite a bit. Was he also growing more possessive? Yuri looked a little uncomfortable and looked around. The reason why all of this treasure was laying out in the open in vast hills was because there was simply no other room for it. Forgive me for my lack of insight, my lord. You're forgiven. Let's move on then. They had to walk for a few minutes before they got to the end of the room, and all the while they walked, the vast quantities of gold to their side never diminished. At the end of the room was a large black door, which looked like a barrier to prevent one from passing through. By this means you shall acquire the glory of the whole world, and so you shall drive away all shadows and blindness. Naruto remembered most of the passwords used in Nazar, and even if he forgot, there was a master password, which would reveal a hint written in Latin, and Naruto could fluently speak every language in the old world. As the black gate disappeared and revealed a beautiful hallway that would lead to the armory. Naruto was about to take another step, but it seemed that someone behind him had reached their limit. Ah! Naruto released a small, surprised sound as someone had grabbed one of his tails. Throwing quick look behind, he could see the culprit being Shizu. Cute. Can I touch it, Naruto-sama? Normally you would ask for that before just grabbing it. Albedo and Yuri also had 2 quite strong reactions. Shizu, you dare. Naruto quickly raised his hand and tried to stop Albedo, who looked like she was about to blast Shizu's head clean off. It's fine. I don't mind, but Shizu, next time, ask before you just grab it. Ah, sorry. Albedo still looked unhappy, while glaring daggers at Shizu. Naruto-sama, please allow me to hand a punishment to Shizu afterwards. Yuri asked as she bowed deeply. Just don't be too excessive, it really doesn't matter much. With that, they finally began walking through the beautifully crafted hallway. The next stop would be the armory, then the mausoleum with Pandora's actor, then another long hallway filled with golems, until they finally reached the vault which held the world items. To say the security was top-notch would be an understatement. As they reached the armory, they could all see the different types of arms and armors hanging on the walls. There were weapons for any need, ranging from massive claymores to simple ones and everything in between, like rune-crafted bows and crossbows. maces, morning stars, javelins, lances, spears, truly every kind of weapon one could imagine was being kept here. There were hundreds of different armors on the other side of the room made from different metals and prismatic ores. Naruto's gaze went up higher to where 3 powered suits were standing still. Maybe he should try one out and see how they work in this world one day. The 3 powered suits had different colors, one blue, another white and the last one being black. Garnet had fully upgraded all of the suits to their maximum potential. Still, when Garnet had tried one out and fought against Perorosino in a duel, Garnet had gotten his ass whopped and hadn't touched the powered suits since. Naruto briefly stopped before they exited the armory. The 3 women looked at him puzzled and were awaiting his next orders. Reaching up with a single hand, a loud clank could be heard. One of the weapons had come loose and landed straight into Naruto's open hand. It was a spear. It looked like something royalty would use for ceremonial purpose. The wood that made up its shaft was white, and the spearhead was light blue and seemed to crackle with electricity and magical power. The power it contained was enough for everyone to recognize it as a divine class item. The spear Gingnur. Naruto spoke its name but didn't clarify any further as he began moving again, while Albedo and Yuri did wonder slightly what he wanted with the spear. After all, his build wasn't much suited with spear, yet they didn't bother with such an unimportant question. Shizu didn't bother asking either, as she was still rubbing her cheek up against one of Naruto's tails. It didn't take long before they reached the next room. It was smaller and much simpler in design compared to the other room. It had the look of a simple waiting lounge, but a few surprised gasps did come from behind Naruto as they saw who was sitting and waiting in the room. Momonga-sama. There was a clear hint of shock in her voice, but it only lasted a second before she quickly managed to calm down. No, you're not him. Only supreme beings are allowed access to the treasury. Momonga countered, his voice having a dangerous edge, and Naruto had to quickly stand in before the 2 level 100 NPCs attacked each other. That's enough. Pandora's actor, return to your true form. The skeletal being in front of them began to morph, till it took the appearance of a doppelganger wearing a military uniform. Naruto didn't know too much about Pandora's actor. Momonga-he's creator was one of the last players, but he didn't speak much about Pandora's actor. I salute thee, Supreme Being Lord Naruto. The doppelganger spoke loudly while saluting, making Naruto blink several times. What's this now? A military salute? That's new. Momonga, is this a gag character? It wasn't too uncommon for the other players in the guild to sneak in what they considered small funny details for others to find. It's good to see you too, Pandora's actor. I hope you haven't been lonely locked up in the treasury. Pandora's actor may very well have items that took away the need for sleep and food, but still, as Naruto was looking over the rather empty room, Naruto couldn't help but feel like Pandora's actor may get lonely being locked up here. Ooh, I thank thee for thou concern, but fret not, the magic items are all the company that I need. Naruto's sweat dropped. Wasn't he being a little too dramatic? It would be a problem if this didn't stop soon. Naruto could feel the corner of his lips beginning to move as he began finding Pandora's actor mannerisms amusing. Well, that's reassuring. Anyway, I will need you to guide us to the vault. I need to take out the world items. Ooh, please no more. World items. They have the power to change the world. Is it finally time to unveil their great power? Once more Pandora's actor finished talking by striking a small pose. At this point Naruto couldn't hide his amused smile anymore. Honestly, Naruto considered him a fresh breath of air from all the other NPCs. Still, Naruto-sama, since a situation has arisen that calls for the use of world-class items, wouldn't it be better to allow me to roam around on the other floor of Nazar? Naruto looked over Pandora's actor for a second. So, you were lonely after all. Naruto's voice was filled with pity. Ah, no, that's not it. I merely thought my talents may be off better use on. Pandora's actor stopped talking when Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, I understand. His voice was still fully of pity. As an immortal being who had wandered through the world for thousands of years and had watched friends and family wither away, Naruto pitied no one more than the lonely. And so, Pandora's actor was granted permission to freely roam around Nazar. Nazar 10th floor, throne room. Albedo had once more gathered the guardians in the throne room and distributed the world items. According to Naruto-sama, it wasn't important which guardian got which item, since none of the items were for use, but only to ward off the effects of other world items. And then they waited. After they had picked up the items, Naruto had said he would personally craft a team to take down Shaltir. Despite Albedo pleading to be included on the team, she was refused. Naruto-sama himself had said he would only bring people he was confident were stronger than Shaltir. While it did sadden Albedo, it was true that Shaltir would win against her in a 1 versus 1. A gate opened up in the middle of the throne room. Normally it would be impossible to use gate or any other kind of teleportation directly into the throne room. The only exception to that rule would be the area guardian of the Cherry Blossom Sanctuary, Oriole Omega, who was able to open up portals anywhere within Nazar. Out from the gate stepped Naruto, closely followed by 3 women. Little sister. Albedo spoke, noticing the only one of the 3 women she recognized as her little sister Rubedo. Rubedo was the younger sister of both Negredo and Albedo and was often referred to as the strongest entity within Nazar. The most noticeable difference was their eyes. Negredo's iris were blue, Albedo's were golden and Rubedo's were green, but all 3 of them shared the black slit pupil. "Hello, big sister Albedo." Rubedo's greeting were short, and her voice lacked any kind of emotion. Just like Shizu, Rubedo was an automaton, who struggled to show any kind of emotion. "Albedo, have the world items been distributed?" Naruto's voice forced Albedo's eyes away from her little sister and back towards her master. "Yes, Naruto-sama, though there is 1 spare. That's for Shaltir once we get her back." There were several frowns as Naruto spoke this. None seemed too happy about the aspect of bringing a traitor back to Nazar. "Understood, Naruto-sama." Albedo spoke. Even if she didn't completely agree, she still served and obeyed. "Now then, I believe Albedo already have told you all about the reason you all received a world item. Furthermore, from this point on till we find the assailant responsible for attacking Shaltir, no one is allowed to leave Nazar without at least 5 level 80 or higher companions." No one objected to that statement, and then Naruto turned towards the 2 women behind him. Since Albedo had already called Rubedo little sister, there wasn't any need to introduce her. "Masheni, Yuri, introduce yourselves to the Guardians." Albedo recognized both the names as she had seen them on the master control. She had access to still, she had no idea what they looked like. The first woman who stepped forth had long wavy blue hair, that was so light it could be called cyan. She stood a head taller than Albedo, but what Albedo's eyes were most focused on was the spear she was carrying. It was the one Naruto had taken from the treasury. "My name is Masheni. I'm an area guardian on the 8th floor who serves the floor guardian victim and the ruler of the Great Tomb of Nazar, my creator Naruto-sama." She ended her introduction with a small bow. Then the other took a step forward. "Yo, I'm Yuri, pretty much the same as her." She spoke while pointing towards Masheni. Naruto released a small sigh. He could see the displeasure on Demiurge and Albedo's faces, but it was Naruto's own fault. He remembered when he wrote Yuri's settings. If there's a problem, punch it. If that didn't work, punch it harder. In short, Yuri was very straightforward and wasn't much for formalities. Yuri, Masheni, both quickly turned around and bowed to him. "I'm permitting both of you to leave the 8th floor and wander freely around Nazar. I'm sure both of you will keep in mind that when you're away from the 8th floor, all the guardians here are in fact your superiors and you will treat them with respect." "Yes, Naruto-sama," both of them replied with missing a beat. When it was just the 2 of them, they usually referred to Naruto as father, but wouldn't dare being so informal in front of him. "Good, now then for how we're going to deal with Shaltir." Naruto hesitated slightly. He had already thought about the situation himself, but one thing that still bugged him was the resurrection of NPCs. There was no guarantee it was going to work like it did in Yggdrasil. Still, it was the only thing he could do. "I plan on killing Shaltir and have her resurrected. Masheni, in case resurrection of Shaltir won't be possible, you will be placed in charge of the 1st to 3rd floor as the guardian." Masheni sent Yuri a small victorious smirk before she replied. "Understood, Naruto-sama, if such a thing were to happen, I will not disappoint you." Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Now for the rest of you all, you are to remain within Nazar. While I don't believe it's someone strong who's responsible for this, I'm not yet ready to exclude any scenarios, so I will have you all protect Nazar to the best of your efforts till we return." Once more Naruto could see their expression weren't positive, but at the same time, they couldn't deny he was well protected, especially Rubedo made a good impact as she was widely known as the strongest in Nazarick. Understood Naruto-sama, we will protect Nazarick with our lives. Clearing near Shaltir. Nuclear punch. Shaltir eyes filled with light as a sudden punch hit her armored stomach, sending her flying into the air. Shaltir, who had remained inactive for a long time, quickly began asserting the situation and quickly identified the woman who had punched her. Who would you be? Shaltir's eyes were fixed on the beautiful woman who had sent her flying, ankle-long hair tied in a ribbon on the left side of her head, wearing a simple long-sleeved white shirt and black skirt. Name's Yuri. I would say it's a pleasure, but it's not. You caused father quite a bit of distress and so I'm quite happy he's asked me to kill you. Shaltir furrowed her eyebrows. Firstly, based off the powerful punch, she was quite certain that this Yuri was similar to Yuri Alpha from the Pleiades and had the majority of her stats placed in physical attack, and secondly, the only person anyone would call father from Nazarick was their creator. So, Naruto-sama is here as well. The cocky smile on Yuri's face disappeared as Shaltir spoke. A filthy traitor like you aren't fit to speak his great name, isn't that right, Masheni? Shaltir barely got time to register the words before a pillar of blue light descended from the sky and slammed her down into the ground. Keep calm, Yuri. The faster we kill, the more praise father will give us. Masheni spoke as she seemingly appeared out of thin air next to Yuri. Both women looked towards the dust cloud that had been formed when Shaltir had been knocked down into the ground. Ow ow, it must be quite nice being a beast tamer, getting everyone else to do your fighting for him. But that's probably for the best. Naruto-sama is quite the weakling compared to Perorosino-sama. Shaltir taunted as she emerged from the dust cloud. The fuck did you say, you bitch? Despite Masheni having just told Yuri to keep calm, she had clearly been provoked by Shaltir's statement as clear veins could be seen on her forehead. Shaltir smirked, knowing her provocation had worked quite well. Still, she knew she was in trouble. The dark-haired woman was a lot stronger than her in terms of physical power, and the blue-haired one was stronger than her with magic. Raise kin. Several monsters spawned around Shaltir. Her action merely made both women in front of her raise a single eyebrow. Clearly none of the monsters she had summoned was seen as a threat by either of them. Comp the forest, find Naruto-sama. The monsters scattered and entered the forest. When concerned like this, she believed the best possibility for her victory would be to cut off the head of the snake. Oh, you think our father is hiding from you? He simply can't be bothered fighting someone as lowly as you himself. Vermilion Nova. Both Yuri and Masheni jumped back as a powerful fire erupted beneath their feet. Yuri. She's making a run for it. Masheni saw out of the corner of her eye as Shaltir quickly moved deeper into the forest. Had she already located father? It shouldn't be a problem. Rubedo was still with him acting as father's bodyguard, but if they allowed her to get away, it would be seen as their failure. Somewhere deeper in the forest. Awa! Naruto let out a small sound as he looked at the small hill of corpses in front of him. These were all adventurers from Irantel who had come to kill Shaltir but had been killed by the Hanzos he had left in the forest. Narbarel had contacted him that the guild wanted to meet with me. Maybe if I had gone and talked, he could have changed this outcome. Still, it didn't really matter. Naruto's gaze turned away as he heard the nearby battle beginning. Masheni and Yuri should be more than enough to kill off Shaltir. He could have gone too, but in all honesty, he liked Shaltir, and he'd rather not see her die. The faster this is taken care of, the better. Naruto briefly thought about his own created NPCs. Honestly, while he would like to say they had been created equally, that wasn't completely true. Masheni had been the first NPC he had created, and he had spent countless of hours grinding on her. She even had her own flying castle on the 8th floor, filled with her own servants. In contrast, Naruto did feel slightly guilty in how simplistic he had made Yuri. If Yuri ever asked if Masheni was his favorite, it would be difficult to convince her that he loved them both equally. Welp, I just leave that problem for future Naruto. Naruto had begun collecting the dead adventurers' plates. If he could bring these back to the Adventurers Guild, Kurama's fame would surely grow. A vampire wolf. Naruto mused, and then a second later it was gone, having been blasted apart by Rubedo. A small frown spread on Naruto's face. How did one of those slip past Yuri and Masheni? He had explicitly told them to take care of Shaltir as fast as possible. An explosion shook the ground. Once more Naruto narrowed his eyes. the didn't sound like it came from the clearing at all, but closer to his own location. I think Shaltir is trying to head towards our location. Naruto spoke in a calm and uncaring tone. If you desire, I will go kill her. I could also deal with Masheni and Yuri for failing to take care of mission swiftly. Rubedo's voice was emotionless and flat. No, I absolutely forbid that. Your only objective is to guard me from Shaltir and other unknown enemies. Yuri and Masheni are neither. Naruto began to wonder if it had been a good idea to bring Rubedo. He mostly did it to make the floor guardians feel at ease, but she was a bit too robotic. While most denizens of Nazar overflowed with emotions, Rubedo had none, or at least showed him none. Naruto could slowly see multiple people approaching his location at fast speed. The first one to appear before him was Shaltir, with Yuri and Masheni following a second later. Shaltir looked pretty banged up and out of breath, still Naruto was amazed she had actually managed to run all the way here. But what shocked him most was the trail of blood that was seeping from the corner of Masheni's mouth. Forgive us, Naruto. She ran off while using multiple skills and magic, making it difficult to keep up with her. We managed to take of her trump card the Ainz on our way here. How did she damage you? Masheni looked surprised and confused. No, while both me and Yuri attacked Shaltir, she managed to dodge one of Yuri's attacks which hit me instead. Me, it was your attack that missed. You practically jumped into my fist with your face. Yuri fired back and Naruto's sweat dropped. He made a mental note to introduce some team-building exercises to Nazar. Purifying Javelin. Rubedo moved in front of Naruto and swatted the attack away, while Naruto turned his gaze towards Shaltir. Quite a pitiful state you're in, Shaltir. Tell me, are you aware you're brainwashed? I'm brainwashed. No, that doesn't matter. What matters is that you're my enemy, Naruto-sama. Are you done hiding behind your servants? Shaltir spoke as she pointed the spewed lance towards Naruto as if issuing a challenge. No, I'm not. Fighting you wouldn't amuse me, so instead I'm having others do it. Naruto spoke while crossing both his arms. Amuse? Yeah, I've decided to only what I find amusing from here on out, whatever it is to fight, kill, fuck or conquer the world. I will only do things that amuse me, and fighting you won't amuse me, so go ahead and die already so we can bring you back to Nazar. Naruto had already fought plenty during his unnatural long life, so when he created his character in Yggdrasil, the entire idea involved sitting back and watch as others did the fighting for him. Besides, there was no way that their fight would be anywhere near close. He could annihilate Shaltir easily, due to the PvP restriction being long gone. Back in Yggdrasil, under official PvP tournaments, beast tamers were only ever allowed one divine creature for each match. It didn't matter how skilled a player might have been, if they had been ganged up on against 10 creatures of similar level, they would die. Had this been like Yggdrasil and he could only summon one divine creature to help him in his fight against Shaltir, the battle might have gone either way, but they were no longer in Yggdrasil and Naruto could summon any numbers of creatures from his beast inventory he wanted to. Furthermore, summoning individual creatures didn't take up that much mana. Most of Naruto's equipment reduced the mana cost of summoning spells, along with his druid passive that reduced the cost of all spells by half as long as he remained outside near nature. Naruto only had two worries, the first being that while the initial summoning of beasts and monsters were cheap, if Naruto's beasts began using abilities, they would borrow the mana for their spells directly from him. The second worry was his own personal strength. Naruto couldn't help but wonder how different this situation would play out if they were inside Nazar. Naruto's most powerful beasts were quite large in size and wouldn't fit inside the 9th or 10th floor of Nazar. If he had been attacked by Shaltir on one of those floors, he would have been quite fucked. Well, if it came down to it, Albedo and the other NPCs on those floors would function as his shield while he made his escape. Still, the thought that he was at his weakest was while he was back in his base, did trouble him quite a bit. Ainz. The one who spoke was Masheni. The sudden appearance of Masheni's Ainz got a shocked look from Shaltir. You're a Valkyrie too? Naruto smiled a little. Well, Perorosino was one of my best friends when we played together. Both you and Masheni were created at around the same time. Me and Perorosino inspired each other a lot when both of you were created. Neither Masheni nor Shaltir looked happy knowing they had inspired each other's creation. Still, none of them stopped fighting. While Yuri had begun leaning back into the background, while Yuri had wanted to help kill Shaltir, She had to admit while she and Mashani fought together they got too much in each other's way, so taking the backline was the best option for her. Shaltir was quickly running short of mana, HP and skills to use. She had kept using Force Explosion in an attempt to push Mashani away from, while she had summoned lesser vampiric familiars and killed them off to regain her HP, but now that Mashani had deployed an Ainz she found herself being quickly chased down. Furthermore, Mashani looked calm and collected, having barely exerted any of her true power as of yet. Her true form was that of a Tengu, as such she was yokai demon, same as Naruto. Thunderous Herald. Negative Impact Shield. A massive shock wave formed as Mashani moved the lightning-coated spear down and hit Shaltir's shield. She could only use this shield twice every 24 hours and now had it on a cooldown, but at least she had stopped the attack. Activate. The spear moved straight through the shield and hit Shaltir's shoulder, the edge of the spear engraving itself deep into her left shoulder. Arg. Surprised. Father said I might have use of this spear. It's able to bypass 3 skills every 24 hours, quite amazing, don't you think? As Mashani spoke, her eyes lit green as she checked on Shaltir's HP and confirmed it was low. Shaltir moved back, the head of the spear glistened with her blood fell down across her already crimson armor, making it hard to see. I'm going to end it here, be thankful, your death will relieve Father. As Mashani spoke, Shaltir found herself staring towards the sky. She could see the attack coming, a massive wide area of effect spell. Usually the broader range the spell had the weaker it would be, but Shaltir could feel the sheer power surging above her. Dawn of Lightning. For an instant the entire forest turned white in a pure blinding light, and just like that Shaltir Bloodfallen was gone. Well, that takes care of that, but she was quite a bit weaker than I had expected. Oh well, best go tell Father it's over. Mashani felt quite disappointed. After all, one of her job classes was Battle Maniac. The tougher the fight, the more fun she could have. Mashani had only just turned around when she felt an enormous force hit the top of her head, sending her crashing down into the ground with a resounding boom. What the, a resurrection item? Mashani was looking up at the smirking form of Shaltir Bloodfallen once more, her eyes quickly turning green then blue as she confirmed both Shaltir's HP and mana were full. Still, Mashani wasn't that concerned. Resurrection magic wouldn't change the cooldown of her skills, so she wouldn't be able to use Ainz or any of her shields anymore. I would have liked to go take care of Naruto-sama, but I suppose that's not really possible. Besides, I find you far more infuriating right now, so how about it, want to play with me a bit more? Shaltir smiled as if she had figured something out. Need help? Yuri asked Mashani, and Mashani replied by flipping her sister off. Mashani's eyes returned to Shaltir's form as she was charging towards her. Something seemed off, this time, as Shaltir looked more confident. Maximize magic. Call Greater Thunder. The thunder fell on top of Shaltir, but she shrugged it off with minimal damage as she kept on moving towards Mashani with a fast pace. As she got within the range of Shaltir's javelin she had to jump back, but Shaltir never gave her a chance to make distance. You're only good at lightning spells, aren't you? Shaltir suddenly yelled, a wide grin on her face. I've once overheard the Supreme Being speak of a place called the Elemental Plateau. As long as keep up a high resistance to lightning magic, you're nothing to worry about. As Shaltir yelled, a growing vein could be seen on Mashani's forehead. Shaltir was happy to see her words got an obvious reaction from the blue-haired woman. Furthermore, there were also the spear she was holding. While Shaltir's job class was called Valkyrie Lance, there were also other versions of the Valkyrie class. Clearly Mashani was a Valkyrie Spear, which only further meant she was better at ranged fighting, so all Shaltir had to do was to keep a close distance. Perfect unknowable. All traces of Shaltir disappeared in an instant. This fucking bitch, Mashani muttered silently. Yuri looked up at Mashani in the sky. No good, she's pissed. Vampiric Chains, Force Explosion. As Shaltir cast 2 quick spells, the effect of Perfect Unknowable disappeared. The first spells created chains that wrapped around Mashani, not allowing her to move further away than 10 meters, while it simultaneously began draining her life force. The second spells was merely to check if the first spell worked, as it knocked Mashani backwards, but she stopped after the 10-meter limit was reached. Unlike the other woman, your strength doesn't lie in close combat. In fact, now that I've already taken care of most of your lightning-type attacks, you're pretty weak, aren't you? You fucking trash. no you place beneath my feet. Masheni's eyes were full of disgust as she looked towards Shaltir. Despite being bound in chains she showed no signs of worry. Shaltir didn't show any sign of letting the taunting get to her. Pathetic and a poor loser. Well then again you were created by Naruto-sama and not Perorosino-sama. Of course if you want to blame everyone then blame yourself for not being created by the better supreme being. You will die within the next 10 seconds. Masheni spoke and Shaltir simply scuffed, but still took a step back when a small white circle appeared in front of Masheni's head. Lightning pill. Masheni moved forward. She opened her mouth and quickly gulped the pill down, her eyes quickly turning completely white, while electricity seemed to move across her body. Oh, and what does? Shaltir was cut off as a fist was firmly planted in her face, sending her flying backwards with tremendous force. Shaltir quickly attempted to steady herself mid-air, while her face was burning with pain. However she came to a sudden stop as her neck had been grabbed, Masheni already standing behind her. Lightning skill. Montana Azul. A massive spear made of pure lightning ripped right through Shaltir once more. Usually a deadly injury such as this wasn't possible unless the attack was powerful enough to take care of all the HP of the opponent at once, which Masheni had just did. How? Shaltir was clearly in shock moments before she disappeared once more. All of her HP had been burst down in the matter of seconds. Masheni remained on guard as Shaltir vanished once more. If she did have another resurrection item, it might become a bit problematic. Slowly the effect of the lightning pill disappeared. While Masheni had a wide range of powerful abilities, the lightning pill was without a doubt her most powerful. It was a buff that tripled all of her stats for a full minute. However, after that minute had gone, all of her stats would be halved for a full 24 hours. And there was one more side effect. As Yuri approached the scene once more, she released a small laugh. Ah, Masheni, you look so cute. Does that mean I'm the big sister now? In the place of the usual beautiful and mature Masheni stood what looked like a 13-year-old child, though she still looked very much like her usual self, with the biggest change being her hair, which was now more white than blue. Shut up. Let's go report to father. It doesn't seem like she will resurrect again. Masheni spoke in a higher tone than usual. Approaching a small area within the forest they saw their father awaiting their arrival along with Rubedo by his side. Naruto-sama, it's done. Shaltir Bloodfallen is dead. Masheni spoke up, making Naruto turn towards them. I see. Oh Masheni, you look so cute. Naruto quickly spoke, seeing Masheni in her child form. Despite having just gotten the same comment from Yuri earlier, her reaction was now completely different. Thank you fa Naruto-sama. She stuttered with a large blush on her face. You both done well. Then let's return to Nazar. Oh, and I do hope, once I resurrect Shaltir, if it succeeds without problem, you will be able to forget about this incident. Yuri and Masheni shared a small glance. Naruto-sama, during our fight with Shaltir, she did the unforgivable and openly insulted your exalted form. I don't think I know we can forgive her for that. Yuri spoke up. Ah, I see. Well, I won't force you to be friends with Shaltir, but please try your best to act without hostility towards her. Understood. Both agreed swiftly. Naruto opened a gate. Nazar 10th floor throne room. 500 million gold. It looked like a massive amount that flooded the throne room, but compared to the treasury, this couldn't even be called 1/1000th of its contents. Still, Naruto rather disliked using the wealth. After all, Yggdrasil gold still had many uses within the guild, such as paying for mercenary monsters, weather systems, and even food on the 9th floor all cost Yggdrasil gold. No matter how little disappeared, it wouldn't last for an eternity. I really need to find a way to secure future funds for Nazar. The only way is the exchange box. You could place different items in the exchange box and then it would spit out Yggdrasil coins depending on the value of whatever you placed in the exchange box. 2 gold coins in this world is the equal of 1 Yggdrasil gold coin, but that's the only thing he knew about the exchange box. He need to try and throw more random stuff down into it. I'm going to start resurrecting Shaltir. In the case something goes wrong, I'll trust you all know what to do. Of course, Naruto-sama, leave it to us. Albedo spoke up as she once again had taken her place by his side. Good. Then let us begin. As Naruto spoke those words, the vast amounts of gold in the throne room seemed to melt and move around. the once large hills began to grow smaller and smaller until it began to take the shape of what looked like a 14-year-old girl. Naruto could hear his own heartbeat as Shaltir appeared to be laying on the floor. He turned his gaze towards Albedo. It would appear that the mind control has been terminated. As Albedo confirmed the information, Naruto quickly approached Shaltir's form. She looked like she was sound asleep. Then his eyes fell over her naked body. Her thighs slightly parted and Naruto could feel his lust growing, though he quickly threw it aside. Shaltir. Naruto leaned down and gently picked the vampire up into his arms. Ah, Naruto-sama. Her voice sounded tired as if she had just been forced to awaken, but he could also hear the loyalty in her voice and a big smile quickly formed on Naruto's lips. Ah, I told you to be careful, didn't I? Naruto spoke. While his smile didn't drop, he moved his head down and pushed his cheek up against the top of Shaltir's head. His actions clearly showed just how relieved he really felt. Ah yes you did, Naruto-sama. What's going on? Did I do something bad? Shaltir slowly became aware of her surroundings. Shaltir, what's your last memory? I was tracking down some humans in the forest and had just gotten to their base, but now I'm here. Sorry Naruto-sama, I don't understand how I got here. Well, that's okay. I'm sure the other will be happy to fill you in. What's most important is that you're safe and sound. With that said, Naruto let Shaltir back down and produced quick crimson cape he let her cover herself with. Ah, Naruto-sama. Shaltir's sudden yell got a surprised reaction from everyone within the throne room. My chest is gone. Various reactions filled the room, while Naruto released a small chuckle. Don't worry, it suits you perfectly. Naruto responded. Insolence, don't you know how much distress you placed on Naruto-sama? Albedo barked at Shaltir, who seemed to tremble a bit at Albedo's words. Honestly, Naruto was so relieved he wanted to spoil Shaltir right now, but he knew the other guardians wouldn't understand it, as they would see it as a reward for betrayal, and so Naruto did his best at holding back. What do you mean, distress? But Naruto slumped back into the throne. While this may have been a less than pleasant experience, he was still quite happy. Just the fact that he could feel anything again was gift. Truly he had been blessed by whatever forced him to come to this world and gave him this new body. Even though there were still many mysterious and uncertainties, Naruto firmly enjoyed this new world. Naruto-sama, please issue a fitting punishment for Shaltir. Albedo spoke, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. How many times must I say it? It's all forgiven. No, rather let's shift our focus elsewhere. Demiurge. The archdemon in question quickly took a step forward and kneeled. My lord. Naruto took out one of the new scrolls Demiurge had been creating. These scrolls you have started creating are a great boon. Well done, Demiurge. I'm unworthy of such praise. I've only done as to be expected of a guardian. I'm curious, which animals are this skin from? Naruto asked as he slowly touched the smooth soft sheet. Ah, various animals found near Abelian Hills, near the Holy Kingdom. I see, and I looked forward to a steady production of these scrolls. Demiurge's smile seemed to widen even more as he recalled the different experimentations he had performed. Indeed, my lord, we've already made sure that the animal won't die when skinned, by using healing magic. Magnificent. I'll say it again, well done, Demiurge. The demon seemed to beam with happiness as he stood up. Then secondly, I wish to perform a few experiments of my own, primarily involving resurrection. For that I would need a few test subjects, about 1,000 or so would do. Oh, Naruto-sama, Naruto-sama. What is it, Aura? Back at Carne Village, if you follow the forest till the end, there is a big lake. There is about 1,000 or so lizardmen there. Would that work? Lizardmen. Oh, that would work just fine. Fight for survival. Nazar 6th floor, underground prison. Hui Foop. The word spoke was barely understandable and came out in a low and tired tone. The man who spoke the words were among one of the many adventurers who had been sent to kill Shaltir and whose body had been transported back to Nazar for experimentation. That's twice, but you seem to be losing quite a bit of life force. Let's do this once more. Naruto spoke, looking towards his two assistants he had brought along from the 10th floor, the two overlords Ulpius and Elias. Understanding the meaning behind Naruto's words, one of the overlords reached forth a single hand. Grasp heart. The recently resurrected body collapsed flat once more. Once more Naruto stretched his own hand forward and threw a low-class resurrection spell, but it seemed like the body had reached its limit. After having been resurrected twice already, the body began turning to ash. Should we prepare the next body, Naruto-sama? Please do. They had been at this for roughly 2 hours, trying different things, such as varying levels of resurrection magic as well as experimenting with the bodies before they were resurrected. Depending on the damage the body had sustained, a higher level of resurrection magic would be required. Still, there hadn't been a body yet that couldn't be resurrected, even when its head had been severed. Still, the most interesting outcome would be the death warrior standing in the corner of the room. It was supposed to be a creature made from magic, but it seemed to have used one of the bodies as a medium and was now a permanent monster. Still, while Naruto had access to magic that would allow him to create middle-tier undead, anything more than that was only possible. Necromancers, of course, Naruto could summon higher-tier unleaded, but there was a vast difference between a necromancer's create undead and a summoner's summon undead. Besides that, the created undead seemed quite mindless, but was able to obey commands without an issue. Furthermore, it seemed like the best these bodies could do was to create undead of level 40 and below that, which was quite weak. Still, they could create a small army, and at the very least there was very few humans in this world that could fight on equal terms with that of a middle-tier undead. Actually, that girl Clementine might have been the only human he had encountered in this world that could do that so far. He would have to go and check up on her soon enough. Neuronist have had her for quite long enough. Now Naruto could create 6 middle-tier undead each 24 hours, while Necromancer could double that. The 2 overlords in the room could do just that, but if they did it, the created undead would be completely loyal to their creator, and while that wasn't a problem in itself, it might be harder to keep track of the undead if he begun allowing all the overlords in the tomb to create a massive number of undead, so for now 6 a day would have to do. Naruto watched passively as the 2 overlords removed multiple organs from the next body, before they sewed it back up and let it fall on the table. His only hope was that he would be able to create other permanent monsters in the future, rather than just undead. On wa air am I, grasp heart. Once more another resurrected body died again. Let's try something else. It seems my resurrection magic can even recreate their missing organs. Let's try with only the upper torso and a head. The overlords nodded and went over to the small mountain of human corpses and grabbed another one. Naruto watched on, when a sudden knock on the door grabbed his attention. Enter. The door opened and in came a repulsive-looking creature, but Naruto knew her very well as a brain-eater and chief torturer of Nazar. Greetings Naruto-sama, you look as radiant as always. Thank you Neuronist, do you have something to report? Naruto in all honesty felt conflicted when he gazed upon Neuronist. While he felt a deep love for everyone within Nazar, he couldn't help but feel a slight shiver move down his spine when he looked upon the brain-eater. Since he had come to this world, his sexual preferences have been a bit odd. Basically, Naruto had been turned on by almost every woman, even someone like Intoma or Aura wasn't safe from his lust. Not that he had touched either of them, but he had been fantasizing about it, and despite Intoma's true arachnoid form or Aura's childlike body, it had only served to make his erection even harder. At least he was still straight, or hoped so. From what he could tell, there wasn't any sexual attraction to any of the men in the tomb. That's why he felt a bit odd looking at Neuronist. She was quite possible the only female NPC in Nazar he had no desire for, but she deeply desired him, hence the shiver down his back as he felt her lustful eyes roam over his body. Indeed Naruto-sama, I'm happy to report the human you left in my care has been completely broken in mind and spirit and is ready to serve faithfully. Very well, we're done here for now. Let's continue tomorrow. Naruto spoke while the 2 overlords behind him both dropped the human body they were carrying. Of course, Naruto-sama, we look forward to being of assistance again tomorrow. As they went further down the hall, they quickly arrived at Neuronist's chambers, where a small shaking blonde girl was waiting for them. Her appearance was still very much the same as the woman he had met in the graveyard, but her bravado was completely gone as she stood in tattered rage and looked like a shivering mess. Hello Clementine. Greetings, Naruto-sama. Her voice was shaking. Oh, UTR. Naruto stopped when Neuronist without warning sucker punched Clementine to the floor. Huh. Naruto made a small surprise sound. That's my lord for you, for a mere human pet to use his great name. Know your place. Maggot. Neuronist screeched in anger as began stomping Clementine. Ah. It's fine Neuronist, do stop. Ah, please forgive me Naruto-sama, I was sure I had educated her thoroughly, but for to be unable to even give a proper greeting, I beg your forgiveness, please Naruto-sama. Naruto began slowly backing up as Neuronist got closer to him. It's fine, well you see I prefer to treat everyone working beneath me with kindness, so whatever it's Naruto-sama or my lord, doesn't really matter much for my subordinates. Naruto hurriedly explained. Ah, so compassionate, my love. Don't call me that. Yeah, Clementine. As Naruto spoke her name, he could see she responded by quickly sitting upright, while keeping her head, as if she was scared of looking him in the eyes. Yes, my lord. Naruto reached into his inventory and withdrew a small black orb. Swallow this. Don't worry, it's not. Naruto didn't get to finish before she had swallowed it. Clementine even opened her mouth wide and looked up towards Naruto as if to prove she had indeed swallowed it. Well, you sure are obedient now. It took a small second before a look of surprise came over Clementine's face and she bent over, feeling a warm fire burn in her stomach. While Naruto and Neuronist oversaw the changes she was undergoing. Her nails began sharpening, 3 furry tails sprung out from her lower back, her pupils became slitted, and a pair of cute fox ears sprang out from the top of her head. 3 tails, that would make around level 30 to 39, but judging from our fight it should be the upper 30s. Race change seemed to have worked without a problem. I will be bringing her back to my room then. You've done a good job Neuronist. My greatest pleasure Naruto-sama. 9th floor Naruto's room. Clementine's eyes scanned through the massive suit. The entire room was filled with furniture and beautiful art. For a moment she believed she was looking upon the room of an ancient emperor, but then again, she didn't really know exactly what her new master was or how old he was. He may for all that Clementine know be as old as time itself. Her body stiffened when she felt his hand move through her blonde hair. It must have been rough, spending that much time with Neuronist, but you have nothing to fear anymore, from now on you're a part of Nazar. Clementine listened to every word Naruto spoke with the greatest of attention, determined not to forget anything. A single mistake may send her to the torturer. Thank you my lord. This must be for you. Clementine followed and saw what Naruto was talking about. It stood in the far right corner of the large room. It was a large dog basket, an appropriate bed for a pet. Still, even if she might once have gotten embarrassed or angry at such implications, right now she simply felt happy. Ever since getting to this place they call Nazar, she's been under constant torture. Even if it was a dog basket, it was meant for her as a place to rest, something she craved desperately. Thank you very much my lord. Walking over, Clementine slowly sat down in the large basket. To her own surprise she quickly found it quite comfortable. The basket was more than large enough for her to stretch her entire body, and there even was a pillow and a blanket to her as well. She reached up to touch her newly formed fluffy ears and threw a look back at her new 3 tails. All in all they felt quite natural, and she moved them around easily enough. When Naruto had raped her, he was able to retrain all of her movements just with a few of her tail. Was her own that strong as well? A quick knock at the door broke her out of her own thoughts, and in through the door came what Clementine believed to be the most beautiful woman in existence. With golden eyes, midnight black hair and a beautiful figure, her beauty was to the extent Clementine found herself forming a small blush. Albedo, are the preparation ready? Indeed Naruto-sama, I've come to get you final approval to go ahead with the plan. Granted. The show will be ready in an hour, correct? Yes. All the golems in the amphitheater have been activated as well. As Albedo spoke, a small, beautiful smile formed on her lips, showing a bit of excitement. Truly there was no greater joy than carrying out Naruto-sama's orders. The Great Lake. As its name suggested, the Great Lake was one of the largest lakes in the world and was the foundation for many different forms of life in the area. It laid just south of the Yggdrasil mountain range and north of the Great Forest of Tob. 2 male lizardmen were currently running through their tribe with great haste. Both of them were scouts who served in the Red Eye tribe. The days in the Red Eye tribe was mostly dark thanks to the large shadows cast from the mountains, and whenever the sun would try and shine through, the lake usually rejected it by throwing a thick fog. Their small village was built on wetlands, and so each quick step the 2 scouts took was accompanied with a deep mushy sound from the ground beneath them. Quite a few other lizardmen turned to watch both of them as they hurried through, their aim being the tent of their chief. The last couple of days a great number of animals had been fleeing from the forest and had charged in through their village, and so these two lizardmen had been sent to scout and figure out what had occurred. When they finally arrived at the chief's large tent, they didn't even bother knocking and instead ran straight in and was met by two large red curious eyes. Oh, a small, surprised sound escaped Crush Lulu's as she saw the two scouts barge into her home. Ha ha ha, forgive our intrusion, chief. We've scouted through the forest and managed to find the reason all those animals charged into our camp the other day. One of the lizardmen explained while both of them were getting their breaths. Crush looked at them with mild interest. From time to time a wild animal or two would flee into their camp from the forest, which usually just meant they had been chased away from their territory by another animal, but this time it had been a horde of different animals. In all honesty, Crush hadn't been thinking it over too much. From what she knew, there were 3 different entities that ruled the forest, so she had simply assumed 2 of those might have clashed in battle. Their village wasn't too interested in the forest anyway, only ever using it to chop down a few trees every now and then, mostly for construction and for firewood. I see, the 2 of you look quite panicked. What have you seen? Once more the 2 lizardmen took a deep breath. There were gigantic monsters we've never seen before. There was a look of shock in his eyes as he told it. Monsters, not residents of the forest. No, chief, they looked like nothing we've ever seen. They were huge, they looked like they were made from rock, but were like shiny and polished too. There were also small creatures with red skin and wings and even corpses walking around too. Crush listened carefully as they described each creature. She assumed the large ones that had seen were some sort of golem, although shiny and polished didn't fit the description of those. She had no idea what a small creature with red skin and wings were, and finally it sounded like the last one they described might have been an elder lich. What were they doing? Was there a leader? Well, they were just chopping down trees, from what we could tell, and it looked like a small boy was their leader. A moment of silence filled the room. Yeah, it looked like a normal human kid or possibly an elf. I think it may have had pointy ears, but I didn't see it too clearly. And were you spotted? Yes, the child noticed our presence and called out to us. When he did, we ran. Crush was conflicted. The report she had just been given was bizarre to say the least. Chopping down trees, were they out there building something? Or were they preparing to attack us? There was an overflow of questions in Crush's head, and she would need a moment of calmness to figure out what to do next. All right, thank you both for your woe. Leader. A new lizardman barged into her hut, shocking Crush once more. Why yes, there's something in the sky above the village, you have to come see this. Crush usually wore a protection when stepping outside her hut, as her skin was sensitive to the sun, but today was a clouded day, so Crush had no issue quickly stepping out of her home. It took her less than a second to figure out what the man had told her about. Her entire tribe had gathered near the edge of the lake and were staring upwards at the dark and purple swirling energy in the sky. You've ever seen something like this, chief? No, Nev. She stopped talking and her eyes opened wide in shock. A person had just stepped through the portal. Crush couldn't claim to know a lot about other species. All she knew was from the books they had in their village, which wasn't a lot. Still, the person who just came through looked like a human, and she was quite sure it was a female as well. From what she had read, human females stored fat in their chest areas and human males didn't, which matched. The female had long silver hair tied into a ponytail and crimson glowing eyes. Her skin was gray and pale, and she was rather short. Her eyes landed upon the tribe and her disdain and disinterest was easy to see. Listen, vermin. Vermin. I guess thee isn't here to make any friends. Crush wanted to retaliate. After all, this person had just insulted their entire tribe, but she held back and waited, still curious as to what her goal was. I bring the words of the supreme being Naruto-sama. She must be fond of this Naruto person. Her lips curled upwards as she spoke his name. A few of the lizardmen beneath her were still angry, but like their chief they held back from the quick insult and were now looking amongst each other. The question on all of their minds was simply, who the hell is Naruto? Naruto-sama has been made aware of the tribes of this lake and have found you all unworthy of life. This has to be connected to what's been happening in the forest. There's no way 2 major events like this happen separately. Excuse me, miss, but unworthy of life, what's that supposed to mean? Crush took her chance to ask. It means you're all going to die. Are you stupid? Crush could feel a small tick mark appear on the side of her head. She had never been spoken to like this before. And if we were to resist? The female looked surprised by this. Why would you do that? Living and dying for Naruto-sama is the greatest honor. In life you're all useless to him, but you may take deep pride in the fact that your deaths will please him. She spoke with levels of reverence in her voice that Crush would think impossible. Did this person truly worship this Naruto person as a god? Crush wanted to ask another question but was unable to before the female continued. Oh right, Naruto-sama did tell me that people like you wouldn't understand such things. Truly pitiful. Well anyway, Naruto-sama in all of his magnificence and mercy have decided to allow the continued survival of a single lizardman tribe. Just one tribe. Does that mean us? I rather not fight in a war against this person's master. Naruto-sama have decided that each tribe must send forth their strongest warrior or magic caster as a representative and who will fight against the representatives of the other tribes. Of course the losers will be wiped out, while the winner's tribe will be allowed to flourish and utter in a beautiful new age of service to Naruto-sama. So, losing means death and winning means enslavement. Fuck you, why would we ever do what you tell us to? One especially frustrated and angry lizardman called out. In response the woman manifested a small white orb, no larger than it could rest in her small palm, and then she dropped it, the orb falling into the lake with a wet plop, and then a second later, the great lake was completely gone, water, fish and everything else, gone in an instant. Till the battle is over, we shall be holding unto your muddy lake, you can have it back once we're done. Silence filled the clearing. The lake had sustained countless generations of lizardmen. Their very lives circled around the lake from birth to death, and in a second it was gone. Even the ground beneath the lake was dried in a second. It looked like a dry crater that hadn't held water for hundreds of years. The shock was too great for anyone to speak. Once you decided who to send and fight for your tribe, send them through this gate. You have an hour to choose, and if you haven't by then I have permission to pick one of you by random. Anyway, I got 4 more tribes to visit, so long. With that final remark, the female seemingly just up and vanished in a second. As she left the first tribes, Shaltir smiled to herself. Despite her massive and unforgivable mistake, Naruto still asked her to spread his message to these vermin. Even if it wasn't any grand job, this still showed her that Naruto could have use of her, and that alone filled her heart with great relief. 6th floor amphitheater. Crush Lulu may not be a great warrior, but she was a proficient magic caster capable of using 3rd-tier magic, more than enough to give her an edge on the battlefield, and so she had decided to go through the portal herself. Having walked through the gate that had been left by the messenger, she came to a large spacious room, full of rare furniture she had never laid eyes on before. By the walls there were multiple huge paintings of battles and monsters she had never seen before, along with long weapon racks. Next to the portal that she came through she saw 4 other identical portals, or rather gates, as the messenger had called them. There was only one exit from the room, a small hallway, that she walked down. When she came to an end, her path was stopped by metal bars, but she could still see outside at what looked like a humongous arena. Hello, anyone here? Crush quickly turned around and walked back towards the waiting room, when she heard the deep booming voice, letting her know someone else had chosen to come through a gate. The lizardman that had come through looked rather odd. He stood at a height of well above 2 meters. He had multiple scars running along his body, but what really took her attention was how much large his right arm was from his left. What a woman! Doesn't your tribe have any competent fighters? He spoke as soon as he saw Crush. My tribe got plenty. I'm Crush Lulu, chief of the Red Eye tribe. She introduced herself. Zinbaru Gugu, leader of the Dragon Tusk tribe. He introduced himself, and Crush found herself swallowing her breath. The Dragon Tusk was easily the largest of the tribes and one that respects strength above all else. She already knew this man was going to be her hardest challenge. It only took another couple of minutes, but one after another each tribe leader showed up, and just as the last person showed up, hurried footsteps could be heard running towards the room from the small hallway. Everyone turned to look at what they believed to be a small elf girl. Greetings everyone, my name is Mare Bello Fiori. Crush couldn't help but think the small girl was adorable, despite the current situation. I'm here to inform you that you all have 5 minutes to strategist, before you have to kill each other, bye-bye. Just like that the child disappeared in a blue light, shocking everyone who had been watching. Was that teleportation magic? Crush felt a cold sweat run down her back. Simple teleportation magic was a legendary 5th tier spell, and a child were using that here. Where in the world was she right now? You sound shocked. I'm not familiar with magic, could you explain? Crush turned around. The lizard man who had spoken was the chief of Green Claw Shisaryu Shasha. Teleportation magic is considered legendary magic. Most magic casters are able to use 2nd tier magic after years of training, and individuals who are considered geniuses may sometimes ascend to the use of 3rd tier magic, but teleportation in itself is considered 5th tier. Crush spoke, still processing what she had just seen. Seems like this Naruto person has quite a few deadly subordinates. Some of the warriors of my tribe attempted to attack the messenger. I didn't even see her move. My warriors, they just imploded. Zenburu explained, and a small silence filled the room. The messenger mentioned that one of our tribes will be allowed to live on and even flourish. I think the best course of action would be to swear our fealty. Maybe he would spare our tribes. Crush suggested, and while the other looked skeptic, there simply wasn't anything else they could do. No other words could be spoken. Before the loud applauding began, all of their heads snapped towards the hallway leading out. As befitting a large arena, or rather coliseum, all of them seemed quite puzzled by the sudden fact that there might be a huge audience awaiting them. To the lizard men gathered, it sounded like an audience of roughly a 100,000 clapping and stomping their feet outside. I guess the sound means it's about time to start, but still this kind of cheering. How many people are gathered? Zenburu spoke, feeling their plan already falling apart. If their leader had planned on making a grand show out of them killing each other, would he really agree to spare them if they all fell to their knees and swore fealty? A small blue light appeared near the hallway, and the small elf child reappeared. Everyone, please hurry and follow. Naruto-sama is waiting. The child spoke before quickly turning around, and the 5 lizard men quickly followed, while giving each other uneasy stares. They moved with a good pace through the hallway, the elf child walking with a fast pace, showing just how little he wanted to let Naruto wait. Stepping into the arena, the lizard men were all speculating what kind of audience were awaiting them, but nothing could have prepared them for the hundreds of constructs seated around the coliseum. It looked like monsters created from rock and metal. Golems, Crush muttered to herself, the other tribal chiefs sending her a small look. Not that she had time to explain, not that she needed to, her facial expression told them all enough. Still, despite being amazed by the hundreds of golems that were still loudly applauding their arrival, their attention began moving forward. Above where the golems were seated was another small open section. The lizard men could all look up and see a being seated on the throne high above them. 2 crimson eyes stared down at their group with a small interest, and all of the lizard men knew in an instant that the person on the throne was Naruto. Next to the throne stood another 3 people, a demon with horns and wings, dressed in a beautiful white dress. A humanoid-looking male, with a metal tail, dressed in a foreign style none of the lizard men recognized. And finally, there was a woman who, much like Naruto, shared his fox traits, the lizard men believing it may be Naruto's sister or maybe even child. Coming to a sudden halt, all of the applauding came to an abrupt end, which only served to remind them once more that the audience wasn't humans, but controlled monsters. Naruto-sama, I've brought all of the lizard men, as instructed. The elf child stuttered out nervously, and again, if not for the current situation, Crush would have thought the child's voice and mannerisms to be rather cute. Well done, Mare, can you introduce them? The gentle tone caught the lizard men off guard. Was it because he was speaking to a child or a loyal subordinate? Nonetheless, the lizard men hadn't expected some godly being who had found them unworthy of life to use a gentle tone. He even wore a small encouraging smile. Hi. This is Crush Lulu of the Red Eye tribe. To her left is Zenburu Gugu of the Dragon Tusk tribe. To his left is Sukyu Juju of the Small Fang tribe. To his left is Kyuku Zuzu of the Razor Tail tribe, and finally we have Shisaryu Shasha of the Green Claw tribe. Mare spoke perfect, much to the shock of the chieftains who hadn't once mentioned their names of tribes since coming here. How the child knew either, they had no idea. Good job, Mare, that will be all. Naruto spoke once more, and the elf child offered a last courtly bow before he once more disappeared in a blue flash. With the child gone, Naruto's full attention snapped to the 5 lizard men. No, I trust Shaltier and the amphitheater you're all currently within explains the situation to you all well enough. Still, do any of you have any questions before we begin? Naruto offered them all. The chieftains looked amongst themselves and quickly agreed for Crush to bring forth their proposal. Your Majesty Naruto-sama, all of our tribes would like to pledge unto you our utmost fealty and submission in the hope you may spare our tribes. Crush spoke while falling to her knees and bent forward, her forehead touching the ground. Naruto's face didn't give away any surprise or change of emotion, but he didn't outright turn down the offer. With Naruto in the stands, it's not a terrible offer. One can never have too many subjects, but sparring all of them would take away from the reason I gathered them in the first place. Naruto thought. He wanted lizardmen corpses in his experiments with the undead. Albedo, Demiurge. Naruto spoke the names of the two people by his sides as he slumped down in his lavish seat. Yes, Naruto-sama, my lord. Both of them spoke quickly. What's your opinion on their proposal? Naruto asked his two aides, not loud enough for the lizardmen far down in the arena to hear. He could still see their faces frozen in anticipation for his response. My lord, it's true that more living subjects could prove to be quite the asset for Nazar. While we conduct governing experiments, more subjects would enable us to iron out the kinks and possibly give us better insight for the day we would rule over even more races. Demiurge reasoned. While Demiurge raises a good point, Naruto-sama, you have already let your will be known. For vermin like lizardmen, having their deaths requested by a supreme being is the greatest honor any of them will ever face. Their proposal is but a desperate attempt for survival and frankly an insult to our master. Albedo fired back as she shared a small staring contest with Demiurge. Naruto listened to both their proposals and couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. If they could share a proposal and come up with an idea, both of them liked, Naruto wouldn't have any issue in going with that. Demiurge makes the more reasonable argument, but even if it's true that more lizardmen would help our governing experiments, I honestly can't see any benefit it would give Nazar to rule lizardmen, and what Albedo said might be true too. I might lose face if I go back on a decision I've already made. Feeling a little stuck, Naruto threw a small glance to the last person he had brought along up to the stands to oversee the arena. What do you think, Clementine? The newly formed three-tailed kitsune froze the moment she had been addressed. Both Demiurge and Albedo threw her a small dirty look, which did nothing to help her anxiety. Naruto-sama doesn't make mistakes. Whatever you want to do is the right thing. Clementine quickly spoke and Albedo and Demiurge both nodded in approval while Naruto gave a small soundless sigh. While that may be true, I've asked for your opinion, not to side with me, so I'll ask again, what if you were to decide, would you do with the lizardmen's proposal? Naruto asked and Clementine quickly began to develop a cold sweat. To live and die, be by your word is a great honor. I think we should kill them all. Naruto blinked once and wondered how she could make her choice of words sound so much like a question rather than a statement. Naruto mulled all of the different opinions over for a small moment, before he stood up. The lizardmen far below all looked up at him with wide nervous eyes. Your proposal is denied, we will proceed as planned. With those few words Naruto bashed all of their hopes to get out of this peacefully and without bloodshed. I understand, some of you may be hesitant to fight each other, but don't worry, I will offer my assistance in that matter. Naruto spoke, while clearing his throat. Kill each other. As those words left Naruto's lips, a small sudden glint shone in the eyes of the lizardmen which sent them into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Seeing the lizardmen draw their weapon, while the white one began running away to gain some distance and deeply spells, Naruto slumped back into his seat, ready to enjoy the show. You all came with great proposals, Demiurge. While what you said about having more live subjects was a valid reason, it's merely that I don't see much value in the lizardmen, otherwise your reasoning was flawless. Naruto spoke, believing he had to defend his choice. Of course, my lord, it's my own foolishness for thinking I could fathom the will of a supreme being such as yourself. Demiurge answered with a polite bow. Naruto hummed out weakly, before his attention went back towards the main event. He and the other guild members often caught monsters with similar levels and had them fight it out here in the arena for their own amusement. Naruto was merely keeping the tradition alive. Well, it was mostly for amusement they held those fights back in the day, but also to see how well elemental monsters stacked up against each other. Water-based monsters were usually stronger against fire-typed monsters, and so the guild often played around with bringing level 80 fire monsters against level 70 water monsters. What was it Paroroshino always asked about, when we came here? Who would win, the sun or a billion lions? In all fairness though to Peroroshino, that was a lot of lions. Down in the arena, under the influence of Naruto's passive magic, the lizardmen were all actively trying to kill each other, but they were far from mindless beasts. Their instincts were merely screaming at them to kill each other, but besides that they were still free to use their brains and handle the situation in any way they saw fit. Crush Lulu had deployed the first-tier magic camouflage to turn her own skin into the color of the ground and far-off walls, making her much harder to see. However, it was still just simple first-tier magic. In a dense forest it might be much more useful, but in the arena, it had a much more limited effect. The other tribal chiefs also understood that a magic caster could cause the most trouble. If they hadn't been under Naruto's command they might have gone after Crush last, as she was a woman, but under Naruto's command any such honorable thinking had been thrown out the window. Summon Beast third. Snap grasped Crush summoned a beast to help her out in a battle that quickly stopped the other approaching tribal chiefs, the beast summoned being a 3-5-meter tall crab, Crush standing beneath between its many legs. Still, even with the monster hovering above Crush protecting her, their instincts were still screaming at them, begging them to kill anyone of each other, and so the other chiefs charged once more, still believing Crush to be the biggest obstacle to their victory in the arena. Earth-bind roots sprang up from the ground and encircled the legs of Zanbaru Gugu and Tsukyu Juju. Seeing the two easy targets, the summoned crab monster slammed both its massive pinchers down on the two chiefs, planning on crushing them both. Martial art. Lesser strength. Martial art. Counter. Zanbaru Gugu activated two quick martial arts and thrusted his massive arm upwards, meeting the crab's pincer in a large blow, and for a moment there was silence until the crab's pincer began to shatter and break, the summoned crab chirping in pain. Sadly, the other chief wasn't as skilled with martial arts, as Tsukyu Juju was crushed and died in an instant. That vermin were the leader of the Small Fang tribe. Albedo reminded Naruto, who had already admitted having forgotten all of their names and tribes, but thankfully Albedo remembered them all. Having gotten confirmation, Naruto activated message. Naruto-sama, how may I serve? Shaltier's voice filled his head. Shaltier, you're still at the home of the lizardmen. Yes, Naruto-sama, as you've ordered, I've kept tabs on all of the lizardmen and made sure none of them have left their tribes. I have several vampire wolves stationed near all of the villages. Shaltier's voice was full of pride, as she had been following Naruto's orders exactly. Well done, Shaltier. I'm going to obliterate one of the tribes now. I want you to make sure none in the tribe escapes. Why yes, of course, I Shaltier Bloodfallen shall never let you down again. Her voice hitched slightly, which did confuse Naruto for a moment. Gate. A small purple vortex appeared next to Naruto, not big enough for anyone to walk through, but all Naruto wanted is to simply stick his hand through. Come forth. Ruler of the seas. Arrogant Kraken. Naruto could feel the summoned beast, and issue orders to it despite the great distance they were apart. Naruto had summoned the divine creature into the middle of the now dried up Great Lake that was the lizardmen home. All of the tribes had gathered and were watching in silent awe and horror at the 500-meter tall crimson-colored squid that stood in the center of their tribes. Shaltier, please point towards the Small Fang tribe, Naruto spoke, having already given the order to the summoned creature. But the creature had no idea of telling the tribes from each other, and so Naruto had given the order to eradicate the village Shaltier would point towards. Yes, Naruto-sama. Shaltier raised her hand and pointed towards one of the small tribes in the distance. The Kraken instant moved into action and moved a single of its tentacles up high and then brought it down with tremendous force. Shaltier was able to follow the tentacles with her eyes, but for anyone not level 100 it may seem like the tentacle the Kraken had raised simply disappeared. Shaltier could first see the smoke blast in the distance, then came the boom from the collision, and finally she could see the ground beneath her shake as the Kraken with a single swing of one of its tentacles had started a minor earthquake. Shaltier then made sure to check in with her vampire wolves, which were already scouting the site for any survivors, but found none. It had all been destroyed in an instant. Back in the arena, the now only 4 tribe leaders were still battling it out. Crush was in a bind, having already used up most of her mana, simply to summon the monster Snap Grasp. Arg! Shisaryu Shasha cried out as he swung his broad sword in a wide loop, cutting through one of the monster's many legs, making it tilt to the side. Crush was already occupied as she was being chased by Zanbaru, and the summoned beast had its attention on Kyuku Zuzu as it held the lizardmen within its remaining pincer. but since Kyuku was adorning one of the 4 great lizardmen treasures as his armor, the summoned crab monster couldn't muster enough force to actually crush the lizardman within its pincer. All of this gave Shisoryu ample opportunity to attack the beast from beneath. He was about to slice through another of the snap grasp's legs, but before he could make contact the beast disappeared in a blue fading light. Throwing a quick look towards Zanbaru and Crush, he could see Zanbaru had wrestled the female lizardman to the ground and had brought his fist down, crushing her head. "Ah, I was cheering for her too," Naruto muttered up on the stands, while both Albedo and Demiurge tensed. Naruto had hoped Crush would win. Being the only female and the only magic caster made her the easy target, and in most cases was it only natural to cheer for the underdog. "Should we correct this mistake, Naruto-sama?" Naruto turned to look at Albedo and saw her with a determined expression, and once again Naruto had to remember to be careful of what he said. Even if he simply jested, his guardians would take his words seriously. "No, it's inconsequential," Naruto said with a wave of his hand, quickly calming Demiurge and Albedo. "Shaltir, point towards the Red Eye tribe." "Yes, Naruto-sama." Before Naruto could cut off contact with Shaltir, there was yet another casualty as Shisoryu Shasha had been killed, having been stabbed through the back by Kyuku while he had been engaged in battle with Zanbaru. "Point towards the Green Claw tribe." "Yes, Naruto-sama." The last 2 combatants were Zanbaru and Kyuku. For the most part it did look like Zanbaru had the edge, but Kyuku was the only one of the lizardmen who had bought magical equipment, and it was clear that Zanbaru had trouble hurting him. Both of them seemed tired as Kyuku kept on thrusting his spear forward, barely leaving small nicks in Zanbaru's scales. Seeing the ensuing standstill, Naruto smiled up in the stands. 5th tier magic, Berserk. The result was instant as both lizardmen let out a war cry. Caution and common sense thrown to the wind, Zanbaru ran straight into Kyuku and tackled him to the ground. It became more difficult for Kyuku to use his double-sided spear as he had been thrown to the ground and was in near contact with an opponent that far surpassed his own physical strength. Still, he had managed to get a hold of his spear up near the top of its shaft, and when he had been tackled to the ground, he had forced its sharp head into Zanbaru's side, piercing deep into his stomach. "Ah, arg!" Zanbaru let out a cruel cry as he raised his large right arm. Using every martial art within his disposal, he smashed the hand down on top of Kyuku's head, creating a small boom that could be heard throughout the arena. Quote, quote. Naruto had stood up from his seat, a small, excited grin on his face. Zanbaru had his back turned to Naruto while he had tackled Kyuku to the ground and made it impossible for Naruto to see who had won, but from the silence, it was clear that one of them had won. Slowly Zanbaru fell to the side, a great amount of blood flowing out from his side where Kyuku had impaled him with his spear, while Kyuku slowly stood up. Despite the great amount of force Zanbaru had used, there was no way he could have punched through the white dragon bone armor Kyuku had equipped. Slowly Kyuku got up on his feet, the effect of Naruto's berserk fading rapidly, letting the lizardman calm down and snap back to reality. It came as a small shock as he looked out into the arena and saw the corpses of the 4 other leaders that had just stood beside him. "Congratulations, that was well fought," Naruto spoke, offering a single clap with his hands that in turn seemed to activate all of the golems, which also began applauding loudly. "I've won." Kyuku sounded surprised, but quickly knelt down to show respect to the supreme being above. "You did indeed. Now I'll be holding up my part of the deal. You're free to head back to your tribe, and as long as your tribe remains loyal to me, I'll promise to make your tribe prosper." Naruto spoke with a wide grin, while he opened up a gate next to Kyuku. "I'll swear, this lowly servant will forever remain loyal, and I will ensure my tribe will do the same." Kyuku spoke before he headed through the gate. "Shaltir, have my pet destroy the Dragon Tusk tribe. Afterwards have your vampire brides pick up any corpses they can find from the destroyed tribes and bring them to the 5th floor. The conditioning of the corpses matter not. Afterwards return to Nazar." "Understood. It will be done, Naruto-sama." "Albedo, inform Cocytus he is responsible for installing loyalty within the tribe. He has half a year to do it." "It will be done, but may I ask why Cocytus?" "When it comes to my guardians, Albedo and Demiurge are easily the most competent ones. Honestly, I don't think I can give them an assignment they could truly screw up, but didn't feel that way about the other guardians. Well, Aura is sensible enough to test him. Besides, he's the only guardian on standby, excluding Gargantua and Victim, of course." Albedo nodded at the response. Well then, I've best get back to Narbril in Erantel. I believe I've hold the guild master waiting long enough. Please be careful, we've yet to figure out who mind-controlled Shaltir, if they should come after you next. As Albedo spoke, she leaned in against him, pressing her breasts up against Naruto's chest. I appreciate your concern, but I'm not worried. If they come after me, I will crush them. Besides, it's been quiet ever since they mind-controlled Shaltir. They might be hiding, or maybe they simply can't use the mind control world-class item again at the moment. Well, it doesn't matter. Of course, you're right, and while you're away I shall take care of Nazar as part of my wifely duties. Naruto-sama, before you leave, I was hoping to speak with you about a plan involving the Baharat Empire. Demiurge said while a small smile grew on his lips. Oh, sounds interesting. 9th floor. Bar. Arg. What's wrong, Lady Shaltir? I thought you would be happy. After all, the Supreme One did give you an order. The sous chef spoke as Shaltir was leaning her head on the bar, after having emptied another mug of beer. Moo, passing out messages and pointing my finger, is nothing more than grunt work. Anyone in Nazar could have done what I did. What's even worse, when it was time to exterminate the villages, he sent one of his beasts to do it, even though I was already there and could have handled it. Oh, Naruto-sama probably think I'm completely incompetent now. Wah. Shaltir ended her rant with a small cry, while small tears flowed from the corner of her eyes. The sous chef, unsure of how to respond, looked to the barmaid by his side, who seemed completely uncaring and merely kept on cleaning the glasses in her hand. Well, Naruto-sama brought you back to life, didn't he? Surely he wouldn't do that, if he thought you incompetent. The sous chef tried to fix the situation as he placed another large mug in front of Shaltir, who quickly grabbed onto it. To expand the wealth of Nazar on someone like me, how will I ever repay the 100 million gold? Shaltir asked. Yeah, you fucked up, get over yourself. The barmaid suddenly chirped in, with quite a bit of venom in her voice. Shaltir turned to look up at the barmaid, her eyes burning hotly. Miss Warian, that comment was most unneeded. Hurry up and apologize to Lady Shaltir. Warian the barmaid could best be described as red, crimson hair and a crimson left eye, while the right eyes were covered by a dark eye patch. She wore a skin-tight dark red dress. Father has spent plenty of time Big Mashenine and Urine, but since we've come to this new world, he has yet to come and visit me. Warian spoke with sadness in her voice. Shaltir and the sous chef visibly flinched. For Shaltir that would be the same as if Paroroshino-sama had been the one to come to this new world and Shaltir was the only guardian he never summoned, a horrible thought to be sure. Even if the girl was a lowly level 1 homunculus, Shaltir couldn't help but feel sad for the woman. As if summoned, the bell on top of the door frame rang as the door opened and Naruto stepped into the bar. Naruto-sama, Shaltir and the sous chef cried out, surprised by the sudden visit. Their eyes shifted towards Warian, who hadn't said anything yet, the usual stoic barmaid. Her lips thinned into a thin line and her cheeks had been colored crimson. Daddy. Naruto let out surprised sound. Nothing da, my lord. Warian quickly turned around and hid her face while Naruto went over and took a seat next to Shaltir. How are you holding up? I'm ready to serve at a moment's notice, Naruto-sama. Shaltir spoke, jumping up from the chair and knelt on the floor. That's not what I meant. I was told you had hold up in here. That's why I've sent you off on a mission, to rid you of your guilt, but I was told you just headed straight back here after you came back. Naruto said, and he placed on hand on top of Shaltir's smooth gray hair. Naruto-sama. Her tone was soft as she clearly enjoyed his touch immensely. The guilt and regret I feel is too much to simply be washed away that easily. Please, I beg of you, punish me. Shaltir begged, their crimson eyes meeting each other. Regret is something I know very well, Shaltir, but you must learn not to cling to it. As Naruto spoke, he couldn't help but think of what happened in the old world, technology and conglomerates spiraling out of control and swallowing everything in their path. Had he known how the Earth would have ended up, he would have taken more radical steps to prevent it before it became too late. At the very least, he would make sure human greed and technology never reaches that point in this world. As you wish, Shaltir. I will come up with a punishment, but it may take some time. Will that be okay? Oh, of course, Naruto-sama. I thank you from the depths of my undead heart. Shaltir spoke, getting back up to her feet. Now then, Warian, I'm sorry I haven't come to see you before, I've been a bit preoccupied. No, it's fine Dad. Fath Naruto-sama. A supreme being shouldn't waste time on us lowly homunculus maids. Warian spoke frantically. Don't call yourself lowly. I love you and everyone else in Nazar. You know you're more than welcome to come and visit me in my room, right? I'm a designated barmaid bound to this room, but if you order me to do something else. Warian spoke. The only time she ever left this small bar was when she had to go to the cafeteria and eat with the other maids. I'm not saying that, but you know, my room has a bar inside of it too, if you want to come visit from time to time. Ever since I allowed for Masheni and Yuri to roam outside of the 8th floor, they seem to have made my room their new personal base. I'm sure they would love to see you. Understood, I'll make sure to come by from time to time. Warian said with a small bow, while Naruto nodded. I'm glad to hear it, Naruto said before he quickly teleported away. The sous chef looked between the very happy Shaltier and the now very happy Warian. In the end I was the only one he didn't talk to, feels bad. Slain Theocracy. An adamantite-ranked adventurer, one of the cardinals asked in shock. The Supreme Council had been called together. All of the cardinals had been working overtime in both recruiting to their new sunlight scripture that had to be built from scratch, but what was much more shocking was the loss of 2 members from the black scripture as well as the user of downfall of castle and country being mortally wounded. From what we've heard, the leader of the group is a man named Kurama. Adamantine-ranked adventurers should be on the same level as the members of the black scripture. It's not unreasonable to think one might kill the vampire responsible for killing the 8th and 9th seat. What exactly do we know about this Kurama? What about his party? Yggdrasil isn't too far away from our own borders. Would it be possible to recruit him? I'm afraid we know painfully little about him, but there is cause to concern. Apparently the party is made out of only 3 people, Kurama their leader and warrior. Then there is a female arcane magic caster called Nabe, and finally the last member of their part is a female thief, named Clem. No, are you insinuating that? We just concluded that members of the black scripture is around the same level as adamantite-ranked adventurers. It's not unreasonable to think that this Clem is the former 9th seat of the black scripture Clementine. We need to dispatch the Clearwater scripture to Yggdrasil immediately if that is the case. Already done. We will know before too long. But for now what we should do is to consider how to deal with them if their member really is Clementine. What do you mean? She knows crucial information about the theocracy, not to mention she stole the crown of wisdom. She will need to be disposed of, if it really is her. It's true the former 9th seat committed grave crimes against us when she defected, but if she's really made friends with 2 other adamantite-ranked adventurers, perhaps for the sake of recruiting them, we could let the former 9th seat off with a minor punishment. Should Lady Kyrie die, which is very likely from the reports, we will be down 3 black scripture seats. Who knows how many years we will have to wait before we find new candidates. Wouldn't it be easier to pick those 3 up from Yggdrasil? I believe that's enough what ifs. We will have to wait for the Clearwater scripture to send back a report. How about the demi-human Naruto? Has there been any news on that front? Unfortunately not. It appears after he destroyed the sunlight scripture, he just up and vanished. Re-Estai's capital. The capital of the Re-Estai's kingdom was home to more than 1.5 million people and was an ancient city, said to have been around even before the 6 gods of the slain theocracy appeared and saved humanity. I had somehow expected more. Naruto once more disguised as Kurama spoke as he along with his part of Narbril and Clementine were walking through a muddy road. The slain theocracy considers Re-Estais as a failed state. Corruption runs rampant and a few selected individuals have accumulated most of the wealth. Very few cities choose to pave their roads and choose to let their people cope instead. Clementine spoke as she walked to Naruto's left, while Narbril was to his right. Clementine had turned out to be quite profitable investment, as she had been in the inner circle of the most powerful human nation on the continent. Especially the 2 figures that were Anteline Heron Fouché and Decem Hogan were 2 people that deserved further investigation. Then there were the Dragon Lords, which were said to be the most powerful beings alive. Honestly, those excited Naruto to no end. He looked forward to getting a few more cool pets. He could feel his beast tamer blood pumping. When they got to the upper part of the capital, the roads were paved, showing that the upper districts were for the far wealthier citizens. Naruto had wanted to see more of the kingdom and therefore decided to come visit the capital. Hopefully Sebas and Solution wouldn't mind a small surprise visit. As they walked down the streets, Naruto could easily hear the people gossip. The rumors about their sudden rise to adamantite had quickly spread all over the kingdom and far beyond. Perhaps while I'm already here, I should see if I could get into the castle. Would be nice to meet this golden princess everyone is so fond over. Naruto thought as he looked up towards the big Lente castle, where the royals lived. Apparently Blue Rose often visited the castle. Ah, this should be the place, Naruto said as they came to a large mansion, which fitted the description in Seba's reports. A small smile was on Naruto's lips as he imagined the shocked look of Sebas and Solution, while he knocked at the door. He could hear the footsteps rushing to the door and open. Greeting, how can I help you? Naruto was stunned for a second. Who the fuck was this human woman? Had he gone to the wrong house? Slowly his cheeks were heating up, realizing that may have been the case. Who is at the door? Servant. Naruto quickly calmed down when he heard Solution's voice further inside the mansion. It's just me, Solution. Naruto responded loud enough to make sure the battle maid heard him inside, and not even a second later Solution appeared by the door, kneeling down on one leg. Forgive me, Naruto-sama. I wasn't made aware of your visit. If I had, I would never have greeted you so casually. Solution spoke, while the human woman had jumped back in shock, clearly unaware of Solution's abilities. Letting themselves in, Naruto threw one small look at the woman and then back over to Solution. So, what's with the human? Capital Fox. Lente Castle. A young man with short blonde hair and ocean blue eyes walked through the long palace halls. This young man was Climb. At the young age of 16 he was serving as Princess Renner's personal guard, a grand honor. Don't show a moment's weakness. Climb prided himself with being the youngest princess, sword and shield. Once again he walked past the many maids and guards that were walking through the palace just like him, and while they showed the proper respect by bowing to him, their eyes told another truth. Climb owed Princess Renner his life and would be more than happy to offer it up in order to protect her. But the day-to-day scowls, sideway glances and court intrigue is something he wished he could be spared from. At the very least he had the comfort of it still being early in the day, which meant these long halls weren't abuzz just yet, which managed to spare him of quite a few hot glares. Still, if that was the price of serving Princess Renner, he would more than happily pay it. The glares he had to endure was a direct consequence of his commoner background. The title as Princess Renner's bodyguard was widely sought after and a prestigious position, especially for the many sons of young nobles who may have hoped for the position for the purpose of wooing Princess Renner. Renner should still be meeting with Lachias about now. It wasn't that rare an occurrence that the leader of Blue Rose, Lachias Alvain Dale Indra, came to visit the princess. Ever since Lachias became an adamantine-ranked adventurer 3 years ago, she and Princess Renner had become good friends and would often come to visit the princess. These visits were also the only time Climb felt he could safely excuse himself from the princess' side, without having to fear for her safety, such as right now, as he had just picked up his new training sword from the blacksmith after his last one cracked during practice. Quote! Quote. Climb stopped in his tracks when he saw a small plum man approach accompanied by a larger, more handsome man. He quickly recognized them as Zanak Valerian Agana Ryle Vazelf, the second son of the king and one of the 6 great nobles, Marquis Raven. Oh, my, if it isn't Climb, on your way to see the monster, I'll take it. Zanak asked with a small grin on his lips, clearly taunting him. Climb wanted nothing more than to punch Zanak in his teeth. Princess Renner had helped abolish the slave trade in the kingdom and had put forth countless of ideas that all put the common man first. She was compassionate, kind, diligent and beautiful, a true treasure and nothing like a monster. Forgive me, but this impudent servant must insist on Princess Renner not being a monster. Renner had already warned him. Both Prince Zanak and Crown Prince Barbaro would try and provoke him so they could have him charged with offense. Both of them wanted Renner alone and without allies, to make her an easier pawn in their schemes. You must insist. Oh well, I was merely telling you as a show of good faith. I believe you might be too trusting of her shallow words, that's all. Zanak insisted while Revan kept a stoic face next to the prince. Climb chose to close his ears to the warning. He had seen the princess cry whenever some of her ideas had been rejected. He knew for certain that Renner's ideas were pure and held the people's interest at heart. I thank you for the warning, but please you must excuse me, my presence is required by the princess. Climb spoke with one last deep bow before he hurried away. He could vaguely hear the words, "loyal dog," being spoken behind him. Shortly after the unpleasant encounter, Climb arrived at his most frequently visited area in the palace, moving past multiple large premium glass windows that offered a beautiful sight of the capital. He arrived at the door that led to Princess Renner's room. Entering without knocking was exceedingly rude, yet that's just what Renner had ordered him to do. He had of course voiced his objections. What wouldn't he do if he one day entered and Renner was barely clothed? The thought alone made his cheeks heat up and his heart beat faster. He grabbed the door handle but stopped when he could hear the voices inside. The merchants would never agree to it. If they were to offer up too much support for a cause led by royalties, it might damage their trade agreements with the nobles. Ah, why must everything be so complicated, Lachias? Sorry, but whatever people or nobles are peasant, they will always tend to prioritize immediate gains. At least that's my experience. Oh, and you can come inside. Climb. Climb froze on the other side of the door. Pardon the intrusion, I didn't mean to disturb. The first person Climb saw as he opened the door and let himself in was Lachias. From her current attire someone might mistake her for one of Renner's older sisters rather than an adamantine-ranked adventurer. Her long blonde hair was curled, she was wearing a beautiful silk pink dress. While her beauty did fell short of Renner, no one could deny that Lachias was also quite beautiful. Climb could also say he was quite jealous of Lachias due to her immense talent. She had managed to become adamantine at the tender age of only 19. She was a true prodigy with a blade, talent that Climb dearly wished for himself. Nonsense, Climb, you're always welcome here, Renner said with a radiant smile, before she quickly turned to Lachias to make sure her friend had the same opinion. I don't mind at all, after all Climb's special, isn't he? Lachias said with a smile while sending Renner a teasing look. Meanie. Climb began making his way towards the table. Metallic footsteps echoed as he made his way over. He still felt quite overwhelmed having been asked to sit down at the same table as a noble lady and the princess, but if he didn't, Renner would just order him to do so, as she had done in the past. Now then, Lachias, while I do enjoy your visits, I doubt you came by to listen to my proposal involving crop rotation, so what's the real reason for your visit? Renner asked as soon as Climb had sit down. A small frown came over Lachias' face. Sorry, while I like to say I've just come to pay a friend a visit, the real reason would be this. Lachias laid down a paper on the table full of scribbles and sentences that made no sense to Climb. Oh, is this a code? Renner asked, seeing through the contents instantly. Indeed, my team and I found it last night while raiding one of the 8 Fingers drug plantations. Sadly none of us could make sense, but well, I know you have a talent for this sort of thing, Lachias said as she let Renner grab the paper and look through it. Renner's eyes scanned through the thin parchment for a small minute. Oh, yeah, I see, it's actually quite simple. Both Lachias and Climb had a small look of shock as they got to witness Renner's brilliance firsthand, especially Lachias, who along with her team tried to make sense of the code for the majority of last night without success. Another small moment went by as Renner began quickly translating the code. That's odd, it seems the code are multiple locations within the capital. To store houses and other drug manufacturers. No, I don't believe so. Despite the 8 Fingers being a large organization, it's more accurate to describe them as 8 independent groups that are working together. I believe this is the drug division's attempt on trying to sell out another group in hopes of taking some of the heat off themselves. Renner spoke as she gave the translated nod to Lachias. Well, they are a bunch of cutthroats and cowards. Spreading information about their partners to save their own success isn't something I would put above them. Climb had a sour look upon his face. The very topic of the 8 Fingers annoyed him. Disgusting people who was actively working against the kingdom to further their own ambitions, no matter how many lives they had to take. Perhaps if he was stronger, he could actually help fighting against them. Thank you, Renner, I'll owe you for this, Lachias said as she slipped the translated notes into her pink dress. Really, because there is something I would like. I'll assume both Tia and Tina are out looking for the new adamantine-ranked adventurer. Renner asked. New adamantine? Climb asked as he hadn't heard about any such news. Yeah, they are in Gagaron, and Evely are both waiting at the Adventurers Guild. Should they stop by, it's only natural as their senior that I'll introduce myself to them. otherwise my uncle might give them a bad impression of the other adamantine adventurers in the kingdom. Lachias said, a small frown on her face as she remembered her uncle. From what we know, the leader is a warrior named Kurama, then there is a spellcaster named Nabe, and finally they recruited a new thief named Clem. Apparently most people call their team Eclipse, because the two original members had sun-like blonde hair and the other had raven dark hair. Lachias kept explaining. They must be quite amazing if they obtained the same rank as you and Gagaron. Clem spoke, having personally seen Gagaron swing her warhammer around. Yes, from what I've heard, there's both good and bad things. They supposedly have tamed the wise king of the forest, a magical beast over 100 years old. They slayed thousands of undead and murdered a high-standing individual in the Zuranorn organization and defeated a powerful vampire that managed to kill a bunch of other adventurers. As Lachias spoke, Clem could once more feel his heart twitch with envy. Truly adamantine-ranked adventurers could be said to be the pinnacle of humanity, if only he had strength like that. On the other hand, I've heard that both his client and the team he had grouped up with on one of his quests both died, and he supposedly also ripped off both arms of another adventurer after being provoked. Lachias continued, and Clem flinched back a little while Renner showed no signs of surprise and kept her smile in place. Well, if he was being provoked, I remember Gagaron also once almost killed another adventurer for calling her, what was it again? Clem began. A big female gorilla. Lachias finished for him. Yes, that. Clem shuddered slightly at the very thought of getting on Gagaron's bad side. Still, anyone dumb enough to call her that within earshot had it coming. Well, if you do manage to find this adventurer, could you please give him this? It's an invitation. Renner said as she put a small envelope on the table, sealed with the royal crest, and Lachias quickly took it. Can't have too many adamantine friends, is that it? Lachias asked with a smile, while Renner simply returned her own. If I'll do find him, I'll make sure to pass it to him. Oh, but you might want to have Clem protect you then. While it's not confirmed, he seems to be a bit of a pervert. Lachias explained, and Clem immediately shifted and straightened his back. Oh my, what makes you say that? Renner asked, while Clem also decided to listen intensely. It seems he's in a relationship with both his party members Nabe and Clem. Lachias simply explained. Oh, well, if that's it then it's not so bad. Renner said, easily brushing Lachias' worry aside. Princess polygamy is illegal within the kingdom. Clem said rather sternly, causing both Renner and Lachias to share a small, amused look between each other. While that is true, Clem, that only goes for marrying multiple partners, and even then, quite a few of the small laws don't apply to adamantine adventurers. Lachias explained, while Clem frowned. Don't apply. She's right, Clem. Blue Rose, Red Drop and now Eclipse, due to their importance, they are granted privileges to appease them and prevent them from migrating to other countries such as the Empire. Renner chimed in, but Clem still didn't look satisfied. A terrible example of this would be the Draconic Kingdom, who are often under attack by the Beastman country. Within the Draconic Kingdom exists only a single adamantine adventurer team. Have you heard of them, Clem? Lachias asked. No, I can't say that I have. Not surprising. The leader of the team is a man called Cerebrate. He's a raging pedophile. A look of disgust spread on Clem's face. Now the normal punishment for raping a child in the Draconic Kingdom is the same as in our kingdom, death. Cerebrate is however excluded from that punishment and is in fact even permitted to have intercourse with children down to the age of 6, 3 times each month. That's repulsive, just because he adamantine. Well, that and they're often wars with the Beastman country. Clem, the Draconic Kingdom has a population near 9 million people. If they actually punished and killed Cerebrate, those 9 million people would be dead within a year. It's a necessary evil. Still, that's, believe me, Clem, there's nothing I would rather do than to personally kill a sick son of a bitch like that myself. Shit, now I got into a foul mood. Lachias said while bringing up her teacup and sipped whatever little remained. You mustn't frown, Lachias. Do that too much and you might get wrinkles before you turn 25. Renner said. Right. Anyway, there's no reason to believe this Kurama to be anywhere near that bad, but Clem do keep Renner safe. Power has this weird thing that seems to turn men into perverts whenever they get it. Lachias spoke as she stood up from her seat. I'll protect Renner with my life. Clem said, his voice full of determination. Capital, mansion, A cup of steaming tea was placed on the small wooden table by Solution in front of Naruto as he sat down on the couch in the living room. His burning crimson eyes followed Solution, who as soon as she had placed the cup fell down on one leg and bowed her head. "You don't need to kneel, Solution, or is it that you're afraid you may have displeased me?" Naruto asked, while Solution slowly stood up. Narberl was standing silent in the corner of the living room, while Clementine was upstairs, having locked the human woman in her room and standing guard by the door, making sure the human wasn't running anywhere. "It's the latter, Naruto-sama," Solution admitted. "I see, then please start telling me, where does the human come from?" "Sebas-sama bought her back 3 days ago. And tell, how come there were no mentions of her in any of the reports?" "Sebas-sama deemed her unworthy of your attention." A visible frown adorned Naruto's face and Solution felt a strong shiver move down her back. "Solution, well, in any case, it's not right to be mad at you. It seems though I need to have a serious talk with Sebas. Is there anything else I should know?" "When Sebas-sama bought the human back, she was severely injured, and Sebas-sama forced me to. Solution found the next few words hard to speak. "Go on, Solution, I won't hold you accountable for whatever Sebas forced you to do." "Lord Sebas forced me to use one of the healing scrolls on the human, to waste a treasure of Nazar on a disgusting human." As Solution spoke, she bit down on her lower lip. If it wasn't because she was a slime, her lip would be bleeding. In the corner of the room, Narberl also held a look of disgust upon her face. "Well, that is quite grave. Anything else?" "A few human men approached us the other day. It seems they are searching for the human woman. The men said she was employed by them and want her back, though Sebas have refused to hand her." "Well, if Sebas brought her back injured, it's reasonable to assume they were the ones to injure her. Besides them human, has Sebas done anything else that have caused concern?" "No, Naruto-sama, besides the human woman, Sebas has acted according to our original instructions." Solution confirmed. "All right, that settles it. I'll make sure to give Sebas a stern talking to when he returns, but for now, I think I'll go get a bath." Naruto spoke as he stood up from the couch, while both Pleiades in the room perked up. "Naruto-sama, if you desire, I could provide you with a slime bath. It's much more efficient and cleans a lot better." Solution offered quickly while Narberl threw her sister a small dirty look. "I'll accompany you, my lord. It's still my duty to keep you safe outside of Nazar, even in the bathroom," Narberl insisted. "Oh, Nabe-chan, don't worry, I'm more than capable of protecting Naruto-sama, while cleaning every inch of his glorious body. Besides, don't you need a break? You've been on guard duty for quite a while." Solution asked and began a small staring contest with Narberl. "A slime bath? How well, that does sound interesting. Why not? Narberl, come along too, I don't mind." Naruto spoke with a casual tone, while both sisters quickly bowed and then began following him out of the room and upstairs into the bathroom. Like the rest of the mansion, the bathroom was pretty much empty. Neither Solution nor Sebas really needed anything, so the room was about as bare as the day the mansion was bought. The bathtub was large, round and made of wood. It looked more like a jacuzzi than a normal bathtub. Narberl felt herself swallow her spit as she watched Naruto beginning to strip down. Solution to her side managed to remain more professional, but Narberl told herself that Solution was only able to do so because she had yet to experience what amazing pleasure Naruto was able to give them with his body. Quickly mimicking their master, both Pleiades began stripping down till they stood naked in front of Naruto. Solution's eyes quickly fell down over and got a good look at Naruto's naked front. Narberl did the same, but found her eyes stuck down around Naruto's waist, as her eyes were glued to his appendage. Naruto, like his servants, were currently seizing them both up, his eyes primarily focusing on Solution as this was the first time he got to see her naked. She had the largest breasts among the Pleiades, nearly matching albedo, but Solution was a slime. Changing her bust size is an easy task for her. And then there was Narberl. "Narberl, my eyes are up here," Naruto said as he placed a finger on her jaw and raised her head to look up as her eyes were locked on his flaccid cock. I'm very sorry, Naruto-sama. No need to apologize," Naruto said while Solution stepped into the bathtub. The bottom of her feet began disappearing as a blue slimy substance began filling the tub. Solution is a predator slime that excels in digesting and melting their prey. Still, Solution is only level 57. Even if she meant to harm me with this, she most likely wouldn't be able to. Naruto thought to himself as he took his first step into the tub, submerging his right leg in the slime. A large blush spread on Solution's face when Naruto entered her. Half of her body had turned into slime, while her top half was still intact and in human form. "Oh, this feels nice," Naruto said, quickly taking another step in and then sat down, submerging himself up to his shoulders. The slime felt warm while it also prickled his skin. It almost felt like every part of his body that was submerged was being massaged, while it cleaned him. Naruto quickly hurried in after Naruto and sat behind him, acting as his cushion if he desired to lean back. His 9 long bushy tails brushed up against her front as she brought up her hands and placed them on Naruto's large shoulders and began slowly massaging them. Naruto was a bit surprised by Naruto taking the initiative, but he couldn't deny that he liked it, a soft moan escaping from his lips. "Ah, that's nice, Naruto." Naruto smiled widely at the praise before she sent Solution a small victorious look. Solution though wasn't too bothered as she moved her upper body closer to Naruto. "Naruto-sama, may I have permission to clean your lips?" Solution asked, and it took less than a second for Naruto to realize what she was asking for, as her head was already only a few inches from his own. "Permission granted," Naruto spoke, and a second later Solution had pushed her own warm lips up against his own. Solution wrapped her hands around Naruto's neck while deepening their kiss. Her fingers began turning into long blue slime tendrils that moved up through Naruto's hair and caressed his scalp. "Fuck, this is good. If Naruto and Solution are capable of making me feel this good with just the two of them, then I should definitely find a day and include the rest of the Pleiades," Naruto noted to himself, while he could feel his cock slowly beginning to grow, as both Solution and Naruto were pushing their busts against this chest and back. Solution instantly noticed the change but said nothing until Naruto pulled away from the kiss. Naruto had a need to breathe, which Solution didn't. "Naruto-sama, if you wish I could also provide relief for your carnal desires," Solution offered, and Naruto didn't even get to answer before he felt the slime around his cock beginning to massage his long cock and began gently playing with his scrotum. "Allow me to provide relief, Naruto-sama. Solution is already busy cleaning your noble body." Naruto spoke eagerly as she moved a bit around Naruto's body to get a better look at his growing erection. Naruto let out a low groan as he felt his cock begin to swell in size. As it grew larger, the slime around it began to become thicker and more viscous. Naruto licked her lips as she stared intently at the sight before her. "The two of you are sisters, surely you're both capable of sharing with each other," Naruto said, while giving both of the girls a quick look. Both of them returned a firm nod. Naruto moved up and sat on the edge of the bathtub and spread his legs, while Solution began pulling the slime back that had filled the tub, reforming the lower portion of her body, both of them quickly crawling in between Naruto's legs. Both leaned in close to Naruto's swollen member. Its strong scent quickly filled both girls' nostrils. "Go on, don't be shy, I'll let both of you do as you wish," Naruto said with a relaxed smile. Naruto reached out and grabbed Naruto's dick firmly, causing it to jump slightly, while Solution took Naruto's balls in her hand, squeezing them softly. Solution moved closer and pushed her lips in against Naruto's balls as she began kissing them both, while Naruto had moved her own face closer to Naruto's dick and had pushed her tongue in against his thick member, licking against the thick vein that ran down its side. "That's it, you're both good girls," Naruto said as he placed one hand on top of both their heads, Naruto and Solution humming happily at the praise. Both girls got even further emboldened by his words as Solution moved further in and placed her lips on one of his balls. While she began suckling, her mouth had to open wide, before she successfully got one of his big balls into her mouth, her tongue quickly beginning to move around and juggling the testicle in her mouth. Naruto had moved up further, her tongue licking his cock from base up to his tip. She stopped for a moment before giving the purple glands a long wet kiss. She finished by opening her mouth and dove down on his cock, pushing it down till the entrance to her throat. "Ah, fuck, this is good." Once more both girls seemed to react to Naruto's words as Naruto kept on pushing, the cockhead kept on hitting the back of her mouth, releasing deep gagging sounds, while her saliva began trailing down his thick cock. Solution was also working more eagerly as she suckled on his nut powerfully before releasing it with a wet large pop that filled the entire bathroom, before she quickly moved over to the other ball and repeated the treatment. The bathroom began filling with slurping and wet gagging sounds. Naruto sat with a small, relaxed smile as he looked down on both of them. In his hands he held a fistful of Narbrel's midnight dark hair, and his other hand was a fistful of Solution's golden blonde hair. Solution might have been created by her hero and Narbrel by Nishikienrai, but that no longer mattered, they belonged to him and only him. Solution once more moved back and popped one of Naruto's fat testicles out of her mouth. She was about to move over once more to the next one, but instead she threw a quick look up and saw Narbrel pushing her mouth down on Naruto's cock, her lips stretched around the fat mast, but still Solution got annoyed by what she saw and decided to stand up. Narbrel. Solution spoke in a dangerous tone. Gluck, Narbrel let out a small humming sound as she heard her name being called after she had pushed down on Naruto's cock again. Naruto was also staring at Solution wondering what she might want, perhaps she just wanted to trade places. You can't seriously be trying to please Naruto-sama with a half-assed service like that. Solution said as she placed both hands on the back of Narbrel's head and in one quick violent motion forced her head down on Naruto's entire length. HMPGH. Narbrel sounded shocked. As her throat became widened by Naruto's cock, a large bulge appeared as his cock moved down through her throat, sealing her airways. Oh, fuck. Naruto grunted happily as he spasmed slightly at the sudden jerk of pleasure. Narbrel tried to move back away, as she had trouble breathing, but as soon as she had pushed half of Naruto's cock out of her throat, Solution repeated the motion and violently shoved her head back down on the cock. Naruto did nothing to stop Solution's mistreatment of Narbrel, due to the simple reason that it felt really good. Only when he saw Narbrel's arms fall limply to her sides, all resistance gone from her, did Naruto act. That's enough, Solution. Give Narbrel a break. Naruto said as he could tell Narbrel had fallen unconscious. Pulling Narbrel back, he held on to her as she slowly collapsed to the bottom of the bathtub, while Solution quickly took a step forward. Naruto-sama, may I also have a turn and service your glorious cock? Solution asked, her eyes shining with desperation as they were locked onto his saliva-covered member. By all means go ahead, I haven't come yet. Thank you very much, Naruto-sama. Solution said as she quickly leaned, both her hands grabbing his stiff cock, while she moved up and kissed the tip before quickly devouring his cock. She wasted no time as she seemingly effortlessly took his entire cock down to the root. Clearly being a slime had its advantages. She brought up her hands and began fondling his balls, while her tongue poked out from her already stretched lips and slowly licked near the root. Her throat seemed to move around, massaging his entire length. Oh, fuck, Solution. Naruto gasped as Solution began moving her head. She moved back all the way till only the crown was left in her mouth before quickly moving back down to the root, all of his 11 inches disappearing down her throat again. After a few minutes of complete pleasure, Naruto could feel his muscles tense and his cock beginning to throb violently. Ah, fuck it. Naruto stood up, his cock still fully sheathed in Solution's throat. As a slime, Solution was almost completely resistant to physical damage, a fact Naruto was about to abuse, as he placed both hands on the back of her head and began violently thrusting in against her face. Solution didn't seem to mind as just hummed in approval each time Naruto's pelvis region slammed against her face. He thrusted madly for a small minute before with one final thrust, he began ejaculating straight into her stomach, his balls pulsating each time as he shot a thick rope of cum into Solution's stomach. Once again Naruto stood still for a small minute, forcing every last drop straight into Solution's stomach. With a small final grunt, Naruto finally began pulling back. Several saliva strings hung in the air between Solution's mouth and Naruto's cock as he finally pulled out. Naruto took a quick look over Solution's face, making sure she was alright. It was only due to the fact she was a slime he dared being that rough with her, but seeing her dizzy eyes and huge smile, he was happy knowing she was doing just fine. Thank you so much for granting me so much of your delicious noble seed, Naruto-sama. Solution spoke as she looked up at Naruto with nothing but reverence. Oh, but Sol-chan, don't thank me yet, we're still far from done. Naruto said with a lustful smile as he pushed her down. Narbrel let out a small moan as she was stirring awake. She had no idea how long she had been out, but the deep sounds of moaning, grunting and the sound of slapping filled her ears, and slowly her eyes opened to see what was happening. Only to be greeted by a set of large breasts that were being roughly squeezed by a big set of hand hanging just above her face. It took her a moment to visualize what was going on as she turned to look around her. before she realized Solution was currently on all four right above her, while she was being taken from behind by Naruto. On. Fuck yes. More on Naruto-sama. Solution screamed loudly as Narbril could hear the sound of Naruto's hips smacking up against Solution's ass, making her back arch. Narbril was stuck beneath Solution with no chance of crawling away without interrupting Naruto and Solution's lovemaking. She managed to lift her head slightly and was able to witness Naruto's balls moving at great speed as he kept on thrusting into Solution. Despite only just waking up, Narbril could feel her own body quickly heating up. Naruto let go of Solution's tits and instead moved to grab both of her wrists and pulled her upwards, pushing her back up against his chest, while he kept on pounding into the blonde maid. With this new position, Naruto managed to get a look at Narbril over Solution's shoulder. A devilish smirk grew on his face as he noticed how Narbril was looking at both of them with awestruck eyes. "Good morning, Narbril. I hope you slept well," Naruto said with a small twitch as he felt Solution's slimy insides twitch around his cock. Narbril let out a little noise from her mouth, as her eyes were transfixed on Solution's face. As Narbril could tell, just like herself, her sister had fallen unconscious from her bout with Naruto, and after a few more strong thrusts, Naruto pulled out of Solution and began shooting another load up against the blonde maid's back. Slowly Naruto let down Solution on the ground next to Narbril. "Phew, that was fun," Naruto said with a happy smile. Narbril looked between Naruto and then to the unconscious Solution before she began crawling on top of her Solution. "Naruto-sama, please use me too," Narbril begged as she had crawled on top of Solution and was presenting herself on all four, in the exact same position Naruto had taken Solution in when she awoke. "Geez, you really are quite the needy maid, aren't you?" Naruto asked with a dirty smile, before he once more leaned down and grabbed Narbril's hips, her entire body twitching with anticipation. Narbril let out a long howl as Naruto in one quick motion thrust into her. A few hours later. "There you go," Naruto said as he placed a naked Narbril on the bed next to an equally naked Solution. After a few hours of rough lovemaking, it seemed like both Pleiades had to tap out, and Naruto had personally carried them to the first bedroom he found. He covered both of them with a blanket and then left the room with a smile. "Is my body gradually getting hornier? I feel like I could still go at it. Should I go play with Clementine and the human for a bit?" Naruto wondered to himself as he was wearing a simple white bathrobe. He also played with the thought of disguising himself as Kurama again and go explore more of the capital, but he would prefer to wait for Sebas first. "I'm back," a gruff voice spoke downstairs, making Naruto stiffen, as he realized Sebas had returned just as Naruto was thinking about him. Quickly moving over to the staircase, Naruto looked down at the butler that looked shocked at seeing him. "My lord," Sebas spoke as he fell down and kneeled on one leg. "Perfect timing, Sebas, follow me," Naruto spoke as he descended the stairs and moved past the nervous butler that quickly began following behind Naruto into the living room. "Just a moment, Sebas. Super tier summon. Knights of the Round," Naruto spoke as the living room was filled by a bright light. When it died down, 12 knights, each wearing a different beautiful armor, stood in the room. All of the knights were level 85 except for the leader. All of them fell down on one knee, while the leader acted as a spokesperson for the summons. "How may we serve you, my liege?" A firm female voice spoke. Naruto looked over the leader in her beautiful silver and blue armor. Her helmet that covered her face was shaped to resemble a lion and had a long, majestic mane attached to it. Naruto didn't believe Sebas would attack him, but just to be sure, these were at least strong enough for him to bite time if he had to escape. "Act as my guards for the time being," Naruto commanded, while all the knights bowed their head in acknowledgement. While Naruto moved over to sit on the couch, he couldn't help but wonder if there was a possibility of making these summons permanent like the Death Knights he had created back in Nazar. Still, any experiment that involved using a human or a lizardman body to create a medium for a monster over level 40 all failed, but perhaps if he got something even stronger. Once more Naruto began thinking about the dragons in the Yggdrasil mountains. Sebas sat down on the couch in front of Naruto, paying no real attention to the summoned knights. "Now then, Sebas, do you understand why I want to talk with you?" Naruto questioned, while Sebas slowly but firmly nodded. "Good, you don't need to look so tense. While I am slightly disappointed with you, you caught me in a good mood, well, primarily thanks to Narbril and Solution's hard work." Naruto said as he leaned back in the couch and watched as Sebas looked at him with confused eyes. Tell me, who's the human? Naruto asked. Solution had already given him some idea, but he wanted to make sure their stories were identical. Suer. I picked her up wounded from the streets. And you ordered Solution to heal her, right? I did. That's quite disappointing, Sebas. I fail to see how this human could be considered a part of the task that I assigned you to. Furthermore, you've expended the wealth of Nazar on meaningless frivolities. Naruto said as he scratched his chin. Forgive me, never mind. Secondly, if you only wanted to heal the human, then what is she still doing here, dressed as a maid? Naruto asked. I've used her to help keep up a front. Only 2 people in a mansion this large may attract attention. Also, I've grown quite fond of her cooking. Cooking? Sebas, my problem isn't that you bought a human here. My problem is that you bluntly attempted to hide it from me, by not writing about her in any of the reports. Naruto said, while Sebas had trouble keeping eye contact with Naruto. I didn't believe it was worthy of your attention. Sebas spoke. Now I don't believe that for a second. Except for the human, your reports are quite filling, even describing in detail the route you walk from this mansion to the Magician Guild. Nothing is left out, except that human. You didn't write about her because you were afraid I would tell you to get rid of her. Naruto accused and Sebas nodded. Tell me, Sebas, are you still trustworthy? Naruto asked, and he could see the clear pain that flashed across the elderly butler's face. My lord, I'm still a loyal servant of Nazar. Sebas spoke firmly, his face hardening and his determination sounded through his voice, making Naruto smile a little. Could you kill that human if I told you to? Of course, my lord. Sebas knew that he had screwed up and he needed to make amends. Even if Naruto asked for his death, he wouldn't protest. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of being labeled a traitor of Nazar. I'll see. Well, I haven't made up my mind just yet, but tomorrow I want both you and Solution to move back to Nazar. Your goal of information gathering is finished. What do you want to do with the human? Naruto asked as he tilted his head, while giving Sebas one final test. I don't believe Suer has done anything to deserve a death sentence. Would it be possible to relocate her? Sebas asked, while Naruto leaned his head back. She's seen us, especially me, she has seen as both Naruto and as Kurama. If she goes around talking, it would be quite troublesome. Naruto answered, and a small flash of hope spread on Sebas' face. In that case, would it be possible to relocate her back at Nazar? She's... Are you an idiot? Are you seriously asking me to reward your insubordination with a reward? Naruto asked, with a several degrees colder tone, that made the knights in the room place a hand on the hilt of their swords. And no, my lord, sorry for my foolish suggestion. Sebas spoke with a small bow. Killing her would be the easiest, but well, you may relocate her to Carne village tomorrow. I'll have a few ideas for that village so all the citizens there will be safe. Naruto said. Perhaps he was going a bit easy on Sebas, but he couldn't help it. He felt a level of love for everyone within Nazar, almost as if it had been programmed into him, like the NPC's devotion to him. It will be done, my lord. Oh, and Sebas, don't forget humans are nothing more than playthings. I'll admit some humans do have potential, but the ones that really shine can be race changed to better come and serve Nazar. I consider Clementine one such human. Naruto spoke harshly while Sebas bowed to him once more, showing her understood the words. Nazar will stand strong for an eternity. Compared to that, the human lifespan is but a blink for us. Was the last thing Sebas heard as he headed upstairs to give Suer the news of the verdict. Next day, Naruto let out a small grunt as the sun's rays shone in through the window and landed upon his face. Shifting slightly to move his face, Naruto began opening his eyes to a new tomorrow. Opening his mouth wide to release a deep yawn, he put on his fang on full display. Looking up, he saw Clementine sleeping naked on his chest. To his right slept Solution, and to his left Narberl, both as equally nude as Clementine. They were all quite exhausted, especially the 2 Pleiades. Even after their fun shower, he proceeded to have more fun with them last night before bed. Pushing Clementine off his naked body, she landed on the soft bed with a small thump. But she didn't even seem to register it, as she just kept sleeping, a testament to just how exhausted she was from last night's lovemaking. He could hear all of the girls let out an annoyed moan as they lost a large source of heat. With a snap of his finger, Naruto once again donned the disguise of Kurama the adventurer and headed out of the bedroom. He let out a small yawn as he walked down the stairs. Exploring a bit more of the capital might be fun, especially without Clementine and Narberl constantly looking over his shoulder. He did like traveling with them, but at the same time he also felt like he had to justify every breath he took, and right now he just wanted to play tourist and mess around a bit. "My lord, are you heading out?" "Oh, yes, just a small morning stroll." Naruto spoke quickly as he met Sebas. The diligent butler was already packing what few items they needed to bring back to Nazar. "Without Narberl, shouldn't she be escorting you?" "Oh no, she's still resting, and I won't wander far. If you do not wish for Narberl to accompany, please allow me to do so instead." "Oh, well, that wouldn't work. After all, your current disguise is a butler serving the lady of this mansion. If someone saw you with me, it may blow your cover," Naruto said, hoping Sebas would understand that he wanted to go alone. "Of course, my lord, but still, would you at the very least bring a few shadow demons with you?" Sebas made his final plea. Fine. Come, shadow demon." There was a small visible flicker as two shadow demons jumped from Sebas' shadow over to his own. Without any further objections, Naruto walked out into the busy street. He may have slept a bit late and therefore he could see the bustling city in its prime, with men, women, and children all hurrying past as he stepped out from the mansion's courtyard. Now, where to go first? Shopping district. Oh, my, is that him? He's so tall. Watch out. I've heard he will rip your arms off if you get in his way. Naruto could hear all of the people muttering as they actively tried to avoid him as he walked past. The piece of adamantine metal around his neck seemed to have gotten everyone's attention. Overall, Naruto considered their reaction to be a success. Due to his reputation, he could see both wariness and respect on the people's faces. If he had come off as some kind of noble hero, he may have been swarmed by these people. Naruto threw a small look at a few shops which said it sold magical items, but from Sebas' reports none of these shops held any items enchanted with magic above 3rd tier, so it wasn't really worth wasting time looking at. Still, Naruto didn't come to the shopping district to shop. No, he came here because the capital was massive, and he got lost extremely easily, and so he began wander aimlessly. Kurama-sama. Naruto stopped in the middle of the street, when suddenly a man almost his own height came charging towards him. Do I know him? Naruto wondered as he saw the man dressed in formal attire and a clean-shaven head running towards him at great speed, before he began slowing down right before him. Hi, name's Alistair Hart. At your service. I'm the guild master of our capital's prestigious adventurers guild. Tell me, have you considered making the capital your permanent resident? Naruto was stunned for a second. First, he had to process this man was the guild leader, and secondly, he had to process the blunt question. He remembered how unsettled the guild master back at Yggdrasil was when he told him he would go on a small trip to the capital. Was that because he believed he was going to relocate here? A pleasure. I'm Kura. Here in the capital, you might find many more better paying jobs, not to mention the private contracts sent in by lords all over the country. If you're interested, the guild could also be persuaded to ensure you a luxurious house here in the capital. And shut the fuck up. 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 Naruto wasn't even surprised when a young woman came sailing through the air and drop-kicked the bald man in the head, sending him flying to the ground. I'll apologize for our guild leader. He can be a handful. I'm Tina, a member of Blue Rose. The woman spoke as she gave a small bow. Kurama, the pleasure is all mine. Naruto really meant that as he was just thankful. She shut the bald man up. My leader Lachias has ordered me to hand you over these 2 letters. One is an invitation to a meeting. Our group is currently handling a large organization in the capital, and we would like to discuss a potential partnership. As for the second letter, Princess Renner has invited you to tea. Tina spoke, handing over the letter to Kurama. I see. Well, both of them sound mighty important, but I fear it wouldn't sit right with me letting a princess wait. Naruto spoke, letting Tina know which of the invitations he would take care of first. Understood. I and the rest of my party will await your arrival within the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for your time. Tina spoke with another small bow before turning around and left. Well, I'm still lost, but I suppose it shouldn't be too hard to find my way up to the castle. Naruto thought as he stared up at the large castle in the distance. He threw a lost look at the guild master that was laying unconscious on the ground before he decided to walk away. He spent a few minutes walking in silence before he felt someone was contacting him. Naruto-sama, please forgive me for oversleeping. May I please know your current location? I will rush to your side in a heartbeat. Naruto heard Narbrel's voice in his head. And good morning to you too, Narbrel. Have you slept well? Why yes, I've rested thoroughly. May I please know of your location so I can resume my duties as your escort? I'm near the castle. Head for the front gate and I will wait for you. Thank you very much, Naruto-sama, I'll be there shortly. With that, Naruto felt their connection cut off. The guards stationed near the castle looked nothing like the average soldier in town. They had far better equipment, they walked with more discipline and just overall seemed more skilled than the average guard. Naruto decided to wait around the entrance for Narbrel to catch up, but that plan was ruined when he saw a young man with blonde hair approach him quickly accompanied by several soldiers. Naruto's first guess was that the man was a prince. He had seen that kind of arrogant expression before, and it usually belonged on royalty. You're the adventurer Kurama, right? The man had a deep voice which held a strong sense of confidence, and Naruto estimated the man to be between 29 to 33 years of age. That's right, and who might I be speaking to? Barbaro Andrian Yggdrasil Vazelf, Crown Prince and future king. Am I right to assume you're currently carrying an invitation sent by my little sister? Naruto's face remained stoic as he learned the man in front of him was the future king. I'm not inclined to discuss my client's adventurer's code and all that you know. Naruto saw the clear twitch on the man's face. Clearly he wasn't used to be told no. In any case, I would like to have a word with you. Follow me. Naruto considered just saying no, but he was honestly quite interested in whatever the crown prince wanted, so for now he would simply follow. They had barely entered the castle before someone approached him again. I'm sorry, sir, but could I ask for your swords for the time being? A man asked. He wasn't dressed as a soldier, but looked more like a receptionist. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans, Naruto said as he quickly handed over both katanas. I do not know of this Rome or Romans, but thank you for your understanding. The man said with a deep bow, and Naruto was able to keep following the crown prince. As Naruto kept following the crown prince further into the castle, he couldn't help but admire the architecture. Sure, it was shit compared to Nazar, but for the standards he had seen in this world so far, this castle was quite beautifully made for the level of technology available. Reaching their destination, Naruto followed the Barbaro into a large room, filled with furniture, paintings, and rugs. This was most likely the crown prince's own room. Please sit. Barbaro spoke, referring to the chair near the desk. Sure, I should inform you my party member Nabe is on her way. That's fine, your party is made of 3 people, right? Correct. Now then, may I ask what the sudden invitation is all about? Barbaro sat on the other side of his desk and quickly leaned back into the large chair. Does the name Hilma Signaeus mean anything to you? A small question mark seemed to appear above Naruto's head. Never hear of her. Why? She's, well, I suppose I could call her a friend. Her practices may not be completely legal, but the two of us have an understanding. She's skilled at keeping money flowing and I'm skilled at keeping her workers out of jail. I see, but I don't see where I'm involved. First I should ask, what's your view on criminals? Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Exploiting and abusing each other is the truest essence of humanity. I hold no hatred for criminals. Naruto said with a wide grin which unnerved the crown prince slightly, mostly because Kurama spoke as if he wasn't human himself. Over the past year, Blue Rose have attacked Hilma and a few of my other friends' operations. I've no doubts my little sister wishes to ask you to help Blue Rose in their ongoing efforts against my friends. And so, you want me to refuse? Oh no, I want you to agree to it. With you on the inside you would be told about all of their future plans that I could then share with my friends, so they can minimize their losses. Of course if you were to agree to this you would be well compensated. Barbaro spoke as he placed a large coin purse on the desk in front of Naruto. Intriguing. Knock knock knock. That must be Nabe. You don't mind I take it? No, not if they are of a similar mind as yourself. Barbaro spoke. A guard quickly poked his head inside to make sure they could let the new people inside. When approved, Narbrel and Clementine entered the room. Allow me to introduce, Naruto began, but stopped when he noticed Barbaro's stupefied expression. Naruto had seen that expression before, and true enough, following Barbro's gaze, his eyes landed on Narborough. Be careful, you might catch a few flies, unless you shut your mouth. Naruto spoke with a stronger tone that demanded Barbro's attention. Barbro looked between Kurama and Nabe a few times, before his eyes landed on Kurama again. How much do you want for her? Quote. A small silence filled the room. Argan, I honestly thought your proposal was quite fun too. It's been quite a bit of time since I've played the part of a double agent, but oh well, seems like that's over now. Naruto spoke as he slowly stood up from his chair. Huh, hey, what do you mean? Barbro asked in a high tone. Narbrel, I believe this piece of shit here just called you a whore that could be bought for coin. Should we kill him? Naruto asked, dropping her adventurer name, as he turned towards Narborough. KK, kill me, Ayuk. Barbro's words were cut short as Naruto appeared before him in a burst of speed and punched him in the stomach, sending him flying backwards while vomiting his breakfast. Clementine looked a little nervous, but Narborough remained stoic. If you would like to kill him, Naruto-sama, then it's the right thing to do, Narborough said in a matter-of-fact tone. Barbro was wheezing for air and slowly managed to turn around on his side. The only reason he was alive was because Naruto had held back. Oi! Did you hear her, you piece of shit? If you like to apologize, I suppose you hurry up. Naruto said as he placed on foot on top of Barbro's head. I'm, Ard cough couch, sorry. It barely came out as a whisper. Did you hear Narborough? He's apologizing, do you accept it? Naruto asked in a playful manner. I don't really care about an insect's apology, Naruto-sama. Well said, Naruto said as he reached down and grabbed Barbro's neck and in one swift motion threw him through the room. His body went sailing through the air until it reached the back of the room, where it hit the massive glass windows. The sound of shattering glass sound through the room as the crown prince's body flew through it and down into the garden below. Now then, I guess we can't really stay here, Naruto said happily as he sat down on Barbro's desk. From this height Naruto was 99% sure the crown prince died instantly when he hit the ground. Even for adamantine, killing a royal will make us enemies of the state. Clementine spoke. Maybe it would have been better killing him and then hide the body. I had wanted to meet with the princess, but oh well, I can do that another day. Naruto spoke as they could begin to hear the loud yelling and screaming from down under where the dead body of Barbro now laid. When the two of you left the mansion, how far was Seba's and solution in emptying the mansion? Naruto asked. Everything has been accounted for and has been transported back to Nazar. Sebas should currently be setting up his human pet with a home in Carne Village and Solution should have returned to Nazar by now. Narborough quickly summarized. Alright, I want both of you to return to Nazar as well. I'm going to stay for a small while longer. Naruto said while Clementine quickly offered a bow, but Narborough looked hesitant. But I'm still your escort, it wouldn't be right for me to. No matter how many there may be, this is a human city. The strongest human in this city poses the same threat to me as would the city's weakest ant. I'll be back shortly. Naruto spoke as he opened up a gate back to Nazar. Clementine entered without hesitation. You be back shortly, right? Naruto couldn't help but smile sweetly at Narborough's concerned words. Of course. Naruto confirmed her words and watched Narborough enter the gate before it closed back up. Now then, Naruto could hear the sound of armor rustling and boots clicking against the floor as the soldiers were quickly approaching the room. A wide smirk spread on Naruto's face as the soldiers stormed through the door. This is going to be fun. Adventurers Guild, how long do we have to wait? A large muscular woman said with a small grumble as she downed her first tankard of beer. Depends on what exactly Renner wants to discuss with him. Also, could you relax a bit on the beer? I would prefer it if we could make a positive first impression on them. Lachias spoke. Still, wouldn't it have been better to reserve a private room for our meeting? Evely said, annoyed, and everyone else in the party threw a quick annoyed look at the other adventurers in the guild. It was quite rare for all of them to gather outside of jobs. Just sitting at a table like this in the guild hall was quite the sight for many of the other adventurers who were all either whispering or sending them lustful looks. They were being treated like some kind of celebrity group, and while they had gotten used to it, none of them ever liked it. Wait, is that alarm bells? Tia began and Tina ended the sentence. Alarm bells? That doesn't sound right, unless the Empire has arrived outside the gate without anyone noticing. Gagaron spoke in jest. Slowly the sound of bells became more prominent and louder. Looking outside they saw several people being pushed to the side and soldiers rushing by. What's going on? The sound isn't coming from the gates, those are the castle bells. Everyone quickly stood up and headed outside. They barely got outside when they saw a young man come running towards them. The adamantine adventurer Kurama has killed a royal. The messenger spoke quickly. Renner. Lachias yelled in shock as she ran off. Her party quickly tried to follow after her. Ro Lente Castle. Two maids were curled up in against a corner as they watched the blonde adventurer slowly make his way down the hall towards them. They had just watched how the blonde man had seemingly effortlessly cut through 12 armed soldiers, all the while keeping a small smile on his face. "Hi there, nice day, isn't it?" Kurama spoke as he simply moved past them and both girls felt as if they had just come face to face with death. "Now then, that makes about 127, aren't there anyone fun to play with?" Naruto spoke to himself. He was aimlessly moving about the castle. "Oh, now this looks important." Naruto once more spoke to himself as he came to a large pair of door. Moving on leg up, Naruto kicked the door open and came upon the throne room. "Aye!" Several nobles cried out. Naruto took a quick look inside and entered. The old man sitting upon the throne was clearly the king. Unless the crown had no meaning, there were also several nobles hiding up near the king. Then there was about another 20 soldiers and finally a man dressed differently. Naruto could have sworn he had seen him before, but couldn't honestly remember him. "Everyone stand back. This man is adamantine. Just because he's alone, a single mistake can cost you your life." "Oh no, not at all, just come rushing at me. There's no way I can win if you all do that," Naruto taunted in a playful tone. "Protect the king, I'll take care of him." The man spoke as he charges forward and Naruto slowly raised one of his own swords he had taken from one of the corpses on the way. "Be careful, head warrior. Head warrior. Oh, right, this guy was at Carne Village." Naruto finally remembered where he had seen his current opponent before. Martial art. Body strengthening. Martial art. Focus battle aura. Gazef yelled out. Before his large great sword slammed down against Kurama's sword, the great impact sunk Naruto's feet into the ground and a large dust cloud blew up around them. The soldiers, nobles, and the king all watched as the dust slowly fell, showing that the adventurer Kurama had perfectly blocked Gazef's sword strike. "That's it?" Kurama asked. "No, it's not martial art. Flow acceleration." Gazef yelled once more as he began attacking in a flurry of wild swings. To the average spectator, the head warrior's arms had turned into a blur, but Kurama easily matched, sparks quickly flying between the two warriors' swords. "What's this, a contest of endurance?" Naruto asked with a smile as he kept on blocking Gazef's swings. The man didn't reply, or rather he couldn't. He didn't dare lose focus for a second. "You know, there's still 20 more soldiers in here. Why not ask for their help? I'm pretty occupied just blocking your attacks, you know." Naruto kept talking, showing that he possessed the edge. To everyone watching it looked like an even matchup, but after 20 seconds of seeing nothing but sparks and hearing nothing but the clanging of swords, slowly a new color appeared. The color of blood began slowly spraying. Gazef took a step backwards and Kurama took a step forward, and everyone realized Gazef was losing out. The final nail in the coffin was when their swords came to a still and the sound of a lump of flesh hit the ground. A shocked silence filled the room as they realized it was the head warrior's left hand. "Well, you're better than the rest, but I doubt you can swing that big sword around with only one hand. Tell you what, as a reward for a decent fight, I'll let you live, you're free to go." Kurama spoke. Kurama wasn't winded at all, but Gazef was wheezing. "Tell me, why did you kill Barbaro and why are attacking us?" Gazef asked while he with an impressive show of strength still managed to hold up the great sword with a single arm. "Well, for Barbaro negotiation broke down and for why I'm currently attacking you all." An evil smile came upon Kurama's face. Entertainment. While most seemed shocked at his words, Gazef showed no visible sign of surprise. "As I thought, I can't allow a monster like you to go." Gazef spoke as he prepared his final attack. "Ha! Well, okay then." Kurama simply responded while he sheathed his swords, an action which seemed to confuse the spectators. Martial art. Sixfold slash of light. Martial art. Lion's song. Gazef activated his martial art and swung down on Kurama. but his target disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared behind him. The winner was clear to see as Kurama moved forward with a smile, while Gazef crumbled, having been cut clean through from right shoulder down to his left hip. The top of his body seemingly just slid off, while his leg remained standing. Now Naruto couldn't actually use martial arts, but he was quick enough to mimic them. Now then, I'll think I'm going to kill the king. After I've killed this man, does anyone dare to try and stop me? Kurama asked and looked towards the soldiers. He could see the soldiers' hesitation and smell their fear. If you flee, you get to live, choose now. The sound of weapons falling to the ground could be heard. These men might have been hailed as strong soldiers, but they also had families, and now confronted by someone they knew they had no chance against, they buckled under. That's right, when push comes to shove, humans are cowards by nature. You're allowed to live, as a reward for showing your true humanity. In the end, none of the 20 soldiers in the room had been willing to fight after witnessing Gazef's defeat. Blue Rose. Lachias was relieved and horrified. Everywhere they turned inside of the castle they found dismembered soldiers and guards, but Renner was safe. Her room had been the first place she ran to, and inside she had found Renner sitting calmly at her table, while Climb stood guard inside. It was clear that the young man was conflicted about not helping in subduing Kurama, but first and foremost he was Renner's protector, and such he remained near her side. Leader, isn't this a bit much for a single adventurer? His party should be a total of 3 people, can we be sure the others aren't with him? Tia asked Lachias as they ran through the long halls searching for the culprit. For one adamantine, yes, this is a bit much. Lachias agreed. An adamantine ranked adventure would often be considered as a level 90 difficulty rating, which simply meant that one adamantine adventurer had the same strength as 90 people working together, but by now they had easily passed by over 100 corpses, and none of them could be considered an average person. All of these corpses belonged to trained soldiers. Then there was also the question as to if they should even be involved. Lachias had hurried over because Renner was her friend, but now that Lachias knew she was safe, she did consider simply waiting with her in her room. Adventurers didn't usually get involved in human-on-human conflicts, that's why they were never part of the wars against the Empire. Still, this had quickly become too severe to just ignore. It would appear that the adventurer's oath about protecting humanity could only be fulfilled by sometimes killing a human. When they came to the throne room they stopped up in shock. They had found him. Kurama was sitting on the throne with the king's crown placed upon his head. The king lay dead by the end of the stairs leading up to the throne. Several nobles were laying around the room chopped into pieces, and just in front of them laid the head warrior Gazef Stranov cut into 2 equal-sized pieces. Greetings, villains. I see you've invaded my castle hoping to steal my crown. Kurama spoke while leaning back into the throne. The members of Blue Rose looked between each other, as if discussing if Kurama's words had any deeper meaning, but they quickly all agreed he was simply messing with them. Judging by the adamantine around your neck, you're Kurama, aren't you? That I am, and you gals must be Blue Rose. A pleasure. Can't say likewise. Why have you done all of this? Well, the crown prince pissed me off, so I killed him. That made some soldiers attack me, and so I attacked them back, and then, well, you see, it's kind of a circle at that point. Kurama spoke clearly, not taking his situation seriously. Do you even understand the severity of this? Or rather, are you even sane? Oh, I understand completely. Now I have to relocate to the Empire, or maybe the Draconic Kingdom. I'll figure something. Kurama spoke with a shrug of his shoulders. You actually expect to leave the capital alive? Even like this, there's still tens of thousands of more soldiers currently rushing here. You're right, I should wrap this up quickly then. Kurama spoke, finally standing up from the throne and slowly began descending the few stairs before the throne. Now then, 1 against 5 sounds fun, let's do this. Kurama spoke, inviting them to attack him. The weapon he's holding is the average sword that's issued to soldiers. It's cracked and will break before too long, but me and Gagaron can't approach carelessly. Lachias thought to herself. The corpses around the castle were plenty of testament to Kurama's strength. Evely, give us an opening. Crystal Lance. A look of genuine surprise was on Kurama's face as he dodged the attack. That's new. They heard him speak, while Gagaron began charging in with Lachias following quickly behind. Whoop. WHAAA, close 1. Naruto said as he dodged, weaved, and dipped between Gagaron and Lachias' strikes. A kunai. Well, damn, that brings back memories. Naruto spoke as he had captured one in his hand after Tia had sent one flying for his face. I'm a bit out of practice, but I was once really good at throwing these, here watch. Boom. Naruto with a quick movement sent the kunai flying back towards Tia at a speed she wasn't able to react to, the kunai flying straight through her chest and then continued straight through the wall behind her. Tia, sister, still got it. Lachias looked frantically between Kurama and Tia, who quickly collapsed to the floor. Focus on Tia, I've got this punk. Gagaron yelled as she swung her hammer at him again, but no matter how many times she swung he would dodge it at the last moment. The frustration became too much and Gagaron ended up releasing it and went in for a close combat fist fight. Now, I do consider myself a gentleman, who had some limits I simply can't overstep, such as punching a beautiful woman in the face. Thankfully for me, you can't be considered that. Kurama spoke as he punched Gagaron straight in the nose with his armored fist. His reflexes are out of this world. Lachias thought as she kept an eye on the fight while she was healing Tia, the hole in her chest quickly closing back up. The punch caused Gagaron to stumble backwards and land on her ass, but Naruto was impressed he had used the same amount of force as when he had punched Barbaro and the guy had almost died, while this woman just looked confused a bit. Next Naruto saw the woman he had met on the street come charging at him. He was a bit suspicious, she didn't seem to be skilled in close combat. Was it because of what he did to her sister that she lost her composure? Naruto threw another straightforward punch aiming for Tina's face, his fist made clear contact and Tina disappeared. A clone technique. Naruto was shocked and intrigued, even more memories were being stirred up inside of him as he watched the kunai only inches from his face as it had been cast behind the clone, Tina fully expecting Kurama to beat the clone and then being hit by the follow-up technique. Not bad. Naruto yelled out as he whipped his head backwards, the kunai flying past his face, but as he now looked up, he could see the masked woman hovering in the air above him, magic gathering in her hand. Nice teamwork. Maximize magic. Crystal pillar. The large crystal flew down upon Kurama and filled the room with dust. Everyone fell silent as they looked upon the large crystal and saw no traces of Kurama. Even Tia, who had the hole in her chest fully healed, slowly began getting back up. Wah! That was scary, I almost dropped my crown. Their heads snapped towards the voice and their eyes widened in shock as Kurama was back to sitting on the throne. How is that possible? There's no way for someone to be that fast. We all got out secrets. Anyway, it was fun playing with you. Perhaps we will meet again one day. Kurama spoke while soldiers began appearing near the entrance to the throne room. None of them had dared enter yet due to the dead nobles and dead king's bodies still laying around, their blood soaking the floor. You still think you're getting away? I do, and I will. Kurama spoke as he threw his almost totally destroyed sword out the closest window and quickly followed it before he jumped out of the window himself. Evely, who was closest, got to the window just in time to see the blue glow surround Kurama before he disappeared. He had a teleportation item on him. Great Forest of Tob. Naruto quickly ditched his disguise once he was away, his hair turning crimson along with his eyes, his whiskers grew more prominent and 9 long fox tails grew out behind him. Ah, that was fun. Maybe I overdid it a bit though. Can't have Kurama operate within the kingdom anymore too. Oh well, I'm sure I can come up with some use for him still. Naruto had appeared near a large structure out in the forest that he had commissioned, a fake Nazar. If anyone should be able to track his teleportation, they would believe this to be his base of operation. Ah, Naruto-sama, welcome. Why hello Aura, I've missed you. You have. A quick blush spread on the young dark elf's cheeks. Sure have. I can see you've done a magnificent job at creating a fake Nazar. Naruto said as he ruffled the top of Aura's hair, the girl squirming under his touch. Thank you very much, I've done my best. Aura spoke as she looked up at him and gave him her widest smile. Another person slowly approached them. Greetings Naruto-sama. Lady Aura, your dinner is ready. Woof, Pestonia said as she offered a bow to Naruto. Oh, dinner, perfect timing, I'm hungry too. You don't mind if I join you, Aura, would you? Of course not, I would love to eat with you, but Naruto-sama, do you like hamburgers? Sure do. Naruto spoke as he accompanied Aura to dinner. He couldn't help but think he's had a rather productive noon today. At 12 o'clock kill a crown prince, at 12:30 kill a king, and at 1300 have a hamburger with Aura. Oh, by the way Aura. The young girl made a sound as her cheeks were full with food. Southeast from here, this is supposedly a place filled with wyverns. Want to go and explore it with me? MN. Gulp, I love to. Wyvern riders. Arwinter Imperial Palace. Even as far away as in the capital of Baharuth Empire, the news about the cruel slaughter that took place in the heart of Re-Estai's kingdom sent shockwaves throughout the population, the king and crown prince slaughtered by a lone adamantine-ranked adventurer. Emperor Jurchen of Rune Farlard El Nix, who was often hailed as a genius, had trouble understand the contents of the report that was firmly grasped in his hands, as his eyes scanned over the words. A total of 143 of dead guards, not including the head warrior Gazeth Stranoff, and even fighting off Blue Rose, an adamantine-ranked party of 5, and according to this he successfully escaped. Old man, is this for real? Jerkniv's eyes turned towards his most trusted subordinate, the Imperial Mage Fluter Paradine. I doubt the kingdom would have any reason to lie about a travesty such as this, but still this adventurer Kurama, if all of his exploits are said to be true, then his swordsmanship would be among the mightiest in the world. Fluter spoke as he too had read the report through and was in a moment of disbelief. Jurchnev fell down on his couch, releasing the paper from his hand and letting it flutter to the floor. This might be a bit underhanded, but wouldn't this year be a great opportunity to expand? Instead of our yearly skirmish with the kingdom, we could use this, take advantage of the chaos. Jurchnev suggested, while Fluter released a small sigh. Well, it's certainly possible, but as to how the nobles and criminals in the kingdom will use this to their own advantage remains to be seen, and of course how well the future king will take control of things. Have they already announced the next king? The king's second son Zanak Valian Agana Ryle Vazelf is the obvious choice, and from what we can tell he's already referred to as the next king. Alas, no public announcement has been made, and the king's two eldest daughters have also nominated their own sons. Of course, if you were to publicly announce your desire to marry Princess Renner, I'm sure some nobles may find our cause quite sympathetic due to the current circumstances and come around to our side. Fluter spoke while Jurchnev rolled his eyes. I have no desire for girl. No matter how attractive the rumors make her out to be, there's something off about her. The emperor spoke with a frown on his face. He could swear Fluter urged him to marry soon every day. I see. Then how about Kurama? Seeing as how he's made an enemy of the kingdom, there is a chance he may come to us and seek asylum. How would you like to handle that? Someone with that much strength would be ashamed to turn away, but still we should approach him with caution. If he arrives within Arwinter, then I want to be informed immediately, then we'll take it from there. Wyvern Rider Tribes, near northern border. The people of the Wyvern Rider tribes are proud and resourceful. For centuries they had a strong gift in forming lifelong friendships with the dragon subspecies that are wyverns. While smaller than the average dragons, they can be just as ferocious and even more agile than their distant cousins. Their small country was filled with steep canyons and hundreds of massive mountains that stretched up past the skies. Since wyverns repopulated much quicker than dragons, trained wyverns had become an active part on foreign countries' militaries, with both the Draconic Kingdom and the Baharuth Empire buying hundreds of trained wyverns every year from the different tribes. In the middle of their small country stood Aurora Mountain, the tallest peak in the world. No one had ever actually made it to the top, seeing as how you would freeze or not being able to breathe as you began making your way that high up. It was however said that the first wyvern skeleton was laying at the peak, and as such it was considered a holy site to the people. There was a total of 4 different wyvern rider tribes, who was locked in small skirmishes with each other. For these people, controlling as many wyverns as possible was linked to both military might and the key to a healthy economy, as they could sell them to foreign powers, and therefore these 4 different wyvern rider tribes often fought each other for control of unclaimed wyverns. Are you still sleeping? A woman asked with a deep annoyance in her voice as she kicked a young male teen out of bed. This young man's name was Axel, and like many others within his tribe he was a wyvern trainer. You really have to wake me like this, Mom? Axel asked as he threw a small, bored look up at his mom, who was sending him a fierce glare. Aren't you supposed to deliver Lizzie today at noon? That's noon, there's still time. Axel replied, his voice still sleepy. You were out flying with Elvira again last night, weren't you? His mother's voice dropped all of its annoyance and hostility. Axel finally pushed himself up. His dark hair fell to his shoulder and hung loosely, while he showed off his slim build and blue eyes. So, what if I was? His voice now more awake and more aggressive. You know you can't do that. I don't care how much you like that girl, she's already betrothed. His mother's voice changing, it was easy to hear her worry. Against her will. It's the chief's will. If he finds out you run around at night with his daughter, what do you think he will do? Me, you and your little sister, we will all be exiled, or if he's merciful just have us all killed. I'll be back later, I'll drop Lizzie off at the border, the Sky Riders from Baharuth should already be there. Axel quickly put on his clothes and stormed off. They lived in a small house, if it could even be called that. To some it might look more like a large shack. Morning, Anne. Morning, big brother. Did Mom get angry at you again? Yeah, just a bit though. I'll be back later. Try not to jump off the mountain while I'm away. Axel spoke as he ruffled his little sister's hair and stepped outside. What shitty weather. The strong winds caused his loose clothes to flap wildly as soon as he stepped outside. The clouds above were thick and dense, but the weather wasn't bad enough to make flying impossible. Living up high in the mountains, the cold and harsh breeze didn't bother Axel. Several large bridges connecting the nearby mountains to each other made up their small tribe. The bridges were magically enchanted to ensure they would never break, and so despite how much they swayed in the strong wind, Axel felt no fear as he began crossing. His destination was the lair on the other mountain where all the tribe's wyverns rested. The bridge swayed beneath his feet, but Axel moved along with a calm and bored demeanor as someone who's done this 1,000 times before. As he moved across, he casually greeted the other people of his tribe as they passed him on the bridge. It honestly wasn't that uncommon for people to fall off these bridges. It was the second most common cause of death, second only to falling off a wyvern mid-flight. Still, it was clear to see how everyone moved on the bridge. Everyone had the "it won't happen to me" attitude. Getting to the other side of the bridge, Axel's feet made contact with barren hard rock. Unlike the other mountain he just came from, here there was no houses and no infrastructure. "Good morning. Been out stretching your wings?" Axel asked as he saw a nearby wyvern laying flat on the ground watching him with bored yellow slitted eyes. He didn't recognize this one, but only wyverns belonging to his tribe rested on this mountain. Any wild wyvern that got too close would be torn to shreds. The wyvern of course didn't respond to Axel's question and merely looked away as if to ignore him. Moving on, it didn't take long before Axel reached the main lair, but stopped in his tracks when he saw the most beautiful woman in the tribe standing near the lair looking inside. This woman was Elvira, the northern chieftain's daughter. Quickly wiping the rest out of his eyes and moving his hands through his uncombed hair, Axel suddenly felt very aware of his appearance. Doing his best to make sure he didn't look like a hobo, a small smile grew on his lips as he began to stealthily approach Elvira. She was looking into the cave and Axel was moving on his toes. Poor girl had no idea before Axel's hands gripped her hips. "Kya," the startled woman let while quickly whipping her head around and saw a familiar face smiling at her. "Morning, Axel, you asshole," Elvira spoke with flushed cheeks. "I'm sorry, you just looked so vulnerable, I couldn't help myself," Axel said as he pushed himself up close to Elvira, wrapping his hands around her stomach and pushed his chin up on her shoulder. "Idiot, what if someone sees?" Elvira spoke as she looked around, while Axel moved his hands up towards her bust. "Should I care?" Axel put on some fake bravado. In fact, he was scared of getting caught, mainly because of the consequences this could have on the rest of his family. Their northern tribe had in the last few years gotten into more than usual skirmishes with the eastern tribe. The tribe chief had promised his daughter away to the son of the western chief for help in dealing with the eastern tribe. The marriage was only a few months away. Did you just get out of bed?" Elvira suddenly asked, and Axel winced a little. "Oh, and whose fault is it that I'm tired today?" Axel fired back, and Elvira did grow a small blush as she remembered what the two of them got up to late last night. "You know, you really should stop this, otherwise you will be missing me way too much when I'm gone," Elvira said with a small smile while Axel's hands had moved up and grabbed her clothed breasts. "And you won't be missing me, or this?" Axel asked as he pushed his pelvis up against Elvira's ass. "Would you cut it out, before someone actually sees us?" Elvira spoke as she kept on looking around, making sure no one saw their intimate display. Axel, releasing his hold, took a step back and observed the girl he loved. Long flowing blonde hair that fell to the middle of her back, cold icy blue eyes, pale skin and slightly larger than average breasts that Axel loved nothing more than to play with. "Sorry, maybe later tonight then?" Axel asked as he raised one eyebrow in a suggestive manner. while Elvira merely rolled her eyes. "I'll consider it," Elvira spoke, while both of them held a slightly playful tone while talking to each other. Both of them were merely hiding their sadness, both of them knew they were only together on borrowed time. Of course, they had also talked about running away together, but then Axel would have to bring his family, otherwise the chieftain would surely have them killed or exiled, which was pretty much the same. Exiled meant you would have to climb down the mountain, and if by some miracle anyone could climb the kilometers down the mountain, the ground around their mountains were plagued with different species of monsters. And even if they did run away to another nearby country with his family, both of them knew they would end up missing the mountains too much. Just delivering the occasional wyvern was rough on them, as the air near the ground was much thicker than what they were used to. Of course they could adapt, but both of them in their hearts loved their home up high in the mountains. "What are you doing here, picking up a new wyvern?" Axel asked. He knew Elvira just finished training another one last week and had already delivered it to the Draconic Kingdom. "No, but the wyverns have been acting strange all morning, they are refusing to fly." Elvira spoke, causing Axel to frown. Looking up towards the sky, he quickly confirmed it. It should be easy enough to see one or two wyverns fly around whenever they were bored. "The weather isn't that bad," Axel pointed out. "Yeah, I thought it may have been the weather too, but you know wyverns have amazing instincts." Elvira pointed. "Are you saying there might be a dragon nearby?" Axel asked while Elvira shrugged. "Honestly, I can't think of any other possibility, but even so, to have our wyverns acting like this." Elvira spoke. Both of them knew, no dragon should be stupid enough to fly through here. Of course any dragon could beat a wyvern, but here, any dragon that came too close would be shredded to bits by over 50 wyverns in seconds. There were beings known as dragon lords, which were supposedly several times stronger than other dragons, but still neither Axel nor Elvira could think of why such a being would approach their tribe. "Who knows, maybe they are just being lazy," Axel said as he approached the cave entrance. Letting out a sharp whistle, it didn't take long before a shy white wyvern poked her head out. "Hello Lizzie, what's the matter, don't want to go to the Baharuth Empire?" Axel asked while the white wyvern kept her head low and looked unsure. "See, I told you," Elvira said while Axel let out a small grumble. "Come on girl, just a short hour flight, then we're done." Axel spoke as he moved over and grabbed a saddle that were hung inside the cave walls and threw it over Lizzie's back. The wyvern let out a small whine in response. Axel climbed up and took his seat, as he had done so many times before. "Come on, last flight, you got this," Axel encouraged as he leaned forward and placed one hand on the wyvern's long neck. Lizzie was still hesitant, but as Axel kept on encouraging her, the large white wyvern began taking a few steps forward. "That's a good girl," Axel said happily while Elvira looked the wyvern slowly run off the mountain and then 2 seconds later saw Axel fly away on its back. She felt her heart tighten a little. She didn't know why the wyverns were acting like this, but she hoped that Axel would avoid whatever was the cause. Up in the skies, Axel was firmly holding on to the reins, while his eyes scanned the skies around him. Something was definitely wrong. These skies should be filled with wyverns playing through the skies or hunting birds, but there was nothing in sight but blue skies. His hair and clothes flapped in the wind as they flew through the sky for the next 10 minutes. Still worry grew in Axel as the more time they spent in they still didn't see any other wyvern. Axel rode his first wyvern when he was 12 and now he was 24. Half of his life he had been flying like this and never once had he seen a sky as clear as this one. For the first time since he took to the air, he finally spotted another wyvern, a bit smaller than Lizzie, flying straight towards. Still Axel wasn't scared they would get into a conflict. Wyverns didn't fight each other for no reason and Axel had done nothing to provoke this wild wyvern. When it came close Axel scrunched his eyes. It almost looked like the wyvern was bleeding from its eyes. Wyverns had all beautiful golden eyes with a dark slit in them, but this one was different. For some strange reason its eyes glowed crimson red. Looking back towards the strange wyvern, he saw it ascend and flew up through the thick clouds. "Lizzie, let's go up a bit," Axel said, feeling a mild curiosity. He pulled on the reins and Lizzie began taking him upwards. The clouds were dense and blocked his view, but after a few seconds, he once more saw nothing but a blue clear sky and white clouds now just beneath his feet. Looking around he attempted to spot the wyvern he had just seen, but it wasn't behind him anymore. Looking upwards, the air in his lungs seemed to freeze over, as shock overcame. Elvira had been right, there was a dragon. Axel wasn't sure what to call that black monstrosity that flew above. He had of course seen a dragon in a book before, where an average adult dragons should be about 3 to 4 times the size of the average adult wyvern, but that wasn't anything near the truth here. It looked to be around 200 times larger than Lizzie. Several wyverns flew around the monstrous dragon, though it didn't seem like they were locked in combat, but they were simply following it. Divine beast. Fragment of the void. Apocalypse. Axel was in complete silence, unable to remove his eyes from the beast that seemingly came straight out of a myth. It looked like the black dragon could even swallow the sun. His stupor was however finally broken, when he noticed the large dragon had spotted him and began its descent toward him. Down, down. Axel screamed frantically with as powerful voice he could muster. There were no objections to the demand from Lizzie as the wyvern quickly turned and began descending as fast as it could through the cloud beneath them. Axel lowered his center of gravity and pushed himself down as to not slow Lizzie. They were up too damn high and needed to get down into the canyons below. That freakish monstrosity was too big to be chasing them down there. Throwing his head back to check if they were being pursued, he was just in time to see the clouds being broken open and the massive dragon moving towards them at a great speed. But at this angle Axel also saw something else. He saw what appeared to be a person standing on top of the massive dragon's head. There was no time to process this new information as they kept flying down. The air was whistling in his ears as the ground was fast approaching. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lizzie made it down to the canyons. He was almost too scared to look back and see how close the black dragon had got to them. Still, he needed to make sure that he either wasn't just hallucinating or at the very least make sure whenever to the coast would be clear to leave. There were other monsters on the ground and Lizzie couldn't stay airborne forever. Slowly Axel turned his head and instantly felt his heart shrink as he got direct eye contact with the massive monster, its flaming crimson eyes observing him. But flying safely down in the canyons, Axel was slowly able to think all of this through. The first question that appeared on his mind would be how a monster like that even exists. Its size goes against anything that should be possible. It looks like it needs to eat at least 80 wyverns a day to survive. Then there was its crimson eyes, the same as the wyvern he had seen before, and seeing as how this dragon hadn't been fighting them, could it mean the dragon had taken control of them instead? While Axel was observing the massive beast from below, the dragon began opening its maw, revealing a long set of cutting teeth. RRROOOOOOAAARRRR. The dragon's loud roar forced Axel to cover his ears. The entire canyon began to shake as in response to the loud voice. Axel kept looking at the dragon while covering his ears, until he saw it. The around 50 wyverns that had been accompanying the dragon flew right past it down into the canyon towards him. Faster, girl. Axel once more grabbed the reins tightly. He had never seen wyverns act like this, never actually seen one that wanted to do him harm. Despite the wyverns having a rather high average intelligence, he couldn't help but notice that they chased after him like mindless beasts. The massive dragon blocked out the sun, making it hard to see as Axel flew on Lizzie through the canyon. While being chased, still Lizzie was agile and fast, and they managed to avoid being captured all the way till the canyon ended and once more they were about to fly out into open terrain. It wasn't possible to go up because of the dragon. He couldn't go down because of the different monster there lived on the ground. Behind him he was being chased by wyverns. The only option was forward. Even if he was scared of being caught by the black dragon, there was no other option. Ah! Axel let out a small, surprised sound as he flew out from the close rocky walls, and to his surprise another much smaller dragon seemed to appear out of thin air. The last thing he was a row of sharp teeth that opened wide and surrounded both himself and Lizzie. Blood and wyvern meat chunks began falling out of the air. "I got it, Naruto-sama!" A young excited female voice yelled loudly. Orabella Fiora was currently riding on one of her woodland dragons, having accompanied Naruto. She had been scouting for the tribes, while Naruto had been rounding up some of the wild wyverns. Flying up towards Naruto, she couldn't help but feel both awe and jealousy fill her heart as she witnessed the massive divine beast. As a beast tamer she too desired amazing creatures, but her own really didn't hold a candle to Naruto-sama's. Aura. Naruto's playful tone sent a shiver up her back as she had finally flied up high enough to make eye contact with her lord. "I know you used camouflage to catch him off guard, cheater." Naruto accused her. while Aura brought up one hand to rub the back of her head, while she let out a small innocent whistle. Sorry, I just came back and saw you chasing it, so I couldn't help myself. Aura said with a wide smile, while she jumped off her dragon and landed on top of Naruto's dragon, landing right in front of him. It's fine, I had hoped to chase him back to his tribe, but it seems he wasn't that stupid. Speaking of, did you manage to find one? Naruto asked, while Aura seemed to brighten at the question. I did. There's a tribe a few minutes from here. There's about 20,000 people spread across multiple connected mountains. Aura reported with pride, having fulfilled her mission. Great, let's go and introduce ourselves, Naruto said with a wide grin as he sat back down on the dragon's head, while Aura happily pointed out the way. Re-Esti's Kingdom. Citizens of all Re-Estis, today we mourn the life of our beloved King Ramposa III, tragically taken from us before his time, and while we mourn a struggle to overcome this tragic loss, we must always remember to look to the future. The voice was being magically transported all over the capital. The speak was the current head of the church that served the water god. With the loss of our dear Crown Prince Barbaro, we have today made the decision that the crown will be inherited by the late king's second son, Zanak Valian Agana Ryle Vazelf. Let us also look to the future with hope and optimism, for we have a new leader who is ready to guide us through these troubled times. A man was moving through the streets with quick steps. It didn't take long before he arrived at his destination, the Adventurers Guild. Standing outside, he felt his heart burn with anger at the poster hanging outside the main entrance. Former adamantine ranked adventurer, Kurama. Bounty. 15,300 gold. The highest bounty to have ever been given to a single human, they called it. With this amount he wouldn't even be able to hide among 8 fingers without being turned in by them for the reward. Now more than ever we must come together as a single people. Under King Zanak's leadership, we will continue to work towards a society that is just, equitable, and prosperous for all. The voice continued as the man entered the Adventurers Guild. No way, isn't that? He's an adventurer now. Moving across the hall he came to a door, which would lead him to the meeting room. Entering without hesitation he came to a room that was filled with the kingdom's strongest adventurers. All the members of Blue Rose sat on the right side in the room, while the adventuring party Drop of Red sat on the left. Sorry if I'm late. The tone used was shallow of emotion. Azuth Indra, the leader of the adamantine party Drop of Red, gave him a quick look, with a wide smile. Not at all. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Brain Ungloss. Azuth spoke. I look forward to joining your party. Brain spoke with a small bow, while the members of Blue Rose had a few shocked looks. You've recruited Brain Ungloss? Lachias asked her uncle with quite a bit shock. The man was famous for being almost as strong as Gazef himself. What can I say? Brain here is quite interested in our conversation. I agreed to let him join as long as he joined my party, Azuth said as he shrugged his shoulders. Brain sat down on the left side of the room, while Lachias and Azuth exchanged what little information they knew, and a few minutes later it was made public information to the rest of the Adventurer Guild. Blue Rose and Drop of Red would join a temporary alliance and bring Kurama to justice. Northern Wyvern Rider Tribe. It had only gotten worse, for the Wyverns Elvira had entered their cave and could do nothing but watch as the over 50 Wyverns under their tribe's control were withering in pain on the ground. What's wrong, everyone? Her voice brimming with worry and fear. Yes, she knew the Wyverns couldn't answer her. If the Wyverns were now acting like this, she couldn't help but fear for Axel, who had went off flying. The most common cause of death within any of their tribes were, after all, falls from Wyvern back. She ran over to the nearest Wyvern. What's going on? What's hurting you? She asked as she gently placed her hand on the writhing Wyvern's neck, its golden eyes looking up at her with a mixture of fear and pain evident in its eyes. And then slowly its beautiful golden eyes began to darken, taking on a new shade. What was once golden began turning crimson, and Elvira felt the entire mountain shake. What now? As the mountain shook, the Wyverns began standing back up, and Elvira looked around only to see every one of them now had crimson eyes. A small shiver of fear went through her body, before all of the Wyverns ran straight past her towards the exit. Wasting no time, she quickly got up to follow. She could see the light at the end of the tunnel as she chased after the tribe's Wyverns, and when she finally made it out, a rather unique sight greeted her. A handsome man with long spiky crimson hair and what she believed to be a small elven boy stood at his side, barely reaching up to the man's waist. The man had several features Elvira had never seen before. He stood at a massive height she would assume was almost 230 centimeters tall. He had whiskers on his face and adorable fox ears sprouted out from his crimson hair, but the most noticeable feature would be the 9 large tails swaying behind him. Wow, amazing Naruto-sama, all of the wyverns here were tamed by your presence alone. I'll wish I could do that. The child spoke with a wide smile, her eyes full of amazement. Thank you, Aura. I've got a few experiments I would like to try out, but if they end in failure, I'll let you have half of these. Naruto spoke as he ruffled the top of Aura's hair, the young dark elf chuckling happily as he did so. The long wooden bridges that connected to the mountain began to shake as more and more villagers came running over to see what was going on. Where is it, the dragon? Elvira recognized her father's gruff voice, but she hadn't seen any dragon. Aura, what do you think we should do with all these humans? Naruto asked loudly enough for everyone who had gathered to hear. What do you mean, Naruto-sama? They are inconsequential. Should we kill them, leave them, or help them? If they don't matter, shouldn't we? Oi, what the hell are you two talking about? Where the hell did that massive black dragon go? And the chieftain who had butted into Naruto and Aura's conversation quickly lost his head, which exploded in blood and gore, much to the shock of the people around him. Father, no! Elvira screamed. Don't disturb mine and Naruto-sama's conversation. Aura spoke, annoyed as she had seemingly pulled out a bow from nowhere and had cleanly taken off the chieftain's head. People began backing off as blood began to spread on the rocky ground beneath their feet. Naruto-sama, why not let them bring offerings? Depending on what they offer, we could kill or leave them alone. Aura suggested, while Naruto scratched his chin at her suggestion, both completely ignoring the bewildered villagers. That sounds fun. Let's do it like that then. Listen, creatures, you all have till tomorrow morning to gather as many offerings as you can. Depending on whether you have to offer, I may or may not slaughter you all, later. Naruto spoke in a happy tone as he clapped his hands together, a dragon appearing behind him as he did so. Naruto could hear the villagers gasp as he had conjured a dragon from what seemed like thin air. Level 80. High Dragon, Hyperion. It was only 1/5 the size of Apocalypse, but still Naruto had several beasts under his command he had yet to try and summon forth. He wanted to see all of them, so they would have to live with being on rotation. The gray dragon lowered its head, allowing Naruto and Aura to jump on. As they took off, the villagers could look on for the last time that day in despair as all 200 of their tribe's wyverns decided to follow the dragon. Mountain Aurora. 6 hours later. Naruto and Aura had quite the eventful day. After their visit at the northern tribe, they located both the western and southern tribes afterwards, giving them the same ultimatum, that they had to prepare a suitable offering till tomorrow. Naruto had decided to leave Eastern Tribe alone. It was the same principle he had used against the Lizardmen. Leave one tribe alone to repopulate. They were just a resource after all. Having had a great day together, they had finished by scaling the tallest mountain they could find, watching as the sun descended in the horizon, giving the darkening sky an orange haze. The top of the mountain was almost completely barren, with the exception of a large wyvern skeleton that Naruto had kicked off the mountain. It was an eyesore. Should we teleport back to Nazar for the night, Naruto-sama? Aura asked, as she was looking out over the edge of the mountain down at all of the wyverns they had collected today. Due to the extremely thin air, none of the wyverns were capable to surviving up at the top of the mountain and was instead resting near the base of the mountain instead, a little over 800 wyverns. No, I've quite liked this view. Create hot spring. It was simple third-tier magic, but quite effective as the snow-covered rock before him changed and turned into a large hot spring. Aura, who was observing the wyverns, looked back to see what Naruto was doing, only to quickly turn her head away as she saw Naruto stripping down, a sizable blush on her cheeks. Ah, this is great, come join me, Aura, Naruto said as he had sunken into the warm water that reached up to his chest. All right, Naruto-sama. Even though she was embarrassed, she couldn't turn down Naruto's orders, her small feet quickly carrying her over to the newly formed hot spring. Her eyes landed on the back of Naruto's head as she began stripping down. Even though she was flustered, she felt a little disappointed that Naruto hadn't been watching her as she stripped. She quickly joined Naruto in the warm water and sat down beside him. While the water reached only up to Naruto's chest, the water reached all the way up to Aura's chin. It's sights like these that needs to be protected at all costs, isn't it beautiful? Naruto asked as he watched the sun set over the horizon. He couldn't help but remember how human greed had destroyed the previous world, but now in this world he would never let it come to that, no matter what it took. It is beautiful, Naruto-sama. Aura agreed as she moved up closer to Naruto's side. It's not as beautiful as you are though. Aura thought to herself. She wanted to speak those words, but was far too embarrassed to do so. Is something on my face? Naruto asked as he noticed Aura staring at him. Ah, no, it's nothing. Aura spoke quickly, averting her eyes. Naruto's eyes remained on the small dark elf for another small second before a dangerous smirk began growing on his lips. Come here, Aura. The command caused the dark elf to look a little confused, before a look of panic and embarrassment quickly spread on her face as she was scooped up by Naruto's hands and firmly planted on his lips, their fronts facing together. Ah, Naruto-sama. Sorry, Aura. I can't help it, you're just way too cute. Naruto said honestly as he placed one hand on top of Aura's blonde hair, while the other hand went behind her and was placed on her small back, pushing her front up closer against Naruto. The dark elf made no move to resist, but she kept her face straight, refusing to look up as her face had turned into a crimson mess, her flat chest brushing up against Naruto. She shuddered slightly as she felt Naruto's hand move through her blonde hair, her hot breath mixed with the fog from the hot spring and hit against Naruto's chiseled chest. Sorry, Aura. If you don't like it, just let me know. I realize I'm being a little selfish right now. Naruto said, considering he may very well make Aura feel uncomfortable right now. Aura was one of the more sensible subjects he had. Maybe it was a mistake to treat her like the others. I love it. Naruto's hand stopped its stroking motion at her words. For the first time since Aura was placed in Naruto's lap, she looked up and her blue and green eyes made contact with Naruto's crimson. I love you, Naruto-sama. Naruto felt his heart flutter, not from embarrassment, but perhaps simply from pure joy at her words. I love you too, Aura. Having realized just how much joy Aura's words brought him, he decided to return them and was happy with the result as Aura gave him one of the most beautiful smiles he had even seen. As Naruto and Aura held their eyes locked between each other, neither seemed to have realized they were slowly moving their heads closer together, and even when they realized it, neither stopped moving closer. Aura pursed her lips and the hand Naruto had used to stroke Aura's hair moved to the back of her head as Naruto claimed Aura's lips with his own. It was a small and sweet kiss which only lasted for about 10 seconds as their lips gently moved over each other, before they slowly pulled away. How was IUMNG? Naruto's question was cut off as Aura threw both her hands around Naruto's neck and quickly moved back in, smashing their lips together, this time in a far more passionate kiss. Naruto was only caught off guard for a second before he quickly began attacking back, their lips rolling back and forth against each other, and when Naruto began moving his tongue out towards Aura's mouth, the small dark elf didn't seem the least bit surprised as she quickly let the slippery wet organ into her mouth. Aura struggled, fighting against Naruto's vastly bigger tongue with her own, and eventually settled for gently messaging it with her own, while letting the tongue explore every nook and cranny of her mouth. The two kept on making out for another 2 minutes. Aura's eyes were glazed over and she could no longer control the small moans that emerged from her throat, but eventually something else demanded her attention and her eyes snapped wide open when she felt it. Ah, Naruto-sama, that's... Aura moved back from their kiss and spoke as she could feel Naruto's manhood having grown beneath her. She was sitting directly on top of the hardening erection that pushed her bottom half closer to Naruto as it kept on growing and pushed up into her ass crack. My cock, yes, Naruto simply said with a smile, watching the little dark elf shifting nervously in his lap. It's because of you it's gotten like that, Naruto said, getting a small, surprised look from Aura. I didn't, Naruto-sama. Do I excite you? Aura asked, a little hesitation in her voice. Naruto raised both his eyebrows, indicating that the question clearly confused him. Of course, you do, surely you can feel the proof of it, Naruto said, while a small shy smile spread on Aura's face. Naruto had just called her cute a few minutes ago, and yet now he was saying she excited him. She didn't know it was possible to be both cute and exciting, but Naruto's confirmation did make her happy. Can I touch it? Well, it's already touching you, Go ahead. Naruto gave her permission, though it was a bit difficult as it was pressed up against her back. Still Aura didn't waste time and brought both her arms behind her back and carefully felt Naruto's manhood. Her small fingertips carefully prodded against the erect cock, slowly getting bolder as she traced the blood vessel on it with her fingers. Here, let me help you, Naruto said before a small, startled yelp left Aura's mouth as Naruto picked her up by the waist and raised her off him. Putting her down next to him, Naruto moved up and down on the edge of the magically created hot spring, while Aura's eyes were focused on the dripping wet enormous cock between his legs. Aura quickly moved back in between his legs and grabbed hold of his cock, her small hands having trouble properly grabbing onto it. As the sun was disappearing down past the horizon, the night fell upon them, but neither of them seemed to have realized it. Naruto's crimson eyes were gleaming more powerfully in the dark, and Aura, who was a beast tamer and a ranger, had perfect night vision. Aura moved closer, pushing her lips up close to the bulbous cockhead. It smells so strongly, Aura said as she was close enough that the smell of his cock filled her nostrils. Her small pink lips parted, and she moved her tongue out, which quickly made contact with the purple glands. She kept it still for a second before she slowly began to lick and lap at the cockhead, brushing her tongue against it, spreading her saliva upon the knob. Her one sapphire blue and her one emerald green eyes looked up at Naruto's face when she felt him brushing his hand through her hair. You're so perfect, my Aura. The words were soft and made her heart flutter. His words also functioned as encouragement of her action. Leaning in, she opened her mouth wide, her lips landing on the tip of his cock before she slowly moved forward, her lips sliding against the soft head, but she found it exceptionally difficult, due to his sheer size, while she was also careful not to hit it with her teeth. Don't push yourself, Aura. Just do what feels right for you. I won't demand more. Naruto spoke, not realizing his words had the direct opposite effect, making Aura want to go far and beyond. Pushing further, she managed to take the entire cockhead in between her lips, while she wasted no time eagerly beginning to lick the appendage in her mouth, while Naruto kept on stroking her hair. Leaning his head back, Naruto released a long and deep breath. Traces of small flames could be found leaving his mouth as he exhaled. That's really good, Aura. Oh fuck. Naruto released a little moan as Aura moved both hands up and cupped his balls, fondling them in her palms. Moving away from her hair, Naruto's right hand trailed along the top of one of her pointy ears. Aura made a small, surprised sound around his glands when he prodded the tip of her ear with his finger. Oh, are your ears sensitive? Naruto asked with a small smile as he kept lightly pinching the end of ear with two fingers and was rewarded with deep primal moans that vibrated from Aura's throat and up to his cockhead. On. Aura moved back with a deep gasp, while a few saliva strings connected her mouth to Naruto's now wet, glistening cockhead. Naruto-sama, my ears, it's not fair. Aura protested as her body kept shuddering as Naruto played with the tips of her long ears. Oh, but it's so cute. Naruto simply answered as he had a wide grin on his lips, seeing as how the cute little dark elf was trembling before him. When he finally let go, Aura let out a relieved sigh. Having her ears played with wasn't unpleasant, but it was overstimulating. Still, she wasn't given a moment to relax as she felt Naruto's hand reach down and grab her chin, forcing her to look upwards. Don't forget, we aren't finished here yet. Open wide. Naruto spoke as the purple bulbous glands was a mere inch from her mouth. Following orders, she opened her mouth wide and felt Naruto once more fill her mouth up with his fat cock. Slurp, gawk, ahng, gark, slurp, pfft. Aura kept on moving her head as far down as she could on Naruto's prick, though sadly her small mouth couldn't contain much more than just the glands, yet she worked with great vigor, licking eagerly and stroking along his shaft at a great speed. Oh fuck, you're starting to get the hang of this. Naruto spoke words of encouragement once more, while simply leaning back and enjoying the pleasure. Time flew by as Aura worked diligently. Her cheeks were sunken in as obscene sounds kept escaping from her mouth, while her lips kept on sliding along the dark purple bulbous head. A small, confused sound escaped from her throat, as she felt Naruto's hand move more powerfully down through her hair and grabbing onto her scalp. His deep growls were steadily getting more feral, and her hands could feel his shaft throbbing violently. No more than 30 seconds passed since he grabbed onto her scalp till Aura was shocked by the first big load filling her mouth. Oomph. Her cheeks quickly bloated up, while a look of panic spread on Aura's face. She refused to spill a single drop of Naruto's noble seed but found it near impossible to contain all of it as he kept erupting in her mouth. Cum began seeping out from around her lips and trailed down Naruto's shaft, which was fine, she could lick it up afterwards, but she refused to let any spill into the warm water beneath her. She did her best swallowing the warm fluid, yet as soon as she had gulped some of it down, more filled her mouth. Still her perseverance paid off as she just barely managed to keep up, and as she kept swallowing, the amount of cum in her mouth slowly decreased. Well done, Aura, Naruto praised as Aura swallowed the last remains in her mouth. Pulling back, her mouth left his cock with a wet pop sound. Did I do all right? Aura asked between small gasps, her face flushed, and her eyes hazed. You did very well, Aura. So then, between me and Albedo, who's best? Aura asked, while giving Naruto a small shy look. I haven't done this with Albedo, yet. Naruto answered truthfully, the response seemingly short-circuiting Aura's brain. Then Shaltir. I haven't with her either. Why not? Both of them really want to. Do you find them disgusting? Aura asked. Not at all, it's not important. Naruto said as he honestly couldn't come up with a good reason as to why he hadn't slept with either Shaltir or Albedo. The best reason he could think about might be that he was bad at direct love. Both Shaltir and Albedo kept throwing themselves at him. Maybe that had an effect, or maybe he simply liked teasing them. But Aura was right. Why should he hold back? He liked both of them. They belonged to him. He would have both of them when he returned to Nazar. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Aura began licking off leftover cum off his cock. A small, surprised yelp left her mouth as she quickly found herself lifted up on Naruto's lap. Can you handle this? Naruto asked, and Aura instantly understood what he was talking about as she could still feel his hard cock rubbing against her. Why yes, I have a large HP pool, so it should be fine. Aura spoke quickly with great eagerness in her voice. Not the answer he was expecting, but it didn't matter. He was too horny to be thinking rationally anymore. Raising her small body, he hovered her above his erect cock, before slowly sitting her down. Aura was holding on to him tightly, while feeling the large head was rubbing against her folds, until the large head poked up against her small entrance. Tell me if it hurts too much and I'll try to stop. There's no way, becoming one with you could hurt. The last bit came out as a surprised squeal as Naruto had forced her body down, his glands in one quick motion tearing through her folds up inside. Naruto's eyes quickly glowed green as he observed Aura, making sure her HP hadn't changed and in extension making sure this wasn't counting as damage. Feeling Aura relax in his grasp, he continued to move her further down. Unsurprisingly, she was extremely tight, and he got a fair amount of resistance for each inch he slipped inside. Her body was accepting him surprisingly well. It only seemed like she had been a bit shocked by the sudden intrusion. Oh, fuck. Naruto let out a small grunt. She felt different than anyone else he had been with. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but the pleasure was different. Getting her down to the base, he kept her there for a few seconds, before raising her up. Both of his hands were on her small hips, easily letting him bounce Aura up and down as he pleased. Still, Naruto had barely gotten started, before Aura wrapped her own small arms around Naruto's side and forced herself harder down on Naruto's cock with enough force that it sent Naruto reeling forward, which in itself wasn't surprising since when it came to physical strength they were equals. Naruto-sama, please, you don't have to be so careful. Aura spoke as she looked up at him with a flushed face. Sound of mental restraints breaking. A loud yelp escaped from Aura's mouth as Naruto suddenly stood up, his hands still firmly on her hips, and without hesitation he began sliding her up and down on his cock at a faster and harder pace. Her head quickly shot back. Fuck. She couldn't do anything as her body was being used like doll. Despite her claim that Naruto could be rougher, her mind quickly had trouble keeping up. Arg Aura. Naruto let out a small roar, himself showing off his fangs, while pumping the young dark elf up and down, completely unaware that Aura's eyes had begun rolling back and turning white as she quickly passed out from the pleasure. When he pulled her off his cock, they separated with a deep wet pop sound. Naruto still hadn't realized that Aura had passed out as he was completely blinded by lust at this point. He turned her body around, letting her hover above the warm water, while her back was facing up him. Her limp limbs dangled by her sides as Naruto quickly penetrated into her once more and began power thrusting into her from behind. The sound of Naruto's hips slamming against Aura's small ass created powerful slapping sounds that could be heard throughout the mountaintop. Arg, fuck. Naruto's knees began buckling. His cock was throbbing strongly with each thrust inside of her tight pussy, which kept on twitching and squeezing around his shaft. He was only able to keep himself going for another couple of minutes, before the pleasure became too much for him. Pulling out of Aura, he held her still and thrusted forward once more, but this time his cock slid up along her ass cheeks before came, shooting long thick ropes of cum up into the air, some landing in the water and lots of it raining down on Aura's back and the back of her head, while she still hung limply. Fuck, arg, that was great, but I were nowhere near done yet, that was just the warm-up. Naruto said as he licked his lips, yet he seemed a bit puzzled when he for the first time realized there was no response from Aura the last 20 minutes where he had been pounding into her. Her HP was still at max, so her body hadn't suffered any damage. He thought about simply continuing to use her. Nature's Shelter, Vampire Masquerade. Naruto threw 2 quick spells. The first was a simple spell limited solely to Druid-class players, that created a sizable wooden house made of wood atop the mountain. The second spell was a lower-tier summoning spell that had created 5 vampire brides, similar to the ones that served Shaltir. You two, clean Aura and put her to bed, then come back here. As for you 3, strip down. Naruto commanded, quickly getting 5 respectful nods from the 5 pale busty vampires. Next day, Nazar. Naruto's 3 children Masheni, Yuri and Warian were all in a bad mood, and the reason for their mood had one name, Albedo. With Naruto out exploring the Wyvern tribes, his 3 children had decided to make Naruto's room their own meeting place outside of the 8th floor. Sadly, Albedo seemingly had the same idea, as she had been conducting all of her work on Naruto's desk, claiming that as Naruto's first wife it would only be natural for her to work in his office. Well, the fact that she was working at Naruto's desk wasn't the problem that annoyed them. No, it was the fact that Albedo had for the last day been attempting to convince them that they should call her mom. Since she was convinced that she would be marrying Naruto at any moment now. A knock on the door got all of their attention. Without awaiting an answer, the door opened as Shaltir walked in. Oh my, isn't Naruto-sama back yet? Her vampiric red eyes gazed over everyone in the room. Afraid not. Naruto-sama is still at the Wyvern tribes, and I do believe he plans on visiting the Draconic Kingdom afterwards. Now if that's all, please return to your floor. Albedo spoke quickly and plainly as she remained seated at Naruto's desk. That eager to get rid of me, Albedo. Here I've come all the way down hoping to greet my beloved back home, but then again, I shouldn't be expecting a sex-deprived succubus to understand how simple romance works. Shaltir spoke as she tilted her head back a little with a small grin. I understand plenty about romance, I simply don't wish for you to interrupt my quality time with my daughters. Albedo fired back with an even greater grin. Daughters? Shaltir questioned. Please no, please no, please no. Both Masheni and Yuri thought, while Warian made herself very small over at the bar area. Of course, it's only natural that Naruto's children are also my daughters, you know, seeing as how I'm his first and primary wife. Albedo said, her voice dripping with mirth. Huh, then they are my daughters too. Shaltir fired, while all 3 of Naruto's creations looked more and more depressed by the second. Huh, obviously, they can only have one dad and mom, don't be stupid, you idiot. Albedo snapped back. Then why don't we ask them? Who do you girls prefer to have as your mommy? Shaltir asked loudly. Father told us to respect them. Both Masheni and Yuri thought as they kept on getting pissed off. Both Albedo and Shaltir kept on approaching them, while asking them to choose. Masheni and Yuri shared one quick glimpse between each other, both coming up with the best answer to get rid of them. Aura-sama. They spoke in unison. Their answer had the desired effect as Shaltir and Albedo quickly backed off with shocked expressions. Aura. The shrimp. Both Albedo and Shaltir spoke as they quickly thought it over. Ah. Haha. Well, while the shrimp certainly is a competitor, she's still got the body of a child. She's hardly ready or mature enough to compete for Naruto-sama's love for another decade or so. Haha. By the way, where is the shrimp? Shaltir spoke as she looked over at Albedo, who was visibly more concerned and sweating heavily. Aura. Well, she's with Naruto-sama, right now. Alone, Albedo stammered with a fearful look on her face. It took Shaltier a few seconds to register the words. She's what? Mountain Aurora. Aura was first to awaken, her eyes snapping open to a new day, her brain taking a moment to realize what happened last night, before her cheeks quickly heated up and a large happy smile spread on her face. The second thing she noticed was that she was laying next to Naruto-sama. One of his tails was gently covering her body, while she was pressed up against his side. And finally, she wasn't exactly sure where she was right now, as she was unfamiliar with the wooden house. She had no idea how long she laid still, as she didn't wish to awaken Naruto. Instead, she just snuggled closer and enjoyed his warmth and his scent. Still, as she laid still, a sudden loud yawn told her that Naruto was slowly awakening. Small movements besides her slowly made her sit up and saw Naruto's hazy eyes stare at her. Morning Aura. Good morning, Naruto-sama. Aura quickly replied with a cute smile. The tail that had been covering her body fell lazily to the side, showing off her naked body as she sat on the bed. A cute blush quickly spread over her face as she noticed Naruto's crimson eyes lingering on her chest. Ah, Naruto-sama. A small gasp escaped her lips as one of Naruto's tail pushed up against her back, bringing her closer to Naruto, who then moved forward and pinned Aura down. You're so beautiful. His voice was a small whisper as he hovered over her, like a massive beast about to devour his prey. Leaning downwards, he placed his mouth on one of her small, barely budding breasts. His tongue came out and circled around her small, quickly hardening nipples. Naruto-sam, I can't, Aura's face was already completely flushed. She couldn't do anything as she was pinned beneath him and felt his tongue lick and his lips kiss her developing chest. The only thing she could do was seeing the flaccid cock that hung between his legs slowly throb and pulsate as it slowly grew in size and hardness. Now then, Aura, how about we? Naruto stopped abruptly when a large portal appeared in the middle of the small magic-created house. Aura also threw her head back to see what was going on. A wonderful aroma quickly filled the room, before 3 homunculus maids stepped through the portal. Naruto-sama, we brought breakfast. They all stopped in their words as saw the scene in front of them, their faces quickly growing bright red before looking away. So sorry if we're interrupting. All of them quickly turning their heads away from the scene. Good morning Lumiere, Foth and Etoile, let's continue this later Aura. Naruto moved forward and kissed Aura's cheek before moving up from the bed. He wasn't able to tell, but behind him Aura was pouting while glaring at the maids. It's all right, I remember ordering Pestonia to send some breakfast over, before I went to bed. Naruto said as he approached the maids who still had trouble looking at him, as Naruto clearly wasn't shy about showing off, as his cock bounced freely around with each step. Then please excuse us Naruto-sama, Lady Aura. They quickly walked over to the nearest table and began placing trays they held. Aura jumped off the bed and got dressed, still quite disappointed her Naruto time was cut short. Still, she couldn't deny the smell from the food they brought was quite appetizing. Still, it could have waited another hour, or maybe 6. Seeing something you like? Naruto asked, getting everyone's attention, while the maid Foth quickly burned bright red as Naruto had caught her sneaking glances. Forgive me Naruto-sama, one as lowly as me isn't fit to lay eyes on the naked form of a supreme being. Foth quickly apologized while her sister maids looked at her with worry. Well, I'm the one who decided to still be naked, I don't mind at all. If you find it appealing, I'll simply take it as a compliment, though I should dress up, mind getting my clothes for me? Most certainly master. The 3 maids quickly spoke in unison as they hurried to the neatly folded clothes that the vampire brides had placed last night. To some it might be embarrassing to help getting clothed, not to Naruto though, as he had already gotten used to it, though this was the first time it's happened, while he was completely nude, though the maids better get used to it. From this point on, he planned to make his bedroom in Nazar a lot more active during the late hours. Naruto-sama. Lumiere let out a surprised shriek as she felt Naruto squeeze her ass, as soon as the maids had finished dressing him up. Naruto just sported an amused smile. My bad, I suppose it's still too early to be eating cake, you're all dismissed. Naruto said, while Aura sent him a small smirk. Alright, thank you very much. Lumiere spoke, unsure of what to reply to his words, while her sister maids also gave a small bow, though both of them sent their sister an envisioned small glare. The three maids disappeared through the same portal they had arrived in. "You like teasing them, Naruto-sama?" Aura asked as she took a seat at the table opposite to Naruto. "Oh, I do. Northern Wyvern Rider Tribe." It was more cloudy than yesterday, as all the citizens had gathered on the middle of their largest mountain. Last night they held a quick funeral for their chief, and today they had gathered what little treasure and money they had and piled it together in the middle of the town square, now awaiting Naruto's return to their tribe. Elvira stood still with her eyes closed, enjoying the soft breeze that washed over her. Her father had died in the flash of an eye and Axel never returned back yesterday. She could only assume he had met a similar fate to that of her father. "Chief, it's been 24 hours since then. Or rather it should be here soon. Are you ready?" An elderly man asked Elvira. They didn't have a lot of time, so they quickly decided that Elvira took over the mantle as chief. It was up to her to negotiate with Naruto. If he decided to take all of their wyvern along with him, then they would lose all possible ways to get off the mountain. They would be dead in a week without any wyverns. The crowd around her began muttering loudly, and looking up she could indeed see the skies darken and hundreds upon hundreds of figures were approaching them. The first thing that emerged looked more like a massive bird, rather than a dragon or a wyvern, but it didn't matter. She could see the person riding it was the same as the man who visited them yesterday. Following closely behind were the wyverns, though it was clear he had been busy, as none in the tribe had ever seen that many wyverns gathered before. They must be from the other tribes as well. Elvira heard someone speak behind her, yet she didn't bother turning around to see who said it, instead keeping her glare focused forward. Her eyes' already angry glare sharpened even further when she noticed the little dark elf. Still, the child wasn't the priority. She remembered the name Naruto was what the dark elf had called her master. While the rest of the villagers took a quick step backwards, when Naruto and Aura dismounted on their mountain, Elvira took a step forward. "Greetings, exalted Naruto-sama." Elvira spoke loud and clearly, though she wanted to vomit at her own words, her entire body filled with hate for the two of them. "Exalted? Well, that's new." Naruto spoke, clearly not paying her or anyone else much attention as he moved forward and walked right past her. His gaze already won the small sizable gathering of gold, gems and other valuable trinkets the village had gathered. Well, I suppose I can't expect much from people living in the mountains." Naruto simply spoke, seemingly to no one. "Exalted Naruto-sama, would you permit me a question?" Elvira spoke from behind Naruto. "I suppose, if you must." Naruto said, not bother turning around. Instead he just light kicked at the gold pile as he kept going through its contents. It was a slow start to the 100 million he used to resurrect Shaler. "Yesterday, did you happen to kill a young man flying around here?" Elvira asked. She was quite certain already, but still she needed to hear it. Yeah, I guess I did kill someone," Naruto said without a care in the world, still preoccupied with the small pile. Her knuckles grew pale as she kept tightening them. "Please forgive me everyone, but I can't do this." She remembered her father, how he raised her and how he died yesterday. She remembered Axel and how they laughed and sneaked off to make love, and then she reached within her robe, drew a knife, and charged right at the tall monster in front of her. The sound of the villagers gasping finally did make Naruto turn around and see the young woman charge right at him. She thrusted her knife forward with all her might and felt it come to a quick halt the moment the edge of the knife met Naruto's clothes. Aura remained calm as she watched from the side, but she let out a small sigh as she realized the foolish humans had already sealed their fates now. "Why won't you die?" Elvira screamed with fury, her blue eyes looking straight up into Naruto's crimson-slit eyes. "Oh." Naruto's face remained still for a few seconds, before a small grin appeared on his lips, a grin which quickly, the menace behind the smile sent shivers down her back. "And here, I seriously considered sparing you, but very well, so be it." Naruto reached out a single arm and pointed it towards the crowd of villagers, who were still observing the situation with a shocked and stupefied look. "Don't hurt them. They didn't know," Elvira screamed, while she still tried to push the knife forward, but to no avail. 8th tier summon. Swarm of Ionia. Ripples formed all over Naruto's outstretched arm, as small creatures began emerging from his skin. They quickly surround his arm in mass and Elvira was able to see what it was. Butterflies. 100 butterflies had emerged from inside his arm, but they were gray, there were holes in their wings, and they looked like they were already dead, but she was proven wrong when their withered wings began moving and they flew off his arm, and a few seconds later she could hear the cries and screams. It's not a pleasant way to die, I promise you that. Pity those that die to the scarlet rot. Wherever the butterflies landed or touched one of the villagers, their body from that point began withering and rotting away rapidly. No one was spared, not the elderly, not the women, not the children, not even the infants, they all just rotted away, even the houses crumpled and rotted away to the butterflies' touch. And then 5 minutes later. Silence. Her eyes were wide, her mouth gaping, no words could escape, only warm tears flowed from eyes, dead and gone, everyone she had ever known, in the span of minutes. When the butterflies flew at her, she stood up and welcomed them, there was nothing left, however none of them touched her, they flew around, landed back on Naruto's arm, and moved back into his skin. Isn't it beautiful in a way? The silence. Naruto asked, while Elvira just stared at him with wide eyes, tears still falling. Kill me, or we're leaving. Naruto simply said. The pile of the treasure had already been taken and stored away. The little dark elf tilted her head. You're not going to kill the last one, Naruto-sama. No, this is a far more fitting punishment. If she eats carefully, she may be able to last a month before the food up here rots and becomes uneatable, or maybe she will lose her mind and throw herself off the side of the mountain before she starves. Then again maybe she's lucky and someone from the eastern tribe will come by and save her. In the end, none of it matters, because all of them, all of their lives are inconsequential. Naruto spoke as he still stood before Elvira looking down upon the broken girl with a smile. Aura's smile told him enough, that she clearly agreed. Well then, let's move on to the western and southern tribe. Before heading towards the Draconic Kingdom, I would love to add some dragons to my collections as well. And then they left. 10 minutes ago, there lived over 2,000 peoples on the mountain range, now there was only Elvira and her silence. Even the corpses had already rotted away. To be continued. I hope you all enjoyed this episode. If yes, then make sure to drop 3 purple hearts in the comment section to show your love. Remember to subscribe if you like this video. Turn on my videos notifications so you will get updated by my new upcoming videos.